Well, right now, the leaders are saying that they are still trying if, a lot of people from the Sharad Pawar faction can understand the situation and come back with them, some kind of a reunification, which if they think that that option is completely over, after that they will approach the election commission. But definitely, yes, that they will approach the election commission maybe in a week's time or 2 weeks' time, but they are going to approach the election commission for sure.
Right, Sahil Joshi, they're breaking all of that information that's coming in from Mumbai this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. We're slipping into a very short break. Our continuous coverage of this Maha political war as far as the NCP is concerned will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
I am diabetic. Should I stop consuming artificial sweeteners? I am non-diabetic, but I don't like to consume sugar. I'm okay with my stevia. Should I continue? Can I replace my sugar with honey? Are dates healthy? Are these questions on top of your mind? Has the WHO guideline on artificial sweeteners confused you? Then listen in to what experts say. Substitute for diabetes. What substitute you think a diabetic person should use for sugar? Different sugar alternatives may be healthy for different people. Natural sweeteners are generally a good choice for seniors who don't have diabetes. But artificial sweeteners do have unexpected health risks depending on someone's current health concerns and comorbidities. Natural substitutes like honey and dates can be alternatives to refined sugar. However, it is important to be mindful of portion sizes.
Good research, which is randomized controlled trials with dates, have shown that they do not have much effect as far as sugars are concerned in short term and in intermediate term, 3 to 6 months time. So a limited amount of dates is as a breakfast or as a snack we can allow in a patient who has a good control of diabetes and patient who is not very obese. And we will tell them that if you restrict to this particular quantity, nothing will happen to your sugar and that probably nothing will happen to your weight as well.
How I can limit my sugar and what alternatives we have. How safe are natural substitutes of sugar? Natural substitutes like honey and dates can be alternatives to refined sugar and are often considered healthier options due to their natural composition and potential additional nutritional benefits. But can honey and dates manage blood sugar levels and replace artificial sweeteners?
IIT Delhi tops the chart when it comes to best government engineering colleges in the country, while BITS Pilani is the topper for private engineering colleges. Among the top 50 institutions in the world for engineering and technology education as per the QS World University Rankings by subject, 2023, IIT Delhi has kept its game razor sharp by finding the perfect sync between industry-oriented innovation and pure research fundamentals. Set up in 1961, IIT Delhi has always believed in inculcating a strong entrepreneurial mindset in its students and training them to think out of the box. This is what has enabled the institute to become an education brand known around the world, incubating the best minds and putting them out in time to harvest all technology-led revolutions of recent decades. Department of Architecture and Planning of IIT Roorkee retains its top position for architecture, and so does School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, at second post. Vijayawada SPA, however, moved a step forward to third position from number 4 in 2022. The Department of Architecture and Planning at IIT Roorkee was set up in 1956 and is one of the oldest to offer the Bachelor's of Architecture degree in the country. The department currently has 164 students doing Bachelor's of Architecture, 50 in the Master's program, and 117 students carrying out doctoral research. Backed by strong institutional support, a highly skilled faculty, and a student community known for their creativity, the entire ecosystem is now geared to adapt to the latest advances in technology.
Welcome back. We're getting more breaking news that's coming in now from Mumbai, from the Ajit Pawar camp. Supporters of Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar have reached his residence in Mumbai, the Devgiri bungalow in Mumbai, in order to show their support for the Deputy Chief Minister of the state. This comes ahead of the NCP meeting at 11 a.m. at the MET College in Bandra. That is the Ajit Pawar camp meeting. Pankaj Upadhyay is joining us live on this from Mumbai. Pankaj, we can see that supporters have already started gathering at the Devgiri bungalow.
Yes, good morning, follow me. So it's a D-Day, if you could say, for the Ajit Pawar camp. And right outside his bungalow in Malabar Hill, hundreds of supporters have gathered. There are many who are inside. Many MLAs have also gathered here. But interesting right now is the poster war, Polomi, that is going on. First of all, let me show you the poster right outside Ajit Pawar's bungalow. Now have a look at this poster. There is this big cutout of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. Right on top, there is Working President Praful Patel, and then there is new NCP State President Sunil Tatkare. Now, and then we go down, then there are 8 people. 8 NCP leaders. These are the people who have taken oath just a few days back. That includes Chhagan Bhujbal, Dilip Valse Patil, Hassan Mushrif, that's Dhananjay Munde, and then we have Ataram Bhagwant Rao, then we got Aditi Tatkare, we've got Sunil Bansode, and we've got Anil Patil. But notice one thing in this poster very, very carefully. There is neither any mention nor any picture of Sharad Pawar. This at a time when Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel and the senior leaders have been insisting that there is no split in the party and Sharad Pawar remains the president of the party. Clearly, NCP is going through an identity crisis at a point of time when 2 leaders are claiming representation of the political party, when 2 leaders have declared their own whips, and there is a tussle going on right now. Today definitely could be, we could say that this is the show of strength today. In some time, Ajit Pawar along with his several supporters and karyakartas who've gathered here, will be marching to Bandra, where an important meeting is going to take place. We'll also tell the viewers that at around 1 p.m. today, Sharad Pawar is also holding a crucial meeting at YB Chavan Centre. Many insiders say that, going by the looks of it, perhaps Ajit Pawar might carry the day today, and there would be many MLAs who would be in his camp. But there is no guarantee that those people who stay with either the Ajit Pawar camp or the Sharad Pawar camp in the days to come will not jump the ship, as we've seen in the Shinde Sena case as well. But whatever said and done, today is a very crucial day because both the factions are organizing this important meeting. I am right outside Ajit Pawar's bungalow in Malabar Hill that goes by the name Devgiri, and hundreds of karyakartas, the supporters and all those leaders who've shown allegiance to Ajit Pawar have gathered here. We are hoping that perhaps in half an hour or so, Ajit Pawar will be marching from this place to Bandra, and this has to be termed as a show of strength today. It is a Pawar versus Pawar on 5th of July, and many people say, going by the looks of it, at least we will have some idea as to where both factions stand, because Ajit Pawar has claimed support of more than 40 MLAs. As far as the Sharad Pawar camp is concerned, they maintain, barring the 9 people, the 9 MLAs who've taken oath, the rest of them are all with Sharad Pawar. So there's going to be a clarity, at least we could say, first step to get the clarity as to which side has how many numbers. Follow me.
Absolutely. That is, it's what it's going to boil down to at the end of the day. Who has the numbers as far as this Maha-political war is concerned? Pankaj, thank you so much for joining us. So this is not just a war about name, about symbol, but it is also a war about legacy. And at the center of this political fight is NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar, whose image is being liberally used by the Ajit Pawar camp in order to further their agenda. In fact, it was very strategically placed right behind Ajit Pawar when he inaugurated the new NCP office on Tuesday. Here's report.
A grand opening of the new NCP office by Sharad Pawar's nephew and rebel Ajit Pawar. The inauguration of the office near the Mantralaya in Mumbai was not so subtle flex, claiming not just the name but also the legacy of the Nationalist Congress Party and Sharad Pawar, whose image was displayed proudly and prominently behind Ajit Pawar. The use of the image infuriated Pawar Sr., who in an exclusive conversation with India Today said that it was used without his permission. He also gave an ultimatum to his nephew, declaring those opposing his views had no right to use his image and that only the party that he heads can use his name and picture.
मैं मानता हूं कि अगर आपने पवार साहब का लीडरशिप छोड़ दिया है या किसी ने बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का लीडरशिप छोड़ दिया है तो उनका नाम और उनका फोटो का आप क्यों इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो?
Ajit Pawar camp maintains that Sharad Pawar is still their guru and his image at the new NCP office was only used as a mark of respect.
Well, Sharad Pawar ji is our mentor, guru, and for me personally, a very revered person, and he's a father figure to all of us. And we are, when we use a picture of Sharad Pawar ji, it is not out of disrespect. It is in fact showing our reverence towards him.
जितेंद्र आवाज साहब ये बड़े नेता है पार्टी के, हम मान के चलते हैं, लेकिन उनका ये कहना काफी गलत है। उनकी कोई प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी पवार साहब नहीं है। यहाँ से गांव से लेके शहरों तक जो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता नेता है उन सभी के पवार साहब है।
Ultimately, it won't be the picture or the name, but numbers that will decide who is the real NCP. With Sahil Joshi in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
So this is how the entire game is likely to pan out now, because it's boiling down to the numbers finally. So what is it going to look like in terms of how it moves forward? Now the speaker has to decide, Rahul Narvekar has to decide who the real NCP is. The ball is in his court. The chief whip will be decided on the basis of who has more numbers. Chief whip for which side? Or for the real NCP. The speaker may take whatever time he sees deemed fit in this matter, because there is no specification for how much time he needs to decide this within. Until the chief whip is announced, both camps can then continue to claim that they are the real NCP, because it's not very clear who the chief whip is. If the matter stretches on, it can reach the election commission, and then the number game comes into play. So that is where the number is actually going to matter. So clearly now it's going to boil down to who has more people on their side, especially MLAs. We'll find out today itself. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side.
Popping sugar-free gums containing aspartame or stevia for your beverages, sugar-free juices, protein bars, chocolates, and a whole range of products thinking they will help you, you then really need a rethink. A whole range of non-sugar sweeteners usually consumed by many diabetics and non-diabetics and seen as healthy alternatives to sugar are not to be consumed by non-diabetics and to be consumed by diabetics in a regulated way, the WHO has said. Non-sugar sweeteners, splena, stevia, aspartame, sucralose, acesulfame K, advantame, cyclamates, neotame, all of them should not be used by non-diabetics, says the World Health Organization. The WHO's review of the available research found groups who regularly consume non-sugar sweeteners had an increased risk of type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease.
Non-sugar sweeteners, which include all kind of sweeteners, which are non-caloric, which don't give you calories, but like aspartame or like stevia or other, there are so many, which companies claim that there is no added sugar on them. So people just go by those promotional campaigns and buy those products thinking that it will not harm. Now the evidence comes that in a long term they can do harm.
Artificial sweeteners are found in processed foods. For example, the sweetener called erythritol activates platelets, the blood cells which cause clots when they clump together. Such clusters block blood flow in different parts of the body, since its presence or levels are not revealed on packages of processed foods.
Some people feel that I have already not consumed sugar, so I can eat more of the other stuff. So like that, it actually encourages more food without any restriction, because people feel that it is something helpful, it is good for fitness. Some celebrities do advertise non-sugar sweeteners as a source of fitness.
Should people then go back to eating sugars? Doctors clearly advise against that as well.
Welcome back. Now, the debate over the Uniform Civil Code continues to rage on across the country after the Prime Minister ignited it at a Bhopal rally. After Pushkar Dhami, Uttarakhand Chief Minister, met with the Prime Minister yesterday, and the subject of UCC were discussed in that meeting today. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy is likely to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. Sources suggest that the YSR Congress may clear its stand on UCC. Meanwhile, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has stitched together a draft that will soon be submitted to the Law Commission of India. This draft will be discussed in a meeting today. Now, amid the Uniform Civil Code row, Minister for State of Health and Family Welfare, SP Singh Baghel said that the Prime Minister-led central government has been the biggest advocate of tribal rights as speculation grows on whether the BJP will table the UCC bill in the upcoming monsoon session. Can the Saffron Party ensure more consensus over the reform?
We really don't know the content of the bill, but as I said, when we, as far as the bill, the idea itself of having a uniform civil code is something that if not discussed with all stakeholders, if not discussed clearly with everybody to look into all the factors, then it's something that's very complicated, and it's something that the people in Northeast will not be able to accept.
स्टैंडिंग कमेटी में सभी पार्टियों का प्रतिनिधित्व होता है और एक ओपन बहस हो रही है और लॉ कमीशन ने भी पब्लिक डोमेन में डाल रखा है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों और अल्पसंख्यक समुदाय से पूछा जा रहा है कि जो भी वो चाहते हैं वो अपनी सलाह दे सकते हैं। ऐसे 8 करोड़ के करीब सुझाव भी प्राप्त हुए हैं। तो ये एक सतत प्रक्रिया है कि देश की एकता, अखंडता, भाईचारा और राष्ट्र हित और गरीब हित में कानून हमेशा आते रहते हैं। उसी प्रक्रिया में ये भी एक है।
किसी भी देश में सबके लिए कानून बराबर और एक होना चाहिए, ठीक। लेकिन हमारे देश में सभी धर्मों का एक एक पर्सनल लॉ है, तो सभी के ऊपर चर्चा होगी। सिर्फ ये हिंदू मुसलमानों का मुद्दा नहीं है, ये पूरे देश के लिए कानून बनने जा रहा है। किसी धर्म के लिए कानून नहीं बनेगा और उस बारे में जब ड्राफ्ट आएगा तो पता चलेगा। हम ये भी चाहते हैं कि अगर देश हित में अगर कोई चीज़ बनती है, सभी धर्मों के लिए एक चीज़ बनती है, तो उसके ऊपर डिबेट होनी चाहिए।
Now, some unfortunate news that's coming in from Bengal. The poll showdown in Bengal ahead of the Panchayat elections is only getting uglier. A minor boy has been killed in a bomb attack in Bengal. This TMC supporter has died in this bomb attack, which took place in North 24 Parganas. And the TMC is alleging the CPM and the ISF had behind this. Suryagni is joining us over the phone line from Kolkata. Suryagni, if you can tell us what happened, because the TMC is saying that the CPM and the ISF is behind this.
Well, for me, a very unfortunate event to even speak about. 17-year-old, a minor. He was. We still do not know whether he was a Trinamool Congress supporter or not. But he was present late last night at Degonga in North 24 Parganas, where Trinamool, some supporters of Trinamool Congress, they were taking out a rally. And what the Trinamool alleges is that the left-wing supporters or left-wing miscreants, that's what they are claiming. They hurled crude bombs at that particular rally. And amidst this, in this crossfire, this particular 17-year-old boy, he lost his life. He was present over there on the spot. The allegations are on the left and ISF. That's what the Trinamool Congress is hinting. But sadly and extremely unfortunate that this 17-year-old who was around that particular place, he lost his life in his crossfire. Follow me.
Right. Suryagni, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. A very unfortunate piece of news that's coming in from Bengal this morning, but this is the state of affairs in Bengal ahead of those Panchayat elections on Saturday. In fact, the governor and the Chief Minister of Bengal are, in fact, locking horns over this entire poll process. The governor, remember, C.V. Ananda Bose, gave the Chief Minister a 48-hour deadline. And the Chief Minister then wrote to the State Election Commission saying that the governor is stalling the poll process. He's hampering the poll process. Amid all of this, India Today visited South 24 Parganas, Bhangor, specifically in South 24 Parganas, which has seen a lot of violence. And here's a ground report from the same.
Bhangor in South 24 Parganas, the epicenter of political violence in Bengal over the last few weeks. 3 people lost their lives in the clashes between the cadres of the Indian Secular Front and the Trinamool Congress as they battled to file nominations for the Panchayat elections.
We from India today arrived at South 24 Parganas' Bhangur, and we met these people who have claimed that they are not being able to return to their houses. They claim that they are afraid until the elections are done and done peacefully only, they may not be able to return to their houses.
ISF member Asma Khatun managed to file her papers on June 12th under police protection given by the Calcutta High Court. Asma, a high school history teacher from Kochua, claims she has not returned home since then. The ISF candidate is now staying at a location which she does not want to reveal, citing threats to her life.
নতুন করে একটা আমাকে মানে মেসেজ পাঠালো লোক মাধ্যমে যে ওকে খুন করা হবে, তবে গুলি করে খুন করলে এই মুহূর্তেও ভাইরাল হয়ে গেছে, ওটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন হবে বা ওদের উপরে খুনের একটা দায় আসবে, তো ওকে ও যখন রাস্তা দিয়ে যাবে ওকে অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট দেখানো হবে, মার্ডারটাকে ওকে মার্ডার করবে অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হিসাবে, মানে গাড়ির তলায় দিয়ে ওকে পিষে দেওয়া হবে, এইরকম একটা থ্রেট।
Asma accuses the state police of being hand in glove with the ruling TMC.
আমার 2 নম্বর ব্লকে আমি যখন ডিসিআরটা কাটছিলাম কাউন্টারে, সেই সময় আরাবুল ইসলাম মানে ভাঙড়ের প্রাক্তন এমএলএ আরাবুল ইসলাম, ওনার দলবল, ওনার সঙ্গে অনেকজন মানে এই 1-200 মতন লোক ছিল, তাদেরকে নিয়ে নিচে নেমে আসলেন এবং আমার দিকে খুব মানে বড় বড় চোখ করে তাকাচ্ছে এবং ওনার সঙ্গে জাজগার মোল্লা ছিল বা আরও ছেলেরা ছিল, তারা আমাকে খুনের হুমকি দিয়েছে, তুই বাইরে বেরো, তোকে দেখে নেবো, তোকে মার্ডার করে দেবো, এই বলে আমাকে হুমকি দিল। আমি সেটাকে ওখানে একজন পুলিশ ছিল, আমি ওনাকে জানালাম যে আপনার সামনে আমাকে হুমকি দিচ্ছে, আপনি কিছু বলছেন না? বললো না, আমার কাজ হচ্ছে লাইন সোজা করা, আমি এগুলোর মধ্যে নেই।
The TMC's Bhangur strongman, Arabul Islam, blamed by the ISF, rejects the charges.
মিথ্যে কথা বলছেন, নওশাদ সিদ্দিকীর তো ভাষাটাই মিথ্যে। আমরা ভাঙড়ের সমস্ত মানুষের সাথে কন্টিনিউ যোগাযোগ আছে, আইএসএফের ছেলেরা আমাদের চোখের সামনে ঘুরে বেড়াচ্ছে।
The ISF claims many of its workers are living in fear, away from their homes. Two party workers recently met Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose to raise their concerns. The TMC has time and again defended its government, saying incidents of violence during panchayat polls have come down from the days of left rule. With Suryagni Roy in Bhangur, Bureau Report, India Today.
We're slipping into a very short break, but before that, could there be flying cars over us in the near future? Well, Aleph Aeronauticals has received its nod from the US government to start producing these electric flying cars. In fact, pre-orders are open now at $30,000 and they could be rolled out as early as 2025. Here's a detailed report.
Introducing Aleph Flying Car, the first real flying car in history.
A flying car over blue skies. This is what the future looks like. A concept built and developed by Aleph Aeronautics. This electric vehicle is the first of its kind to receive approval to fly from the United States government. As shown in this 3D simulation, the flying car can carry at least 2 occupants. It can be used for driving on the ground as well as on the air. Not just that, this flying car can take off or land both vertically and horizontally, allowing it to seamlessly fold into daily usage.
So first, what we did is we took out the engine and instead put 4 small engines inside each wheel. In the open space led by the motor, we put a distributed electric propulsion system of 8 motor controller propeller systems for flying. Third, we allow the air to come through by making a mesh.
Labelled Model A, this electric flying car is already available for pre-orders at a whopping $300,000. Expected to take its first flight in 2025, this flying car might just be the next best thing if you are ever caught in a traffic gridlock. Bureau Report, India Today.
Amit, what is the amount of money that you have sort of put into the entire business? How large is it today? And what is the inventory that you have that is to be sold?
So look, as I said, we have contributed the historical land, so to speak, because as I have maintained all along, and even in that article, that we have been sitting right there during the COVID time, cash flow positive on this project. Even we took a debt on the second project, but even there also the cash flow generation has been far higher. If you are selling the building to the tune of 80%, your ability is always a milestone collection, and our collection milestones are achieving very quickly. So we do not see a challenge of getting the money back from the customers. So when we get the money from the customers, it enables a cash flow positive. So therefore, what our contribution is primarily on the land, and initially we have put some small money. However, now inventory, when we talk about, in the first two projects, as I mentioned, 80% is sold, so only 20% is left. On the third project, as we speak today, I think close to 30% has been sold, and we are looking anything between in the next 2 years to sell another 30-40% of that. So now practically we are already sold out for the various projects. Now we have already signed a joint development agreement in Bandra, which we should be launching over the next few months. Now the whole growth story for the real estate business, because Thane is still an finite land, we have 60 acres to more, but you need to expand. And real estate is not a business only to monetize land. It is a business, core business for us. And that is why we did the demerger. So you will have a real estate pure play and you have a lifestyle pure play. Now in real estate, we are partnering with various people, as our board has taken two primary decisions. One, we will not put money behind the land. We will not buy land at all. And we will not move out of MMR, because it is much better to stay in this region. You have a better grip. You can monitor closely and manage things better. So now we are getting enough and more JDA projects. One is already signed, and I think few are on an advanced stage of discussion, and that will give us a good opportunity.
Extra safe Polycab Green Wire.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Slew of meetings amid Maharashtra political war. Sharad Pawar camps key meet at 1 p.m. Ajit and Shinde camps to hold separate meets in the afternoon. Ajit Pawar camp mulls approaching election commission to stake claim over NCP party name and symbol. Sharad Pawar files a caveat with the election commission. Ahead of slew of meets. Poster war begins in Maharashtra after Sharad Pawar posters put up in Mumbai. Now Ajit and Praful Patel posters emerge outside Sharad Pawar house. Cops arrest BJYM leader Pravesh Shukla, who urinated on a labourer. MP Chief Minister Shivraj vows to slap NSA on the accused. Violence, bullets and total mayhem in Bengal. 17-year-old TMC supporter killed in bomb attack, allegedly by CPM and ISF. Stage set for mega Ajit camp meet. Ajit camp meet to be held in Mumbai College. Different sections have been made for MLAs from different districts. Now different sections have been made at the MET College, where all districts of Maharashtra counters have been set up. People coming from each of these districts will have to register themselves at the respective counters of their districts. Ajit Pawar camp seemingly wants to be legally strong as far as their paperwork is concerned. This will prove the strength if the matter goes to court or the election commission as well. At all district counters, in fact, people are sitting with registers, and workers and leaders coming from each of those districts are in fact expected to go to them, register themselves there, and this is expected to in fact ensure that the paperwork as far as the Ajit Pawar camp is concerned is in order. Remember that the Ajit Pawar camp is scheduled to meet at the MET College in Bandra in Mumbai at 11 a.m. this morning, and mega arrangements have been made to welcome party workers, leaders from various districts, talukas, as well as MPs and MLAs for this meeting. This meeting of the Ajit Pawar camp at 11 a.m. and Sharad Pawar camp at 1 p.m. seemingly will make things clear as to where the numbers are as far as each of these camps are concerned. Now, in order to ensure that their paperwork is in order and completely clean, Ajit Pawar camp has now set up various counters, district-wise counters at the venue of their meeting in order to ensure that all of party workers, leaders, everyone who's coming in for the meeting goes first to these counters of their respective districts, registers themselves so they know exactly how many people came. They have a sense of their strength in numbers, and that is what the Ajit Pawar camp is trying to ensure. Remember that this matter is going to be fought at various fronts. The fight for party name and symbol, it is going to be fought at various fronts, and everyone's trying to get their books in order. Saurabh Bhaktania is now joining us live from the MET College venue meet. Now, Saurabh, if you can tell us exactly what arrangements have been made on ground over there in order to ensure that the paperwork as far as the Ajit Pawar camp is concerned is in order.
So, well, the meeting, the main Sabha, the first new NCP meeting is going to take place that place. But there's a complete different section which is put up over here. This particular section over here, you can see that how different counters are being put up. These are the different districts counter which have been put up over here. Registration is being taken place, and how the registration is going to take place. These are the registers available over here. At different counters, there are people over here, and all the people, all the workers and the leaders who are going to come over here, they have to register themselves. Now, what are they going to mention in this registration? They are going to put up names, address, their post, and also the mobile number they have to put up over here. Follow me, let me tell you what the NCP wants to ensure over here, the Ajit Pawar camp want to ensure over here is that this matter is going to go very long. This matter will go to court, then to ECI as well, and therefore registration is very much important. This is the registration happening over here. कहाँ से आए आप?
हम लोग पुणे से आए।
पुणे से आए। आप लोग कितने लोग आए?
अभी हम पुणे से कम से कम 100 लोग आए, पुणे ग्रामीण से।
अच्छा। आप लोग रजिस्ट्रेशन कर
रहे हैं यहाँ पे।
क्या क्या लिखना है?
इसमें क्या नाम लिखना है, आप कौन से गाँव से आए, कौन से तहसील से आए वो लिखना है, आपका कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर लिखना है,
मोबाइल नंबर और सिग्नेचर।
हाँ, सिग्नेचर करना है। यस।
Here also you can see that how हाँ
कोल्हापुर से कोल्हापुर
कोल्हापुर से
क्या क्या आप इंफॉर्मेशन ले रहे हैं?
अभी हम कोल्हापुर के जिला अध्यक्ष है किसान सेल के राष्ट्रवादी के, तो इधर अभी अजीत दादा के बुलाने से आए हैं मीटिंग में।
शरद पवार के साथ नहीं जाएंगे?
हाँ,
शरद पवार जी के साथ नहीं जाएंगे?
नहीं अजीत दादा से।
ठीक है, आप क्या क्या यहाँ पे लिख रहे हैं, क्या क्या चीज़?
हमारा जो हमारा ये जो हमें पद है जिले का, वो किसान सेल का, ये
सारी जानकारी लोगे?
हाँ, ये अभी जानकारी अभी लेंगे।
तो मोबाइल नंबर सिग्नेचर भी लोगे?
हाँ, ये बराबर है, सिग्नेचर और मोबाइल नंबर है।
आप कहाँ से?
कोल्हापुर से।
क्या क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन आपको मिली?
हम कोल्हापुर से हैं, मुशर्रफ साहब के समर्थक हैं।
So in this way you can see now there is a crowd which is gathered over all the registration counter over here. Follow me. Just look at this. The Ajit Pawar camp looks very confident. Then they want to be confident on paper as well. Sir, ये क्या है? ये देख पा रहे हैं?
ये बॉन्ड जो कैंडिडेट आते हैं उनको लिख के अपन पार्टी को देने का है।
ये बॉन्ड किसके लिए?
जो अपना पार्टी के क्रियाशील जो सभासद रहते हैं उनके लिए।
मतलब बॉन्ड पेपर पे लिख के लेंगे कि आप अजीत पवार साहब?
निवडणूक आयोग के पास जाने वाला।
So this is very important. Follow me. You can see that हाँ क्या
इस पर ही निवडणूक आयोग का निकाल होता है जो पार्टी किसके पास है। हाँ, इसको बॉन्ड के ऊपर रहते हैं।
So they are हाँ क्या बोल रहे हैं?
उस पर निकाल होने वाला है।
अच्छा,
फॉर्म सबके भरने वाले हैं। इसके पीछे पार्टी है।
बॉन्ड पेपर पे लिखा जा रहा है।
हाँ, बॉन्ड पेपर।
So on bond papers, follow me, just imagine what is happening over here. That on bond paper, their informations have been taken, the signature will be done. And look at the counter over here, all the counters over here. The people over here have gathered, the registration is taking place and all the informations have been taken.
अहमदनगर से।
What all information you have given? क्या क्या information आपने दी?
किस बात की?
ये जो आप registration कर रहे हैं?
अभी हमारा कौन सा डिस्ट्रिक्ट है और कौन से पोस्ट पे हम काम कर रहे हैं?
कॉन्फिडेंट है अजीत पवार पूरा दिखा देंगे बहुमत?
डेफिनेटली दादा सीएम भी बनेंगे, ही विल बी सीएम
बनेंगे?
या
She is very confident that Dada one day will become CM as well. So this Ajit, yeah? क्या बोल रहे हैं?
Not one day, in this month.
In this month?
Yeah.
He is saying that in this month, Dada is going to become CM. So people are very much confident. So you can see, follow me, how there is the crowd over here. The registration is taking place. On bond paper, the signatures have been taken. So when this thing goes to the court, to election commission, then the Dada camp can prove that yes, they are the real NCP. The fight is going to get long and the Ajit Pawar camp is in full preparation. Back to you, Polemi.
So Dada will be CM is what the NCP supporter just told Saurabh over there, and within this month, Ritvik, I'll take that across to you. That's not going to make the Eknath Shinde camp very happy, because already with the entry of the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, there are a lot of jittery Shiv Sainiks who in fact pledged their support to Eknath Shinde last year. Ritvik, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I
can hear you.
Yeah, right. Ritvik, you're also at the MET Centre at the moment, and one of the supporters over there, enthusiastic supporter of Ajit Pawar there, told Saurabh that Dada will be CM this month itself. That's not going to make the Eknath Shinde camp very happy. Already, they are very jittery after the entry of the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP into the ruling alliance.
Not just jittery, but we can see that the Eknath Shinde camp is completely disturbed, and
Eknath Shinde, CM Eknath Shinde was on Nagpur tour yesterday to welcome the President of India. He visited that program. He welcomed President Draupadi Murmu, and he was about to stay as per the scheduled program in Nagpur. But he left from Nagpur late in the night and he came back to Mumbai. He will be holding a meeting with all his ministers, MLAs and MPs at 7 p.m. at his official residence Varsha. But right now I am at MET College where Ajit Pawar camp's meeting will be starting within a few hours, I must say few minutes, and this is the stage set for that meeting, and we can see all the chairs of the senior leaders has been arranged, and in the background if you can see, we can see the poster of Sharad Pawar. The biggest photo which has been put on this poster is of Sharad Pawar, despite of Sharad Pawar warning yesterday that his photo should not be used without his consent at any other event than his party, which is the state president is Jayant Patil and he himself is the national president, is what he claims. But right now we can see the preparation is on full swing. We can see the symbol of the party, which is a watch, is also seen here, the name of the party, and we can see that with the photo of Sharad Pawar, we can see Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Chhagan Bhujbal and Sunil Tatkare here on the poster. Here are the counters which Saurabh showed us, and also there are many party workers who have come here and who are trying to tell us that Ajit Pawar will be the probable candidate of the chief ministership. As you said, it is very jittery. We have the youth NCP Congress chief newly appointed Suraj Chavan with us. Suraj ji, अजीत पवार मुख्यमंत्री होंगे ऐसा यहाँ पर कार्यकर्ता पदाधिकारी अपनी भावनाएं बता रहे हैं, क्या आपको लगता है? आप यही चाहते हैं?
महाराष्ट्र के हर कार्यकर्ता की भावना है कि अजीत दादा मुख्यमंत्री बने, मगर आप भी फिलहाल में दादा उप मुख्यमंत्री है और उप मुख्यमंत्री शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में हम काम कर रहे हैं। उप मुख्यमंत्री बनकर इस राज्य को हम सब साथ मिलकर राज्य को प्रगति की ओर लेकर जाने का काम करेंगे।
आज की इस बैठक में क्या होने वाला है? हमने देखा वहां पर शरद पवार जी का सबसे बड़ा फोटो लगाया हुआ है। बावजूद उसके कल पवार ने बताया है कि मेरा फोटो मेरे मर्जी का बगैर कहीं पर भी यूज ना किया जाए।
पवार साहब हमारे नेता है, वो हमारे दिल में आज भी है, कल भी थे और कल भी रहेंगे। भले पवार साहब ने आह्वान किया होगा, मगर पवार साहब दिल से, हमारे दिल से नहीं निकल पाएंगे।
पवार साहब आपके दिल में आप बता रहे हैं, लेकिन शरद पवार एक मीटिंग कर रहे हैं YB चवान में, उस मीटिंग में आप नहीं जा रहे, आप इस मीटिंग में मौजूद है और फिर भी कह रहे हैं कि आपके दिल में है वो।
कुछ बातें आज इस कार्यक्रम में सामने आएगी, मगर पवार साहब हम पहले ही बोल चुके हैं कि हमारे दिल में कल भी थे, आज भी है और कल भी रहेंगे।
आज के इस मीटिंग में क्या क्या होने वाला है? क्या कोई रिजोल्यूशन आने वाला है? सर्वसहमति से कोई नया नेता पार्टी का चुनने जाने वाले हैं? क्या होने वाला है?
आज की इस मीटिंग में इस राज्य को प्रगति की ओर लेकर जाने का और महाराष्ट्र में संगठन बढ़ाने का मार्गदर्शन हमें सब कार्यकर्ताओं को मिलने वाला है।
ठीक है। So Palmi, here we saw what Suraj Chavan, the president of the youth wing of newly appointed NCP's youth wing is saying, and he is also repeating the same thing that all the party workers of NCP want to see Ajit Pawar as CM, but for now they will be working under the leadership of CM Eknath Shinde. Palmi. Okay, so that was, of course, Suraj Chavan that Ritwik Bhalekar was speaking to at the moment, president of the youth wing, as far as the Ajit Pawar faction is concerned. Ritwik, stay on with us because news that's coming in right now is that the NCP executive committee meeting, the National Executive Committee meeting is to happen in Delhi tomorrow. So hectic parleys amid a massive political war, slew of meetings today and a big executive meeting tomorrow. Ritwik is bringing us this piece of information. Ritwik, what more can you tell us about this meeting that is to happen in Delhi tomorrow? Okay, we'll try and reconnect with my colleague Ritwik Bhalekar. Ritwik is in fact bringing us this piece of information that a National Executive Committee meeting is to take place
tomorrow in Delhi. That is the NCP meeting. So clearly, both sides now having hectic meetings in order to strengthen their forces so that when the matter actually reaches the Election Commission or the Speaker's table in the Legislative Assembly, remember they've already filed certain petitions over there, or possibly a court of law, they have the numbers with them and their paperwork in order. Vidya is joining us live at the moment. Vidya, we believe that there is an NCP National Executive Committee meeting tomorrow in Delhi. What more can you tell us?
Well, the time has not yet been scheduled for that, but certainly at this juncture, what we have gotten to know from the NCP sources is that there is a meeting that has been organized. Sharad Pawar, who was actually looking at an imminent retirement, will be back full-fledged. It does seem like that. After holding a meeting today where it will be a show of strength, there will be a meeting tomorrow of all the important leaders in Delhi to decide what really is the course of action. And apart from that, they have also approached the Election Commission with regards to the name and symbol. So certainly it does seem like a head-on collision that he has decided to take with Ajit Pawar, and Ajit Pawar at this juncture also trying his best to reach out to the Speaker to make sure that the orders that are passed by the Speaker of Maharashtra is in his favor. So there are applications for recognition of him and his party as the NCP. That's also being done. So almost every legal avenue is being tried both by the Sharad Pawar faction as well as the Ajit Pawar factions. But in Delhi, yes, tomorrow the Sharad Pawar faction will be holding a meeting to chart out the next course of action, whether it has to be done legally by, of course, with the show of strength that will happen today. There will be, even at this juncture, as we know, Sharad Pawar is constantly busy talking to his followers, his faction of people, to make sure that there is a huge strength that collects today to listen out to him, what he has to say, to see that whatever course that is charted out today, it will be decided further to take it ahead in tomorrow's meeting in Delhi.
Okay, Vidya, thank you so much for joining us with those details. So clearly, now both sides are scurrying in order to get the numbers on their sides. In a short while from now, the Ajit Pawar faction will be meeting at the MET College in Bandra. And already, as you can see, registrations are underway. So everyone who's coming in from across Maharashtra has to register themselves and sign a bond over there, giving out their details. So clearly, they're getting the paperwork in order in case this matter reaches the Election Commission or even a court of law. So a furious fight there for the real NCP, which is escalated as Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar groups call key meetings. Sharad Pawar has moved a caveat in the Election Commission, meaning before taking any sort of a decision, it is appealed to the Election Commission to listen to their side. Now, Ajit Pawar camp is also all set to move the Election Commission after a crucial supporters meeting this morning. Ajit Pawar may stake claim to party name and symbol soon. Now, the Ajit Pawar faction claims that they have the support of over 40 MLAs. Now, both camps of the NCP have issued whips to their MLAs to attend the meetings. Jitendra Awad on behalf of Sharad Pawar and Anil Patil on behalf of Ajit Pawar sent the notices to MLAs last evening. Now, amid all this, poster war has erupted between both the factions. Posters backing Sharad Pawar as well as Ajit Pawar were put up in Mumbai. Remember, there are a total of 53 NCP MLAs, out of which 24 are said to be in support of Ajit Pawar and 14 are backing Sharad Pawar. That's what we've learned from our sources. 15 apparently remain undecided. 36, remember, is the number needed to escape any anti-defection law. So Ajit Pawar faction needs 36 MLAs.
The developments of the last 2 days are very clear that we have formed a government as NCP party joining the Eknath Shinde Devendra Fadnavis government. Unfortunately, there seems to be for some time at least some different views, and we hope that everybody sees the larger picture and accepts this decision. Otherwise, if you look at the majority of the rank and file of the party or the elected representatives of the party, overwhelmingly they are supporting this decision.
नमस्कार. उद्या बुधवार 5 जुलै 2023 यशवंतराव चव्हाण सेंटरला मंत्रालयाच्या समोर मुंबईत मी तुमची वाट बघते आणि त्या कार्यक्रमाला मार्गदर्शन करण्यासाठी आपल्या सगळ्यांना प्रिय असणारा 83 वर्षाचा योद्धा तो आत्ताच कराडला गेला होता. तुम्ही त्यांना पाहिलेही असेल. या महाराष्ट्राला ज्यांनी खूप प्रेम दिलं आणि दुपटीने महाराष्ट्राला त्याला प्रेम. त्यामुळे उद्या पुन्हा एकदा पक्षाची पुढची दिशा आणि आपल्या सगळ्यांवर काय काय जबाबदाऱ्या असणार आहेत, काय कामं करायची ही दिशा देण्यासाठी आदरणीय पवार साहेब आपल्या सगळ्यांना मार्गदर्शन करणार आहेत. मोठ्या संख्येने उद्या 1 वाजता यशवंतराव चव्हाण सेंटर मंत्रालयाच्या समोर मुंबई. लवकर या, सुरक्षितपणे या, मी वाट पाहते.
मांडला होता आणि बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी
आता त्या ठिकाणी स्पष्ट झालेले पाहायला मिळेल.
काही इकडे YB चावन सेंटर सुद्धा मेळावा आहे. तिकडे भावनिक आव्हान केलं जातं की साहेबांसाठी तिकडे या, एकटा योग्य असं स्वरूपात भावनिक आव्हान केलं जातं. तुमचं काय स्वरूपात आव्हान आहे, काय
अजितदादांच्या समर्थ नेतृत्वाखाली उद्याचा महाराष्ट्र सक्षमपणे घडवण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून आम्ही सर्वांनी मिळून ही भूमिका त्या ठिकाणी घेतलेली आहे. मी गेले अनेक वर्ष या सगळ्या याच्यामध्ये काम करत आलो. त्याच्यामुळे गेल्या 3-4 दिवसातला राज्याच्या कानाकोपऱ्यातला विविध घटकांतला जो प्रचंड पैसा अभूतपूर्व प्रतिसाद आदरणीय अजितदादांच्या पाठीमागे उभा राहिल्याचं जे पाहायला मिळत आहे ते अत्यंत अभूतपूर्व असं आहे.
निवडणूक आयोगाकडे
योग्य वेळेला योग्य माहिती आपल्याकडे पोहोचवली जाईल.
Whenever there is information, appropriate information, it will reach you.
अभी जब कार्यक्रम शुरू हो जाएगा तब आप देखिए.
सेंटर में एक मीटिंग बुलाई है, वहाँ पर भी कुछ MLA जा रहे हैं. क्या इस प्रकार?
देखिए, इसके बारे में मुझे अभी कुछ टिप्पणी मैं करना नहीं चाहता हूँ. जब यहाँ की मीटिंग हो जाएगी उसके बाद हम आपको ब्रीफ करेंगे.
पवार ने बताया कि हमारा फोटो इस्तेमाल ना किया जाए, बावजूद उसके सबसे बड़ा फोटो उन्हीं का यहाँ पर नजर आ रहा है. क्या कहना है?
पवार साहब हमारे सबके गुरु हैं, हमारे देवत हैं, तो हो तो हम तो लगाएंगे.
सर, पवार साहब ने कहा कि तस्वीर का इस्तेमाल मत कीजिए, आप हर वोटिंग का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं.
यहाँ पर आए हुए पदाधिकारियों का क्या इलेक्शन कमीशन में ये एफिडेविट जाने वाले हैं आज शाम या कल?
देखिए, अभी सब चीज मैं अभी आपके साथ नहीं शेयर करना चाहता हूँ. जब समय आएगा तब उसके बारे में मैं टिप्पणी करूंगा.
क्या आप इलेक्शन कमीशन के सामने जाएंगे?
मैंने यहाँ पे बात की. सही समय पर हम इसके बारे में आपके साथ टिप्पणी करेंगे.
हिंदी में बार बता दीजिए.
So that was Sunil Tatkare speaking with the media. Sunil Tatkare, who was recently appointed as state president of the Ajit Pawar faction, state president of the NCP. So remember, state president so far was Jayant Patil. Sunil Tatkare has recently been appointed by the Ajit Pawar faction as state president of the NCP. He, of course, said that it's extraordinary to see the kind of support that people are showing Ajit Pawar and reaching the meeting venue. And when my colleague Ritwik asked him about the massive big poster of Sharad Pawar on the stage at the venue, he just smiled and he said, Sharad Pawar is our guru, and it's only natural that we, in fact, have his.
और देखिए, आता है आज अजित दादा, तटकरे, प्रफुल्ल पटेल आमच्या सगळ्यांबरोबर राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचे जे काही आमदार आहेत, खासदार आहेत,
all MPs, MLAs,
प्रमुख आहेत,
frontal unit leaders, कार्यकर्ता,
आणि
they are all going to be present over here.
समोर आमची भूमिका आम्ही स्पष्ट करणार आहोत
Before them, we will clarify our position.
संभ्रम जो आहे तो दूर करण्याचं काम.
And if there are any doubts, we will clear those doubts.
नाशिकमध्ये नाशिक आपला बालेकिल्ला आहे साहेब, पण तिथे पण अनेकांनी प्रश्न उपस्थित केले की कार्यालयापासून ते अनेक ठिकाणांपासून आज या कार्यकर्त्यांना काय आव्हान करणार?
प्रत्येक ठिकाणी थोडे तर विरोधक आमच्या निघणारच आहेत. प्रत्येक ठिकाणी निघणार. ते पुण्यात निघणार, ते इकडे निघणार, तिकडे निघणार. त्याची काळजी करायचं काहीही कारण नाही.
There could be some rebellion in some parts. We don't worry about it. In Nasik as well, 99%.
आमचे कार्यकर्ते जे आहेत ते आमच्या बरोबरच आहे.
Our party workers are with
कधी
us.
काही न काम केलेले आहेत त्यांचे चेहरे जे आता पुढे येतात, आम्ही तुमच्या बरोबर नाही हे सांगण्यासाठी त्यांची आम्हाला अजिबात काळजी वाटत.
Those who are not part of the government, of course, they are coming forward and saying that we're not going to work with you. We don't worry about them.
बावजूद इसके उन्होंने मना किया है कि हमारा मेरा फोटो यूज.
अरे भाई ठीक है, वो हमारे गुरु है, नेता है, हमने लगाया है फोटो.
वहाँ पर भी वो बैठक लेने जा रहे हैं, वहाँ पर भी कुछ विधायक पहुंच रहे हैं. आखिरकार कितनी
देखो 2-4-5 उधर भी जाएंगे. क्या अभी कल मुझे बुलाएंगे, आ जाओ, मैं भी जाऊंगा. हम तो समझ वापस नहीं, मतलब दर्शन के लिए जाएंगे ना हम. क्यों
सर, आपके साथ कितने विधायक?
भूमिका से हम दूर नहीं हो गए. हमारे गुरु है, हमारे नेता है. क्या उनके बारे में हमारे दिल में प्यार है. कल बोलते भुजबल आ जाओ इधर, ये काम है तो चला, भुजबल जाएगा. कौन नहीं जाएगा?
अजीत पवार को साथ लेके जाएंगे.
अजीत पवार को बुलाएंगे, अजीत पवार भी जाएगा, सब जाएंगे और उनसे बातचीत करेंगे क्या हुआ, बताएंगे. हम भी हमारा दिल जो है उनके सामने रखेंगे. मगर आज जो भूमिका अभी हम लोगों ने ली है उससे दूर जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है और नहीं जाएंगे.
आपल्याबरोबर अनेक आमदार शपथविधीच्या सोहळ्यावर होते, उदाहरणार्थ लमाटेपासून.
अरे पहा, त्यांनी बोलवलं तर जाणार, परत इकडे येतात.
रिजोल्यूशन कोई पास होगा आज की बैठक में?
आप होने के बाद बताएं.
एकनाथ शिंदे को काफी.
So that was Chhagan Bhujbal, one of the ministers now in the Maharashtra government, speaking with the media again, saying that Sharad Pawar is our guru. That is why his poster and his photograph is one of the largest on the venue stage where this Ajit Pawar faction meeting is to happen. It is expected to begin at 11 a.m. in about 35 minutes from now. But already, as you can see, top leaders of the Ajit Pawar faction have already started arriving at the meeting venue, and supporters have already gathered at Ajit Pawar's residence in Mumbai, in Devgiri, in fact, to extend their solidarity towards Ajit Pawar, as he, of course, will make his way from his residence to Bandra's MET College, where this meeting is to take place. Already, party workers have started arriving at this meeting venue. They are extending their support in terms of putting down their names on affidavits. These are bond papers on which they're signing with all of their details, their name, their mobile number, which district they come from, what designation or post they hold, if at all, within the local unit of the party. They're putting all of those details down. Remember, this is paperwork which is being collected by the Ajit Pawar faction, in fact, to show that they have the numbers. That's my colleague, of course, Ritvik Bhalekar, who's standing by.
कॉलेज में जहां पर बैठक होने जाने वाली है, उस बैठक का पूरा नियोजन जो है मंत्री छगन भुजबल और पार्टी के आला नेता छगन भुजबल उन्होंने किया हुआ है. और यहां पर हम देख सकते हैं इस बैठक के बिल्कुल बगल में इस तरह के काउंटर जो जगह जगह पर हमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं. महाराष्ट्र के हर जिले का एक काउंटर यहां पर लगा गया है. मुंबई हो, बीड़ हो, संभाजी नगर हो, अकोला हो, हर जिले का काउंटर यहां पर लगाया गया है. और इस काउंटर पर सभी जिलाध्यक्ष जो पार्टी के आए हैं, तालुका लेवल के जो पदाधिकारी हैं, वो यहां पर एफिडेविट पर अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन करवा रहे हैं. बताया ये जा रहा है कि यही सारे एफिडेविट जो है ये एक प्रूफ के तौर पर आगे जाकर इलेक्शन कमीशन में सौंपने के काम आएंगे. खुद मंत्री छगन भुजबल इसका जायजा ले रहे हैं और देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से ये व्यवस्था जो है, ये यंत्रणा जो है, ये काम कर रही है. और छगन भुजबल जो है यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है कि पूरी व्यवस्था पर बारीकी से यहाँ पर नजर रखे हुए हैं. हम देख रहे हैं किस प्रकार यहाँ पर हर काउंटर पर, हर जिले के काउंटर पर जो है यहाँ पर नाम लिखा जा रहा है. और
त्याचा कार्यक्रम आहे. माझी हात जोडून विनंती आहे, तुम्ही जर तिथे थांबला तर बाकीच्या भाडेकरूंना गैरसोय होणार नाही. माझी हात जोडून विनंती आहे. तुम्ही जर तिथे गेला तर मी तिथे येईन. माझी
जाते हैं. आप देख रहे हैं कि जो भीड़ उमड़ी है, जो सैलाब उमड़ा है कार्यकर्ताओं को, यही बिल्कुल जो है आपके लिए दिखाई देता है साफ कि लोग कहाँ जा रहे हैं.
पवार साहब का कहना है कि आप हमारा फोटो मत इस्तेमाल करिए.
अरे भाई ठीक है, वो हम उनको हमारा गुरु मानते हैं, नेता मानते हैं, हम कर रहे हैं.
वो कह रहे हैं कि गुरु दक्षिणा दे दी आपने.
मैंने तो दिया ना. गुरु दक्षिणा जो है पार्टी को सत्ता में लाई है. अभी गुरु पूर्णिमा का दिन जो है पार्टी सत्ता में, नेशनलिस्ट कांग्रेस पार्टी जो है, राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी सत्ता में आई है. और जो है आपके जो भतीजे हैं वो उप मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं.
लेकिन सर मामला खत्म नहीं हो रहा है. इलेक्शन कमीशन में शरद पवार कैंप की तरफ से कैविएट फाइल किया गया है कि आपके तरफ से कोई भी अगर पिटीशन आएगा तो उसके खिलाफ उनकी बात सुने बिना कोई भी बात नहीं होनी चाहिए. तो इसका मतलब ये कि लड़ाई अब इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास जा रही है.
सर देखिए, हमने जो कुछ कदम उठाए हैं, सुबह उठे और चल गए, ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ. पवार साहब के अगर कुछ 57-58 साल हो गए हैं तो हमारे भी 56 साल जो है पॉलिटिक्स में हुए. कुछ कदम तो हमने भी उठाए होंगे.
तो ये लड़ाई इलेक्शन कमीशन में जाएगी आखिर?
जाएगी. तो
छगन भुजबल साफ कह रहे हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन में आखिरकार ये लड़ाई जा सकती है और यही लड़ाई पर आगे ये तय होगा कि असली एनसीपी का नेता कौन है.
माझी हात जोडून विनंती आहे. तुम्ही जर तिथे गेला तर मी तिथे येईन. माझी
So that was, of course, Supriya Sule as well that the media was trying to speak to. But earlier you just heard my colleague Sahil Joshi speak exclusively to Maharashtra Minister Chhagan Bhujbal, who in fact confirmed that this battle for who the real NCP is will reach the election commission.
स्टेज के ऊपर बैठते हैं, कार्यकर्ता कितने हैं देख रहे हैं ना आप देख लीजिए ना.
सर यहाँ पे काउंटर लगाए गए हैं जो कार्यकर्ता उनका डाटा कलेक्ट करने के लिए.
अब उनके ऊपर जबरदस्ती तो नहीं है. आप ये देख रहे हो, बोलते कि लोग फंसा कर सिग्नेचर कर रहे हैं. अब लोग जो है तांता लगा हुआ है, लोग सिग्नेचर कर रहे हैं और उनको पूछा जा रहा है क्या आप कहाँ से हैं, कहाँ अध्यक्ष है, कार्याध्यक्ष है, फ्रंटल के आप कौन से स्थान पर है, कौन से जिले में है, कौन से तालुका, सब तो लिखाया जा रहा है. अब वो जो है वो सबके सामने है भाई.
कितने लीडर आ सकते हैं, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
वो आप देखेंगे स्टेज के ऊपर.
What Chhagan Bhujbal has to say. Chhagan Bhujbal, in fact, is surveying the arrangements right now at the MET College. Remember that this is an educational institution that Chhagan Bhujbal owns, where this meeting of the Ajit Pawar faction is to take place. The Ajit Pawar faction will be meeting at 11 a.m. this morning in order to flex their muscle and showcase their strength. Already, party workers and leaders from various districts, talukas, are now in fact arriving at the meeting venue in Mumbai's Bandra. They in fact are registering themselves so that it is very clear how many are standing with Ajit Pawar as he defects away from the Sharad Pawar led NCP. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned because our continuous coverage of this Maha political war will continue on the other side.
People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible disease donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की, उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं, जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Quality today. In Delhi, 122. In Mumbai, 37. In Kolkata, 28. In Bangalore, 35. In Chennai, 45. In Hyderabad, 17.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
News coming in right now. Ajit camp confident of election commission war victory. Bhujbal says we'll fight in election commission. Bhujbal says I'm also in politics for over 56 years. Chhagan Bhujbal says we've done proper planning. So that is what Chhagan Bhujbal, Maharashtra Minister, has told India Today exclusively as he arrives at the Ajit Pawar camp venue meet. Listen in to Chhagan Bhujbal, who spoke exclusively to India Today.
शरद पवार के फोटो के साथ में हर जगह पे होर्डिंग लगी हुई है। आप किस तरीके से इस पार्टी को आगे लेके जाएंगे?
अब आप देखेंगे आने वाले भविष्य में हम किस तरह आगे जाते हैं। आप देख रहे हैं कि जो भीड़ उमड़ी है, जो सैलाब उमड़ा है कार्यकर्ताओं को, यही बिल्कुल जो है आपके लिए दिखाई देता है साफ कि लोग कहाँ जा रहे हैं।
पवार साहब का कहना है कि आप हमारा फोटो मत इस्तेमाल करिए।
अरे भाई ठीक है, वो हम उनको हमारा गुरु मानते हैं, नेता मानते हैं, हम कर रहे हैं।
वो कह रहे हैं कि गुरु दक्षिणा दे दी आपने।
मैंने तो दिया ना, गुरु दक्षिणा जो है पार्टी को सत्ता में लाई है अभी। गुरु पूर्णिमा का दिन जो है पार्टी सत्ता में, नेशनलिस्ट कांग्रेस पार्टी जो है, राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी सत्ता में आई है। और जो है आपके जो भतीजे है वो उप मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं।
My colleague Sahil Joshi is joining me live at the moment from the venue where he in fact just interviewed Chhagan Bhujbal. Sahil, the Ajit Pawar camp, in fact, let's listen in to Rohit Pawar first.
हम ना जाओ सर, एक मिनट क्या रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है, येड़ा है क्या तू? कुछ ना कुछ तो उसका रीजनिंग आप क्या करो साहब, पकड़ो फिर खुद के हात में.
रोहितजी आणखी किती आमदार आता येतील असं वाटतंय? रोहितजी किती आमदार येतील असं वाटतंय?
एवढंच म्हणेल की तुम्ही इथेही थांबा आणि दुसरी बैठक मला माहित नाही कुठे, कारण का इथं एका चांगल्या विचाराने YB चव्हाण साहेबांचं नाव या वास्तूला दिलंय. दुसरी बैठक भुजबळ येथील असं आम्हाला कळतं. आता तिथं किती येतात ते तुम्ही मोजा, इथं किती येतात ते मोजासाठी मोजण्याचा विषय.
2019ची पुनरावृत्ती होईल का? 2019ची पुनरावृत्ती होईल.
2024चा विषय आता इथं चाललेला आहे. 2024ला हे जे काही गलिच्छ
Community College in Bandra, Sahil just spoke with Chhagan Bhujbal. The Ajit Pawar faction, Sahil seems very confident that the numbers will stack up in their favor come end of day.
Yes. Well, in the morning they have claimed that they have 40 MLAs on their side, and as you can see here, there is a stage set up. You know, it will be a clear show of strength at this point of time. The show of strength will clearly show that how many MLAs are at this point of time with Ajit Pawar fraction. Most importantly, please understand, they have ensured that Sharad Pawar's photograph is there on the stage, on the hoardings which are put up behind this particular stage. So that means they are claiming that their fight is not with Sharad Pawar. The fight has happened only in the Maharashtra fraction is what they want to portray. What they are trying to tell people is that Sharad Pawar remains to be the national president of the Nationalist Congress Party, which is no more a national party. But the state president has been changed, and what they are doing at this point of time is a kind of a split in the regional party, in the Maharashtra Nationalist Congress Party. So it's a very clever move. I tried to ask Chhagan Bhujbal that despite Sharad Pawar making it clear that do not use his photographs in your hoardings, you are using his photographs in the hoardings, he said that, you know, ye chalta hai. Most importantly, what he said is that the fight is going to go to the election commission, and what is happening here at this point of time is that they are gearing up their case in front of the election commission. There is a room just behind the stage where the people who are coming for this particular meeting are registering themselves filing an affidavit, signing an affidavit. The similar process was followed when last year Eknath Shinde camp revolted against Uddhav Thackeray and then staked claim on the Shiv Sena name and symbol. That is what is going to happen here. It's very clear now that this fight is going to be to claim the name and the symbol of the Nationalist Congress Party when the matter will go to the Election Commission. So in a short time from a while, the leaders have already started arriving here. The people who were very close to Sharad Pawar, Chhagan Bhujbal, Sunil Tatkare, Praful Patel, all are here. Ajit Pawar is also likely to reach soon at the venue, and at around 11 o'clock the meeting will begin. The speeches will be made open for the people here, and the line is very clear. Nothing against Sharad Pawar. They will only talk about how they have fulfilled Sharad Pawar's dream of making Ajit Pawar the Deputy Chief Minister again. They have been part of the government. Sharad Pawar always wanted to be part of the government, and that's what has happened. It's like creating a confusion among people whether this particular revolt had Sharad Pawar's blessings or not, because in Delhi, the rumor is still there that what Ajit Pawar has done had Sharad Pawar's blessings. Despite Sharad Pawar clarifying it again and again that there is no blessing from my side, the attempt to create that confusion is still on, and that's why we can see Sharad Pawar's holdings here. They will be taking Sharad Pawar's name again and again, and they want to claim the legacy of Sharad Pawar in the form of Nationalist Congress Party in Mumbai in this particular meeting, which will happen, which will begin in sometime soon, Paulabi.
Sahil, because I'll just, ask you about exactly what you just mentioned, because you followed Maharashtra politics so closely and for such a long time. Did this have Mr. Pawar's approval? What's your sense?
Can you repeat your question? I mean, there's quite a noise here.
Yeah, I understand. Sahil, the question is, because you've, got your finger on the pulse of Maharashtra politics for such a long period of time, just trying to understand from you, what are your sources telling you? Did this have Mr. Pawar's approval?
Well, it clearly doesn't look like that Sharad Pawar has approved it, because, this has not happened in a snap of the moment. This happened over the period of time. The moment Eknath Shinde decided to revolt, he travelled to Surat. The people within NCP became active, including Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar and
just
others.
hold that thought,
And they
because
tried to convince Sharad Pawar
is speaking. Let's listen in quickly.
बेहद ही शर्मनाक है, और आने वाले समय में अगर यही मॉडल दूसरे राज्यों में अपनाया जाएगा तो देश में कोई भी प्रजातंत्र नहीं बचेगी और जनता को वन पार्टी रूल करना पड़ेगा, वन मैन रूल होगा। तो उसके खिलाफ सबको एकजुट होकर लड़ाई लड़नी है। महाविकास अघाड़ी अपनी लड़ाई लड़ेगा, और ऐसे लोगों को, ऐसे सत्ताधारियों को जिनको लगता है कि देश में डिक्टेटोरियलशिप ला सकते हैं, उनको उखाड़ कर फेंकने की ज़रूरत है।
एक सवाल और ना, बीजेपी लीडर नीतीश है कि द एनसीपी हु यूज्ड टू गिव सैलरी टू संजय राउत has now joined the NDA government, which means Sanjay Raut's importance in Maharashtra politics is now over. Uddhav Thackeray faction and Congress were never on good terms. Now when NCP has come with NDA, Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray all have become politically unemployed. MBA is officially over. The time has come to say rest in peace to MBA.
मैं ऐसे तुच्छे लोगों पे कोई टिप्पणी नहीं देना चाहूँगी। तुच्छे सोच, तुच्छी बातें और तुच्छी विचार।
Okay, so that was Priyanka Chaturvedi, of course, dismissing all of the allegations, saying that the MVA is over and saying what happened is extremely shameful. Now, claims that are being made as far as the Shinde camp is concerned. Now, this has been made by NCP leader Mahesh Tapse, in fact, has tweeted about this. He's claimed that it seems that the Shinde camp is jittery about what has happened. Mr. Tapse is over the phone line with us right now. Mahesh, what is it that you're trying to say? That Mr. Shinde dashes back from Nagpur to Mumbai, and that means that his MLAs are wondering what the hell is going on with us?
Yes, good morning to you and to all your viewers.
Good morning.
We did read that the CM Shinde air dashed back into Mumbai late last evening, leaving the president's program aside. And this is, of course, because of the displeasure that is and the discontent that is brewing within his camp as Ajit Dada has joined the government. And now the balance of equation, the balance of power has been now seems to be shifting from CM Eknath Shinde ji to his deputy Ajit Pawar ji in the political circle of Maharashtra. And this is the reason why we have seen interviews of his MLAs. Now there is also the portfolio distribution which is yet to happen. And now it is claimed that Ajit Pawar ji will be getting the finance and planning portfolio. And I think this is the same reason why the Shiv Sena MLAs had defected under Mr. Eknath Shinde ji. And he was taking a very high moral ground that the NCP is not our natural ally, we shouldn't have allied with them. And now I think he was present at the swearing-in ceremony. So more fireworks are expected out of Mantralaya very soon, and there cannot be, happiness within the Shinde camp after Ajit Dada joining and defecting from the NCP and joining the present government. So I think this is exactly what Devendra Fadnavis ji wanted when they made him the CM and try. Ultimately, BJP will make a scapegoat out of him, I feel.
Make a scapegoat out of him in what sense? They're going to dump him before the Lok Sabha elections? What do you think is going to happen?
See, there is already a petition now. Yesterday, Shiv Sena has filed in the Supreme Court regarding the final decision of the Speaker. And BJP definitely has some ace up its sleeve. So BJP is not going to, easily, keep any stone unturned. So that is the reason I think they engineered another split in a party which was rock solid behind the people of Maharashtra. But today I'm telling you, I'm just reaching the venue at Yeshwantrao Chavan Centre. I can see on television that people have started coming. MLAs are in continuous contact with us. And after Shindeji, the CM, he's come back to Bombay. So this is not normal. I mean, nobody, discontinues a national protocol when the President of India is in the state. The CM, as part of protocol, has to be there. So he has cancelled his program. He's back into Mumbai, which definitely says that something very seriously is upset within the Shiv Sena camp of the Eknath Shinde.
Mahesh Tapse, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Sahil Joshi, my colleague, continues to be live with us from the MET College in Bandra, where the Ajit Pawar faction is slated to, start meeting, where all the leaders have already started arriving. You can see on your screens Chhagan Bhujbal. Those are pictures from earlier, of course, when that oath-taking ceremony took place. But Chhagan Bhujbal, Sunil Tadkare, Praful Patel, they've all started arriving. Sahil, of course, I'll go back to the question that I was asking you about earlier about whether this had Mr. Pawar's blessings or not. But before that, taking off from what Mahesh Tapse of the NCP of the Sharad Pawar faction is suggesting, that the fact that the Chief Minister, who was in Nagpur to receive the President yesterday, suddenly dashed back to Mumbai, this just goes to show that the Shinde faction is extremely jittery about the entry of the Ajit Pawar faction into the ruling government. What are you hearing from your sources, Sahil?
Well, what my sources are telling me is that Eknath Shinde was in know of what is happening. So he already knew that Ajit Pawar will be taken in this government, because the move started the moment Eknath Shinde revolted and, the whole thing happened. They went to Surat, then Guwahati, and then took an oath as the Chief Minister. That time itself, the fraction which...
नाराजगी व्यक्त की गई
थोड्याच वेळात या ठिकाणी मान्यवरांचं आगमन होईल आणि आगमन झाल्यानंतर सुरुवात होईल. परंतु महाराष्ट्राच्या कानाकोपऱ्यातून आलेल्या सर्व पदाधिकाऱ्यांना विनंती आहे की ज्यांनी स्टेजच्या
You can see there the media which is chasing Praful Patel over there. Praful Patel, of course, has arrived at that meeting venue. He, of course, has gone with the Ajit Pawar faction, and that meeting is to begin very, very shortly. As soon as Ajit Pawar, in fact, reaches that venue, we're expecting that Mr. Pawar is going to leave from his residence, the Devgiri bungalow in Mumbai, in a short while from now, and he will head to Central Mumbai in Bandra MET College, where that meeting is slated to begin. And this is how the numbers are stacked up as far as the Legislative Assembly of Maharashtra is concerned. Remember, it is a 288 strong Legislative Assembly. Elections were held in 2019. BJP numbers are at 106. They gained one after the NCP lost one seat. As far as the Shinde camp is concerned, They're claiming that they have 44 on their side. And now with the Ajit Pawar faction on board, 24 MLAs are seemingly with Ajit Pawar, and then there are 21 others. So they're comfortably poised as far as the government's position and strength is concerned. Speaking of the Mahavikas Aghadi and the others, that is currently at about 78. So about 12 as far as, the Shinde Sena is concerned, which is the UBT faction, the Uddhav Thackeray faction. 14 left with Mr. Sharad Pawar out of the 53 who were in fact in the Legislative Assembly. Then there are 44 members of the Congress Party, which is taking claim as we speak for the LOP's position, and 8 others. So 195 with the NDA, with the BJP-led faction, and then of course 78 with the MVA. Undecided MLAs, NCP MLAs stand at about 15. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned, because our continuing coverage of this mega political war from the state of Maharashtra will continue on the other side of this break.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 22 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, max.
You briefly touched upon the debt reduction plans. Provide some more color as to how much has been reduced, what is left, and 1,500 crores of cash that you said. Am I to assume that therefore that is post the debt reduction?
Absolutely. So if I look at the debt reduction, once again, during the COVID time, we had a very high debt of almost 2,400 crores, which was a difficult time when the retail stores were shut. Right at that point of time, we were very clear that we will continue to deleverage our balance sheet. And in that journey, from the cash flows of the business and tight working capital management, cost reduction, and good profitability growth in the last 3 years, we could reduce from a 2,400 crore to a 700 crore debt reduction. So that means 1700 crore, we have taken out the debt from the cash flow from operations. Now once this 2800 crore, we have sold the business, after paying tax and such things, we will be left with 2200 crores of cash. So therefore this 700 crore will be repaid and we will be sitting on net cash available for the growth of the business of 1500 crore. So as we speak today, we have already received the money from Godrej. As we speak today, we are already sitting with a positive cash of 1500 crores. So all the debt of the group has been repaid. There is zero debt, rather sitting on the cash.
Okay, that's an important point. Also tell our viewers about your plans, and these have been disclosed, of raising around 2200 crore through NCDs. What's the progress on that front?
Sure. So look, this is an NCD. What happened, as I mentioned, that the lifestyle business of Raymond Limited is getting demerged into Raymond Consumer Care. And since Raymond Consumer Care sold its business on a slump sale basis, therefore the cash has come into the Raymond Consumer Care. Now this cash we wanted to use in the Raymond Limited debt, external debt repayment. That is why NCDs are being issued by Raymond Limited to Raymond Consumer Care, and Raymond Consumer Care will give the cash to Raymond Limited to repay the debt. And upon demerger, what will happen is these debts will cancel each other. One will have the debt receivable, another will be a debt payable. So the two will cross each other, eliminate each other, and we will be a net debt free company. So that NCD is only an internal NCD, the way to get the money so that we can reduce the external borrowings on an immediate basis.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Mega Ajit camp meet to begin anytime now in Mumbai. Ajit Pawar's big move on numbers game. Separate counters made for registration of party workers and leaders. Ajit Pawar camp mulls approaching Election Commission to stake claim over NCP party name and symbol. Sharad Pawar files a caveat with the Election Commission. Ahead of slew of meets, poster war begins in Maharashtra after Sharad Pawar posters put up in Mumbai. Now Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel posters emerge outside Sharad Pawar's residence. Big claim by NCP leader Mahesh Tapse. Claims big revolt in Shinde camp, says Shinde MLAs upset, voicing their displeasure. Cops arrest PJYM leader Pravesh Shukla, who urinated on a labourer. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj vows to slap NSA on the accused. Violence, bullets and total mayhem in Bengal. 17-year-old TMC supporter killed in bomb attack alleged by the CPM and ISF. Mega Ajit camp meeting to begin shortly in Mumbai. Ajit loyalists arrive for the meeting in Mumbai College. Ajit Pawar's big show of strength in Mumbai. Separate counters, in fact, have been set up to register leaders, MLAs, party workers who are coming in from different districts. So that meeting is to begin very, very shortly. You can see on the left-hand side of your screens images from earlier from the Devgiri bungalow, Ajit Pawar's official residence in Mumbai, where supporters have already gathered since this morning in order to show their support for Ajit Pawar, who will shortly be making his way to the MET College in Bandra, where he will be addressing a mega meeting of NCP supporters and leaders. Ritvik Bhalekar is live with us from that meeting venue at the moment. Ritvik, what is it looking like on the ground where you are at the moment? Is Ajit Pawar likely to hold the majority of the numbers today?
For me, this is a high voltage drama here on the ground on the day both the camps of NCP.
Ritvik, just hold on for a few seconds. Let's listen into Sanjay Raut speaking.
हाताखाली काम करणं कठीण आहे. तेव्हा आम्ही त्यांना समजावलं की एकनाथ शिंदे ज्युनियर नाही आहेत, अनेक वर्ष ते राजकारणामध्ये आहेत.
We told them Eknath Shinde is no junior. He's been in politics for a very long time.
अनेक वर्ष राजकारणात आहेत. तर तसे ज्युनियर नाही आहेत, पण तेव्हा त्यांची ती अट होती की आम्ही ज्युनियर माणसाच्या हाताखाली काम करणार नाही. आज ते करतात.
But then it was their stubbornness that we won't work under a junior person.
ते डाऊटफुल आहेत. हे त्यांचेच आमदार, त्यांची जी मानसिक अवस्था आहे, अस्वस्थता आहे, निराशा आहे, त्यातून स्पष्ट होतं की एकनाथ शिंदेविषयी त्यांच्या मनात डाऊट आहे. अजितदादा पवार आल्यामुळे हे मुख्यमंत्री राहतील की नाही असा प्रकारचा डाऊट आहे. म्हणजे डाऊटफुल.
Eknath Shinde is now worried whether he'll be CM after Ajitdada Pawar has become deputy CM.
खाली महाराष्ट्राचं राज्य सुरू आहे.
Under such a cloud of doubt, the ruling administration is governing.
बघा, ह्या प्रोटोकॉलच्या विषयावर मी बोलणार नाही. मी काय सरकारमधला माणूस नाही.
I won't speak on matters of protocol. I'm not a member of the government.
बोललंच पाहिजे असं नाही. बघा, शिवसेनेच्या बाबतीत सुद्धा भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हाच खेळ केला होता.
This is exactly what BJP did with the Shiv Sena. They tried to create a rift within the party, within the family,
दोन तुकडे करून आपलं राजकारण करायचं
and to play their politics
आणि राज्य करा. ही भारतीय
after creating factions.
त्याने शिवसेना त्याच पद्धतीनं फोडली आणि दोन पक्ष म्हणजे दोन पक्षाला एकमेकांसमोर जे कालपर्यंत एक कुटुंब होतं,
they broke Shiv Sena and got them to fight against each other.
थोडा झोडा आणि राज्य करा.
And that's exactly what they're doing with the NCP.
जी ब्रिटिश नीती होती त्याच पद्धतीने काम करतात आणि ते मजा बघतायत. दिल्ली का सुलतान मजा देख रहा है. बस
Delhi's Sultanate is watching the fun.
बादशाह मजा देख रहा है. बादशाह मुर्गी कोंबड्यांची झुंज लावते, मुर्गी लढा रहा है और बादशाह
The king is watching as the chickens fight.
ज्या पद्धतीने भाजपने शिंदे गटासोबत युती केल्याच्या नंतर ताणतणाव जे आहेत ते समोर आले होते, डोंबिवली ठाण्याचे उदाहरण होते, त्याच पद्धतीने आता राष्ट्रवादी सोबत युती झाल्याच्या नंतर ही पुढे प्रकरण समोर येतील का असं तुम्हाला वाटतंय?
नाही, आम्हाला त्याच्यामध्ये काही पडायची गरज नाही आहे. हे आपापसात लढून जीर्ण आणि शीर्ण होतील. आम्ही काल शरद पवार साहेबांशी आमची मीटिंग झाली.
We met Sharad Pawar yesterday.
उद्धव साहेबांशी त्यांच्याशी चर्चा झाली काल दूरध्वनीवरती.
Uddhav Sahib spoke to him over the phone.
अत्यंत मजबूतीने पुढे जाईल.
Mahavikas Aghadi will go forward strength to strength.
बाळासाहेब थोरात हे सुद्धा काल पवार साहेबांना येऊन YB Chavan प्रतिष्ठानच्या
Nana Patole, Balasaheb Thorad of the Congress also met Sharad Pawar at YB Chavan Centre.
तो त्यांचा प्रश्न आहे. आप बताइए. बात ऐसी है कि एक फ्रेज है, एक फुल दो हाफ. कभी कभी आप मजाक में ले लेते हैं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ दो हाफ है, दो डिप्टी CM, और एक फुल नहीं है, वो भी डाउटफुल है. मुख्यमंत्री वो कभी भी जा सकते हैं. जिस तरह से अजीत पवार को लाया गया है कोई ज़रूरत नहीं थी. पूरा बहुमत उनके पास था, 170 तक उनकी फिगर हो गई थी बहुमत की. फिर भी अजीत पवार जैसे सीनियर नेता को उनके साथ कुछ MLA भी है, उनको लाकर शिंदे गुट के सामने चैलेंज खड़ा कर दिया, उनका बार्गेन पावर ख़त्म कर दिया। आने वाले दिनों में मुख्यमंत्री बदल सकता है, मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ। उसका मतलब मुख्यमंत्री डाउटफुल है और बाकी दो हाफ है। एक डाउटफुल दो हाफ ये सिनेमा महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है।
आपण देखील भेटलात शरद पवारांना, या भेटीमध्ये काही
शरद पवारांचा उत्साह आणि आत्मविश्वास हे पाहून मला सुद्धा एक वेगळा ऊर्जा मिळाली.
I also get energized looking at Sharad Pawar's sense of self-confidence.
करतायत किंवा फिरतायत, जातायत, लोकांना भेटतायत. मी काल बराच वेळ ते पाहत होतो त्यांच्याशी बसून. नक्कीच या सगळ्या घडामोडीची जरी मजा भारतीय जनता पक्ष घेत असला तरी उद्धव ठाकरे, माननीय शरद पवार, काँग्रेसचे सगळे नेते, Rahul Gandhi and
Sanjay Raut is saying, Ritvik, Sanjay Raut in his very, typical style and his signature style saying, Maharashtra administration right now is ek full, do half, and even the full is doubtful, he says, because Eknath Shinde, he claims, is now facing the ire and displeasure of his own MLAs after Ajit Pawar's entry.
Sanjay Raut has been poking fun of the current political scenario in the state, and right now I am at MET College where Ajit Pawar's camp is holding a meeting. Within few minutes from now, the meeting is about to start, and we are watching here the number of MLAs which are gathering right now, because one after another the MLAs are coming here. A special arrangement is being made here right in front of the stage. Space has been dedicated for the MLAs to gather, and one after another the numbers of MLAs are seen increasing here. Just a few minutes back, the newly sworn in minister Dharmaram Atram confirmed to India Today that total 50 MLAs are supporting Ajit Pawar camp, and they will be coming here is what he's claiming. We need to see if that number gathers here, but at the same time Sharad Pawar camp is also holding meeting at YB Chavan Centre at Nariman Point in Mumbai, and it is being said that since yesterday Sharad Pawar himself is ringing all the MLAs of the party, speaking to them personally and trying to know what they are feeling and are they really supporting Ajit Pawar camp on their will, or there is some kind of pressure. And he is also telling them to come back to the original party and to the meeting which is being held at YB Chavan Centre. Right now, if I can show the picture.
Okay. So that is in fact what we're learning from our sources at the moment. Shinde camp MLAs seem to be upset. That's a big revelation which has been made by Shinde camp MLA Sanjay Shirsat, who in fact has spoken to India Today. MLAs are upset over berths that have in fact gone to the Ajit Pawar faction. Remember, portfolio allocation is yet to happen, but clearly many of them were hopeful that when the state cabinet expansion happens, it is the Shinde camp which will stand to benefit. But now it is the NCP which seems to have walked away with 9 ministerial berths. That includes the Deputy Chief Minister's position as well. Shirsat says have requested Chief Minister Shinde to resolve this. So they've communicated to Eknath Shinde that we're not feeling quite good about this entry of the NCP. This is a party that we revolted against, we worked against, and now we have to make peace with them and work with them. It is going to be tough and difficult. So that is what Sanjay Shirsat of the Shinde camp has said, have requested Chief Minister Shinde to resolve the issue. Remember, already the NCP, the Sharad Pawar faction, is taking pot shots at Eknath Shinde and saying that Eknath Shinde had to dash back to Mumbai after being in Nagpur last evening. He was there to receive President Draupadi Murmu, who was arriving in the state, and right after he'd finished with the protocol, he dashed back to Mumbai, and today he's going to meet with his party leaders and MLAs at 7 p.m. this evening because they're not very happy. Let's listen in to what Sanjay Shirsat said.
और वही नीति बीजेपी ने अपनाई है। जो शरद पवार साहब के खंदे समर्थक थे वही अचानक आया। मुझे पता था ये सब बातें आएंगे करके, लेकिन इतने भी जल्दी आएंगे ये पता नहीं था।
पर सर कहीं ना कहीं जो MLAs आपके हैं वो भी कहीं ना कहीं आस लगा के बैठे थे कि कैबिनेट एक्सपेंशन में उनका नंबर लगेगा। बकायदा भरत गोगोले हुए, प्रताप सरनायक हुए, आपका भी अटकलें लग रही थी कि आप भी एक्सपेंशन में हिस्सा होगा आपका भी कैबिनेट एक्सपेंशन में, पर वो होते हुए नजर नहीं आया। तो अभी क्या आगे की रणनीति किस तरह से देखते हैं आप इसको?
देखिए, ये गुट आने से कुछ हमारी जो सत्ता है, सत्ता में उनको हिस्सेदारी देना जरूरी हुआ था। जब उनको सत्ता में हिस्सेदारी दी तो बट नेचुरल है कि कुछ हमारे ही लोगों के जो पद मिलने वाले थे वो कम हुए, इसलिए थोड़ी नाराजगी है, ये मैं मानता हूँ। ये कोई झूठ या छुपाने वाली बात नहीं। नहीं वो आ गए, हम बहुत खुश है, बहुत खुश है, ऐसा नहीं है। तो ये तो होता है, लेकिन इसका अभी जो तोड़ है, इसके ऊपर सोल्यूशन जो है वो सीएम ने, अब डिप्टी सीएम ने निकालना चाहिए। नहीं तो ये नाराजगी बढ़ना ये अपने लिए भी ठीक नहीं है।
मतलब ठीक नहीं, मतलब नाराज हो गए कहीं ना कहीं फिर से?
नहीं, इसी हद तक कोई नहीं जाएंगे। हम जो 40 लोगों का जो गुट जो निकला था वो ओनली एकनाथ शिंदे पे भरोसा करके निकले, और शिंदे साहब का उनका एक अलग सा ये नेचर बोलो या तो वो अलग से सोच है उनकी, वो हम किसी को भी बाहर नहीं जाने देंगे, ये पक्का है।
ये जो नाराजगी आपने बताई, ये नाराजगी की बात आपने सीएम DCM के कानों तक पहुंचाई है, वहां तक पहुंचाई है, और क्या वहां से आश्वासन मिला है? क्या आने वाले दिनों में कुछ फिर से एक्सपेंशन देखने मिल सकता है हमको कैबिनेट का?
नहीं, ये बात
Okay, Pankaj Upadhyay, my colleague, is standing by outside Ajit Pawar's residence, Devgiri Bungalow, where Ajit Pawar is to, in fact, leave from in a short while from now to head to MET in Bandra. Pankaj, are there more supporters who've gathered outside Ajit Pawar's residence? We know about the posters that went up. We know about the supporters that reached the bungalow as well. What's it looking like right now?
There is heightened activity outside and inside Devgiri, that is the official residence of DCM Ajit Pawar. I'll ask my camera person to pan a little bit and show you what's happening inside. The convoy of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar is almost ready, and the supporters in large numbers are just standing right outside his door. You know, an indication enough that Ajit Pawar could be leaving his place anytime. Earlier in the morning, the supporters and the leaders had maintained that at least by 10:30 Ajit Pawar would leave this place, but that hasn't really happened. It's past 11 now, and now the supporters are anxiously waiting for Ajit Pawar. They maintain that they have taken this big decision, and they are here only on the call of Ajit Pawar, and it's a big day for the Ajit camp. It's a show of strength today, undoubtedly, and that is the reason why hundreds of karyakartas and the supporters and all those
Pankaj,
leaders.
just stay on with us. Mr. Bharat Gogavle of the Eknath Shinde faction is joining us over the phone line right now. Mr. Gogavle, आप इस डेवलपमेंट को किस तरह से देखते हैं? क्योंकि संजय शिरसट से हमारी बात हुई, उनका कहना है कि काफ़ी सारे लोग जो हैं आपके विधायक वो नाराज चल रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको नहीं लग रहा था कि उनको किसी दिन NCP के साथ चल के काम करना पड़ेगा और अपने मिनिस्ट्री जो है NCP को दे देने पड़ेंगे। सर
हेलो,
हाँ गोगावले साहब, कैन यू हियर मी? आपको सुनाई दे रहा है सर?
हाँ बोलिए, आ रहा है।
हाँ सर, संजय शिरसट से हमारी अभी बात हुई, उनका कहना है कि आपके खासा विधायक जो है नाराज चल रहे हैं, क्योंकि एकनाथ शिंदे के ऊपर प्रेशर बन रहा है कि आपने ऐसे कैसे होने दिया। NCP के लोग मंत्रालय लेके चले जा रहे हैं और आपके लोग वहीं पर बैठे हुए हैं।
ठीक है, अभी जो पार्टी के हमारे दोनों पार्टी के साथ वो जो आया है, मुख्यमंत्री उप मुख्यमंत्री ने जो निर्णय लिया है, अभी जो है उसको तो स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। नाराजगी तो है थोड़ी पर, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री हम लोग दूर करेंगे उनके लोगों की नाराजगी। एक इसके सपने में भी नहीं कोई सोच रहा था ऐसा हो जाएगा, लेकिन हुआ सो हुआ। राजनीति में और खेल में कभी भी कुछ भी क्या हो सकता है, उसका उदाहरण है ये परसों का NCP का आने का। तो ठीक है, अभी आया है, चाचा को काका को छोड़ के, तो उसका शुक्र तो कोई ना कोई करना पड़ेगा, तो हम लोगों ने किया भी।
आपने स्वीकार कर लिया, पर आप कह रहे हैं कि नाराज है। क्या आप CM से नाराज हैं सर?
नहीं, CM से नाराज नहीं। CM DCM ने दोनों ने लिया निर्णय है। अभी जो उन्होंने लिया निर्णय है, नाराज तो थोड़े बहुत लोग हमारे हैं, लेकिन उनका हम लोग निकालेंगे, उनको ऐसी नाराजगी निकाल देंगे।
ये नाराजगी कैसे सुलझेगी सर?
अभी तो ठीक ठाक हो जाएगा, नो टेंशन।
नो टेंशन आप कह रहे हैं, क्या आपने सीएम को बताया है कि लोग नाराज चल रहे हैं? सीएम ने भी मीटिंग बुलाई है सर।
तो उनको भी पता है ना, बच्चे तो चलते हैं, हो गया। अगर तो ये तो मीटिंग है हमारे सब एमएलए को, शाम को मीटिंग है 7 बजे।
हाँ
तो
जी।
उसमें अच्छी खासी बातचीत हो जाएगी।
तो आपने बीजेपी को क्या कहा है सर? बीजेपी को क्या कहा है कि आपकी अपनी महत्वाकांक्षा रही होगी कि हमको भी मंत्रालय मिलेगा?
अभी हम हमारा जो क्या भी विस्तार है वो एक 7-8 दिन में हो जाएगा और ठीक ठाक कर देंगे।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि और कैबिनेट में विस्तार होगा 7-8 दिन में और आपके लोगों को उसमें लाया जाएगा?
है ना।
कितने लोगों को?
देखते हैं, अभी 14 सीटें तो बाकी है मंत्रिमंडल का, तो उसमें से देखते हैं अभी कैसा कैसा किसके हिस्से में आता है, लेकिन हो जाएगा। चलिए
सर, आप फाइनेंस पोर्टफोलियो देने को राजी हैं अजीत पवार को?
देखते ना, अभी ऊपर है हमारे नेता मंडली, मुख्यमंत्री, उप मुख्यमंत्री फडणवीस और शिंदे साहब, वो निर्णय लेंगे अच्छा खासा।
ओके भरत जी, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। दैट वाज भरत गोगावले of the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena saying that there is displeasure, there is disappointment within the Eknath Shinde camp because this was not something that they had even dreamt about, but well, things have happened and they have to accept it. Pankaj Upadhyay is joining us live. He's outside Ajit Pawar's residence, the Devgiri bungalow. Pankaj, apologies for interrupting you over there. What is it looking like on the ground? When is Ajit Pawar likely to leave for the MET college in Bandra?
Yes, follow me as I was showing you the visuals. I'm right outside Ajit Pawar's residence, Devgiri, and it's difficult to say, but then, all the supporters are anxiously waiting for Ajit Pawar as to when is he going to come out and march towards Bandra. His convoy is almost ready, and this has been the state for nearly 15 to 20 minutes. Earlier, we were told that around 10:30 Ajit Pawar would be leaving for Bandra, but that, of course, that hasn't really happened. Even at this point of time, there are many supporters, many karyakartas who have gathered from various parts of Maharashtra, and also many of the leaders who show their allegiance to Ajit Pawar are also present. Of course, the likes of Sunil Tatkare met Ajit Pawar in the morning, and they have left from this place directly for Bandra. But it's a wait and watch game right now as to when DCM Ajit Pawar is going to come out. Today, of course, big day for the Ajit Pawar camp. They are taking on the might of Sharad Pawar today. But even though some of the party leaders might maintain that they have all respect and love for Sharad Pawar and that he is
Ajit Pawar, of course, to make his way to the MET college in Bandra, where that meeting of the Ajit Pawar faction is to begin in some time from now. Pankaj, thank you so much for joining us. So this is what it's looking like in terms of both the factions at the moment. So as far as the Ajit Pawar faction is concerned, Sunil Tatkare, remember, has been appointed as state president. So he has been appointed in place of Jayant Patil. So his equivalent on the other side is Jayant Patil. Sharad Pawar, both sides are claiming, continues to be the national president of the NCP. So that is what they're saying. As far as MLA support is concerned, the Ajit Pawar faction is claiming that they have over 40 MLAs in support of Ajit Pawar. As far as the Sharad Pawar faction is concerned, though we're going to see the numbers pan out today, later this afternoon, sources tell us 14 MLAs are with Mr. Pawar as far as his MLAs are concerned. And as far as fence sitters are concerned, there are 15 undecided MLAs in the NCP. Which way are they going to swing? Again, something that we'll learn hopefully by the end of today. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
IIT Delhi tops the chart when it comes to best government engineering colleges in the country, while BITS Pilani is the topper for private engineering colleges. Among the top 50 institutions in the world for engineering and technology education as per the QS World University Rankings by subject 2023, IIT Delhi has kept its game razor sharp by finding the perfect sync between industry-oriented innovation and pure research fundamentals. Set up in 1961, IIT Delhi has always believed in inculcating a strong entrepreneurial mindset in its students and training them to think out of the box. This is what has enabled the institute to become an education brand known around the world, incubating the best minds and putting them out in time to harvest all technology-led revolutions of recent decades. Department of Architecture and Planning of IIT Roorkee retains its top position for architecture, and so does School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, at second post. Vijayawada SPA, however, moved a step forward to third position from number 4 in 2022. The Department of Architecture and Planning in IIT Roorkee was set up in 1956 and is one of the oldest to offer the Bachelors of Architecture degree in the country. The department currently has 164 students doing Bachelors of Architecture, 50 in the Master's program, and 117 students carrying out doctoral research. Backed by strong institutional support, a highly skilled faculty, and a student community known for their creativity, the entire ecosystem is now geared to adapt to the latest advances in technology.
I am diabetic. Should I stop consuming artificial sweeteners? I am non-diabetic, but I don't like to consume sugar. I'm okay with my stevia. Should I continue? Can I replace my sugar with honey? Are dates healthy? Are these questions on top of your mind? Has the WHO guideline on artificial sweeteners confused you? Then listen in to what experts say. Substitute for diabetes. What substitute you think a diabetic person should use for sugar? Different sugar alternatives may be healthy for different people. Natural sweeteners are generally a good choice for seniors who don't have diabetes. But artificial sweeteners do have unexpected health risks depending on someone's current health concerns and comorbidities. Natural substitutes like honey and dates can be alternatives to refined sugar. However, it is important to be mindful of portion sizes.
Good research, which is randomized controlled trials with dates, have shown that they do not have much effect as far as sugars are concerned in short term and in intermediate term, 3 to 6 months time. So a limited amount of dates is as a breakfast or as a snack we can allow in a patient who has a good control of diabetes and patient who is not very obese, and we will tell them that if you restrict to this particular quantity, nothing will happen to your sugar, and that probably nothing will happen to your weight as well.
How I can limit my sugar and what alternatives we have. How safe are natural substitutes of sugar? Natural substitutes like honey and dates can be alternatives to refined sugar and are often considered healthier options due to their natural composition and potential additional nutritional benefits. But can honey and dates manage blood sugar levels and replace artificial sweeteners?
Good morning. You're watching our rolling coverage on all that is going down in the state of Maharashtra. It is political prime time from the morning. Now, let's cut across to the latest news break that is just about coming in and interesting. Does it somewhere down the line smack of the fact that Ajit Pawar is a bit confident that he has the prerequisite numbers? The news that we're breaking. Ajit Pawar has now gone to the EC, Election Commission, informing them about the current political dilemma which is being faced by the NCP, which he says now he controls. What we are given to understand, Ajit Pawar faction has moved the Election Commission, informing the EC of the current political scenario. Somewhere down the line, there seems to be a sense of confidence where Ajit Pawar is operating from. Approaching the EC would mean that he is very sure that he has the prerequisite numbers. He needs 36 at least. He says he has over 40. The strength of the Vidhan Sabha, where the NCP numbers are concerned, stands at 54. All right, okay, let's... while we are breaking the news of what's taking place on the sidelines, all eyes right now on Ajit Pawar faction's meet. All right, we're going to continue getting our viewers the latest there, but okay, let's listen it. To give our viewers perspective, this viewers is the center where Sharad Pawar has called the meeting, which is at 1 p.m. But certain leaders are already filtering in, that you can see. You had Supriya Sule, who came in a short while ago. And this is Anil Deshmukh, the former Home Minister of Maharashtra. But Supriya Sule has already come in at YB Chavan Centre. Cutting across to the YB Chavan Centre, where the second political meet is taking place, called by Mr. Sharad Pawar. Joining me right now is Sahil Joshi. Sahil, give us perspective. Very interesting. While leaders from both sides are coming in, at the Ajit Pawar meet and now at the Sharad Pawar meet, what's interesting in the midst of all of this, Sahil, is that Ajit Pawar has approached the Election Commission, apprising the EC of the current political dynamics in the state. Is he operating, Sahil, from a sense of surety that he has the numbers? Because otherwise one would suggest, why would he do so?
Well, to establish his role, that he's the one who has the control of the NCP, the name and the symbol, eventually the fight will have to go to the Election Commission. He will have to assert himself in front of the Election Commission. And what is happening today, the registration, the calling of the MLAs is basically a kind of a preparation to have a long fight at the Election Commission. And how this fight is going to turn out and what exactly is going to be the Shinde factor in this. We have with us Mr. Anand Paranjpe, the former member of parliament of Nationalist Congress Party, and now he has joined the Ajit Pawar camp. Mr. Paranjpe, why you decided to go with Ajit Pawar rather than choosing your mentor Sharad Pawar, the national president of the party, who is having a different meeting at YB Chavan Centre? You are with Ajit Pawar here. Why is the decision?
Honorable Sharad Pawar ji is still our mentor.
He doesn't think like that.
We have his blessings, and this is not Ajit Pawar camp, but this is Nationalist Congress Party convention which is going on, and as a person working in the organization, I am here to attend this.
No, but then is that the reason why Ajit Pawar has claimed that he's the real NCP? That's why he has approached the election commission. Why that fight has to be there? If you are the original, why you have to approach the election commission?
Majority of the MLAs, elected representatives, those working in the organization like me, are with Ajit Dada Pawar, and hence Ajit Dada Pawar is the original NCP, and we are confident that majority of our party workers, elected representatives, MPs and MLAs are with Ajit Dada Pawar.
We are hearing that the Shinde camp is a bit upset the way the things are turning out. You have had your tussle with Eknath Shinde. You come from Thane district. You have been member of parliament there. What exactly is going to be the equation now? I mean, you think that Eknath Shinde, you will be able to adjust with Eknath Shinde? The people are saying, Eknath Shinde people are saying that, you know, they had a problem with NCP. That's why they broke away from Uddhav Thackeray, and now you are joining hands with the BJP.
It is for them to answer. We as NCP have joined this coalition government. Ajit Dada Pawar and 8 of our MLAs have taken oath as cabinet ministers. So it is now for all of them to work in a homogeneous manner so that the coalition government delivers on performance.
So are you going to demand for the seat from the for Lok Sabha from Thane?
I have joined without any condition. I have just been an organization man, and whatever responsibility Mr. Sunil Tatkare, who is our state president, gives me, right now I have been given the responsibility as Thana city president and spokesperson for NCP, and I am doing my job.
Thank you, Mr. Paranjpe, for speaking to India Today. So this is Mr. Anand Paranjpe. He is the former member of parliament. Please understand, you know, he have had his tussle with Eknath Shinde. The moment Eknath Shinde became the chief minister, he comes from Thane, and now it's saying that Eknath Shinde camp will now have to adjust with them because now they are also part of the government. Most importantly, the fight is going to go to the election commission. The real number fight will happen in front of the election commission. Please, remember what happened with Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena had the similar fight in election commission, and finally that camp won, who had maximum number of member of parliaments and also maximum number of MLAs on their side, and that's what we are going to look forward to. What after this particular meeting, the next fight is going to be in Delhi.
You know, Sahil, what does it look like? So what we've done is we've split two frames, Sahil, where you're standing, because Sahil Joshi, Mumbai Bureau Chief, is reporting from the venue where Ajit Pawar is holding his meeting. That venue could be called suburban Mumbai, Bandra, MET College. On the other hand, you have the YB Chavan Centre, where Sharad Pawar camp is holding its meeting at 1 p.m. Very, very interesting. Sahil, give us a sense in terms of what are you seeing? Are you seeing a lot of cadre pulling in, taluka leaders, local district level leaders? Are they coming to Ajit Pawar's venue? Because there's been a clarion call at both ends. And in terms of numbers, what's the sense that you're picking up? Do they seem to be piling in favor, at least right now where you're standing?
Okay, now please understand what this particular premises is. The Mumbai Education Trust Educational Institute. It's kind of owned by Chhagan Bhujbal, now the minister in Shiv Sena, BJP, and the Ajit Pawar fraction NCP government. A lot of NCP meetings had happened here before, but this time it is going to be the Ajit Pawar fraction meeting. Now, this is the stage which has been prepared here. You can see that the Ajit Pawar supporters have already gathered here. Everybody is, I support Dada is the project, is the poster they are carrying. This is very clear that they are here to. It's kind of a coronation of Ajit Pawar as the NCP chief, the way we saw last time. Exactly the replica of what we are seeing at this point of time here. The various taluka leaders, the taluka workers, the office bearers are coming here. the more number of MLAs, the more number of local leaders are coming with their supporters. There is a camp which has been set up just behind the stage. There is a camp which is set up, and there the registration, filing of the affidavits are happening. Finally, all these affidavits will be presented to the election commission when the fight will go to the election commission. It's a different issue that election commission never looks into the affidavit, because last time also the Shinde Sena camp filed almost 2.5 lakh affidavits, but the election commission said that they have no means of understanding whether these affidavits are true or not. Most importantly, this particular stage has been taken over by the photographs of Ajit Pawar. Let's try and go and talk to some of the supporters. Whom are they exactly supporting at this point of time? Here are some supporters. Let's speak to them and try to understand. ये पार्टी किसकी है? अजीत पवार की या शरद पवार की?
भाई शरद पवार साहब वरिष्ठ नेता है, पार्टी शरद पवार का है, लेकिन अजीत पवार उसका यानी मतलब पुतना है। वो
पार्टी शरद पवार का कैसे हो गया? आप तो अजीत दादा को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं।
अजीत दादा को सपोर्ट हो, पार्टी का है ना अजीत दादा, वो अभी फूट गए, इसका मतलब हम लोग सपोर्ट उसको भी करेगा। हम लोग अजीत दादा का आदमी है।
तो शरद पवार के नहीं?
शरद पवार हमारा लीडर है केंद्र का,
लेकिन वो बोल रहे हैं कि वो जो कर रहे हैं वो सही नहीं है, वो उनके साथ में नहीं है, ऐसा बोल रहे हैं।
मैं वो ऊपर का लेवल में अजीत दादा जो भी है निर्णय, हम लोग अजीत दादा का साथ में है। अजीत दादा हमारा पावरफुल नेता है। अभी यंग जनरेशन को अजीत दादा का जरूरत है अभी।
चलो ठीक है। बीजेपी के साथ अजीत पवार सरकार बना रहे हैं, शरद पवार को पसंद नहीं आ रहा है, आपको क्या लगता है?
अजीत पवार एक अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं।
मैंने सवाल पूछा, उसका जवाब दीजिए।
अच्छा लग रहा है।
तो शरद पवार कह रहे हैं कि ये नहीं होना चाहिए, तो आप किसके साथ में? शरद पवार या अजीत पवार के साथ?
अजीत पवार के साथ है।
शरद पवार के साथ नहीं है?
शरद पवार भी हमारे साथ है। शरद पवार साहब हमारे वरिष्ठ है, वो हमारे साथ ही है।
बट वो नहीं मानते आप उनके हैं, क्योंकि उनका कहना है कि जो बीजेपी के साथ गए वो
हमारे लोग नहीं है। उन्होंने कभी नहीं बोला वो हमको हमारे अपने ही है और हमारे ही रहेंगे कभी भी।
तो उनकी मीटिंग तो YB चवन सेंटर में चल रही है, आप वहाँ क्यों नहीं गए? अगर वो आपके
सबके सब जितने भी आमदार है सब हमारे साथ है, सब आप देख।
मैं आपको पूछ रहा हूँ, आप यशवंतराव चव्हाण सेंटर क्यों नहीं गए? शरद पवार तो वहाँ पर।
आज देखिए बात डेवलपमेंट की। आज तुम आप हमारे को जो बोल रहे हो माइनॉरिटी समाज,
मैंने आपको सवाल क्या पूछा कि शरद पवार की मीटिंग यशवंतराव चव्हाण सेंटर चल रही है, आप वहाँ क्यों नहीं गए? ये मैं पूछ रहा हूँ।
नहीं, बात ये है कि आज शरद पवार साहब इधर हमारे साथ हाजिर है, उनका हमारे दिल में हो।
कौन से दिल में?
हमारे सारे दिल में वही है, शरद पवार साहब ही है।
सर, हम अजीत पवार साहब को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, इसके लिए आज हम यहाँ पे हैं। आज हम अजीत पवार साहब को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, इसके लिए आज हम यहाँ पे हैं।
So you can see the confusion. They are saying that they also support Sharad Pawar, but right now they are with Ajit Pawar. This confusion is going to prevail till the time the election commission doesn't take a particular stand over it. Sharad Pawar has taken pains to make people understand that no, they are not. He is not agreeing with what Ajit Pawar is doing, but it seems that the supporters still going ahead with this narrative that Sharad Pawar is a national president. Whatever is happening inside NCP is happening in Maharashtra, and eventually both the fractions will come together. People know that there is another meeting which is being held by Sharad Pawar at YB Chavan Centre, but still we can see there that the supporters who are supporting Ajit Pawar are clearly saying that despite Sharad Pawar is our leader, right now we are here for Ajit Pawar. So this confusion will prevail.
It's a theatre of the absurd, at least
and
till
the
now.
number game doesn't matter anymore.
Right.
People have made up their mind, it seems.
But but the number game will ultimately matter. Sahil, is a theatre of the absurd. Paulomi and I were just having a laugh when you were speaking to all the cadre there, because very interesting. There is a sense, at least right now, where the people you're speaking with, that there's a bit of ambiguity. Paulomi, I'll just bring you in because, Sahil has to just switch for a while to our other channel, which is Aaj Tak. But Paulomi, the question will ultimately come, will that...
आजो। घड़ी में इस वक्त 11:35 हो रहे हैं और एनसीपी के नेता और महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री अजीत पवार अपने घर देवगिरी से बांद्रा की तरफ कूच कर गए हैं, जहां 40 से ज्यादा विधायकों के समर्थन का दम भरने वाले अजीत पवार का आज असली इम्तिहान होने वाला है। साथ ही साथ देखिए, समर्थकों की गाड़ियां अजीत पवार के साथ जा रही हैं। आज अगर, जैसा कि उन्होंने कहा कि 40 से ज्यादा समर्थक उनके साथ मौजूद हैं, अगर वो कर पाते हैं तो ठीक, अगर नहीं कर पाए तो एनसीपी के भीतर एक नया नाटक शुरू हो जाएगा। अजीत पवार के लिए चैलेंज ये आसान नहीं होगा, क्योंकि उनकी लड़ाई इस वक्त ठीक शरद पवार से है, जिसे राजनीति का गुरु कहा जाता है। दोनों खेमे इस वक्त अपनी अपनी पोजीशन में अडिग हैं। देखने वाली बात रहेगी आगे आगे क्या होता है। कैमरा पर्सन वैभव कंगुटकर के साथ पंकज उपाध्याय, मुंबई आज तक।
What we're going to do is, right now, Ajit Pawar has left his residence and he's on his way to the MET college where the Ajit Pawar faction is meeting. The visuals that we are, of course, showing you is not from the Ajit Pawar faction meet. These visuals are filtering in from the YB Chavan Centre, and understandably, you see pictures of washing machine, which the NCP keeps invoking in terms of taking, because it was just about a week ago that you have the Prime Minister come out, call out the NCP as a corrupt party. And the NCP, the spokespersons, leaders who are still pledging allegiance to Sharad Pawar have come out openly to suggest that the same lot which called our party and our members corrupt, especially the likes of Ajit Pawar, have accepted them. Ajit Pawar, like we just pointed out, has left his residence for the venue meet. His venue is in Bandra, which is suburban Mumbai. Not very far though from South Mumbai, where the YB Chavan Centre is there. And well, our reporters, our editors have been speaking to the cadre, the local level leaders who have gathered there at the Ajit Pawar residence. There seems to be ambiguity because not one of them is being able to say that they don't stand with Sharad Pawar, despite of Mr. Sharad Pawar yesterday making it very clear, warning Ajit Pawar for not using his face and his legacy. Ajit Pawar has done both this morning. There are pictures of Sharad Pawar plastered across the venue at the MET college. I want to now quickly cut across to Pankaj Upadhyay reporting from the residence of Ajit Pawar. He's just left. Pankaj, is what we have been given to understand, those visuals filtering in.
That's right, Preeti. Finally, Ajit Pawar left his official residence, Devgiri, just a few moments back, and he was accompanied by many of his loyalists and karyakartas who've come from across the state. And now he's moving towards Bandra. The meeting is supposed to start at 11, but he left half an hour late, and it should not take him more than 15 to 20 minutes to reach Bandra. Now, most of his loyalists clearly maintain that Ajit Pawar clearly has overwhelming majority. They maintain that more than 40 MLAs, as he has been saying from day one, are with Ajit Pawar. They say at this point of time they are not going on a naming spree for the simple reason that the government is in majority and there is no reason for them to spell out the names or do a parade as such. But the fact remains, it becomes interesting because on the other hand, the Sharad Pawar faction clearly maintains that barring the 9 who've taken oath, rest of them today or in the days to come ultimately will come to Sharad Pawar because for the immense love and respect that they have for the senior Pawar. So it really remains to be seen what happens. Today is clearly a show of strength. At least we'll have first hint, Preeti. At least we'll get to have the first hint or first initial idea as to who has the bigger number. Yeah.
Well, you're right there. Pankaj, appreciate you joining us. My colleague Pankaj Upadhyay joining us right outside Ajit Pawar's residence, who has just minutes ago left for the venue. We're going to keep our cameras positioned there, vantage point at the MET college where the Ajit Pawar faction is meeting. Will Dada replace Sahib? Will Ajit Pawar replace Sharad Pawar? That's the big question. Ajit Pawar camp says they're not going to reveal the numbers because the government is in majority. They don't need to. They'll do it in front of the EC. But posturing goes a long way in politics, Polumi, and I'm pulling you in on that. It's interesting in terms of just sheer developments. I would think all our reporters, all our editors today would be keeping their eye on the 54 MLAs. Do they attend? Which side of the camp do they go to? Do they go to Ajit Pawar's side? Do they go to Sharad Pawar's side? Or they are missing in action?
That's right. I mean, it boils down eventually to the numbers game. Of course, when it reaches the speaker's table, he's not going to take a decision anytime soon because he's not taken a decision as far as the Shinde Sena tussle is concerned. But as far as the Election Commission is concerned, we know that both sides have approached the Election Commission already. The Sharad Pawar faction has filed a caveat in the Election Commission and the Ajit Pawar faction has moved the Election Commission to stake claim over the name and symbol. So it's going to boil down to the numbers, and that's exactly why Ajit Pawar currently, the faction currently apparently is busy taking down everyone's signature on affidavits over there, where you state your name, your contact number, the district that you come from, and any position or post that you hold within the party, because eventually it's going to boil down to the numbers. We're being told by our team in Mumbai that at least 15 NCP MLAs are undecided at the moment. So which way are they going to swing? That's going to be very critical.
All right. You know what we're going to do is, let's quickly split our frame into one, the YB Chavan Centre, the other, the MIT College. MIT College, Ajit Pawar faction meet, YB Chavan Centre, Sharad Pawar meet. 11 a.m. was supposed to be the meet at the Ajit Pawar faction at the MET College. 1 p.m. is the meeting at the YB Chavan Centre. We're going to get you both those camera points and those visuals there, but I want to cut across to Dipesh, who's joining us from the Ajit Pawar Centre, where Ajit Pawar's meeting is going to take place. Dipesh, what's the latest? Any time now? We are expecting Ajit Pawar to pull in. Things going a little late. 11 o'clock the meeting was to start. Not yet. 12 noon is what we are looking at right now. Okay, my colleague Dipesh is not joining us from the Ajit Pawar Centre. He's at the YB Chavan Centre, where the Sharad Pawar meet is to take place at 1 p.m. Dipesh, if you can hear me, try and get us maximum reactions from there. What does it look like?
Yes, definitely. Here at YB Chavan Centre, we are at YB Chavan Centre, and the Sharad Pawar faction will going to hold a meeting, and right now, as we can see, the office bearers of the Sharad Pawar faction are holding a banner in favor and supporting the Sharad Pawar right now. And right now we are having the leaders of the Sharad Pawar faction who are here. Right now we are here with Mehboob sir. क्या कहेंगे आज शरद पवार जी की मीटिंग है, क्या कहेंगे?
आज सभी लोग यहाँ पर पवार साहब को पाठिंबा देने के लिए इकट्ठा हुए हैं और सब महाराष्ट्र के युवा ये शरद पवार साहब के साथ है। जिन लोगों को पवार साहब ने बड़ा किया वो लोग आज पवार साहब के पीठ में खंजर खोपकर पवार साहब को फंसाकर जो गए हैं उनके प्रति रोष है। उधर की भीड़ जो है जमा की जाए है, वो मंत्रियों को गाड़ी देकर बुलाने के लिए कहा गया है। ये भीड़ किसके बुलाने से नहीं आई है, तो शरद पवार साहब के लिए खुद के जेब के पैसे से।
यहाँ अब तक कितने विधायक आ चुके हैं? यहाँ कितने विधायक आ चुके हैं आपकी जानकारी में?
हमारी मीटिंग 1 बजे है, आपको समझ में आएगा कि कितने विधायक इधर है। मगर जो 40 विधायकों का दावा कर रहे थे उनको बताइए 40 विधायक।
These are visuals from Ajit Pawar's residence, viewers, recorded just about 15 minutes ago when Ajit Pawar left his residence, clearly in midst of chants of Dada. There he is moving and on his way to the MIT College. That is where the Ajit Pawar faction is meeting. That's Ajit Pawar getting into his car. These are visuals recorded just about 20 minutes ago. And what you can hear very clearly, Ajit Pawar, hum tumhare saath hai. And these are visuals and chants that would be echoing through both camps today, viewers. Ultimately, it will come down to the sheer strength on who really has the majority numbers on their side. Of Ajit Dada, aage badho, hum tumhare saath hai. Now these are chants very often heard in spheres of politics and political coverage, but right now there are two very separate clarion calls and chants that would be emanating from where the NCP cadre is concerned. One which is spearheaded by Ajit Dada, the other one spearheaded by Sharad Pawar. Will Dada replace Sahib where NCP is concerned. We'll only know in time to come. Well, today is a day of posturing. Today is a day of muscle flexing, show of strength. Ajit Pawar camp adamant that they don't really want to reveal in terms of names on the numbers that are on their side because they say the government is in majority, but there are ripples on the sidelines of the big political upheaval that the state of Maharashtra has witnessed. And part of that polemic comes from the sheer fact that you had the Chief Minister, Eknath. Okay, let's listen in. Reactions coming in, I believe. All right, we're gonna cut across in a short while for more reactions as they filter in. But Polomi, bringing you back into the conversation, what's taking place on the sidelines? Understandably, when Eknath Shinde took oath, there was an understanding where his leaders were concerned that they would soon be accommodated in an already packed cabinet. That packed cabinet is bursting at the seam with 9 more, including Ajit Pawar as Deputy CM. All of that in play, we can already see the posturing, the murmurs coming in. Murmurs which are very, very loud now from the Eknath Shinde camp on what's really going on.
That's right. The Eknath Shinde camp is not very happy. They're, as you said, they're loud. They're on record. Sanjay Shirsat has spoken a short while ago. I spoke with Bharat Gogavle as well. They're clearly stating that they're very unhappy with what happened with the BJP bringing in the NCP into the ruling alliance and, of course, bringing them into government as well. And that means basically that they're going to get a lesser share of the pie. They were hoping that with the expansion of the state cabinet, more from the Eknath Shinde camp would be, in fact, accommodated in the ruling government of Maharashtra. That doesn't look likely at the moment, though they're still claiming that there is a possible expansion of that cabinet, which will happen over the next 7 to 8 days, and there could be members of the Eknath Shinde faction who could be brought in, who could be inducted into the state cabinet.
Right.
But they're not very happy. They've communicated that to Eknath Shinde. They've told the BJP as well. They've told Devendra Fadnavis as well. And now it is up to Eknath Shinde to, in fact, keep his flock together, because clearly he's very he's very jittery with what's happened, because yesterday he was in Nagpur following protocol. He was there to receive President Draupadi Murmu, who was landing over there. And right after that, without wasting any time, he was back in Mumbai. He dashed back to Mumbai in order to, of course, meet with his party workers and leaders. He's been meeting them, and he's going to officially meet them at 7 p.m. this evening.
Well, you're right there, Polomi, because all of that, we were somewhere down the line, feeds into a parallel narrative, which is, of course, not official yet, but a lot of chatter emanating in the political circles of Mumbai that is there an attempt now to possibly downsize Eknath Shinde with the current development, not so crucial to the alignment of the government where Maharashtra is concerned. What we're going to do is we're going to leave you with these visuals, and we're going to come right back. Ajit Pawar on his way anytime now would be entering the MET college, where the Ajit Pawar faction, which he calls the real NCP, is meeting. Quick break. Back soon with the visuals.
Amit, what is the amount of money that you have sort of put into the entire business? How large is it today? And what is the inventory that you have that is to be sold?
So look, as I said, we have contributed the historical land, so to speak, because as I have maintained all along, and even in that article, that we have been sitting right there during the COVID time, cash flow positive on this project. Even we took a debt on the second project, but even there also the cash flow generation has been far higher. If you are selling the building to the tune of 80%, your ability is always a milestone collection, and our collection milestones are achieving very quickly. So we do not see a challenge of getting the money back from the customers. So when we get the money from the customers, it enables a cash flow positive. So therefore, what our contribution is primarily on the land, and initially we have put some small money. However, now inventory, when we talk about, in the first 2 projects, as I mentioned, 80% is sold, so only 20% is left. On the third project, as we speak today, I think close to 30% has been sold, and we are looking anything between, in the next 2 years, to sell another 30-40% of that. So now practically we are already sold out for the various projects. Now, we have already signed a joint development agreement in Bandra, which we should be launching over the next few months. Now, the whole growth story for the real estate business, because Thane is still an finite land. We have 60 acres to more, but you need to expand. And real estate is not a business only to monetize land. It is a business, core business for us. And that is why we did the demerger. So you will have a real estate pure play and you have a lifestyle pure play. Now in real estate, we are partnering with various people, as our board has taken two primary decisions. One, we will not put money behind the land. We will not buy land at all. And we will not move out of MMR, because it is much better to stay in this region. You have a better grip. You can monitor closely and manage things better. So now we are getting enough and more JDA projects. One is already signed, and I think few are on an advanced stage of discussion, and that will give us a good opportunity.
Stevia, an artificial sweetener, is a plant derivative. Why is it being advised against? Is that the question on top of your mind? Well, that certainly is the question that many experts are asking.
Stevia, being derived from a plant, has generally been considered to be safer than the synthetic sweeteners. In fact, some studies show that stevia can help improve glucose tolerance. There are some studies which have shown that stevia can help lower blood sugar as well as blood pressure. So people who are consuming medications for diabetes or hypertension or are on diuretics must consult.
Powered by The world comes together at Sharda University.
Very good afternoon. Our rolling coverage on what really is going down in the state of Maharashtra and what is the fate of the NCP. Let's cut across while two meetings take place. One of the Ajit Pawar faction, who calls himself the real NCP, the other of Sharad Pawar faction. One taking place at the MET College in Bandra, the other one taking place at the YB Chavan Centre in South Mumbai. Where will the cadre go? The taluka leaders, local leadership, will the numbers be on the side of Ajit Pawar? 53 is the figure of the NCP where the State Assembly is concerned. What Ajit Pawar faction has made very clear is that they have over 40 in support. Do they really have 40? A lot of our political reporters and editors will be looking out for those faces in the crowd. Who goes where is the big question. But there seems to be a sense of confidence emanating from the Ajit Pawar camp. Earlier in the morning, Ajit Pawar faction has approached the Election Commission, apprising the EC of the current political dynamic and possibly staking claim, stating that they are the real NCP. It's a fight for the party, it's a fight for the symbol. All of that would be decided in the court of the Election Commission. Let's cut across right now. Joining me live is our consulting editor, Rajdeep Sardesai from the YB Chavan Centre, where the Sharad Pawar meeting is to take place at 1 p.m. But first, let's listen in. Praful Patel coming in at the MET College, which is the Ajit Pawar meeting centre. All right, so that's visuals of Praful Patel coming through there. Most leaders refusing to speak. You have the Ajit Pawar faction stating that they really don't need to give out the numbers because the current government is in majority. They will do so before the Election Commission and possibly when the Assembly reconvenes. But one by one, you can see now the likes of Praful Patel, though of course did not swear in as one of the cabinet ministers, but were firmly positioned on the side of Ajit Pawar. A lot from the Sharad Pawar faction actually blame him for possibly being the go-between and brokering, helping broker this deal when it's come down to You have, let's cut across right now. You have Chhagan Bhujbal there as well, along with Praful Patel. Sahil, I believe you've got some news break. Up.
Well, Preeti, I have this affidavit in my hand, which is being signed here, and I would really like to read it out. I mean, to make it understand that this fight is going to be till finish. Please read the affidavit. The Pratidnya Patra in Marathi is called affidavit. Pratidnya Patra is meant to be affidavit. It's written here, Nivadnuk Ayog. That means Election Commission. So what we can see that this affidavit is being made to be submitted to the Election Commission by the Ajit Pawar camp. And what is written in the affidavit? Let me read it out for you. The affidavit has been signed by this Mumbai NCP leader. Mumbai Pradesh Secretary has signed this affidavit, and what has he signed for? That I hereby solemnly state on oath that I repose by faith and unconditional support to Ajit Pawar and the group led by Ajit Pawar, who is the backing of the majority of the senior leaders, elected members and organizational members within the party. I further extend my unconditional support to Ajit Pawar to lead the party. I say that I fully understood the contents of the affidavit and the statements made therein are true and correct. That means this particular affidavit, Preeti, is being signed by the NCP workers, NCP MLAs, the NCP leaders, and they are taking the oath that they are supporting the group led by Ajit Pawar in this particular fight. There is no Sharad Pawar mentioned here. Even if the people here who are saying that Sharad Pawar remains to be their leader, Sharad Pawar remains to be the national president of the party, but the affidavit which is being signed by the people at the Ajit Pawar camp, it's clearly saying this affidavit is supposed to be submitted to the Election Commission, and this is clearly saying that this, they will be submitting these affidavits in the Election Commission. The fight is going to go to the Election Commission is very clear at this point of time, Preeti.
To the Election Commission, but how much will these affidavits actually work there, especially where, you're looking in the light of what went down with the Shiv Sena and what Sahil was saying earlier. But having said that, cutting across, Sahil, just stay on with us. Sahil reporting from the Ajit Pawar faction camp's venue. Let's cut across right now to the Sharad Pawar faction camp's venue. And joining me from there is our consulting editor, Rajdeep Sardesai, on this rainy Tuesday morning. But what a tumultuous Tuesday for the NCP. Rajdeep, will Dada replace Sahib? What's the word that you're picking up?
Well, we're here at the YB Chavan Centre, where, as you can see, it's a typical monsoon day in Mumbai, and the thunder clouds are not just over the city of Mumbai, but over the NCP as well. As I was coming into Mumbai, the entire streets were littered in with posters of the Ajit Pawar camp, but importantly with a photograph of Sharad Pawar. Remember, Mr. Sharad Pawar had said that the rebel camp should not use his photograph. But right through the day today, as you travel on the streets, you can see that the Ajit Pawar faction is trying to emphasize that Sharad Pawar is still, in a way, their guru, still their president. But let me just take you to the scene that we can see here at the NCP. You can see that the Sharad Pawar faction is preparing for their meeting. A large section of their party has come here to... Sir, Shivaji Rao, namaskar. Sir, Rajdeep. So you can see here, senior leader Shivaji Rao Patil here. Sir, mala ye sanga, are majority of the MPs and MLAs with Sharad Pawar or not?
Then I'm first going to have Vandan to my guru.
Who is your guru? YB Chavan. So I will, we'll wait and see. As I said, many of the leaders of the Sharad Pawar faction are slowly coming in here. The Pawar faction insists here that a majority of the senior leaders will join them. Interestingly, Mr. Pawar is expected to fly out to Delhi either tonight or tomorrow morning. He wants to hold a working committee meeting there to try and show that the national units of the NCP are with him. State-wise, you might even expect a few MLAs coming to both the camps today. But as you can see at the moment, there is a large number of Pawar supporters who've gathered here in the hope that they will command the majority. So the battle really will be one of perception more than anything else. Mainly workers the women's wing, for example, of the NCP and the youth wing. Remember, Supriya Sule controls the women wing. So a large number of women karyakartas of the NCP are here. But the others, many of the others, the MLAs are not too many that we've seen. We've seen about 4 or 5 MLAs since the morning here.
Across to Sahil Joshi as well, who's with us from the Ajit Pawar faction. We're going to try and bring in Sahil Joshi into this conversation. Sahil, with where Rajdeep right now stationed at the YB Chavan Centre, Ajit Pawar's camp. You are right now at, of course, the Ajit Pawar faction centre. What's the sense that you're picking up, Sahil? Like we've been pointing out, it's going to come down to the election commission ultimately. All right, visuals coming in, Sahil. Maybe you can talk us through that. You have Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, senior leadership of now what the Ajit Pawar faction is.
Well, it's now very clear that he's taking the claim over the party. We have joined with us Mr. Kokate. He is the MLA of Nationalist Congress Party. क्या हो रहा है? देखिए ये एफिडेविट फाइल हो रहा है कि मैं सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ अजीत पवार और उनके ग्रुप लेड बाय अजीत पवार को. तो यहाँ पर पवार साहब के फोटो लगाने का क्या मतलब है?
पवार साहब नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट है,
लेकिन यहाँ पर तो एफिडेविट पे तो आप साइन कर रहे हैं ना कि देखिए ग्रुप आई एम सपोर्टिंग द ग्रुप ऑफ
अजीत पवार.
ग्रुप कहाँ से आ गया?
स्टेट लीडर है,
लेकिन यहाँ पर स्टेट लीडर ग्रुप नहीं लिखा हुआ है.
अरे क्या लिखा है उससे क्या मतलब है? अजीत पवार स्टेट लीडर है, एफिडेविट हुआ तो हुआ, क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
पवार साहब कह रहे हैं कि फोटो मत इस्तेमाल करो.
ठीक है, पवार साहब कह रहे तो वो हमारा अधिकार है ना उनके ऊपर भी. पार्टी में हम भी काम करते हैं.
पार्टी पर भी आपका अधिकार, पवार साहब पर भी आपका अधिकार.
हाँ पक्का, पवार साहब के ऊपर भी हमारा अधिकार है, पार्टी पर भी है और दादा पर भी है.
भले आप पवार साहब की बात सुने या ना सुने.
क्यों नहीं पवार साहब की बात सुनेंगे वक्त आने पर.
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. So as you can see that the people. National anthem is
yeah,
over.
the national anthem right now playing at the Ajit Pawar faction camp. After clearly they took the NCP oath and now the national anthem playing there. Rajdeep, let me bring you into this conversation. Interesting because at the Ajit Pawar's camp there's an affidavit. Each karyakarta who comes, each leader who's coming in is signing an affidavit pledging allegiance to Ajit Pawar as their supreme leader. Anything of that sort happening at the Sharad Pawar camp?
No affidavits here, but plenty of noise. As you can see, Supriya Sule is here at the moment along with a number of Sharad Pawar's core supporters. आप मुझे बताइए, नहीं, एक मिनट. मैक्सिमम MLAs कहा जा रहा है अजीत पवार के साथ है. आप कैसे देखती है, क्या आप मानती हैं कि मैक्सिमम MLAs अजीत पवार के साथ है या नहीं, या कार्यकर्ता शरद पवार के साथ है? कौन किसके साथ है?
देखिए, जहां शरद पवार साहब खड़े होते हैं पार्टी वहीं से शुरू होती है. और जो MLA वहां गए हैं उनको मैं बता दूं, चुनौती दे दूं, तुम्हारी नैया डूबने वाली है. नैया में हम खुददार लोग बैठे हैं और पवार साहब की नैया पार करवा कर रहेंगे.
सुप्रिया सुले के साथ है, शरद पवार के साथ है, या ये जो भी हो रहा है एक तरह से कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं मिली भगत है या नहीं? आप लोग अपने आप है, वो लोग अगली तरफ है. किसी भी प्रेशर में आप अजीत पवार फैक्शन के साथ जाएंगी या नहीं जाएंगी?
हम हमेशा सच के साथ है और राष्ट्रवादी का सच शरद पवार साहब है. इतने बड़े बुजुर्ग जो आए हैं,
फाउंडर पवार साहब हैं और पार्टी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, पार्टी की घटना रहती है, उसका स्ट्रक्चर रहता है. प्रदेशाध्यक्ष, कार्याध्यक्ष, राष्ट्रीय कार्याध्यक्ष, अध्यक्ष, जिलाध्यक्ष, शहराध्यक्ष, तालुका अध्यक्ष. पार्टी लोक प्रतिनिधि से नहीं चलती, पार्टी स्ट्रक्चर से चलती है.
MLA 5 सालों के लिए होते. भैया मैं आपको बता दूं, जो गद्दार 10-12 MLA उधर गए, तुम अगली बार चुन के नहीं आओगे. पवार साहब जिसको बोलेंगे वो चुन के आएगा. और पवार साहब ने ऐसे कैसे इतने सारे MLA बनाए हैं.
वहाँ वो ग्रुप कह रहा है कि अब वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ है. नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश को एक स्टेबल सरकार दे रहे, स्टेबल लीडरशिप दे रहे. कैसे देखते हैं?
ये ईडी का धाक है, ये ईडी का प्रेशर है जिसकी वजह से उनको बोलना पड़ता है. देखिए, हमारी एक पुरानी कहावत है, एक पंछी रहता है, एक पोपट रहता है, उस पोपट को बोलना पड़ता है. ईडी एक पोपट है जो उनसे बुलवाता है कि तुम हमारे साथ आ जाओ, सब अच्छा हो जाएगा। एक वॉशिंग पाउडर है बीजेपी। ईडी का नाम बदलकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी रखो, हम धिक्कार करते हैं उनको। डिवाइड एंड रूल, नरेंद्र मोदी
डिवाइड क्यों हो गई?
नरेंद्र मोदी का कंसेप्ट ही देश में ऐसा है, डिवाइड एंड रूल। वो कंसेप्ट हम चलने नहीं देंगे महाराष्ट्र।
लेकिन मैं आपको बता दूं, इस राज्य की जनता, राज्य का युवा एक बुजुर्ग के साथ, टाइगर के साथ, मैंने पिछली बार भी कहा था, टाइगर अभी जिंदा है, टाइगर अभी जिंदा है। और ये टाइगर और शरद पवार टाइगर, वो
अजित पवार क्या है?
देखिए
उनके कार्यकर्ता है,
उनके कार्यकर्ता है।
पार्टी के मैनेजर थे, वो मैनेजर को लेकर ये मोदी जी गए। हमारे पास किंग है, पवार साहब हमारा किंग है। अजित दादा मैनेजर थे, सिर्फ मैनेज करते थे, उनके साथ कोई नहीं है।
Okay, madam, thank you. As you can see, a lot of women have assembled here because Supriya Sule controls the women wing of the NCP. But where the MLAs will go is extremely unclear here. Rohit Pawar, grand nephew of Sharad Pawar, is also here. Many believe that he could well be the successor to Sharad Pawar. We will try and go and meet Rohit Pawar here in a moment.
Ajit Sardesai making his way to Rohit Pawar, grand nephew of Sharad Pawar. Many had analyzed the split that Sharad Pawar keeping clear his line of succession, Supriya Sule, Rohit Pawar and Ajit Pawar walking off. Interesting developments there that are taking place, viewers. Once again at the Ajit Pawar faction camp, where the meeting is already started, where affidavits are being now signed by not just party leaders, seniors, but also taluka leaders, local, even cadre level, where they are signing an affidavit admitting it to the Ajit Pawar faction camp, where pledging allegiance to not Sharad Pawar but clearly Mr. Ajit Pawar. On the other hand, the meeting at the Sharad Pawar Centre is to start from 1 p.m. Which is just about an hour from now. What we have been given to understand that there is a sense of confidence emanating from the Ajit Pawar camp that they seem to have a bit of surety that they have the numbers. But what is the number that they need? Of 53, they need 36. Do they really have 36? How much of it is bluff, bluster, surety? We'll know in time to come. But interesting also with what we just heard, where Rajdeep was now speaking to the women cadre. Let's pull in Sahil into this conversation. Sahil, very interesting, because the biggest takeaway of that was of how that conversation began. शरद पवार जहां पर खड़े होते हैं वहीं से पार्टी शुरू होती है. You know, going back, borrowing from Amitabh Bachchan's Bollywood there. But having said that, the clout of Sharad Pawar, there are a lot of MLAs right now sitting on the fence, very, very unsure to commit to the Ajit Pawar faction, though in terms of numbers, which seems heavier right now.
You know, Preeti, I've increasingly realized here, I've been speaking to people here, I've been speaking to various people here. You know, there is a lot of confusion among the cadre as well. You know, they somewhere inside believe that maybe after a year from now, both the fractions will come together. I was speaking to some people who have come from Baramati, you know, the core constituency of Pawars. And I asked them one question, that tomorrow, if Supriya Sule contests Lok Sabha election, you will be campaigning against her. Will you be able to do that? You know, he didn't have the answer for that. A lot of people have come from Baramati as well, and they couldn't answer that. Now, I would like
Sahil,
to point
may I
out
just
one
come in? I apologize. I'm cutting you short. The reason I'm doing so is Rohit Pawar right now speaking with Rajdeep Sardesai.
आंकड़ा जो है स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्डली दिख नहीं रहा, वो दिखेगा तब देखा जाएगा. बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है MLAs इम्पोर्टेंट है, लेकिन आगे वाला इलेक्शन सामने देखते हुए पवार साहब ने जो निर्णय लोगों में जाने का वो भी इम्पोर्टेंट है.
ये बताइए कि ये कहा जा रहा है कि प्रफुल्ल पटेल वगैरह कह रहे हैं पवार साहब अभी भी उनके गुरु हैं, अभी भी उनके पिक्चर लगे हैं, तो ये क्या वाकई स्प्लिट हो रहा है या एक परिवार में विवाद है जो सुलझ जाएगा?
देखो, उनको भी मालूम है, पवार साहब का फोटो अगर नहीं दिखाएंगे, पवार साहब के बारे में नहीं बोलेंगे, तो वो जीत नहीं सकते. अभी भी अगर आपने देखा मंत्रालय के पास आदिति तटकरे के पोस्टर्स है, वहाँ पे सिर्फ साहब का फोटो है और आदिति तटकरे का फोटो है, अजित दादा किसी और का फोटो नहीं है. तो टू सम एक्सटेंट सबको मालूम है, जब कांग्रेस से राष्ट्रवादी अलग हुई थी, तब सिंबल को किसी ने नहीं देखा था, साहब को देखा था। जब भी हमने भाषण किया, साहब के काम के बारे में बताया, मतदान लिया, हम सत्ते में आए, तो आज भी पवार साहब के बिना हम जीत नहीं सकते। ये हमको भी मालूम है, उनको भी मालूम है, इसीलिए शायद उनको ऑप्शन नहीं है। और दूसरी बात, प्रफुल्ल पटेल साहब, तटकरे साहब और जो वैसे पाटिल साहब है, उनको क्या कम किया? सब तो दे दिया था। तो जो लोग बाप को भूल गए, वो लोगों के बारे में क्या सोचेंगे?
तो वो वापस आएंगे या आप ये परमानेंट है वापस?
साहब इस बारे में निर्णय लेंगे, मुझे लगता है।
और आप कॉन्फिडेंट है कि एनसीपी उभर कर आएगी या एनसीपी का अस्तित्व एक तरह से अब दांव पे है?
देखो, महाराष्ट्र की अगर बात करें तो महाराष्ट्र में हर वक्त अच्छी चीज होने के लिए संघर्ष हुआ है और बहुत हमारे में से जो नेता थे उन्होंने शॉर्टकट लिया सत्ते में जाने के लिए, और पवार साहब सत्य को मन में रखते हुए संघर्ष की भूमिका ले रहे। तो आगे वाले जो इलेक्शंस होंगे, जो हमको लगता है दिसंबर में लिए जाएंगे, बिकॉज बहुत सारे रेवेन्यू ऑफिसर्स को महाराष्ट्र में और दूसरे राज्यों में अभी ईवीएम चेकिंग के लिए बताया गया है, और ईवीएम का चेकिंग जनरली लोकसभा विधानसभा इलेक्शन के पहले होता है, 6 महीने पहले होता है।
आप कह रहे हैं दिसंबर में महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव?
कर्नाटका में जो हुआ वहाँ पे सत्ता कांग्रेस की आई, बीजेपी की नहीं आई। अभी लोकसभा में मेजोरिटी जो बीजेपी के पास थी वो तो वहाँ पे रहने नहीं वाली, और एमपी में भी अब अगर आप देखें तो वहाँ पे भी बदल होने वाला है। तेलंगाना की बात करें, वहाँ पे राहुल गांधी को जो सपोर्ट मिल रहा है बहुत बड़ा है। तो कांग्रेस का ताकत विधानसभा में बहुत सारे राज्यों में बढ़ने वाली है, और दिसंबर में मेजोरिटी इलेक्शन है। तो वो देखते हुए शायद लोकसभा और विधानसभा महाराष्ट्र में और बहुत सारे राज्यों में दिसंबर में हो सकते ऐसे लग रहा है।
ये कहिए, ये जो आरोप लगाया जा रहा है परिवारवाद का, रोहित पवार, सुप्रिया सुले, शरद पवार, ये परिवारवाद की लड़ाई है, ये पवार परिवार में लड़ाई है।
अभी बीजेपी की अगर बात करें, अगर बीजेपी इस बारे में बात कर रही है, तो अगर वो आंकड़ा चाहिए उसमें परिवार में से कितने लोग हैं। देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब के फैमिली में से बहुत सारे लोग पॉलिटिक्स में थे, तो उनमें परिवारवाद नहीं आता। मुंडे साहब के फैमिली में से कितने लोग पॉलिटिक्स में, उसमें परिवारवाद नहीं आता। और बहुत सारे सेंट्रल पॉलिटिशियंस के बारे में भी अगर कहना चाहे तो वहां पे भी परिवारवाद आता है। तो देखो, डॉक्टर के फैमिली में से एक आध व्यक्ति अगर डॉक्टर होता है, वहां पे परिवारवाद नहीं होता। यहाँ पे अगर राजकारण में ये विषय लाके लोगों के विषय अगर आपको साइड को लगा रहे हो तो ये कहाँ की बात है। और देखो, मैं आमदार हूँ, मैं नॉर्मल कार्यकर्ता हूँ, कहाँ पे मैंने पद लिया है, मैं जिला परिषद सदस्य था, आमदार में आमदारी था, सत्ता होने के बाद भी, और अभी भी हम ये कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ अभी लड़ने वाले हैं।
आखिरी सवाल जो है वो आपसे साफ है, क्या रोहित पवार सक्सेसर है शरद पवार के लिए महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में? सुप्रिया सुले दिल्ली जाएगी, आप महाराष्ट्र में टेक ओवर करेंगे।
ये बात सक्सेसर की नहीं है, ये बात विचार की है। और पवार साहब जिस विचार के खिलाफ 60 साल लड़े, 60 साल लोगों के हित के लिए, वो विचार छोड़ के सिर्फ साल भर के लिए
है। क्या विचार है? कौन सा विचार?
बीजेपी के खिलाफ का, सेकुलरिज्म का, जातिवाद न करने का, धर्म के नाम पे राजकारण न करने का, विकास का, ये जो इम्पोर्टेंट चीजें हैं जो हमने चूज की है।
भुजबल जी कह रहे हैं आप तो तैयार थे बीजेपी के साथ जाने 2019 में।
कौन?
शरद पवार जी तैयार थे।
ऐसा कौन बोला?
भुजबल जी कह रहे हैं।
तो भुजबल जी का आप ऐसा कीजिएगा, 3-4 साल पहले के भाषण बीजेपी के खिलाफ, उनके जो भी भाषण है वो बाहर निकालो और उनको पूछो उस टाइम वो बीजेपी के खिलाफ जो बोले थे वो सत्य नहीं था क्या? लोगों के आपने गुमराह किया क्या? और आज आप बोल रहे हो अलग बोल रहे हो।
तो अभी ईडी की वजह से हो रहा है।
ऑलरेडी उन्होंने,
क्या ये ईडी की वजह से हो?
जहाँ पे वातावरण 2024 में जब भी इलेक्शन होगा बीजेपी के खिलाफ, यहाँ पे अजित दादा मुख्यमंत्री बन सकते थे, ये नेता वापस मंत्री बन सकते थे। अगर 24 में सिर्फ 9-10 महीना रुकना था, तो अभी टेम्पररी बेसिस पे आप सत्ते में क्यों जा रहे हो? तो कुछ तो होगा जो लोगों को लगता है, हमको तो मालूम नहीं, हमने रिसर्च नहीं किया, लोगों को जो लगता है ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है ऐसे लगता है।
ओके, रोहित पवार जो है is the face in a way of the new NCP. Thank you, Rohit. Rohit Pawar, grandnephew of Sharad Pawar, speaking to us. Many believe he could be the successor to Sharad Pawar in Maharashtra politics, while Supriya Sule is sent to Delhi.
That's Rajdeep Sardesai reporting from the YB Chavan Centre. Sharad Pawar's venue, speaking to Rohit Pawar. Like he pointed out, many analyze it possibly that Rohit Pawar would be Sharad Pawar's face at the regional state level while Supriya Sule comes into the centre. But news that we are breaking, inside scoop, sources where the BJP is concerned, telling us that they are expecting today 35 to 43 MLAs to show up in support of Ajit Pawar. So, interesting, because Ajit Pawar's camp has said that we really do not want to give out the names of those MLAs that are supporting us because the government is in power already, in majority. We don't need to do so. But having said that, one thing is clear, and I will bring in Polumi Saha, who's joining us on this news break, breaking it. Polumi, as per your sources, the BJP seems to have been given an assurance that 35 to 43 will show up today at the Ajit Pawar meet, or at least they're expecting 35 to 43 to actually show up out of the 53 MLAs of the NCP.
That's right. The BJP is hoping that at least anything between 35 to 43 MLAs will in fact show up in support of Ajit Pawar today. Remember that it will eventually boil down to the numbers game. It's not about, trying to save the government. The government was in a comfortable position already with the BJP and the Eknath Shinde faction. This is about breaking the NCP. Will the NCP split as a result of this? Remember, Ajit Pawar needs 36 MLAs on his side to avoid any sort of anti-defection action. And already it is being it's probably been indicated already when they had talks over these months in terms of bringing Ajit Pawar on board along with the Bharatiya Janata Party. But now what the BJP is hoping that the numbers, as far as they're concerned, they're saying anything between 35 to 43 are likely to show up in support of Ajit Pawar today.
Sahil Joshi, a lot of it is political posturing as well. So the faction might be taking in affidavits, the faction which is the Ajit Pawar faction where you are right now might be saying that, listen, we don't really need to give the numbers out because the government is in majority. We need to do it in front of the EC or possibly when the session reconvenes. But there seems to be an assurance, and has there been an assurance given by the Ajit Pawar camp? Because BJP sources are telling us that they are expecting 35 to 43 MLAs to show up today in person at the MET College, the venue of the Ajit Pawar faction.
Well, Preeti, I don't think that the BJP would have got Ajit Pawar sworn in today if they didn't have the assurance, right? Otherwise, it would have been another repeat of the incidents what happened in 2019. So the BJP knows well what they are doing. As we are talking about the number game doesn't matter inside the assembly at this point of time because there is no action going to be taken with respect to the anti-defection law. For the simple reason is that the Supreme Court has made it very clear that the Speaker will have to decide which is the real political party. What the affidavits are being signed for is for the Election Commission fight. Even if today not more than 30 MLAs come here, my information says that at least 30 MLAs are here today, but they have ample of time to get the affidavit signed from the remaining MLAs when the fight will come in front of the Election Commission to show off the strength, saying that we have the maximum number of MLAs on our side. We are the real Nationalist Congress Party. That's why I read out the affidavit
will
which
those
is being
30
signed
MLAs,
here,
which you seem to have an indication are attending the Ajit Pawar faction meet today, will those 30 MLAs somewhere down the line, maybe paraded is a harsh term, but will they at least be shown in front of the press that yes, this is the support that we have? These are the 30 MLAs of the 54.
Okay, I will have to go inside. Just bear with me because there is a lot of sound here.
Okay.
I'll show you the line which is meant for the MLAs because the leaders are not yet on the stage. But you can see here, right now on the stage there is nobody. The first two lines, as you can see, first two lines have been mentioned specifically for the MLAs, which is at this point of time empty. These are the office bearers. You can see the cameras. The lines in front of that particular place is meant for the MLAs. We'll go and see that if anybody is sitting there at this point of time. But let me once again clarify that the numbers will matter when the fight will go to the Election Commission. The anti-defection has already been bypassed. They have learned the tactic of bypassing the anti-defection law because now the Supreme Court has given that particular mandate to them that, it lies in hands of the Speaker. The Speaker has become increasingly strong in this particular Supreme Court verdict. The constitutional verdict has made it very clear that what needs to be done, and that's why the problem is whether these first two lines have been filled by the MLAs or not.
Okay.
But Ajit Pawar fraction is claiming that they right now have signatures of 32 MLAs. I'll take you to the place where the affidavit is being signed so that we can understand more about it. There is a lot of rush here, but in general, what we can see is the line which is being done to sign up the various agreements, the various places. Ajit Pawar will be appearing here anytime soon. You can see that people are already waiting for him. The MLAs are already seated. There is a meeting going on inside this particular campus. The first two lines are meant for the MLAs and the important leaders so that they can talk. We are trying to ascertain. Now let's come and see here. We will be able to show it properly. Just as you can see, the first two rows have been put up for the MLAs, but not all the MLAs are sitting in that particular row. So the numbers are not yet clear here. But what they claimed is that 32 MLAs have signed that particular affidavit. So the number game has already begun. Even if the BJP knows that they don't have the proper
news that we are breaking in. Let me quickly pull in Rajdeep Sardesai as well into this news break that is just filtering in right now. Inside scoop coming in, Rajdeep, that Mr. Ajit Pawar personally dialing the missing MLAs, asking them to show up immediately. Will the MLAs, even though there is no need today, be paraded in front of the press or in front of the cadre in this meeting? It seems so, Rajdeep, because on the dais right now, on the stage, which is being set to be addressed by the Ajit Pawar faction, where interestingly at the back, the poster has a larger picture of Sharad Pawar, bigger than anybody else, is the fact of two lines of chairs where the designated MLAs supporting the Ajit Pawar faction camp will be seated. Not one on the stage yet. Word coming in that 30 is at least what Ajit Pawar is hoping will be there in attendance today, and Ajit Pawar personally dialing the missing MLAs.
Well, what we know for a fact is that at least here, apparently 14 to 15 MLAs have come to the YB Chavan Centre. Remember, 53 MLAs in all. Now, if 30 of the MLAs are with the Ajit Pawar faction, 14, 15 are here, you'd say about 7 to 8 MLAs are missing. Mahesh Tapase is the NCP spokesperson. Mahesh, Ajit Pawar faction is claiming 30 to 32 MLAs have signed an affidavit कि हम Ajit Pawar के साथ हैं, we are with Ajit Pawar. How many MLAs are here now at YB Chavan Centre? Rohit Pawar told me 15 to 16. Clearly the majority is on the other side.
There is only a signed document which has been shown, and the numbers reflecting on the television screen is only figurative. None of the faces of MLAs are exposed in the meeting which is happening at Bandra at the moment. But here we have seen 15, 16 have come. 10, 15 are already on the way. We are in constant communication with most of them. Party workers have come here since 10 o'clock in the morning. And Pawar Sahib is also expected in some time.
So you are claiming 15, 16 are already here. 15, 16 are on their way.
And some of
them
are
claiming 30 on that side.
It's only figurative. Let them show the faces. You have seen, you have
Will
captured.
you show the faces? Will you parade your MLAs?
We will. Today it's a live telecast.
You will parade all your MLAs?
Live telecast. We are very confident that nobody will ditch Pawar Sahib. 53
9
minus
people
9,
have already ditched.
53 minus 9, 44 will be with Pawar Sahib.
Where is this confidence coming from? I mean,
confidence comes in the name of Sharad Pawar. Rajit, you know, you have covered Maharashtra from eons, and you know what is the strength of Pawar Sahib. And everybody is here. They have come for the love of Sharad Pawar. Look at this youth. Nowhere across Maharashtra you can see this frenzy that the youth and the women have created.
You know, it's very interesting, Preeti, that what you can sense here is the mood of the Karyakartas, especially women Karyakartas, here coming in large numbers. Which side are the MLAs on? It is very possible that some MLAs will go both to Bandra, where the Ajit Pawar faction is meeting, and then come here to South Mumbai. You could actually have MLAs also fence sitters. And that's why I think this is a perception battle. As Sahil said, it's not just a numbers game. It's a perception battle. Who commands the authority to get the karyakartas on their side is, I think, critical. It's not just about MLAs, it's also going to be who commands the organization, which is why Preeti, Sharad Pawar has called a meeting of the NCP working committee in Delhi in the hope that most of the national units will back him. So you create a mahal that you're still in charge. Is he still in charge? We don't really know, to be very honest.
You know, Raj, the posturing, perception, all part of politics, and we can see that on display today and this morning. As you pointed out right now, interesting to note that even the Sharad Pawar camp is going to parade their MLAs. Similarly, exactly the same thing is going to go on at the Ajit Pawar camp. We're already seeing rows of chairs that have been placed on the dais, Rajdeep, where at least 30 MLAs, is what we are being told, have already signed in on the affidavit. You know, it's interesting that you say that some of those MLAs might be coming in from the Ajit Pawar camp to the Sharad Pawar faction, but those MLAs would have signed on that affidavit, which pledges allegiance to only one, and that is Ajit Pawar.
Look, the affidavits could be, you know, you could, as I said, there are a number of fence-sitting MLAs. You know, the NCP is a party in which Sharad Pawar has been like the chairperson CEO for the longest time. Ajit Pawar has, in some ways, is much more of a strong general manager in charge of Western Maharashtra, where most of the NCP MLAs come from. All these MLAs in many ways are joined at the hip by their business interests. So remember, these MLAs will play it very carefully.
Rajdeep, yes, may I just come in? I apologize, I'm interrupting you. Jitendra Awad, let's listen in. Jitendra Awad, appointed LOP of the Sharad Pawar faction.
असं आहे की पवार साहेबांनी स्वतः सांगितलं माझा फोटो वापरायचा नाही. ते स्वतःची तरी प्रॉपर्टी आहेत ना, ते स्वतःचे मालक आहेत की नाही? का त्यांचे मालकी
can't be used. He is his own property, isn't he? At least.
स्वतः सांगितलं माझा फोटो नका वापरू.
He simply said, don't use my photograph.
खासगी मालमत्ता नाही शरद पवार हे म्हणतात ते बोलतात तुम्ही कोण आहात बोलणारे म्हणून असं विरोधक म्हणतात.
मी कधी म्हटलं त्यांनी पत्रकारांना मुलाखती दिल्या आहेत.
सर कहीं ना कहीं बैनर पे उनकी फोटो भी यूज बैनर की जो फोटो यूज की जा रही है सर.
असं विचार पटत नाही ना तुम्हाला साहेबांचे. तुम्हाला साहेब नकोशे झालेत ना.
You don't want Sahib, right? Then why are you using his photograph?
सर हिंदी में जानना चाहेंगे जिले पर शरद पवार जी का तस्वीर इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, इस पर क्या कहना है कि तुम्ही जर पत्र दाखवलं तर राजकीय संन्यास घेईन म्हणतात.
पत्र म्हटलेलं नाही, ते माझ्या बाजूला बसले होते आणि तेव्हा ते म्हणाले जाऊ द्या आपण सगळे जाऊया, शरद पवार साहेब एकटे राहतील, काय प्रॉब्लेम नाही, आपण त्यांना समजूया, असं ते बोलले होते. म्हणजे होते.
एक आधे घंटे रह गए मीटिंग शुरू होने को लेकर, क्या
आएंगे आएंगे
और वहाँ पर विधायक का दावा है कि 43 विधायक अजीत पवार के साथ है, इस पर आपकी क्या हळूहळू है भूमि अभी
लेकिन हम शरद चंद्र पवार साहब ने आज मीटिंग बुलाई.
Reactions coming in thick and fast.
पवार साहब के ऊपर विश्वास रखते हैं.
All right, what you just heard, who you just heard a short while ago, that Jitendra Awad, he has been appointed the leader of opposition by the Sharad Pawar faction. However, something that has been contested by the Ajit Pawar faction there. But let's cut across right now, back to the two venues where all the action is. Follow me. We have Rajdeep Sardesai joining us from the YB Chavan Centre, keenly watching on what really goes down at the MET College, which is the meeting point of the Ajit Pawar faction, even though it's not that they need to prove the numbers just yet, Sahil, but like you pointed out, that at least we are given to understand that Ajit Pawar has the assurance and in writing on the affidavit, signatures pledging allegiance to him are 30 MLAs. Technicality-wise, yes, he needs 36 of the 53, but the matter would be with the speaker right now. He doesn't need to parade his MLAs, but posturing, perception goes a long way. If he has over 30 today who take to the stage alongside him, it's a big, big win, Sahil, for Ajit Pawar. Okay, I think we've lost Sahil. We're going to try and once again build a connection with Sahil, our Mumbai Bureau Chief. He's joining us where at least right now where all the action is, but it's also building up at the YB Chavan Centre. That is where Sharad Pawar's meeting is going to take place. Like we pointed out, perception, posturing go a long way in Indian politics, and today is going to be a battle of just that, where these two images that we've split our screen with filter in from Mumbai. Rajdeep, what's really going on? What's the thinking right now that you're picking up? Because it seems that the Sharad Pawar faction will also be parading their MLAs, even if they, as what they've told you at the last count, 15 to 16 is what they feel are with them. Many fence sitters who we might not see on either sides of the camp today.
You see, whether they will parade the MLAs in the end, we don't know. That will depend, I think, on the final numbers. What the Sharad Pawar faction is hoping for is that the Karyakartas will remain with them. Like this young man. What's your name?
I am Amit Desai from Belgaum. I am head of the engineer cell, NCP.
He's the engineer cell NCP head. He has a picture here. Sirf ek banda kafi hai. And there have been this slogan, Sharad Pawar tumhara baap hai.
I would like to say, and I believe, one man with courage makes the majority, always makes the majority. And we believe on Sharad Pawar.
No, but the fact is Sharad Pawar is 83. Yes. Ajit Pawar is much younger. He's saying, mera bhi number aana chahiye. He has been working for your party for years.
But ideology,
what is wrong?
But ideology.
What is the ideology? You all were ready to tie up with the BJP in 2019, in 2014.
We believe in Shiv Shahu Phule Ambedkar. And our head says that we need to fight with these communal forces, and we are with Sharad Pawar.
No, you tied up with Shiv Sena in 2019. That time it was not communal force.
There is common minimum program always.
But did you not support Fadnavis in 2014? 2014 में आपने फडणवीस जी को सपोर्ट किया था कि नहीं? 6 महीने के लिए आपने किया था.
That's the tricky thing. That's the tricky thing. Because of that only next Mahavikas Agadi came in picture, and that's our Chanakya did over there.
आप बताइए मैडम कि क्या आप वाकई लोग शरद पवार के साथ हैं या अजीत पवार के साथ हैं?
हम सब तो शरद पवार साहब के हैं. हमारे दैवत शरद पवार साहब है और हम हमेशा ही शरद पवार साहब के साथ ही रहेंगे और उनको ही सपोर्ट करेंगे.
वो ग्रुप कह रही है कि शरद पवार परिवारवाद कर रहे हैं, सुप्रिया सुले को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, रोहित पवार को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं. अजीत पवार कह रहे हैं कि वो नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ है.
सबका अपना अपना चॉइस है और हर बंदे को, अगर एक फैमिली से बिलोंग करती हूँ, मेरा बच्चा है तो मुझे खुद को लगेगा कि वही सामने आना चाहिए. तो उसमें हम कुछ बात नहीं कर सकते.
प्रोफेशनल या अजीत पवार कौन सक्सेसर कौन है?
देखिए, नेपोटिज्म की अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं तो आप अजीत दादा आते तो आप वही बोलते मीडिया पर्सन. दिस इज नॉट द प्रॉब्लम.
पवार भी उसी परिवार से है.
अजीत पवार भी उसी परिवार से है.
नहीं, ये लोग सब साथ आएंगे. ये कोई नूरा कुश्ती है या ये फाइट है?
नहीं, ये फाइट है. एंड दिस फाइट फॉर आइडियोलॉजी.
फाइट फॉर आइडियोलॉजी.
एंड वी आर फाइटिंग फॉर आइडियोलॉजी.
आप बार बार आइडियोलॉजी कहते हैं. क्या आइडियोलॉजी एनसीपी की? आप लोग तो सोनिया गांधी के खिलाफ होके फॉरेन ओरिजिन्स का मुद्दा उठा के एनसीपी बनाई. अब तो सोनिया गांधी के साथ उसके बाद अलायंस हुआ. तो आप लोग फिर वापस क्यों नहीं आते? कांग्रेस एनसीपी मर्जर कर दो.
वो हमारे लीडर्स जरूर सोचेंगे उसके बारे में. और जो अभी दिल्ली में सब पॉलिटिक्स चल रहा है उसका हेड भी पवार साहब ही कर रहे हैं. ऐसे कुछ होगा और हम वो बीजेपी की दिल्ली वाली सरकार भी हिला देंगे. अब
संघर्ष
to you, lots of action taking place on the dais right now at the MET College. Ajit Pawar faction coming right back to you, Rajdeep. But right now, all cameras positioned on that stage, on that dais. You have the top leadership there, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Chhagan Bhujbal, along with the other 7 that had taken oath. On the other hand, you have Supriya Sule, who's coming in and speaking to the cadre gathering. Their meeting is at 1 p.m. But right now, even though a little late, over an hour and a half, you can see, okay, Supriya Sule just came to address the cadre that is gathering there. But all cameras would be positioned right now at the MET College, Bandra, the Ajit Pawar camp venue. You can see a sea of supporters there. Interesting to note who all have actually come in. Have those chairs, Polumi, that were meant to be for the MLAs been filled in? And if they are, do they have the prerequisite numbers that they promised, which is at least 30 MLAs on that stage today?
Priti,
if I can just translate what's going on, they're basically calling for everyone to come on stage.
महिला भगिनींना विनंती आहे की त्यांनी जागेवरती बसायचं. पुरुष मंडळीला नम्र विनंती आहे की त्यांनी
and also former MLAs and MPs as well who've joined forces with Ajit Pawar. Very interesting. One of the slogans that the conductor, in fact, the one who's speaking, the MC, in fact, said right now in Marathi, there is only one tiger in Maharashtra. That's Ajit Dada. And if you heard earlier what was said at Mr. Pawar's function, where obviously everyone's gathering at the YB Chavan Centre, they said, Tiger abhi zinda hai. And that was in reference to 83-year-old Mr. Sharad Pawar. And the slogan raised over here was, Maharashtra ka ek hi tiger, Ajit Pawar. So clearly, a lot of muscle flexing that's happening right now. As you can see, Sharad Pawar's photograph, the largest over there, right behind Mr. Ajit Pawar.
Both venues.
Both venues.
Clear, understandable. And you just also had, Polumi, we're going to cut across to Sahil Joshi, who's also joining us from the venue, will be taking us through the very latest, and Polumi right there. But are the MLAs coming in? There seems to be a sense that Ajit Pawar camp will be parading the MLAs, but it seems right now the leadership of the Ajit Pawar camp trying to gather the crowds in. There is a sea of support, of course, no doubt. You had Jitendra Awad who questioned Ajit Pawar for why are you using the picture of Sharad Pawar, who's made it very clear to not use or rather abuse, as per him, his legacy. Very interesting, the kind of political dynamics at play there, because in the backdrop, the biggest picture that you see, Polumi, is that of Sharad Pawar, and possibly the reason why today we see so many MLAs, or at least we have been given to understand a lot of MLAs will be missing from both these images and sitting on the fence, because the cult of Sharad Pawar, very, very big. Of course, Ajit Pawar is no Eknath Shinde, having his own hold, but when you are facing off with what is called a political legend as Sharad Pawar, one would be wary if you are an MLA.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's exactly why there might be MLAs who won't show up at either venue today, because they'd be watching what exactly happens, because at the moment it's not about the numbers game really. It eventually will be the numbers game when the matter reaches the Election Commission. But like Sahil and Rajdeep were saying earlier as well, this is about perception. This is about muscle flexing. This is about putting together the numbers. And hence probably they're trying to fill up the stage at the Ajit Pawar venue right now, asking for former MLAs, former MPs, everyone to be on stage at the moment.
Is that the announcement that they're making?
Yes, they were asking for everyone to come up on stage as we speak.
Okay, let's cut across back to Rajdeep, and he's going to talk us through some of these visuals, Rajdeep. And, that's what we were saying, that maybe possibly Ajit Pawar is no Eknath Shinde, having his own hold, especially where the party is concerned, and a strong one at that. But when we are facing off with somebody who's considered a political legend in the form of Sharad Pawar, many MLAs would be very wary of being seen on either sides of this divide today. They'll be sitting on the fence and watching keenly. Rajdeep, can you hear me? Okay, we don't seem to have Rajdeep. We're going to try and cut across to Rajdeep as well. It's very strange, because you have at one end the Ajit Pawar meet, which is happening way later than the expected time, which is 12:45. So they are running 1 hour 45 minutes late. And at the YB Chavan Centre, things are already being put in place 15 minutes earlier. Conundrum for political reporters, conundrum for television channels on who do you really cut to in, both these splitting images that are coming in. Abject show of strength, power, posturing, perception, whatever you may call it. But this is what it makes in terms of explosive political developments where the NCP is concerned. Once again, let's try and dip in. Rajdeep, can you hear me in the din? Okay, we don't have Rajdeep. But Ritik Balekar joining us from the Ajit camp. Ritik, what is happening? Will you take us through? Are the MLAs on stage, at least 30 of them? is what was at least the sources suggested would be?
The sources are telling us that more than 30 MLAs have reached MET College where Ajit Pawar camp meeting is being held, and just few minutes back we saw how all senior leaders including Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel and Chhagan Bhujbal, Sunil Tatkare were awaiting all the MLAs to come here. Ajit Pawar was holding a list of MLAs. If we could show that in our pictures, he was holding of nearly a list of 30 MLAs which he was ticking himself while he was welcoming MLAs one after the another. We are at the backstage right now, and this is the entry from where all the MLAs are coming and joining Ajit Pawar camp, and a bit stressed because the number which are playing from Ajit Pawar camp is 40. So 40 MLAs, has they all reached here at the...
Interesting. So, what we are getting to understand from the Ajit Pawar camp is that Ajit Pawar, before he took to the stage, or rather on the stage welcoming each of those MLAs, he was calling them on his own when, some of them were delayed, but at least 30 or over 30 is what seems our sources are telling us are already there. All of them on the stage. We're going to keep identifying them and taking you through the numbers which are on stage. Rajdeep Sardesai is back with us. Rajdeep, the question was the reason why many of these MLAs would be sitting on the fence, because when you have an Ajit Pawar wanting you to pledge allegiance to him, he's facing off with somebody who enjoys cult status, not in Maharashtra politics, but across India, as a formidable figure of Mr. Sharad Pawar. Now, Ajit Pawar might not be an Eknath Shinde enjoying his own hold power where the party is concerned, but you're facing off against a Sharad Pawar. Many MLAs today will be reluctant to come. Rajdeep, do we have you? Rajdeep, can you hear us? Rajdeep, can you hear us? Rajdeep, if you can hear us, can you hear us, Rajdeep? All right, we seem to be having a bit of a problem. We're going to try and connect to Rajdeep Sardesai. Understandably, there's the din. It's very, very loud. But let's get in, till the time we get in Rajdeep Sahil on ground, let's get in a sense. And we have Polomi right here who's going to be taking us through on what really is going on. First, let's dip in to the Ajit Pawar venue. Let's, get the nat-up of what's really going on. Polomi, would you take us through on what's going on right now?
Well, basically, they're still trying to gather all the leaders on stage, and this is the list, in fact, that Saurabh Bhaktania, our colleague, has sent from the venue itself of those he's recognized on stage, which includes, of course, Ajit Pawar, Chhagan Bhujbal, Dharamrao Atram, who's also been sworn in as a minister, Anna Bansode, Manik Rao Kokate, Aniket Tatkare, Sanjay Bansode, Sunil Shelke, Nilesh Lanke, Hassan Mushrif, again sworn in as a minister, Narhari Zirwal, who is deputy speaker in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, Dilip Walse Patil, a minister again now in this government, Amol Mitkari, who's an MLC, who's also present over there, Ramrajan Imbalkar, Datta Bharne, Aditi Tatkare, again a minister in the government, Sunil Tatkare's daughter, Vikram Kale, who's an MLC, he's there, Dhananjay Munde, again sworn in as a minister, he's on stage as well. So clearly a massive show of strength there by the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. Chhagan Bhujbal now has, of course, taken to the mic. He's expected to address the gathering over there.
All right, okay, we have Rajdeep back with us as we wait in. Rajdeep, the count is increasing. We seem to at least been able to identify about 15 MLAs right now on the dais at the Ajit Pawar venue. Can you hear us, Rajdeep?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Rajdeep, the question is there will be some who will be missing today. Understandably, you have the cult of Sharad Pawar facing off, of course, against an Ajit Pawar who seem to have now enough strength. They are saying over 30 MLAs are possibly at the venue today, but there will be those fence sitters because Ajit Pawar, you know, might not be an Eknath Shinde, but immense power where the party working is concerned. But ultimately, you're facing off against a political legend like Mr. Sharad Pawar.
Well, what we are told, Preeti, is remember there are 9 ministers sworn in of the NCP. There are about 20 MLAs who are confirmed Ajit Pawar with the Ajit Pawar camp. So add the two, it's about 30. There are about 15 MLAs who are still with Sharad Pawar, and there are about 8 to 10 who I would call fence sitters, maybe even 10 to 15. So, you know, when it comes to MLAs, Ajit Pawar may have the edge. When it comes to the organization and the Karyakartas, we don't know. That will go district by district. There will be districts in Western Maharashtra, which is the fortress of the NCP, where the Ajit Pawar faction will probably have more members. But if you come into Marathwada, Vidarbha, other parts, you could well see the Sharad Pawar faction have more. Nationally, Mr. Pawar will have more. So this is a party split wide open at the moment between uncle and nephew. There is a certain loyalty to Mr. Sharad Pawar. There's a pragmatism that is associated with being with Ajit Pawar, being with power. Remember, I keep repeating, this is a power party which over the last 23 years, since its formation, 24 years, has been out of power in Maharashtra barely for about 6 years. So 18 years it has been in power. It's used to being in power. Power is the glue that binds the NCP together. If Ajit Pawar gives them power, he may have the edge. Sharad Pawar carries, in a way, the legacy of the fact that he is the founder of this party. So it's the founder versus someone who hopes to take advantage of the fact that he has tied up with the BJP and is offering power to this new NCP generation.
Rajdeep, do you think ultimately, you know, as the day ebbs today, it's going to be a lot about perception than it would be about sheer numbers, which we will see, and now indications suggesting on either stage?
You know, I didn't get your question, Preeti, but let me give you a general sense. You know, you have all these Karyakartas, many of them have come, they are telling me from Baramati, from Pune, which of course is the original base of the Pawars, and they insist that they are with Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule and Rohit Pawar. So I think, as I said, this is a perceptional battle. This will not end today. This will be played out over many days. Very interestingly, Rohit Pawar claimed that he thinks general elections and Vidhan Sabha will be held together in Maharashtra as early as December. Now, we don't know whether that will happen, but clearly the BJP, when it tied up with the NCP, had one eye on the Lok Sabha. The NCP, on the other hand, is keen on the Vidhan Sabha. They want to get back into power in Maharashtra. So actually, strangely, the ambitions are different. The NCP's ambition of the Sharad Pawar's
you know, there's news that we are breaking in. I'm coming in. If you can hear me, Rajdeep. There's news that we are breaking right now. It seems Ajit Pawar has at least 32 MLAs and 5 MLCs that are present with him. He's actually gone ahead and shown that list, the visuals of that list, to the media cameras there. That's the news that we are breaking. So at least 32 are with him, 5 MLCs as well. And they have, Ajit Pawar has shown the list of the name of the MLAs to the media. A lot of today will also be posturing.
We have to check whether these 32 MLAs also include the 9 ministers. So is it 32 MLAs plus 9 ministers or 32 including the 9 ministers?
Okay. Including is what we are being told right now. However, there's lots of news coming in where Ajit Pawar also seems to suggest that he has 41 affidavits. Now, having affidavits in your hand will mean practically nothing. He will need to have those MLAs with him at least on stage. But what we are given to understand, that count right now, Polumi, it's news that you're breaking, is that at least 32 MLAs, 5 MLCs, those 32 MLAs also include the number of leaders who took oath alongside Ajit Pawar.
That's right. The information that we're getting from our sources on the ground, Preeti, is that as far as the venue is concerned, which is the MET College in Bandra right now, where the Ajit Pawar faction is meeting, 32 MLAs are present and 5 MLCs are also present at the moment. So 32 MLAs, 5 MLCs are currently in attendance at that meeting venue, and at the Pawar faction meeting, the Sharad Pawar faction meeting at the YB Chavan Centre in Mumbai, 8 MLAs are present at the moment. Remember, the total figure of the NCP in the Legislative Assembly of Maharashtra is 53, but Ajit Pawar has 41 affidavits with him, signed affidavits of MLAs.
All right, Chhagan Bhujbal speaking right now to the cadre. Let's, listen in, and Polomi, if you would be willing to translate it for us.
I know everyone was surprised. But as you hear from us, you'll understand a lot of the issues.
40 पेक्षा जास्त आमदार
over 40 MLAs
ट्रॅफिक मध्ये अडकले
are either present here or possibly stuck in traffic. Some are in the state,
आजारी आहेत,
some are unwell.
परंतु या सगळ्यांची जी आहे affidavits,
but the affidavits,
प्रतिज्ञापत्र, त्याच्यावर त्यांच्या सह्या झालेल्या आहेत,
are with us. They're signed affidavits.
हे खरं आहे की लोक सातत्याने विचारतात हे असं होईल, तुमच्यावर कारवाई होईल.
People say that there'll be action taken against us.
मी सुद्धा शिवसेना पक्ष निर्माण झाला तेव्हापासून 57-58 वर्ष काम करतो आहे. ही सर्व मंडळी ज्येष्ठ आहेत.
We've also been working in politics for a very long time.
बाहेर जाऊन आम्ही काम कसं करू, कायदे आम्हालाही कळतात.
We also understand rules. How are we going to break rules and work?
की ही कारवाई होईल, ती कारवाई होईल, याचा सगळा पूर्ण विचार करूनच पुढचं पाऊल टाकलेलं आहे.
We have worked and taken our decision on the basis of every little possible action that they claim
मंत्रिपदाची शपथ घेऊ असं थोडं
they would take against us. It's not like we woke up one morning and said, oh, let's go and take oath.
काय कायदे आहे,
What are the rules? What are the protocols?
काय निकाल आहे, त्या सगळ्याचा अभ्यास केल्यानंतरच
has been the verdict in the past of the Supreme Court. We've studied it all.
हे पाऊल उचललेलं आहे.
After studying it all, we have taken this step.
आणि नंतर मग तुमच्याबरोबर कार्यकर्ते आहेत का?
They ask us, do we have party workers with us, district presidents, MLAs?
आता हे तुडुंब जे आहे पाठीमागे जागा नाही, बाहेर ट्रॅफिक जाम झालेला आहे. 7-8 हजारापेक्षा जास्त लोक इथे हजर आहेत शॉर्ट नोटीस देऊन.
People have come here at short notice. 7,000 to 8,000 party workers outside. There's a traffic jam.
आपण तो सहन केला पाहिजे.
I can understand that you might be a little inconvenienced to be at this venue. Please do bear with us.
काँग्रेस पक्ष, अजितदादा पवार, तटकरे, प्रफुल्ल पटेल, आमच्या सर्व नेत्यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली, नेतृत्वाखाली,
under the leadership of Prafull Patel, Ajit Pawar,
वाटचाल करणार आहे.
we will move forward strongly.
कालच काही नियुक्त्या झाल्या, परवा काही नियुक्त्या झाल्या.
We've made certain appointments.
बऱ्याचशा नवीन नियुक्त्या अजून व्हायच्या आहेत.
New appointments are to be made as well.
त्या सुद्धा नियुक्त्या होतील.
In a couple of days, we'll make those announcements.
तुम्हाला एक सांगितलं पाहिजे, अजित दादाने 21 तारखेच्या मीटिंग मध्ये सांगितलं,
Ajit Pawar has said in the 21st June meeting,
महिला अध्यक्ष तुम्ही नेमत नाही, हे नेमत नाही, ते नेमत नाही, निवडणुका जवळ आल्या, अरे काम कसं करायचं, नाव सांगून सुद्धा
that you're not electing unit presidents. Elections are around the corner. How are we to work?
नेमणूकच करत नव्हतो. 2-2, 4-4, 6 महिने सांगितल्यानंतर सुद्धा नेमणुका नाही.
They wouldn't hold elections. How is the party to work then?
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये कार्यकर्त्यांशिवाय कामगार होऊ शकत कुठेही जगामध्ये कार्यकर्ते नसतील तर पक्ष काम करू शकतो. त्या कार्यकर्त्यांना योग्य रीतीनं जे आहे मग ते युवक काँग्रेस असेल, महिला काँग्रेस असेल, आणखीन काही असेल, वेगवेगळे सेल असतील, त्याला नेतृत्व दिल्यानंतरच कामाला सुरुवात होत आहे. हे सगळं काम जे आहे आतापर्यंत जे आहे थांबलेलं होतं. सांगून सुद्धा होत नव्हतं. दादांनी त्याच दिवशी सांगितलं, पण हे काम होत नसेल तर मी जबाबदारी घेतो, पक्षाची जबाबदारी घेतो.
Ajit Pawar said that if work isn't done, I will take responsibility.
दुसऱ्या दिवशी मी सांगितलं की ज्या दिवशी म्हणजे 22 तारखेला पक्षामध्ये सर्व समाजाचे घटक आवश्यक असतात. बहुसंख्य मराठा समाज आवश्यक आहे, ओबीसी समाज 54%, त्यातले मग साळी, माळी, कोळी, वंजारी, धनगर अनेक 400 जाती, दलित समाज आवश्यक आहे, आदिवासी समाज आवश्यक आहे, मुस्लिम समाज आवश्यक आहे. आणि आपण पाहिलं की महाराष्ट्रामध्ये सुद्धा वेगवेगळ्या समाजाला वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी जे आहे बसवलं जातं आणि सगळ्या समाजाला घेऊन हा पक्ष जातो आहोत.
We are working together with all societies, with all communities and working and moving forward with them.
या आमच्या नेते मंडळीचा अजित दादांच्या नेमणुकीनंतर ओबीसी मध्ये असलेली एक मायक्रो कम्युनिटी तटकरे साहेब यांना या महाराष्ट्राच्या अध्यक्षपदी नेमणूक झाल्याबद्दल तमाम आमच्या
Sunil Tatkare comes from a micro community under the OBC umbrella and he's been made the state president.
हे करायला पाहिजे होतं. 15 दिवस वाट पाहिली, होतच नव्हतं. शेवटी जे आहे हे काही निर्णय आपल्याला घ्यावे लागले. कार्यकर्त्यांचा अधिकार आग्रह होता, आमदारांचा आग्रह होता. बरं आता हा आग्रह आणि हे काम हे काही आजच सुरू झालं नाही. काही महिन्यापासून याची प्रक्रिया जी आहे सुरू झाली होती.
This work didn't start just today. It has been on for months now.
1999 साली ज्या वेळेला पक्षाची स्थापना झाली, महाराष्ट्राचं अध्यक्षपद माझ्याकडे होतं. समीर, पंकज त्यांचे
When I was the state president of Maharashtra,
आणि त्या दिवशी संध्याकाळी शिवाजी पार्कवर प्रचंड सभा, त्या सगळ्यांचं नियोजन त्यांनी केलं होतं. आज जेव्हा परत एकदा त्या
a
पक्षाला
mega program was in fact organized at Shivaji Park.
ही सगळी मंडळी जी आहे झोपलेली नाहीत.
Today as well, when the need arose, they did not sleep a wink. They are responsible for the arrangements that have been made.
हा पक्ष जो आहे 99 साली स्थापन झाला. पवार साहेब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष, मी महाराष्ट्राचा अध्यक्ष. 3 महिने
When the party was formed, Pawar Sahib was national president, I was state president.
म्हणून चाललं होतं त्या वेळेला. आणि
An India Shining campaign was on.
6 महिने अगोदर विधानसभेची सुद्धा निवडणूक घेतली.
The Vidhan Sabha elections were brought forward at that point of time and held with Lok Sabha elections.
सगळे कार्यकर्ते आपापल्या ताकदीने ही सगळी कामाला लागले.
We all got down to work immediately.
महाराष्ट्राचा 1 नंबरचा पक्ष राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षच झाला असता. वेळ मिळाला नाही. काँग्रेस बरोबर समझौता झाला. काँग्रेसचे मुख्यमंत्री आणि राष्ट्रवादीचा उपमुख्यमंत्री झाला. 1 महिन्याच्या आत मी राजीनामा दिला पक्षाच्या अध्यक्षपदाचा, प्रांताध्यक्षपदाचा.
When Congress got its chief minister, I immediately resigned as state
पक्षाचं काम
president.
कुणाला तरी द्या. बबन पाचपुते
I became deputy CM and I said that the organization has to be led by someone else.
Pulumi, we are going to just cut in for a brief while. Supriya Sule is going to be speaking with the press.
आता जे आमचे आहेत
Back to Chhagan Bhujbal.
सगळ्यांच्या निवडणुका घ्या, प्रांताच्या निवडणुका घ्या, तालुक्याच्या निवडणुका घ्या, अध्यक्षाची निवडणुका घ्या, प्रांताध्यक्षाची निवडणूक घ्यायची नाही. तुमची निवडणूक नाही घेत तर आमची निवडणूक कशाला घेता? मग खालून जातं ना सगळं. निवडणुका होत 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 वरती जातं. हा पिरॅमिड आहे ना. तुम्ही हलणार नाही आणि बाकीच्यांना सांगता की बदलायचं आहे, भाकऱ्या फिरवायच्या आहे. अरे पण ही मेन रोटला बसलेला आहे तो फिरवायला पाहिजे का नाही? तर तिथं त्यांनी तरी समजायला पाहिजे का नाही? आणि मग अशा रीतीनं जे आहे हळू 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 ते सगळं जरी झालं. पक्ष वाढत गेला. महिलांना माझी विनंती आहे, बोलताना जे आहे अनेक गोष्टी बोलायच्या असतात. आम्ही तुम्हाला
असं
झालं, तुम्ही जर बोलतच राहिला आणि घोषणा दिल्या तर
We're trying to explain to you how this came about.
मला जाऊन जे आहे जनतेला सांगायचं आहे.
Because you have to go to the people and tell them about this.
काही वेळेला काहीतरी गोष्टी होतात. एक तर आम्ही 99 साली आम्ही काँग्रेस सोडली. आम्ही काँग्रेस सोडली म्हणण्यापेक्षा दूर झालो काँग्रेसपासून.
We split away from the Congress, as you know earlier.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाची स्थापना झाली, निवडणूक झाली.
We formed the NCP.
आम्ही काँग्रेसमध्ये गेलो.
Then again, we in fact joined hands with the Congress.
काँग्रेसच्या मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये सामील झाले.
Pawar Sahib, in fact, joined the Congress
देशाच्या भल्यासाठी,
Council of Ministers.
शेतकऱ्यांच्या भल्यासाठी, महाराष्ट्राच्या विकासासाठी हे निर्णय त्यावेळेला घेतले आणि आम्ही सगळे त्यांच्या बरोबर होतो. पण मग असं काय झालं? त्याच्यानंतर ज्या निवडणुका झाल्या त्याच्यामध्ये काँग्रेस पक्ष, राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष आणि इतर पक्ष जे आहे एकत्रितपणे निवडणुका लढवत होतो. पण मग असं काय झालं की 2014 साली आम्ही काँग्रेस, तुम्ही वेगळे आणि आम्ही वेगळे.
Congress and NCP were fighting elections together, but what happened in 2014 that we went our separate ways?
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षानं काँग्रेस सोडली का?
BJP let Shinde Sena go, so NCP let Congress go. Why?
लढत होतो, त्यांनी सोडली तर सोडली.
If they let go of Shinde Sena,
का सोडली?
that was perfectly fine. We could have stayed with Congress and got a majority.
माहित नाही
What happened? We don't know.
अचानक हे निर्णय कसे काय होता?
Why such sudden decisions are taken?
2019 ला दादा म्हणतात की पहाटे नाही, सकाळी सकाळी. अरे पण तो शपथविधी का झाला? त्याच्या पाठीमागे कोण होतं?
Why that oath-taking ceremony happened in the early morning?
साहेब म्हणतात की मी गुगली टाकली.
Sahib says, I in fact spun a googly.
करायचं का? त्या गुगलीमध्ये आपल्याच गाडी आउट झाला ना.
But in that googly, your own alarm clock was thrown out.
ते दादा सांगतील.
What happened?
का?
Dada will tell you about it if he wishes to tell you about it.
हिंदुस्थानला पडलेला आहे राव का? पण विचारलं जातं. त्याच्यानंतर अनेक वेळा झालं. 2017 साली मी जेलमध्ये होतो, त्यावेळेला सुद्धा काहीतरी प्रयत्न झाला. या सगळ्या मंडळींना माहिती आहे, मला नाही माहिती, या सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे. 2019च्या निवडणुकीच्या अगोदर आणि नंतर सुद्धा काय बोलणी झाली. का अजित दादा सकाळीच उठले आणि गेले तिकडं, काय असंच काय कारण सांगितलं गेलं पाहिजे, जनतेला माहीत पडेल की काय झालं, कोणाची चर्चा झाली, कशामुळे हा निर्णय घेण्यात आला. आणि मला हे कळत नाही की वारंवार आपण दिल्लीमध्ये चर्चा करायची, काही दिवस झाले का ताबडतोब जे आहे त्यातून माघार घ्यायची आणि अनेक नेत्यांना तोंड जसे आपण टाकतो आहोत, पाडतो आहोत, याचं सुद्धा आपल्याला लक्षात कसं येत नाही. साहेबांनी राजीनामा दिला, आम्हाला माहीतच नाही. अजित दादा त्यांनी सांगितलं मला प्रांताध्यक्ष व्हायचं. आमच्या सुप्रियाताई म्हणतात, अहो तुम्हाला सांगितलं होतं का? म्हटलं आम्हाला कोण सांगतं, ना काका सांगत ना पुतण्या सांगत. अगोदर जाहीर करतात आणि मग सांगतात. आम्ही काय करतो, पण एक का झालं याच्या ज्या गोष्टी ज्या आहेत कळल्या पाहिजे. काही लोक म्हणतात मग तुम्ही आता ओबीसीचं काम करत होतं का? अजिबात. समता परिषदेचं काम, ओबीसीचं काम छगन भुजबळ महाराष्ट्रात आणि देशामध्ये करीत राहणार आणि ओबीसीच्या प्रश्नावर लढत राहणार. आमच्यावर टीका होते. फुले शाहू आंबेडकरांच्या विचाराने चालणार की नाही? अरे महात्मा फुलेंनी सुद्धा सांगितलं होतं, सत्तेविना झाल्या सर्व कळा अवकळा, सत्तेत जा आणि सेवा करा. बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांनी सांगितलं होतं की आपण सत्तेत गेलो जायचं आणि तिथून जे आहे लोकांची सेवा करायची. आम्हाला विचारतात तुम्ही भाजपबरोबर कसे गेले? अरे भाजपबरोबर गेलो, शिवसेनेबरोबर गेलो, तसे भाजपबरोबर गेलो. ते नवीन काय आहे?
So we went with Shiv Sena, we went with BJP now, so what's the big deal?
जयललिता भाजपमध्ये गेला, परत नवीन पटनायक तसंच.
जयललिता, नवीन पटनायक, नायडू, चंद्रबाबू नायडू, महबूबा मुफ्ती, many.
Mamata Banerjee.
Mamata Banerjee? Why did she go with the BJP?
जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस ते सुद्धा गेले बीजेपी मध्ये काम केलं. आणि माझं म्हणणं असं आहे, आम्ही भाजपमध्ये प्रवेश केलेला नाही.
We haven't joined the Bharatiya Janata Party.
नागालँडमध्ये तिथल्या एका स्थानिक पक्षाचा मुख्यमंत्री झाला, त्याच्या नेतृत्वाखाली भाजप मंत्रिमंडळात गेला आणि आपले 7 आमदार राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचे, त्यांना सुद्धा पक्षानं सांगितलं तुम्ही त्यांच्या बरोबर भाजपच्या बरोबर त्या सरकारमध्ये सामील व्हा. मग आता आम्ही सामील झालो तर काय फरक? ते सामील झाले. 10 तारखेला मला असं वाटतं त्यांच्या सगळ्यांचा सत्कार झाला. ते जे मंत्री झाले आणि भाजप बरोबर त्या मंत्रिमंडळात गेले. मग आम्हाला पण सांगायचं, साहेब आमचा सुद्धा सत्कार करा ना, कशाला तिरस्कार करा? आम्ही काय चूक केली? ते करतात, त्याला आपण होकार देतो. मला एकच सांगायचं आहे की आपली आयडिओलॉजी जी आहे ती कायम राहिली पाहिजे. धडसोड वृत्तीनं ज्या राजकारणामध्ये चालणार नाही. आम्ही तर निघालो आहोत. न पूछो मेरी मंजिल कहाँ है, अभी तो सफर का इरादा किया है. ना हारेंगे हौसला उम्र भर, ये हमने किसी से नहीं हमी से वादा किया है. हम हारेंगे नहीं, लढेंगे. तुरुंगात बाहेर आल्यानंतर अनेकांनी आमिष दाखवली, आम्ही नाही गेलो. साहेबांबरोबर राहिलो, एकनिष्ठ राहिलो, काम केलं. पण मग आता का बराच वेळ झाल्यामुळे अनेकांना बोलायचं. साहेबांना वाईट वाटलं, स्वाभाविक आहे.
Sahib is upset, I understand.
सगळी मंडळी गेल्यानंतर त्यांच्या डोळ्यामध्ये पाणी तरळलं असं सुद्धा स्वाभाविक आहे. पण हे का झालं? लोक म्हणतात त्यांचा फोटो का लावला? अरे साहेब आमचे विठ्ठल आहे, पण त्या विठ्ठलाला बडव्यांनी घेरलेलं आहे. साहेब त्या बडव्यांना बाजूला करा आणि आम्हाला आशीर्वाद द्यायला या, असं माझं साहेबांना विनंती आहे. म्हणून आम्ही
We want to seek Sahib's blessings.
त्याने आशीर्वाद द्यावा.
He should bless us.
पण ते बाकीचे 2-4 मला एक सांगा ना हो, ही सगळी मंडळी वेळी आहेत का? तो ते गरजे तुम्हाला माहिती आहे किती काम करत, तहसीलदार 10 वर्ष 1 पैसा नाही काम करत होते. ते बोरगे काम करत होते. का आले इकडे? का आले? त्यांना का आमदार आहेत का नामदार आहेत का काय? का तिथे चाललेला कारभार, जे लोक तिथे काम करतात, ज्यांनी हे ज्यांच्यामुळे सगळं घडलं, ते लोक सगळे जबाबदार आहेत.
People who work among the people, they will be of course accountable and responsible.
साहेबांना वाईट वाटणं स्वाभाविक आहे. आजही माझ्या मनात त्यांच्याबद्दल प्रेम आहे, सगळ्यांच्या मनात. पण साहेब, आपण वसंतदादांना सोडलं तेव्हा वसंतदादांना सुद्धा असंच वाईट वाटलं.
Sahib, when you left Vasant Dada, he must have felt disappointed in the same way.
बरोबर होतो, माता पिता त्यांना मानत होतो.
Sahib, I was with Bala Sahib and I used to consider him like my father.
36 लोक तुमच्याकडे आले, मला सुद्धा येणं भाग पडलं.
But 36 people came with you at that time.
मी तुमच्या बरोबर आलो. बाळासाहेब ठाकरे आणि मासाहेब त्यांना सुद्धा असंच वाईट वाटलं.
Even Bala Sahib at that point of time and Ma Sahib Thackeray felt very bad.
धनंजय मुंडे इकडे आले, त्यांना घेतलं.
When Dhananjay Munde came here,
काका असलेले गोपीनाथराव मुंडे आणि बहीण असलेली पंकजा, त्यांच्या सुद्धा डोळ्यात असेच अश्रू आले होते.
his uncle Gopinath Munde, sister Pankaja Munde also were in tears at that point of time when he came over.
मला अजूनही सांगायचं आहे, काही बिघडलं नाही. अजित दादा पवार या सगळ्या
I still want to tell you, Sahib, that nothing's lost yet.
शेतकऱ्यांची बेरोजगार साठी प्रयत्न करणार, ओबीसी साठी काम करणार, दलितांसाठी आदिवासींसाठी काम करणार, सगळ्यांना न्याय देण्यासाठी काम करणार.
All right, just going to take a quick break on what's going on right now at the Ajit Pawar camp. Sharad Pawar has just left his residence for his venue, which is the YB Chavan Centre. My colleague Vidya.
कुछ इसी तरह से दिखता है, जहां पर कि हमने देखा बैंड्रा में अजीत पवार इस वक्त स्टेज पे खड़े हैं अपने गुट को लेकर. वहीं इस वक्त शरद पवार अपने घर से निकले हैं अपने खेमे को संबोधित करने के लिए, अपने सदस्यों से बात करने के लिए. अभी इस वक्त देख लीजिए शरद पवार के हाथ भाव, जिस तरीके से हमेशा गाड़ी में बैठते हैं अपने पीए और बाकी लोगों के साथ और डॉक्यूमेंट्स देखते हैं, कुछ इसी तरीके से इस वक्त शरद पवार निकले हैं वाईबी चवन के लिए. कैमरामैन सुनील वैदिक के साथ विद्या, मुंबई आज तक.
All right, so Sharad Pawar has just left his residence right now on his way to the YB Chavan Centre. Supriya Sule there already. You can see, like they say, mahal is being created. But once again, let's dip in. All right, let's dip in at the Ajit Pawar venue.
कुणावर केस आहे? मग आमच्यावर ठपका नको की केसेस आहेत म्हणून जातो. बाबा साहेब, आम्ही गेलो तर तुमच्या भोवती जे बडवे जे आहेत जमलेले आहेत की ज्यांनी हे सगळं वाटोळं करण्याचा विडा उचलला, त्याच्या फाटे आम्ही जावं लागलो. तुम्ही आवाज द्या, बडव्यांना बाजूला करा. ही सगळी मंडळी जी आहे पुन्हा एकदा तुमच्याकडे यायला तयार आहे आणि तुम्हाला बरोबर घेऊन जे आहे आपण जे आहे सरकारच्या माध्यमातून काम करू. सरकारच्या माध्यमातून काम करू. नागालँडला परमिशन दिली, आम्हाला पण परमिशन द्या. त्यांचा सत्कार केला, आम्हाला सुद्धा पोटाशी धरा. आमच्यासाठी आता साहेब निघाले. पहिली मिटिंग तर म्हणे येवल्यालाच होणार आहे, मग दुसरी मिटिंग कदाचित पुण्याला होईल. कुठे होईल? साहेब तुम्हाला अधिकार काही बोला, आम्हाला कान पकडा आमचे, पण आमच्या प्रश्नाची उत्तरं मिळत नाही.
Sahib, you have every right to pull us up, to ask us questions, but do answer our questions too.
आणि मग हे चित्र जे आहे तुम्हाला दिसेल की कोण कुठे आहे. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस.
Remove your blinkers and you'll be able to see who's with whom. Look at this picture right in front of us at this moment.
मजबूतीने जे आहे याच्या पुढे वाटचाल करायची आहे आपल्याला.
We have to move forward from strength to strength.
काही होणार नाही. अरे
nothing's going to happen to us. They keep talking about disqualification, etc. Nothing's happening. We've obviously thought this through. We have taken signatures. We have affidavits.
आपण निश्चितपणे जे आहे त्या कार्यकर्त्यांना सुद्धा न्याय दिल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही. आणि महाराष्ट्र.
Please stay assured. We will ensure justice for every karyakarta as well.
जय महाराष्ट्र, जय राष्ट्रवादी.
धन्यवाद साहेब. यानंतर मी या सभेला संबोधित करण्यासाठी आमंत्रित करतोय राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या नवनिर्वाचित महिला अध्यक्षा, महिला आयोगाच्या अध्यक्षा रुपालीताई चाकणकर यांना.
All right, viewers, now Aditi Tatkare coming in to speak to the cadre.
नमस्कार. महाराष्ट्राचं आराध्य दैवत छत्रपती शिवराय, राजमाता जिजाऊ माँसाहेब, क्रांतिज्योती सावित्रीबाई फुले, पुण्यश्लोक अहिल्यादेवी होळकर यांच्या विचारांना विनम्र अभिवादन करत, शाहू फुले आंबेडकरांच्या विचारांची पताका खांद्यावर घेऊन आदरणीय लोकनेते शरदचंद्रजी पवार साहेब यांचा आशीर्वाद घेत आज मी माझ्या प्रदेशाध्यक्ष पदाच्या व्यासपीठावरचं पहिलं भाषण करत आहे. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाची आजची बैठक ज्यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली आयोजित करण्यात आली ते राज्याचे उपमुख्यमंत्री, मनगटाच्या ताकदीतच रोखटोक निर्णयाची क्षमता असणारे, आजही युवकांच्या हृदयावरती आदिराज्य गाजवणारे आदरणीय अजितदादा, राष्ट्रीय कार्याध्यक्ष आमचे मार्गदर्शक आदरणीय प्रफुल्लभाई पटेल, प्रांताध्यक्ष आदरणीय सुनीलजी तटकरे साहेब, एक सावित्रीची लेक म्हणून महाराष्ट्रामध्ये फिरत असताना कायम माझ्या पाठीशी राहणारे आणि बहुजनांच्या प्रश्नांसाठी आक्रमकपणाने भूमिका घेणारे आदरणीय भुजबळ साहेब, आदरणीय धनंजयजी मुंडे साहेब, आदरणीय रामराजे निंबाळकर साहेब, आदरणीय वळसे पाटील साहेब आणि व्यासपीठावरती ज्यांनी ज्यांनी लोकप्रतिनिधी म्हणून मंत्रिपदाची शपथ घेतली ते सर्व मंत्री, आपापल्या विधानसभेतून लोकप्रतिनिधी म्हणून काम करणारे सर्व आमदार, महाराष्ट्राच्या कानाकोपऱ्यातून आलेला आणि आदरणीय दादांवरती प्रेम असणारा कार्यकर्ता, माझ्या महिला रणरागिणी, पत्रकार बंधू आणि भगिनींनो, तुझीच साथ संगत हवी, तुझीच साथ संगत हवी, आपलंच आभाळ आपलंच धरती, चालत राहू असेच सारे वादळ घेऊन खांद्यावरती. दादा, इथे येणारा प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता तुम्हाला हे सांगण्यासाठी आलेला आहे, तो इतक्या सहजासहजी आलेला नाही. तुम्ही जो निर्णय घेतलाय, जो विकासाचा निर्णय घेतलाय, त्या निर्णयाबरोबर आम्ही सगळे सोबत आहोत. हा भरभक्कम पाठिंबा देण्यासाठी
टू सपोर्ट यू,
हा भरभक्कम पाठिंबा देण्यासाठी हा कार्यकर्ता इथपर्यंत पोहोचलेला आहे. दादा, हा कार्यकर्ता तुमच्याकडून ऊर्जा घेऊन जाणार आहे. त्याच्यामुळे दादा आपल्याकडे आलं आणि काम झालं नाही असं कोणत्या कार्यकर्त्याचं होत नाही. सांगतो करतो ही भाषा नाही. एकदा आल्यानंतर दुसऱ्यांदा तिसऱ्यांदा हेलपाटे मारायला लावलेत असली कोणती पद्धत नाही. कार्यकर्ता आला की त्याचं काम झालं पाहिजे आणि हीच ऊर्जा या ठिकाणी तुम्हाला दिली जाणार आहे.
We will be here to strengthen you, to energize you.
तो जाताना विकासाचा वादा आणि दादांकडून ऊर्जा घेऊन जाणार आहे. दादा आपण कोरोनासारख्या महामारीच्या विरोधातली लढाई सगळेजण एकत्र येत लढलो. महाराष्ट्रावरती कोणतंही संकट आलं, मग ते महापूर असो, तोक्ते वादळ असो, कोरोनासारखी महामारी असो, महाराष्ट्राचा माणूस एकत्र येतो, लढतो आणि जिंकतो. कारण हा महाराष्ट्र,
The people of Maharashtra have come together
आणि हे आम्ही दाखवून दिले
under all circumstances, be it in adversity like COVID.
दादा आपण एकमेव मंत्री असा असाल की ते मंत्रालयापासून सर्वसामान्य घटकांपर्यंत उपस्थित होते. या महाराष्ट्राला कोरोनाच्या महामारीमधून बाहेर काढत असताना आपण ज्या पद्धतीने या महाराष्ट्राची जनतेची सेवा केली, हा महाराष्ट्र कदापि विसरणार नाही.
We won't forget, Dada, the work that you did helping the people of Maharashtra during COVID times.
कार्यक्रमाने साजरा करतो, पण आपल्याला अर्थमंत्री म्हणून अर्थसंकल्प सादर करण्याची
Let's take a quick break from what's going on right now at the Ajit Pawar faction. My colleague Vidya tracking Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar on his way to the venue of YB Chavan Centre. That is where his faction is meeting. Vidya, what are you picking up from your sources? Sharad Pawar, since the course of the morning, has been going through some documentation, is what we are being told. Vidya, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, and he's continuously reading, documents, talking to his people. He's continuously taking feedback. Is what I'm being told. In fact, he'll be reaching YB Chavan next in the next few minutes, and he'll be addressing people where people there are waiting to hear him, especially after the split that is clearly visible to the supporters. While Ajit Pawar is in Bandra addressing his faction of people, Sharad Pawar will be expressing what his emotions are, what he feels right now about this entire split. He will be talking about it. So it's certainly a big moment, and he seems to be preparing for it.
Right, so that is Sharad Pawar's car. My colleague Vidya tracking the car, what she's saying since the course of the morning. He's been going through some documents, reading some papers, making a lot of calls. Understandable, with what is going down right now where the NCP is concerned. Let's cut across right now for a brief while to the NCP camp of Sharad Pawar, and that today is headquartered at the YB Chavan Centre. Reporting from there, our consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai. Rajdeep, interesting because you had Chhagan Bhujbal who spoke to the cadre and the leaders at the Ajit Pawar faction, and what he said was intriguing because he spoke of the last time when Ajit Pawar took oath as the deputy CM, seeming to insinuate that Sharad Pawar was in the know, and then went on to say if Ajit Dada wants, he will clarify further.
Well, this has been the big mystery in Maharashtra politics. Did Sharad Pawar know of Ajit Pawar's early morning tryst with Devendra Fadnavis? Did he give permission to Devendra Fadnavis to go ahead and talk with Sharad Pawar? You can see a number of people have actually, तुम्ही सह्या केल्या आहेत का? कोणाची सही आहे? So all of, as you can, अच्छा ये notary आहे. तुम्ही सगळे सह्या करतात आहे? Okay, so you can see a lot of signatures also coming here. की तुम्ही पण म्हणताय तुम्ही शरद पवारच्या कॅम्प बरोबर
सोबत आहे, त्यांच्या सोबत आहे
असं तुम्ही सगळे सह्या
करतात. पवार साहेबांनी आम्हाला 50% आरक्षण दिलेलं आहे, सन्मानाने जगायला शिकवलेलं आहे, त्याच्यामुळे आम्ही त्यांच्या सोबत आहोत.
Okay, so here also you've got a signature campaign that has begun to suggest that a number of people are claiming that they are with the Sharad Pawar camp. But to answer your question, Preeti, for the longest time it has been believed that Sharad Pawar, remember in 2014, the NCP had supported the Devendra Fadnavis government, the BJP. In 2017, there were talks between NCP and BJP, and certainly in 2019, there were talks between the two. Whether Mr. Pawar had agreed to allow Ajit Pawar to tie up with Devendra Fadnavis is $1 million question. Mr. Pawar claims that yes, there was a dialogue, but he did not agree to the final decision to tie up with Mr. Fadnavis in 2019. And now in 2022, we are told also in June, according to Chhagan Bhujbal told Sahil and me a few months ago, that there was again a talk to have a dialogue between the NCP and BJP. Now in 2023, Mr. Sharad Pawar says, I'm going to go with the Mahagathbandhan. I'm on my own. You can go if you want with the BJP. So naturally, there's a section within the within the NCP that is asking the question, why is Sharad Pawar objecting now if he didn't object in 2019, 14, 17 and 22?
Deep, stay on with us. Let's get you both those splitting images today. NCP 1, NCP 2, which is the real NCP? Well, that's for the Election Commission to decide because the ball will be in the EC's court soon. Having said that, a lot of posturing, a lot of perception management today. Who all are on the stage in terms of the number of MLAs, which side will have more? Well, increasingly indications coming in that it is going to be the Ajit Pawar side. But what about perception management? What about cadre? All of that's going to play through the course of this evening. 7 p.m. is also the Eknath Shinde faction meeting. Not really a faction, but the Shiv Sena. Right now, the real Shiv Sena, that's gone down there. We're going to keep our spotlight on Rajdeep Sardesai reporting from ground from the YB Chavan Centre. That is where the Sharad Pawar meet is on. Sahil Joshi and a battery of reporters getting us minute-to-minute breakdown and news breaks from the MET College Bandra, the Ajit Pawar faction meet. A quick break. We are back with the rolling coverage.
Popping sugar-free gums containing aspartame or stevia for your beverages, sugar-free juices, protein bars, chocolates, and a whole range of products thinking they will help you, you then really need a rethink. A whole range of non-sugar sweeteners usually consumed by many diabetics and non-diabetics and seen as healthy alternatives to sugar are not to be consumed by non-diabetics and to be consumed by diabetics in a regulated way, the WHO has said. Non-sugar sweeteners, splena, stevia, aspartame, sucralose, acesulfame K, advantame, cyclamates, neotame, all of them should not be used by non-diabetics, says the World Health Organization. The WHO's review of the available research found groups who regularly consume non-sugar sweeteners had an increased risk of type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease.
Non-sugar sweeteners, which include all kind of sweeteners, which are non-caloric, which don't give you calories, but like aspartame or like stevia or other, there are so many, which companies claim that there is no added sugar on them. So people just go by those promotional campaigns and buy those products thinking that it will not harm. Now the evidence comes that in a long term they can do harm.
Artificial sweeteners are found in processed foods. For example, the sweetener called erythritol activates platelets, the blood cells which cause clots when they clump together. Such clusters block blood flow in different parts of the body, since its presence or levels are not revealed on packages of processed foods.
Some people feel that I have already not consumed sugar, so I can eat more of the other stuff. So like that, it actually encourages more food without any restriction, because people feel that it is something helpful, it is good for fitness. Some people, some celebrities do advertise non-sugar sweeteners as a source of fitness.
Should people then go back to eating sugars? Doctors clearly advise against that as well.
Iconic shots coming in from the YB Chavan Centre. Sharad Pawar's car pulling in, bedecked with flower petals, understandably so, because this today is an emotional moment possibly for the cadre. Sharad Pawar facing one of the biggest tests of his life, at least if perception and external power plays to be believed. Those, there's a huge faction already calling it Noora Kushti, that Sharad Pawar actually knows what's going on and possibly is in it. But that aside, or what the public perception of this meeting is, it's a nephew versus uncle game. And Sharad Pawar pulling in, he's 83, he's an old war horse, enjoying cult status when it comes down to Maharashtra
as you
politics.
can see, Sharad Pawar has finally entered here about 1:35 in the afternoon. Mr. Pawar is expected to hold a meeting now here with his core followers. We are told that he claims, or his supporters claim, that at least 15 MLAs will be here. They claim that at least 3 Supriya Sule and Shivaji Rao Patil, couple of the MPs are here with him. And they claim that most of the district committee chiefs are with him. Now, all of this will be tested in the days and weeks ahead. But Mr. Pawar, who's 83, will be 83 in December, is a 2-time cancer survivor, has survived 2 outbreaks of cancer. This for him is, for him, this could be his last battle at the age of 83. A battle for succession, a battle for the NCP's identity, and really a struggle for power. So it's power, it's about identity, it's about succession.
For identity and succession, Rajdeep, but, for someone who's followed Sharad Pawar's politics for decades, it's just not like that he enjoys the kind of cult status that he does. How big a test do you call it? Because it's also happening, and one has to be very, clear about the fact in the sunset years of his life.
Look, Preeti, Sharad Pawar, above all else, is a political survivor. This is someone who fought his first election in the mid-1960s, even before I was born. I mean, 67 first Vidhan Sabha, but Panchayati elections in the early 60s. So he's been, and for much of his life, he was a congressman. And when you talk to Sharad Pawar, you understand that he still has a lot of regard, love, affection for the Congress party. Somewhere while he has had these negotiations with the BJP and the BJP claims he betrayed them, the fact is he's a congressman at heart. And even in 1999 when he left with a sense of reluctance, as he did, I believe, even in the late 70s. But the wheel comes a full circle. Sharad Pawar was accused in 78-79 of betraying his mentor YB Chavan, after whom this centre is named, betraying Vasantdada Patil and forming a government. Then left the Congress for 10 years, came back in 88-89, has been Chief Minister of Maharashtra on 4 different occasions. You can have varying views of Mr. Pawar's politics. Is he more a political entrepreneur? Does he look to strike deals? Remember, in 1991, he was hoping to be Prime Minister, signature campaign, but lost out to Narasimha Rao. Eventually became Defence Minister in that government. He's always aspired to be Prime Minister, but has always taken one step forward and then is seen to take one step back. This time, he can't afford to take a step back, because this is, as I said, a battle for the very identity of the NCP. If he loses this battle, he loses his party, and the legacy of Sharad Pawar will come under question. Yes, the rebel group is also using his picture, but in a way, Mr. Pawar wants to settle the succession issue, the identity issue, the power issue before he retires from politics. But when you ask Mr. Pawar, are you retiring? He said, I'm not tired or retired. So we'll wait and see how this plays out for Mr. Sharad Pawar. He's a fighter. Whatever else he is someone who's ready to fight when his back is to the wall. When he's up, sometimes he strikes a deal. But in moments like this, I think he will fight to preserve at least his legacy of the NCP.
Ajit, for someone who's followed his politics for such a long while, there's so much that is being spoken of. Number one, is this Noora Kushti at a level? Is Sharad Pawar very much in the know of what's going on? Number two, is there now a clear attempt, Rajdeep, on the account of Sharad Pawar to make his line of succession very clear, to on his watch, while he can, hand over his legacy to his daughter and possibly Rohit Pawar, and avert of what went down with the likes of Uddhav Thackeray?
Absolutely. I think that's a very important point you raised there, Preeti. Look, I think this is at one level a battle for succession. Ajit Pawar believes he's paid his dues, he's worked hard, he was a minister, deputy chief minister, and has built a grassroots network with workers, especially in Western Maharashtra. Supriya Sule has spent most of the last 15 years in Delhi. Rohit Pawar is an emerging leader. He's a, first-time MLA. So I think Mr. Pawar is keen that line of succession be drawn. He keeps mentioning that, I've thrown up a lot of young leaders, not just from the family, but the likes of Jayant Patil, Jitendra Awad, who are with him here, the likes of Sunil Tatkare. The problem is the NCP's core ideology has been power. Now it's been out of power and the BJP is becoming a dominant force in Maharashtra, party number one. So the section of the NCP has decided for our own future, let's tie up with them, much like Mr. Pawar. After taking on Sonia Gandhi on foreign origins, within 6 months, the 1999 elections tied up with the Congress. So power is the great glue in a way that binds the NCP together. And therefore, I think Mr. Sharad Pawar this time is facing a tough fight because he's not just taking on his nephew, he's taking on the might of the BJP. And in particular, Amit Shah. I've said this before, Preeti. At one level, this is a proxy war between Sharad Pawar and Amit Shah. Round 1 in 2019 went to Mr. Pawar. Round 2, Mr. Shah, in a way, sent a message to Uddhav Thackeray by breaking his party. Round 3, he may have sent a message to Sharad Pawar by breaking his party. Round 4 will be Lok Sabha, Round 5, Vidhan Sabha. Those two rounds, we don't know which way they will go. But Mr. Pawar is fighting with his back to the wall. This is, in many ways, you could argue, at 83, his last battle to save his legacy, to save his party. Will he be able to really win it? Tough to say. The odds are stacked against him, but I hesitate to write off Sharad Pawar very easily. He does have a connect with his workers, and he's going to try and use that goodwill that he's built with his workers to try and see if he can hold on to his party. He's fighting, as I said, possibly his last political battle.
Fighting possibly his last political battle there, Rajdeep. But if this is the way that he has chosen, because if it was to make your line of succession clear, it had to happen at some point or the other, better happen while he's still in active politics on his watch. He would have factored that there would have been bloodletting. But would that bloodletting be just restricted to the likes of possibly his nephew, Chhagan Bhujbal, Praful Patel? Do you see Trojan horses as well then in the play? The likes of what explains a Dilip Walse Patil then?
The truth of the matter is that Sharad Pawar knew that a large section of his party wanted to join the BJP. That is true. Mr. Pawar had knowledge of this. He claims he didn't approve of it, but he knew about it and had decided this time not to stop them. He says in 2019 we were getting power, we decided to stop them, and I established my control over NCP MLAs when Ajit Pawar was going with Devendra Fadnavis. This time I think Mr. Pawar has decided, look, I would rather preserve my party rather than get swallowed up by the BJP. Now we don't know whether this is, the cynics will say, ye Noora Kushti hai. How is it that people so close to Mr. Pawar, Praful Patel, Dilip Walse Patil have gone to the other side? Is Mr. Pawar keeping both options open? But the nature of the fight at the moment, the manner in which people are being expelled, suggests to me that this is now a fight in a way to who runs the NCP. If Mr. Pawar is able to do that, then of course, he at least is able to hand over something to the next generation. If he is not, then where does he go? I mean, can he retain his identity within this Mahagathbandhan? Mr. Pawar seems to believe that the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi has a real chance when Maharashtra's elections take place next year if they hold together. And I think the BJP also knows that the MVA could be a formidable force, so they've looked to break it. First broke the Shiv Sena, now broke the NCP. Because for the BJP, there are two main aims. They want to win Lok Sabha, for which Maharashtra is a key state. And I think Amit Shah and Devendra Fadnavis want to take some kind of revenge on the Pawars and the Thackeray's. So there's a mix of badla, there's a mix of satta. Isme sab kuch hai. It's a classic Maha battle.
Right, but Rajdeep, in a mix of satta and badla,
power struggle bhi hai. Thoda sa vendetta, badle ki rajniti bhi hai.
But Rajdeep, even in the mix of satta, and Badla, there's also Parivarwad. We're breaking some more news that is coming in. 29 MLAs present at Ajit Pawar's venue. So from 30, it's come down to 29. Earlier on, what the indication was 42 to 30, 32 to 29. 29 is now the figure that has been established at Ajit Pawar's venue. Not more, not less, but 29. How many will now be at the Sharad Pawar venue is going to be the interesting question in all of it. 15 is what Sharad Pawar says. Now, if it is going to be 15, then 29 plus 15 there makes it about 44. That means there are about 9 to 10 which will be sitting on the fence, at least where the math as per now is concerned. So, Rajdeep, coming right back, 29 MLAs present at Ajit Pawar's venue, not more than 29 is what we are being indicated. So, or what at least Ajit Pawar said in the beginning, that there are over 40. Either the rest don't want to come out yet, just now, sitting on the fence, or we might just see them at where you're standing, Sharad Pawar's venue.
No, I think it's 29 MLAs plus 9 ministers. So that comes to 38. And there are about 15 MLAs at the moment here with the Pawar camp. Now, we don't know out of these 29 MLAs how many will also, while they may sign on to Ajit Pawar today, tomorrow, would they also reach out?
Correcting you, Rajdeep. Right now, the 29 include those who took oath, including the ministers.
Okay. Okay, so let's assume 29, 15 and 10 are fence sitters. Either way, there will be people who could switch sides. I think the key though is that, as I said, not just the numbers but the perception as to who controls the party organization. Who controls the business links with the cooperative sector. The NCP, number of their leaders are linked to agrarian business. Who controls that will be an important factor. I think Sharad Pawar recognizes that in Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar has established a bit of a fortress in parts of the state. But he's still banking, as I said, on the goodwill that he's built over the years, the connections that he's built, the patronage that he's bestowed, and is hoping that thereby, at least to ensure that Ajit Pawar can't completely take away the party with him. The difference between Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde, when they split, it was extremely bitter. At the moment, Ajit Pawar, Chhagan Bhujbal and the others are very careful not to attack Mr. Pawar directly. His poster is still there on every poster of this breakaway faction. So, picture abhi baki hai. We don't know how this will play out. How far can Ajit Pawar take this? The BJP also has to recognize that are they pushing too hard and too openly in a manner where core voters of the NCP will get disgusted. Just as some believe that core voters of the Shiv Sena are with Uddhav Thackeray, believing that Uddhav Thackeray is a bit of a victim. An 83-year-old Pawar, twice cancer survivor, and Uddhav Thackeray being pushed out of chief ministership. The sympathy factor is what this camp will play on. The BJP will play on power and resources that they have. It's going to be quite a fight in Maharashtra when the next elections are held.
Rajdeep, with what you were taking off earlier, in midst of all the badlas and other political idioms, the fact is there is a heavy dose of Parivarwad as well. A man like Sharad Pawar, a textbook case, to be taught where politics or the art of politics is concerned. Many would suggest that possibly Supriya Sule is really not up to the challenge of being his true inheritor or successor. Why not hand over the party to an Ajit Pawar who seemed to have at least managed the party or shown the prowess to do so?
Putra Moha, Dhritarashtra syndrome is what some would call it. Look, that is a big question you've raised. Is Supriya Sule up to taking over the party? Would senior leaders who've been in the party 30, 40 years listen to her in the manner they listen to Sharad Pawar? I think Mr. Pawar was hoping that he could divide the party in a way that Supriya Sule was more the national leader and Ajit Pawar handled the state. That didn't work out for whatever reason. I think the role of the likes of Praful Patel and all is important. They've been pushing Sharad Pawar, let's go with the BJP. The BJP is here to stay. Narendra Modi is not going anywhere. It's better that we align with the BJP. Particularly, let's be honest, a number of leaders of the NCP have serious enforcement or CBI inquiries against them. and many of them are against their cooperatives, which are really the heart of the NCP's power structure, the entire sugar cooperative structure. Many of the cases against them are linked to money allegedly being siphoned off from the cooperatives. So would these leaders really want to risk...
take in Sahil. Apologies there, just taking in Sahil to take us through the latest news break. Our Mumbai Bureau Chief, Sahil, who's right now at the Ajit Pawar venue. Breaking news, 29 MLAs present at the venue at the Ajit Pawar camp. Needs 36, of course, to prove, to skirt anti-defection laws. 13 MLAs present at the Sharad Pawar meet. Sahil, you want to break down the figures because we've got a list there and it seems your battery of reporters have been able to identify 29. This includes those ministers who took oath, I believe.
Right. So we have the list of 29, but let me make it very clear that I have spoken to the sources within Ajit Pawar camp and they claim that they have signatures of 42 MLAs at this point of time with them. But there is a disclaimer in that because some of the signatures were taken on Sunday. A lot of people who claimed later that they were there when the oath taking ceremony happened, but later they realized that Pawar is not backing this particular ceremony, so they went back to Sharad Pawar. So there might be some people who can be seen in both the list, but there is a list of 29 MLAs as I can see here. They were trying to desperately contact some of the people. But most of the people didn't turn up. Finally, these 29 MLAs have turned up. So that means the majority is with Ajit Pawar, but he doesn't have the required number of 36. Now, will it matter for anti-defection law? Right now, no, because the speaker will take his own sweet time to take a particular decision. He will take a reasonable time to take the decisions because as he has got 2 claims at this point of time. There are 4 MLCs on the stage. One of the MLC has reached just now, so it becomes 4. That is confirmed. 29 MLAs present here is also confirmed. And on the other hand, what we are seeing at Sharad Pawar camp, there is a list of 13 MLAs at YB Chavan Centre. And the important MLAs being Rajendra Shinde, who was a minister in MVA camp, Anil Deshmukh, who was also a minister, Rajesh Tope, who was also the health minister during MVA's time. He has also reached Sharad Pawar's meeting. Jayant Patil, of course, is there, and rest of the MLAs have also reached there. So the numbers we counted on the day 1 after this happened by the India Today has coming to be true. There are 14 MLAs still. What we can see are undecided on which side they will be. They are not present here. Some people are telling us that they have gone to, they're not in Mumbai. They couldn't reach Mumbai, and that's why this has happened. That's why they are not seen anywhere. But they are undecided. The time will come that they will switch over the side because right now they know that they don't have to take a side at this point of time. When the fight will reach to the election commission, that time these affidavits will be scrutinized because it's not as crystal clear as was in the case of Eknath Shinde. The fight is still on, as Sharad Pawar had said that he is not going to give up so easily, and that's what is going to happen. What we can see at this point of time, the fight for more number of MLAs will happen, but eventually the fight will happen on the street, and that's what Sharad Pawar is gearing up himself for. Right now,
well, it's game on. It's game on, Sahil. Doesn't look as simple as what it was. Earlier on, you had Ajit Pawar, who just about an hour ago proclaimed to the press that he has 42 MLAs who've signed the affidavit. How many of them have shown? 29. 14 have shown up at the Sharad Pawar camp. That leaves over 10 undecided. And many of those signatures, which as Sahil was pointing out, were taken on Sunday, the day of the swearing in. Out of them, many have switched sides. Remember, right now, the Sharad Pawar camp, there is the likes of Mr. Amol Kole, who was an MP, of course, not an MLA. He was there at the swearing in, but he said that the minute he figured out that Sharad Pawar was not on it, he belongs to the Sharad Pawar camp, and he's there right now. Before we cut across to Rajdeep and Sahil back, I want to quickly pull in Polomi, who was breaking the news earlier through her sources, Polomi, that at least the BJP, as per your sources, was expecting at least 35 to 43 MLAs to show up there. There will be a sense of disappointment in the BJP camp as well to see a figure which hasn't crossed 30 at least as of now.
Well, as far as the BJP is concerned, see, it all has to boil down to what's on the paper. So if the affidavits are telling us that there are 41 to 42 MLAs who've already sworn their allegiance to the Ajit Pawar faction, that's all what the Bharatiya Janata Party wants. So they had anyways anticipated that the number would range anywhere between 35 to 43. And that's exactly where we see the numbers tilting. Of course, 29, as per my colleague Saurabh Vaktania, are present at the venue right now, 29 MLAs. But if there are 41 or 42 signatures, then clearly Ajit Pawar faction has won the day.
Right.
They can avoid any sort of anti-defection action as well.
But you know, Sahil, that number on paper, and there's a huge caveat to it. Those signatures were taken on Sunday. Many we've seen shift since then, and they've spoken with you as well.
Well, we are talking about the MLAs who can switch their loyalties, like this. So we know that it can happen tomorrow, it can happen now, it can happen after 2 hours. So, there is no point in making those kind of speculations. What Paulomi is saying is absolutely right. The BJP actually wants that you have to have more than 35 MLAs on your side. Only then you can claim that the party is on your side. You can get the verdict from Election Commission. Only and only if, as we have seen in the case of Shinde Sena, if you have more number of MLAs on your side, only then you can get the control of the party, and that's what Ajit Pawar should fight for, is what the BJP wants at this point of time. The BJP right now has gone ahead and gone ahead with the swearing-in ceremony because they know that there is no fight inside assembly, there is no fight to form the government. The government is already in place. So that's why the fight will happen at the Election Commission. Till then, if Ajit Pawar could manage to get more than 35 MLAs, he has won the battle. That's very clear.
All right, but does he have those right now, at least on the dais, on the stage in this meeting? No, there are 29, but 29 can also go a long way to bolster the prerequisite number of 36. Sahil? Okay, we seem to have lost Sahil. We're going to try and cut across to him in a short while from now. But let's try and get an indication. 29 confirmed at Ajit Pawar's venue. He needed the figure of 36. He says he has 42 on paper. Will they commit to the signatures that they had given on Sunday? Well, that remains to be seen. But if the fight, which has now reached the Election Commission, that prerequisite number of 36 needs to be cleared, and that affidavit maybe would count there. But having said that, allegiance could switch anytime. Let's cut across to get an understanding of how many MLAs right now at the Sharad Pawar faction. My colleague Mustafa joining us from there, as well as Rajdeep Sardesai. Mustafa, in terms of sheer numbers, how many confirmed where MLAs are concerned at the Sharad Pawar venue?
There are 13 confirmed MLAs who are present right now physically at YB Chavan. So that is the important piece of information. Out of 53, 29 at MET and 13 MLAs here at YB Chavan, where Sharad Pawar is on stage and meetings are proceedings. So around 11 MLAs are MLAs who have stayed neutral. They have not come for the both meetings, and these are the MLAs which you were saying earlier are the deciding factor in whether Ajit Pawar will be able to be in the government. Remember, when Shinde left, Shinde had taken all his MLAs, and after that he went for a floor test. But this point Ajit Pawar has taken oath as Deputy Chief Minister, but whether he has support of more than 2/3 MLAs or most of the MLAs of the NCP is one question, and how will he legally prove it? Whether it will be on the floor of a house, whether it will be at Election Commission, whether Speaker will call these names. So these are a lot of confusion as of now legally. It is likely that Sharad Pawar will take legal action against those MLAs who have gone with Ajit Pawar and attended his meeting at MET. Earlier, he had given a notice of disqualification for 9 MLAs who had taken oath as ministers. But now it looks like after today's meeting, the notice of disqualification of NCP's MLAs is likely to increase, and we'll have to wait and see how these things proceed legally. Back to you.
All right. Well, right now, 13 MLAs present at the Sharad Pawar venue. Sharad Pawar has now gone to the dais. Ajit Pawar coming in to speak. That's the image coming in from the... Let's try and dip in to the surround sound there. Lots of cheer going on where the MET college in Bandra is concerned. Well, he calls himself the new leader of the NCP. All right, we're going to dip in and get you the latest, but I just want to take you through. All right, Praful Patel speaking.
विधान परिषदेचे आमदार, माजी आमदार,
Cut across to Praful Patel. Let's take you through the top developments that have taken place through the course of the morning. One big fight for the real NCP still on. 29 MLAs at Ajit Pawar's venue, 13 at Sharad Pawar's venue, 11 still sitting on the fence, missing. However, massive show of strength at both venues.
आत्ताच आपण सगळ्यांनी
All right, let's cut across right now to Praful Patel.
आदरणीय अजित दादा पवार आमचे नेते यांचा आपण स्वागत केलं आहे आणि त्यांनी आपल्या राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाला आज जिथे आपण आहोत यापुढे हिमालयाच्या शिखरापर्यंत घेऊन जावं, नेतृत्व प्रदान करावं अशीच माझ्या वतीनं मी त्यांना शुभेच्छा देऊ इच्छितो आणि माझा त्यांच्या मागे पाठिंबा आहे, माझी ताकद उभी आहे हे मी आपल्या सर्वांच्या देखी मी इथे जाहीर करू इच्छितो. मित्रांनो,
सपोर्ट फॉर अजित पवार
पटेल या मंचावर का आणि त्या मंचावर का नाही हा सर्वात मोठा प्रश्न अख्खा देश शोधत आहे, महाराष्ट्र.
Everyone seems to be asking one question: why is Praful Patel here and not there?
आज तक तुम्हाला देणार नाही.
But I won't give you the answer today.
येऊ द्या तेव्हा मी
There will be an appropriate time for it.
विस्तार मध्ये जाऊन तुम्हाला सगळ्या गोष्टीच्या जे खुलासा आवश्यक आहे ते मी करणार आहे.
I will then make
भुजबळ साहेबांनी
an elaborate response.
आपल्याला संकेत दिला, इशारा काफी आहे आणि त्या इशारा धनंजय भाऊंनी सांगितलं, सुनील तटकरेंनी सांगितलं, त्याच्या म्हणजे विस्तार मध्ये कधी ना कधी आपण चर्चा आपण नक्कीच करणार, आपल्या सर्वांना बाकीची माहिती सुद्धा मिळणार.
We will of course discuss it and you will get all the information needed.
की काय दादाच्या म्हणजे दादाला काही लोक बदनाम करण्याचा जे एक कट रचत आहे.
There are some people who are trying to defame Ajit Pawar.
जे आरोप करत आहे त्यांना सुद्धा माहित आहे.
They know that these allegations are absolutely wrong.
आणि महत्वाची बाब आहे, मी मीडियामध्ये सांगून झालेला आहे म्हणून आज तुमच्या सगळ्यांना मी देखील जाहीरपणे
I want to tell you something important.
2022 मध्ये
In 2022,
महाविकास आघाडीचा सरकार कोसळणार होता हे नक्की झाला होता.
when it was clear that the MVA government was to go,
सहकारी सुरत गुवाहाटी गोवाच्या पर्यटनाला होते.
Eknath Shinde and his colleagues were touring Gujarat, Guwahati, Mumbai.
विधान परिषद मध्ये असलेले आणि मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये काम करणारे एकूण एक राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या आमदार आणि मंत्रींनी आदरणीय पवार साहेबांच्याकडे जाऊन सांगितलं, विनंती केली की आम्हाला या सरकारमध्ये भाजपा बरोबर सामील करण्यासाठी आम्ही तुम्हाला विनंती करत आहोत.
Each party worker went to Sharad Pawar then and said that please, we request you to join this government. Tell me, didn't you go ahead and meet Mr. Pawar on this?
आज अचानक काय नवीन बॉम्ब स्फोट झाला आहे, अचानक
So what's this?
नवीन पिल्लू सोडला आहे.
Is this new?
बात कोणी अशी गैरसमज करता कामा नये.
Please don't be under that misconception.
घडले होते 19च्या सांगण्यात आला दादाला, म्हणजे त्यांनी शपथविधी घेतली. काय दादा विलन आहे? दादानी काय म्हणजे पक्षाच्या विरोधी काय काम केलं?
In 2019, when Ajit Pawar was sworn in, was he some villain?
कसे केले असते?
If he was,
तुम्ही लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन तुम्ही कसे केले असते?
how did you elect him then later as leader of opposition and deputy chief minister of the state?
पाठीशी म्हणजे त्यांची ताकद उभी करून दाखवलेली आहे आणि म्हणून आज दादा या
Because everyone came forward and backed him.
आणि आज आपण सगळे लोक यांच्या इथे टाळ्या वाजून स्वागत करत आहोत.
And today over here we welcome him.
प्रफुल्ल पटेल जरा एक सौम्य व्यक्ती आहे म्हणून कमी बोलतो आणि
I usually don't speak much and it's better not to speak much.
दिवस माझ्याही पुस्तक लिहिण्याची वेळ येणार आहे.
Of course I'll write a book about this, right?
प्रफुल्ल पटेलांनी ज्या दिवशी लिहिलं त्याच दिवशी अख्खा महाराष्ट्राने देशाला काय काय समजेल हे मला अजिबात सांगायची आज तरी इच्छा नाही. आणि म्हणून
And then of course it will reveal a lot.
महाराष्ट्राने देशाने पाहिलंय शरद पवार जिथे तिथे प्रफुल्ल पटेल आहे का नाही.
You always saw wherever there was Sharad Pawar, Prafull Patel was standing beside him.
बनल्या आणि त्याच्या आधी काँग्रेस मधून सुद्धा
Before
पटेल म्हणजे एक साया.
this party was formed, I was like a shadow.
परछाई हे होता की नाही.
Wasn't I?
तुम्हाला मी सांगतो आज मी या मंचावर उभा आहे.
Hence I tell you today
या सगळ्या आमच्या सहकाऱ्यांच्या सोबत उभा आहे पाठिंबा देत आहोत.
that I'm standing here supporting Dada. You should understand the ishara behind it, the indication behind it, the hint behind it.
अजूनही वेळ गेली नाहीये. आम्ही तर आमच्या
We've not lost time.
मी जाहीरपणे हे जाहीर प्रसार माध्यमातून मी विनंती करतो हात जोडून पाय जोडून मी त्यांना विनंती करतो.
With folded hands today I publicly
जरा आमची पण भावना तुम्ही समजा आम्हाला तुम्ही आशीर्वाद द्या आणि आपण
that Mr. Pawar please bless us, understand our sentiments.
परिवाराचा आपला जे कुटुंब आपला आजपर्यंत चालून आलेला आहे त्याच पद्धतीनं आम्ही तुमच्या आशीर्वादाने तुमच्या वरदहस्ताखाली
The way this family has been running, in that same refrain we are moving forward and we want to move forward.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी बरोबर एनडीए बरोबर गेले म्हणजे वैचारिक मतभेद.
They say that there's an ideological difference because we've gone with the BJP and the NDA.
ज्या दिवशी
How is that?
महाविकास आघाडी बनली तेव्हा शिवसेना कोणाच्या बरोबर होता.
When MVA was formed, who went with the Shiv Sena?
महाराष्ट्राच्या इतिहासमध्ये
And who was Shiv Sena with earlier? The BJP.
कोणी शिवाय दिली असेल कोणी म्हणजे आरोप केले असेल तो शिवसेना आणि बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी केले असेल.
If anyone has ever made allegations against Sharad Pawar, that was Balsaheb Thackeray and Shiv Sena.
तो शिवसेनाची आयडिओलॉजी जेव्हा आपण स्वीकारू शकतो त्यांच्या आपण त्यांनी
When you can accept
मग आपण
the Shiv Sena's ideology, hug them out,
आपण का बघू शकत नाही.
then why can't you look in the direction of the BJP?
त्यांनी सांगितलं आमचा पक्ष काय आम्ही विकून काही दिला नाही आहे.
No, we've not sold away our party.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष म्हणून या युतीमध्ये आम्ही भागीदार झालेलो आहोत.
We have joined this alliance as NCP.
भुजबळ साहेबांनी खरं सांगितलं.
Bhujbal Sahib was right when he said, when Kashmir's Mehbooba Mufti, Farooq Abdullah, they can go with the BJP,
जे आज विरोधी पार्टीची जे मीटिंगा करून राहिले
who are part of now opposition meetings,
तामिळनाडूचे आहे ते
be it Stalin,
म्हणजे एनडीएचे हिस्सेदार होते.
he used to be with the NDA.
अनेक मान्यवर मी पाटणाला काही दिवसा अगोदर साहेबांच्या बरोबर सर्व विरोधी पार्टीच्या मीटिंग मध्ये मी गेलो होतो.
I had gone to Patna with Sahib.
चित्र ते नजारा जेव्हा मी पाहिला
When I saw the picture over there,
हसू येत होता.
I found it laughable.
हे असे लोक त्या 17 पार्टीमध्ये 7 पार्टी दादा कशी होती खासदार किती एक पार्टी तो
out of those 17 parties, 7 parties, do you know how many MPs they had? 1 or 0.
आपण म्हणजे परिवर्तन घडून आणणार.
And they were expecting to bring change in the country. How are the people to believe them?
निर्णय आपण घेतलेला आहे या आपला राज्याच्या हितामध्ये घेतलेला आहे.
The decision we've taken today has been taken in the interest of the state, of our own party.
त्यांच्या मतदारसंघाच्या हितामध्ये आपण घेतलेला आहे. म्हणून असा महत्त्वाचा निर्णय काय असा म्हणजे सत्याच्या हवसेसाठी काय.
This is not because we
काय गरज होती
are running after power. This is not for lust of power.
दर्जा होता बंगला होता सगळी प्रोटोकॉल होती. दादानी निर्णय स्वतःच्या साठी घेतलेला नाही. माझे मित्र बांधव
Ajit Pawar has not taken this decision for his own self-interest.
आणि आमचे सर्व कार्यकर्ते जे बसलेले आहे तुमच्या हितासाठी घेतलेला हा निर्णय.
We've taken this decision for your interest.
स्वागत केला पाहिजे.
You should welcome it.
आपली जी आयडियोलॉजी आहे, जे आपली
core ideology,
जे आपला विचार आहे त्यापासून आपण
our thought of secularism, we're not going to differ from that, we're not going to move away from that.
आपण ठेवू आणि चांगल्या भावनेने ठेवू, शेवटपर्यंत आपण त्यांना साथ देऊ आणि कुठे त्यांच्या चुकत असेल त्यांना ही विनंती करून सांगू की हे तुम्ही दुरुस्त केला पाहिजे.
Support Ajit Pawar till the end, and in case he was making a mistake, in case he makes a mistake, we will of course ask him to correct it as well.
आणि म्हणून अधिक न बोलता आज आपल्या सर्वांच्या मनपूर्वक या जाहीर खुला अधिवेशनामध्ये मनपूर्वक स्वागत करतो, धन्यवाद देऊ इच्छितो आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या सर्व राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पार्टी आणि चाहत्यांना मी विनंती करतो की आज मुंबईला तर किरकोळ लोक येऊ शकले, स्वाभाविक आहे एक दिवसाच्या मुदतमध्ये किती लोक पोहोचू शकतात. पावसाळ्याचे दिवस आहे, येण्या जाण्यामध्ये महाराष्ट्र एवढा मोठा राज्य आहे, लांब पडतो.
We can understand that within a day's span only so many of you could come here. These are monsoon seasons, it's a large state, it takes time to get here to Mumbai.
धन्यवाद. जय राष्ट्रवादी.
Thank you so much for being here.
दादा भाषणाच्या पूर्वी
All right, you have Praful Patel there. Interesting, Polomi, getting you in. Very, very interesting on how he began his speech there, where he said that why I'm standing here. I used to be the shadow of Sharad Pawar. And if I'm standing here, then you must know what it really means, insinuating, indicating that what is going on right now in Bandra at the Ajit Pawar meet has the blessings of Sharad Pawar.
Absolutely. That statement over there is the statement, in fact, to call out from that entire speech, because that is very indicative, possibly, of what this camp wants to send.
All right, Ajit Pawar now, chance being raised on Ajit Pawar, Dada there. Will the Dada replace Sahib? Well, that is what possibly the day could decide. Let's listen it.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या बैठकीत उपस्थित आज माननीय आदरणीय प्रफुल्लभाई पटेल, प्रांताध्यक्ष सुनील तटकरे साहेब, ज्येष्ठ नेते छगन भुजबळ साहेब, रामराजे नाईक निंबाळकर साहेब, हसन मुश्रीफ साहेब, दिलीप वळसे पाटील साहेब, नरहरी झिरवाळ, धनंजय मुंडे, रुपाली चाकणकर, सर्व मंत्रिमंडळातील माझे सहकारी, राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे विविध जिल्ह्यातून आलेले अध्यक्ष, उपाध्यक्ष, विविध तालुक्याचे आलेले सर्व सन्माननीय पदाधिकारी, सेलचे सर्व पदाधिकारी, सर्व पत्रकार मित्र, विधिमंडळातील सर्व माझे सहकारी, सर्व आजी माजी खासदार, आजी माजी आमदार, तसंच महाराष्ट्राच्या कानाकोपऱ्यातून आलेल्या माझ्या महिला प्रमुख, प्रतिनिधी, तरुण कार्यकर्ते, वडीलधारी कार्यकर्ते आणि माझ्या बांधवांनो, खरं तर राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या आजच्या या महत्त्वपूर्ण बैठकीला उपस्थित असणाऱ्या सर्व मान्यवरांचं मी मनापासून स्वागत करतो.
I welcome you all to this gathering.
आता मुश्रीफ साहेबांना, वळसे पाटील साहेबांना, झिरवाळ साहेबांना पण आपला विचार मांडायचे होते, परंतु वेळ बराच झालेला असल्यामुळे ते म्हणाले दादा तुम्हीच बोला.
Mushrif sir and Dilip Walse sir were also supposed to speak, but they've asked me to go ahead and speak at the moment because it's been delayed.
इतके दिवस मला आठवतंय, एकंदरीतच मी राजकीय जीवनामध्ये काम करत असताना साहेबांच्या छत्रछायेखाली आणि मार्गदर्शनाखाली मी तयार झालेलो आहे, मी घडलेलो आहे. त्याच्याबद्दल माझ्या मनामध्ये
I started working
शंका नाही,
under the leadership of Sharad Pawar.
सर्वांचे श्रद्धास्थान आहे, त्याही बद्दल आमचं प्रत्येक
He is like a deity to us.
पण एक गोष्ट आपण
He is our inspiration.
एकंदरीतच आज काही देश पातळीवर राज्य पातळीवर राजकारण चाललंय.
The kind of politics though that has been happening at the central level, at the state level,
स्थापन करतो लोकांचे
you have to keep that in mind. We form a party for what reason? So that there is development and for the betterment of the people.
आंबेडकरांनी जे संविधान दिलंय त्या संविधानाचा आदर करण्याकरता
To uphold the constitution that Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar
माझे आदिवासी असतील, माझे अल्पसंख्याक असतील, माझे ओबीसी असतील, माझा भटका समाज असेल, माझा सर्वसाधारण समाज असेल,
be it any section of society.
लोकांनी गुण्या गोविंदांनी नांदावं हे छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांचं हिंदवी स्वराज्यातलं जे स्वप्न होतं ते स्वप्न आपल्याला लोकशाहीमध्ये
take them together and work.
पाहिजे याकरता आपण काम करत असतो.
The dream that Chhatrapati Shivaji had.
कारण
I'm not going to go far back into the past.
आपल्या वरिष्ठ नेत्यांनी सुरुवात 1962 ला केली.
Some of our senior leaders over here spoke since about 1962.
जन्माला पण आले नव्हते. काळ पुढे सरकत गेला. 67 ला उमेदवारी मिळाली. बारामतीकरांनी निवडून दिलं. 72 ला राज्यमंत्री झाले. 75 ला मंत्री झाले आणि 78 ला अशाच पद्धतीनं एक प्रसंग उद्भवला आणि त्यावेळेस आपल्या वरिष्ठ नेत्यांनी वसंतदादा पाटलांचं सरकार बाजूला करून 78 ला पुलोच स्थापन केला. त्यावेळेस साहेब 38 वर्षाचे होते. त्या दिवसापासून महाराष्ट्राने साथ दिलेली आहे.
When Sharad Pawar was 38 and he stepped away from the Vasantdada Patil government, since that day Maharashtra has been with him.
80 ला पुन्हा इंदिराजींची लाट आली. पुलोद मध्ये जनसंघ पण सामील होता जो आता भाजप आहे. उत्तमराव पाटील, हर्षू अडवाणी हे त्या मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये होते. इतरही शेतकरी कामगार पक्षाचे एनडी पाटील स्वर्गीय आणि स्वर्गीय गणपतराव देशमुख होते. मी बऱ्याच जणांची नावं घेऊ शकतो परंतु मी वेळ घेत नाही.
I could name many leaders who've been part of this journey.
सांगितलेलं होतं भजनलाल सारखं सगळेजण तुम्ही काँग्रेसमध्ये आला तर मी जसंच्या तसं सरकार ठेवते. नाही म्हणून सांगितलं. सरकार गेलं. 80 ला निवडणुका झाल्या. इंदिराजींची लाट आली. त्यामध्ये इमर्जन्सीच्या नंतर 77 नंतर पुन्हा 80 ला लाट आली. इंदिराजी या देशाच्या पंतप्रधान झाल्या. मित्रांनो इतिहास बघितला तर तुमच्या माझ्या देशाला कुणी ना कुणी करिश्मा असणारं नेतृत्व लागतं.
If you start looking back at history, you always need an extraordinary leader at some point or the other.
जयप्रकाश नारायणचं ऐकून लोकांनी जनता पक्षाला निवडून दिलं. मित्रांनो मला
When people heard from Jayaprakash Narayan, they brought Janata Dal to power.
निवडून आलेला जनता पक्ष आता कुठे आहे?
Now where is that party?
का तर करिश्मा असणारा नेता त्या पक्षाला नव्हता.
Can you find it? No. Because the extraordinary leader that led that party is nowhere to be found.
त्यावेळेस सुरुवातीला समांतर काँग्रेस, समाजवादी काँग्रेस अशा वेगवेगळ्या पद्धतीच्या पक्ष साहेबांनी काढले. सगळ्यांनी आपण साथ दिली.
We always stood with Sahib.
85 ला काय
In 1985
विरोधी पक्षामध्ये गेलो.
we went back into the opposition. Everyone has a time.
महिलेचा प्रत्येक तरुणाचा वडीलधाऱ्याचा काळ आहे. आपण साधारण वयाच्या 25 पासून साधारण 75 पर्यंत उत्तम पद्धतीने काम करू शकतो.
We can usually, all of us can work since say about the age of 25 to 75. There is enthusiasm, there's energy.
तशा पद्धतीनं
there's a certain stubbornness.
मध्ये घडतच असं नाही. परंतु हे सगळं घडत असताना काय झालं मला माहित नाही. आम्हाला सांगण्यात आलं, जनतेला कार्यकर्त्यांना सांगण्यात आलं 86 डिसेंबर 8 आपण आता संभाजीनगर पूर्वीचा औरंगाबाद इथं तिथल्या ग्राउंडवर समाजवादी काँग्रेसमध्ये विलीन झाली. का झाली? नेत्यांनी ठरवलं झालं. त्याच्यानंतर 2 वर्ष नेत्यांना पद मिळालं नाही. परंतु 88 ला राजीव गांधी पंतप्रधान
In 1986, Samajwadi Congress merged into the Congress, but for 2 years, nobody got a post. Only in 1988, Rajiv Gandhi gave them ministerial berths.
90 ला पुन्हा निवडणुका झाल्या, पूर्ण बहुमत आलं नाही, अपक्षांनी साथ दिली, पुन्हा आपण कामं केली, 91 ला राजकारण बदललं. माझ्यासारख्या कार्यकर्त्याला बारामतीकरांनी लोकसभा मतदारसंघांनी खासदार केलं, प्रफुल्ल पटेल साहेबांना खासदार केलं.
In 1991, I was made MP from Baramati.
एक घटना अशी घडली की राजूजी आपल्यातून निघून गेले.
Unfortunately, Rajiv Gandhi passed away.
लाट आली आणि त्याच्यामध्ये पीव्ही नरसिंहरावांना पंतप्रधान व्हावं लागलं.
Situations
पुन्हा पीव्ही नरसिंहरावांनी सांगितलं,
PV Narasimha Rao became PM.
सेंट्रल मध्ये या. आणि साहेब सेंट्रल मध्ये गेले संरक्षण मंत्री म्हणून. महाराष्ट्रामध्ये
He brought Sharad Pawar to the center as defense minister.
त्यांनी जबाबदारी दिली. सुधाकर नायकांनी ती पेलली. त्याच्यानंतर बॉम्बस्फोट झाले. पीव्ही नरसिंहरावांनी सांगितलं की आता पुन्हा जावा.
Bomb blast happened.
जाती जातीमध्ये अंतर पडलंय.
PV Narasimha Rao said, "Go back to the state."
जे शाहू फुले आंबेडकरांच्या
Society is divided.
त्या महाराष्ट्राला पुन्हा आपल्याला पूर्व परिस्थिती निर्माण करायची आहे. आणि त्यावेळेस
Restore normalcy in Maharashtra.
भुजबळ साहेब इतर काही मान्यवर होते आणि 94-95 ला ते मंत्रिमंडळ अस्तित्वात आलं. दुर्दैवाने 95 ला आपलं सरकार गेलं. भाजप
In 1995,
मनोहर जोशी
our government went away.
मुख्यमंत्री झाले.
Manoj Joshi became Mukhyamantri, CM.
तो काळ देखील आपण बघितला.
We've seen that time as well.
काळामध्ये 95 ला त्यांनी नंतर 99 ला निवडणुका लवकर घेतल्या. त्यावेळेस एकत्र काँग्रेस होती. परंतु असं आम्हाला सांगण्यात आलं आपल्याला की सोनिया गांधी परदेशी आहे.
In 1999, we were with the Congress, but we were told Sonia Gandhi is a foreigner. Then
परदेशी व्यक्ती या देशाच्या पंतप्रधान होऊ शकत नाही.
we were told a foreigner can't be PM. We heard him.
99 ला 10 जूनला भुजबळ साहेबांनी पुढाकार घेतला आणि शिवाजी पार्कला सभा झाली.
On 10 June 1999,
साथ दिली.
there was a big program at Shivaji Park.
6 महिन्यातच निवडणूक.
You supported us then.
जुलै ऑगस्ट सप्टेंबर ऑक्टोबर 4च महिन्यात लागल्या. 6 महिने आधी निवडणुका घेतल्या 4.5 वर्षात. आणि त्यावेळेस
They brought forward elections.
संपूर्ण मैदान गाजवण्याचं काम हे भुजबळ साहेबांनी केलं.
But Bhujbal Sahib put together everything.
त्याच्यानंतरच्या काळामध्ये मला वाटलं होतं मी आर पाटील, जयंत पाटील, दिलीप वळसे पाटील, सुनील तटकरे आम्ही सगळेजण तरुण होतो.
We were very young then.
तरी समाजाच्या करता आपण केलं पाहिजे.
We thought we must do something.
मार्गदर्शनाखाली केलं पाहिजे. एक सुजलाम सुफलाम अशा प्रकारचा महाराष्ट्र आपण घडवला पाहिजे.
That we should work for the betterment of the state.
वसंतदादांनी, वसंतराव नाईकांनी आणि त्याच्यानंतरच्या काळामध्ये साहेबांनी असेल, विलासरावांनी असेल, ज्यांनी त्यांनी आपल्या आपल्या परीने त्याच्यामध्ये भर घातली. हे आपण सगळ्यांनी पाहिलं. परंतु मित्रांनो, आपल्याला त्यावेळेस जागा फक्त 58 मिळाल्या. काँग्रेसला नेतृत्व नसताना देशात होतं, परंतु राज्यामध्ये एवढा ताकदीचा नेता नसताना 75 जागा मिळाल्या. विलासराव देशमुख मुख्यमंत्री झाले, भुजबळ साहेब उपमुख्यमंत्री झाले. आम्ही सगळ्यांनी त्यांच्या मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये कामाला सुरुवात केली.
We started work under Vilas Rao's leadership then.
त्याच्यामध्ये मला तर
We got 98, he got only 75, the Congress.
महत्वाची खाती मिळाली. दिलीपरावांना मिळालं, आर पाटलांना मिळालं, भुजबळ साहेबांचा तर हक्कच होता. त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये जयंत पाटलांना मिळालं. मला कृष्णा खोऱ्याचं फक्त 5 जिल्हे, 7 जिल्हे, 7 जिल्ह्याचं खातं मिळालं. मी खात्या पेललं.
I got responsibility for 7 districts.
हा महाराष्ट्र जाणतो. मी कधी जातीपातीचं नात्या गोत्याचं राजकारण केलं नाही.
I've never done communal politics.
कुणी कार्यकर्ता आला तर त्याचं काम करून देणं एवढंच ध्येय डोळ्यासमोर ठेवलं.
And allowed for every karyakarta, whoever he is or she is, to do their job.
करायचो, आज देखील करतो. रात्री उशिरापर्यंत काम करतो.
I still work hard. I still work late into the night.
कशा करता की महाराष्ट्र पुढे गेला पाहिजे.
Why? Simply so that Maharashtra should keep moving forward.
महाराष्ट्राची
सर्व क्षेत्रामध्ये ओळख झाली पाहिजे.
That Maharashtra should be recognized across all sectors.
करत असताना
That's my dream.
त्याच्यानंतरच्याही काळामध्ये आपलं 2004 ला सगळ्या भुजबळ साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आर पाटलांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली एवढं चांगलं काम आपण केलं.
In 2004, under the leadership of Chhagan Bhujbal, R.R. Patil, we all worked
काँग्रेसचे
hard.
69 आमदार आले. मी एवढा मला पक्षामध्ये महत्वाचं स्थान नव्हतं कारण मी छोटा कार्यकर्ता होतो.
I didn't have a big position then.
पिचड साहेब, विजयदादा, पदमसिंह पाटील, दिल्लीमध्ये प्रफुल्ल पटेल साहेब, हे सगळे प्रमुख नेते होते.
These were some of the senior leaders then.
सोनियाजींनी विलासरावांना सांगितलं की सगळ्यात जास्त जागा त्यांच्या आलेल्या आहेत, आता आपल्याला त्यांना मुख्यमंत्री पद द्यावं लागेल.
Sonia ji told Vilas Rao that they've got more seats.
मित्रांनो,
We should let them have a CM.
कार्यकर्ता त्याच्यामध्ये आम्हाला विलासरावांनी सांगितलं आता तुमच्यामध्ये कोण होईल.
Vilas Rao asked us who's going to be CM.
आर पाटील,
Bhujbal, R.R. Patil.
नव्हती कारण हे प्रमुख नेते म्हणून काम करत होते.
I didn't have any aspirations then.
आपण मान्य केलं पाहिजे, सगळंच आपल्याला मिळालं पाहिजे असा हव्यास कुणी मनामध्ये ठेवता कामा नये. पण 4 खाती जास्त घेऊन 4 मंत्री पद जास्त घेऊन आलेली संधी राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाला उभ्या भारताने बघितलं होतं. संधी आली होती. मी
An available opportunity. I'm going to tell you today.
2023 मध्ये ती संधी मिळाली असती तर आजपर्यंत राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचाच मुख्यमंत्री तुम्हाला महाराष्ट्रामध्ये दिसला.
If we'd taken that opportunity, till 2023, you would have seen NCP CM.
लोकांच्या मध्ये मिसळायला कमी आहोत का? आम्ही आमच्या आया बहिणीचा आदर करायला आम्ही कमी आहोत का? आम्ही वडीलधाऱ्यांचा आदर करायला कमी आहोत का? आम्हाला इकडचं निवडून आल्यानंतर आमच्या मतदारसंघामध्ये जनतेची हीच अपेक्षा असती की आमच्या
Our constituents, of course, have expectations from us.
आमच्या पालकमंत्र्यांनी जिल्ह्याला पुढे घेऊन जावं, राज्यातल्या प्रमुखांनी राज्याला पुढे घेऊन जावं आणि तशाच पद्धतीनं आजपर्यंत मी काम करत आलेलो आहे.
In that same
पुढच्या काळामध्ये देखील
refrain I've been working so far. In
तुमच्या
the future too,
मदतीनं, तुमच्या
with your
साथीनं,
blessings and your
या सगळ्या
support,
नेते मंडळींच्या सहकार्याने
with the support of all of these leaders on
आपल्याला
stage,
पुढे जायचंय.
we will keep moving
71
forward.
वरून 2019 ला आपण 62 वर खाली आलो.
In 2019, we were down to
अशोक चव्हाण
62.
त्यावेळेस मुख्यमंत्री होते आणि काँग्रेसच्या जागा अशाच काहीतरी 72 का काहीतरी मोठ्या प्रमाणावर जागा आल्या. त्यावेळेस साहजिकच त्यांचा मुख्यमंत्री झाला ना, 81 आल्या, सॉरी 81 जागा काँग्रेसच्या आल्या.
At that time, Vilas Rao's time, we're talking about 81 that the Congress got.
6, 2004 ला 9, 2009 ला 8, 2014 ला 4, 2019 ला 4, महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 4, 8, 7 ह्याच्यापेक्षा खासदार पुढे आपण गेलो नाही. ती खंत मध्ये षण्मुखानंदच्या हॉलच्या बैठकीमध्ये मी बोलून दाखवली. त्याच्यामध्ये मनापासून वाटत होतं की आपला पक्ष वाढला पाहिजे, खासदारांची संख्या वाढली पाहिजे, आमदारांची संख्या वाढली पाहिजे, नवीन कार्यकर्ते पुढे आले पाहिजे, नवीन महिला पुढे आले
We of
पाहिजे.
course want our strengths to grow, our numbers to grow, MPs, MLAs, new party workers.
50 वर्षांनी पुन्हा दुसरी येते, 75 वर्षांनी तिसरी पिढी पुढे येते.
New generations to come over the next 25 years, 50 years, 75
आणि
years.
अशा पद्धतीनं सगळं काम करत असताना मला त्या निमित्तानं आठवत आहे की हे आम्ही सगळेजण पुढे जात होतो, परंतु संख्या कमी होत होती. 2004 ची संख्या 2009 ला 62 झाली आमदारांची.
But our numbers kept depleting from 2004.
आमदारांची 2019 ला 54 झाली आमदारांची. तरी देखील काही गोष्टी करून
Despite that,
सरकार शिवसेना काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादीचा आणण्याचा प्रयत्न झाला.
we tried to bring together a government of Shiv Sena, NCP.
2014 ला पण
In 2014 as well,
भाजपची सत्ता नव्हती. त्यावेळेस भाजपच्या नेत्यांनी सांगितलं 16
BJP
जागा
leaders
राष्ट्रवादीला
when-
लढवाव्यात, 16 जागा शिवसेना लढवेल, 16 जागा भाजप लढवेल, 48च्या 48 जागा आपण निवडून आणू. परंतु नंतर त्यामध्ये भाजपने थोडंसं सांगितलं आम्हाला जमणार नाही.
NCP, Shiv Sena, BJP had to fight in 16 different constituencies each.
परंतु इथे नेते मंडळींची इच्छा नव्हती म्हणून ते बारगळलं. 2014ला
the leadership was not very keen on it.
ती भाजपची आली. भाजपची सत्ता
Party that came to power then in 2014 was BJP.
राज्यामध्ये आपली सत्ता आली, परंतु जे समन्वय असायला पाहिजे होता तो दुर्दैवाने राहिला नाही आणि 2019ला आपला पराभव झाला. 41 आपण आलो, काँग्रेस 42 आली आणि विरोधी पक्षामध्ये आपल्याला सगळ्यांना काम करावं लागलं. आम्ही पण काम केलं, पण नेहमी 71, 62, 58, 41, 54 ह्याच्या पुढे आपण गेलो नाही. मित्रांनो, आता जो निर्णय घेतलाय भाजप, शिवसेना, शिंदे आणि
The decision that we've taken now, BJP, Eknath Shinde, Shiv Sena,
हे सगळं करत
BJP,
असताना
us,
मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये
we have a huge majority. We've got the opportunity to work in government. Of course, we'll keep getting such opportunities.
आणि पालकमंत्री पद आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी मिळणार आहेत. त्याच्यातून
We'll get many portfolios,
आमदारांची कामं करतात.
guardian minister positions.
सरकार गेल्यानंतर सगळ्या आमदारांच्या विकास कामाला स्थगिती मिळाली. आपल्याला ती स्थगिती उठवायची.
We went out of government previously. Work stopped in
हा
constituencies.
निर्णय पक्षाने घेतला नाहीये. या संदर्भामध्ये इथं सगळे स्टेजवर बसलेले आमदार काही आज उपस्थित राहू शकले नाही, काही दवाखान्यात आहे, काही येऊ शकले
Some
नाही.
MLAs are here, some couldn't make it here today.
गेले. असे सगळे आमदार आज पण माझ्या सगळ्या संपर्कात आहे. मी
Some who've gone
आमदारांना
there,
कुठल्याही
they're in
राष्ट्रवादी
touch with
काँग्रेस
me as
पक्षाच्या
well.
मी कधी भेदभाव केला नाही.
I have
उद्याच्याही
never
काळामध्ये
differentiated.
या सगळ्यांची कामं करण्याच्या करता मी
I
भेदभाव
will
करणार नाही.
work for them as well.
भाजप आणि जे
I will not
शिवसेना
differentiate.
शिंदे गट आहे त्याही आमदारांना मला सांगायचं,
I want to
माझी
tell the
प्रतिभा
BJP
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये
and Shinde faction
एक
MLAs as
दबंग
well.
नेता, एक कडक नेता, स्वतःला पाहिजे तेच करतो असा नेता अशी झालेली आहे. मी तसं होऊन देणार नाही. सर्व जाती धर्माला, माझे मुस्लिम असतील, माझे आदिवासी असतील,
Be it
माझे मागासवर्गीय असतील, माझ्या
be
महिला
it any
असतील,
community, Muslims,
माझे
tribals,
तरुण असतील,
youth.
मला दिसत नाही की बेरोजगारी वाढली आहे, महागाई वाढली आहे.
I'll work for
ती
them.
आपल्याला
I
कमी
know
करायची, बेरोजगारी कमी
that we have to work on
करण्याच्या
unemployment, on inflation.
उद्योगधंद्याला पोषक अशा प्रकारचं वातावरण
We
करायचं.
have to ensure industrial
विरोधामध्ये बसून
development.
ते वातावरण होऊ शकत नाही. काल मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये बसल्यानंतर आम्ही सगळ्यांनी काल पण काही चांगले निर्णय घेतले.
Yesterday as well in the cabinet meeting, we took some important decisions.
वळसे पाटील साहेब असतील, अनेकांनी पश्चिमेकडे पडणारं माझं जे पाणी आहे गोदावरी खोऱ्यातलं ते इकडे आणण्याच्या करता दिंडोरीची कालच मंजुरी आम्ही कॅबिनेटनी दिली. हे काम केलं पाहिजे. आम्ही काय लोकांना सांगायचं, जर आपल्याला सत्तेमध्ये काम करून लोकांचे प्रश्न सोडवता येत असतील तर का सोडायचे नाही?
Why shouldn't we stay in government and
आपण
help the
दुर्लक्षित
people?
करायचं. मित्रांनो, हे सगळं करत असताना मी तुम्हाला सांगतो 2017ला
In 2017,
त्यामध्ये साधारण काही वेगळं करायचा प्रयत्न झाला.
there was an attempt to do something different.
2014ला देवेंद्र फडणवीस ज्यावेळेस मुख्यमंत्री झाले,
When Devendra Fadnavis became CM in 2014, we were sitting at Silver
रिझल्ट
Oak.
येत होते.
Results were
काय
coming in.
प्रफुल्लबाईंचं आणि साहेबांचं बोलणं झालं. प्रफुल्लबाई
Prafulbai
मीडियाच्या
and
तयारीत
Sharad
असतो
Pawar
त्या काळात. कारण निवडणुकीचा निकाल प्रफुल्लबाईंनी बाहेर सांगितलं, आम्ही बाहेर न भाजपला पाठिंबा देतो. सांगितलं की नाही? 2014ला सांगितलं.
Prafulbai said, let's give outside support to BJP.
देवेंद्र फडणवीस मुख्यमंत्री झाले, आम्हाला सांगितलं सगळ्यांनी वानखेडेला त्या शपथविधीला जावा. आम्ही
Many
सगळेजण
told
वानखेडेला
us,
शपथविधीला
go
गेलो.
to the swearing in ceremony
नरेंद्र
at the
मोदी
Wankhede
साहेब
Stadium. We went
मला
there.
ओळखतात, मी त्यांना ओळखतो. त्याच्यावर ते म्हटले की अजित जी कैसे हो, क्या हो, साहब की कैसी तबीयत है. त्यांनी बाकीच्यांशी पण बोलले.
We spoke
उज्ज्वल
to
साहेबांशी
those who
बोलले.
were opposed to us, our
आम्ही स्वतः
opposition.
बघत होतो टीव्हीला, अजूनही पूर्वीची क्लिप असेल तर दिसेल. जर आम्ही त्याच्यामध्ये त्यांच्या बरोबर जायचं नव्हतं तर आम्हाला का पाठवलं?
If we were not to go with them, why were we sent there? Why we were there at the swearing in ceremony?
काही घडलं त्या खोलात जात नाही, पण 2017ला
In 2017,
प्रांताध्यक्ष सुनील तटकरे, अजित पवार तिथं आमदार, बाकीचे सगळे, त्यावेळेस वर्षा बंगल्यावर चर्चा झाली. वरिष्ठांनी सांगितलं माझ्याकडनं मी जयंत पाटील म्हणजे राष्ट्रवादीकडनं सुनील तटकरे आणि अजून एक कोणतरी होतं, चौथं मला आता आठवत नाही, का भुजबळ साहेब होते, त्याच्यामध्ये समोरनं सुधीर मुनगंटीवार,
देवेंद्र फडणवीस,
त्याच्या संदर्भातलं विनोद तावडे, चंद्रकांत दादा, ही
चंद्रकांत दादा,
कुठली खाती, कुठले पालकमंत्री पद,
you were right in front of us at the Varsha bungalow, the CM bungalow.
खोटं बोलणार नाही.
I will never lie to you. Four of us were there in the room.
तर पवारांची औलाद सांगणार नाही.
If I lie to you, I'm not Pawar's aulad.
ते ठरलं. आम्हाला निरोप आला, सुनील तटकरेंना दिल्लीला बोलवलं. दिल्लीला त्यांच्या वरिष्ठांच्या बरोबर आपले वरिष्ठ सुनील तटकरेंची मीटिंग झाली.
To Delhi, their senior leadership met with Sunil Tatkare.
आमचा मित्र पक्ष, आम्ही त्याला सोडणार नाही शिवसेनेला.
They told us we are not going to leave our 25-year alliance with the Shiv Sena.
आणि भाजप असं सरकार राहील.
It will be a BJP Shiv Sena NCP government.
ते म्हणले शिवसेना चालत नाही आम्हाला.
We're not accepted.
शिवसेना जातीवादी आहे.
We weren't going to go with Shiv Sena.
परत आले वरिष्ठ भाजपवाले म्हणले की आम्ही त्यांना सोडणार नाही. त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये नंतर 2019 आलं, निकाल लागले.
Then elections
निकाल
happened in
लागल्यानंतर परिस्थिती
2019.
काय होती तुम्हाला माहिती होतं.
You know what happened then.
त्याच्यामध्ये मोठ्या उद्योगपतीच्या घरी
At a top
आपले
industrialist
वरिष्ठ
house,
नेते,
our senior
दुसरे
leaders,
वरिष्ठ नेते इथं
many
बसले,
other senior leaders,
पटेल साहेब, उद्योगपती, भाजपचे वरिष्ठ नेते,
BJP leaders, I myself,
सगळी
Devendra
चर्चा झाली.
Fadnavis, we were all
5
there.
बैठका झाल्या.
We had 5
त्याच
meetings.
बंगल्यात. आणि मला देवेंद्रला सांगितलं कुठं बोलायचं नाही.
I
आता
was
मला
told,
सांगा, नेत्यांनी
and
सांगितलं
Devendra
मी
were
कसं कुठं
told
बोलेन?
not to speak about it at all.
मी नाही बोललो.
Okay, I did not speak about it.
त्याच्यानंतरचा घटनाक्रम तुम्हाला माहितीये.
After that, what happened, you know very well about it. Media always ask me what happened in 2019.
मला कुणाला बदनाम होऊन द्यायचं नाही.
I don't want to defame
आणि
anyone.
मित्रांनो, त्यावेळेस हे सगळं चालू असताना
While this was going on, suddenly there was a change in decision.
सांगितलं की नाही आता आपण शिवसेनेबरोबर जायचं.
No, they suddenly said, okay, we're going to go with Shiv Sena now.
2017ला शिवसेना जातीवादी.
Tell me something, in 2017, Shiv Sena is communal in 2017 and you don't want to go with Shiv Sena. What changed in 2 years, in 2019? Suddenly it becomes an ally.
भाजपबरोबर जाणार होतो तो भाजप जातीवादी झाला.
And the BJP that you were going to go with suddenly becomes communal.
वेगवेगळ्या राजकीय पक्षामध्ये विचाराचं अंतर असू शकतं. घरामध्ये
Parties can have ideological differences.
विचाराचं अंतर असू शकतं. मतमतांतर
You could have differences of thought in a single
हे सगळं
family.
होत असताना इथं एकदा वेगळी भूमिका, तिथं वेगळी भूमिका, त्याच्यानंतर पुन्हा उद्धव ठाकरे साहेबांच्या
Stand here,
नेतृत्वाखाली
one stand there.
त्या सरकारमध्ये मला वरिष्ठांनी, पक्षांनी, तुम्ही सगळ्यांनी आमदारांनी उपमुख्यमंत्री केलं. कधी
You made me a
सोडून
deputy
दिलं नाही. मगाशी
Chief
रुपालीने
Minister in
उल्लेख
the NDA
केला.
government.
करोनाचा काळ होता, कसं काम केलं ते तुम्ही बघितलं.
I didn't
कधी त्याच्यामध्ये हलगर्जीपणा दाखवलं नाही.
in my work.
कारण
You saw how I worked during COVID times. It was mentioned over here on stage.
आपण त्याची अर्थव्यवस्था सांभाळतोय, अशा पद्धतीनं सगळं झालं. मित्रांनो, तोही काळ तुम्ही बघितला. दुर्दैवाने काय घडलं मला माहिती
You
नाही.
saw that time.
शिंदे साहेबांनी वेगळी भूमिका घेतली. आम्ही वेळोवेळी आमच्या वरिष्ठांना सांगायचो काहीतरी वेगळं घडतंय, काहीतरी वेगळं घडतंय. आम्ही
We used to constantly tell our senior leaders, something's up, something's up.
शिवसेनेमध्ये आहे, लक्ष द्या. तुम्ही राज्याच्या
Please keep an eye on Shiv Sena.
परंतु घडायचं ते घडलं.
But then what had to happen, happened.
आमदार बसलेले आहेत. त्या आमदारांना विचारा. माझ्या
Everyone's here.
उपमुख्यमंत्री महोदयांच्या चेंबर मध्ये
Right in my chamber.
उपमुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या चेंबर मध्ये
Right in my chamber, there was a meeting. Deputy CM chamber.
53 आमदार
53 MLAs.
देवाल्यांनी पण सह्या केल्या होत्या का विक्रम? 9 लोकांनी सगळ्यांनी
Plus
जेवढे आता
9 MLCs.
आमदार आहेत
The total of the NCP.
एक पत्र तयार केलं.
Everyone signed.
ड्राफ्ट केलं.
A letter was drafted.
हसन मुश्रीफ साहेबांनी आणि
Hassan Mushraf drafted the letter.
सगळ्यांनी पाहिलं.
Everyone saw it. Everyone read it.
सगळ्यांनी सह्या केल्या.
Everyone signed it.
आपल्या वरिष्ठांना विनंती करा की सरकारमध्ये
Please request the top brass that we should join the government.
विकास होणार नाही.
Otherwise, there won't be work that will get done.
आपल्याला विचारतील की बाबा तुम्ही निवडून जाऊन काय केलं?
People will question us. Our constituents will question us. What happened after you got elected?
माझी दिलीपरावांची, भुजबळ साहेबांची सोडून द्या. आम्ही 7-7 टर्म, 6-6 टर्म, 8-8 टर्मचे आमदार आहोत. पण बाकीच्या आमदारांना वाटतं ना आमचे पिण्याच्या पाण्याचे प्रश्न सुटावेत, आम्हाला 25-15चा निधी मिळावा, 30-35 मिळावा.
Senior MLAs.
आम्हाला त्या
But
ठिकाणी
there are other MLAs, right? They have to go back to their constituency. They need budgets to get works done.
मित्रांनो, आम्ही करत होतो. आम्हाला सांगितलं आता असं करा. प्रफुल्ल पटेल, अजित पवार आणि जयंत पाटलांची कमिटी केली.
Praful Patel, Ajit Pawar and Jayant Patil committee was formed.
वरिष्ठांशी बोला.
And we were told to go and speak to BJP High Command. They told us over the phone.
बोलून चालत नाही.
This won't work.
इंदूरला या.
You just telling us over the phone.
नाही बरोडाच्या इंदूरवरून काही बरोडा. आम्हाला वरिष्ठांनी सांगितलं तुम्ही तिकडे गेला तर मीडियाला कळेल. आता म्हणलं
And then Baroda.
जायचं तर मीडियाला कळलं तर कळलं. नाही म्हणले जायचं नाही. आमची तिकीट कॅन्सल केली. ह्यांनी तर
No, we were told you don't have to go. Our tickets were cancelled.
आणि मी जयंतरावांचे नंतर सांगितलं फोनवर बोला. तोपर्यंत एकनाथ शिंदेचा शपथविधी झाला नव्हता. आणि
Till that time, Eknath Shinde swearing in ceremony hadn't taken place.
मी दिल्ली सोडून इकडे आलोय तर मला फोनवर बोलता येणार नाही. ही महत्वाच्या गोष्टी असतात. हे आशा करून चालत नाही.
It was said that such conversations can't be had over the phone.
मला माझ्या राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या जीवाभावाच्या कार्यकर्त्यांना विचारायचं आहे. आणि ह्याच्यातलं एक जरी खोटं असलं तर एका आमदारांनी उठावून सांगावं.
If I'm lying right now,
सह्याच्या पत्राची झेरॉक्स
a single MLA should just stand up right now and tell me I'm lying.
माझ्याकडे आहे.
Wasn't there a letter which was signed?
यामध्ये मला ती मी दाखवायची म्हटलं तर दाखवू शकतो.
If you want me to show it, I will also show it.
लोकांच्या समोर त्या ठिकाणी विलन केलं जातं कळत नाही. काय माझी चूक आहे?
What is my mistake?
ह्या संदर्भामध्ये ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी होत असताना आजही माझं ते दैवत आहे. आजही माझं ते श्रद्धास्थान आहे.
My inspiration is my deity.
महिलांनो, तरुणांनो, तुम्ही सांगा.
But please tell me.
एखादा माणूस नोकरीमध्ये लागला तर महाराष्ट्र सरकारमध्ये 58व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतो.
A man retires at
60व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतात.
58.
राजकीय जीवनामध्ये असेल तर भाजपमध्ये 75 वर्षानंतर रिटायर केलं जातं.
In BJP about 75, right?
उदाहरण घ्या. मुरली मनोहर जोशींचं उदाहरण घ्या.
Take the example of Advani, Murli Manohar Joshi.
त्याच्यानंतरच्या काळामध्ये आता नवीन पिढी पुढे येते.
Now new generation is coming forward.
चुकलं तर सांगा ना अजित तुझं हे चुकलं.
Give us the blessings. Why not? Tell me if I'm making a mistake. Ajit, you're making a mistake.
चूक मान्य करून दुरुस्त करून पुढे जाऊ.
We will rectify the mistake and move forward.
कशा करता चाललं हे?
Why is this happening?
प्रकारचं चित्र राज्यामध्ये निर्माण केलं जातं.
Why are they painting this picture in the states?
आम्ही कुणाच्या पोटी जन्माला आलो नाही, ही चूक आहे आमची.
Is it because I was not born to him?
मित्रांनो, आज स्वतः आपले वरिष्ठ नेते चव्हाण साहेबांच्या समाधीला गेले. ठीक आहे, चव्हाण साहेब आपल्या सगळ्यांचं दैवत आहे. माझ्याकडनं पण घोडचूस झाली होती. मी एक दिवस सकाळी 7 ते संध्याकाळी 8 पर्यंत तिथं न पाणी पिता न काही करता बसलेलो होतो. मला ते खूप मनाला लागलं होतं. परंतु मित्रांनो, काळ आता जर वय जास्त झालं, 82 झालं, 83 झालं,
If
तुम्ही कधी
you've
थांबणार आहात
aged,
का नाही?
are you going to stop or not?
तुम्ही
If your
आशीर्वाद
age
द्या
is
ना.
82, 83, please just give us your
त्याच्या
blessings.
संदर्भामध्ये आम्हाला वाटतं तुम्ही शतायुष्य व्हावं.
We would want you to live 100 years.
वेगवेगळ्या महत्वाच्या संस्थात मला सांगितलं 2 मेला त्याच्या आधीच्या मीटिंग मध्ये की आता मी राजीनामा देतो
I was
आणि
told
मी
that I'm
संस्था
going to
बघतो.
resign.
त्या
I'm going to look after the
संदर्भामध्ये
organization.
राजीनामा दिल्यानंतर
I'll look after the charitable
मी एक committee
organizations.
करतो.
And then I'll form a committee.
ती कमिटी केल्यावर
This committee,
तुम्ही सगळे प्रफुल्लबाई, सुनील तटकरे, जयंत पाटील,
Praful Patel, Sunil
त्याच्यामध्ये
Tatkare, Jayant
भुजबळ
Patel,
साहेब,
Chhagan
धनंजय
Bhujbal,
मुश्रीफ साहेब,
Dhananjay
Anil
Munde,
Deshmukh,
Hassan
सगळे तुम्ही
Mushrif,
प्रमुख
Anil
बसा.
Deshmukh, all of you seniors sit down in
आणि
that
ते
committee
बसून सुप्रियाला राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष करा. आम्ही तयार
and
झालो.
make Supriya Sule working president. We were
हेही
ready.
आम्हाला मान्य होतं.
We were accepting
मित्रांनो,
of that.
पुन्हा 2 दिवसात काय घडलं कुणास ठाऊक. त्याच्यातनं सांगितलं
What
की
happened
आता
after 2 days?
मी मागे घेतो राजीनामा.
Suddenly he said,
राजीनामा मागे घ्यायचा
I'm
होता,
withdrawing my
तर दिला कशाला?
resignation. Well, if you
तेही
had to
मला
withdraw
कळलं
it,
नाही.
then why did you tender
आणि
it
मला
in your
महाराष्ट्रातल्या
resignation? I didn't
जनतेने सांगा,
understand.
आज आमच्यामध्ये धमक किंवा ताकद नाही का सरकार चालवायची?
Tell me something. Do we not have the might and strength to run a
महाराष्ट्राच्या
government?
राजकारणामध्ये जे काही 4-5 जण प्रमुख नेते म्हणून पाहिले जातात, त्याच्यात माझं नाव कुठेतरी येते का नाही शेवटचं?
Tell me something. In Maharashtra politics, if there are some prominent names, 4 to 5, do I not figure in it?
घरात देखील 60 वर्ष झाल्यानंतर नवीन मुलगा आला की त्याला सांगितलं जातं, आम्ही शेतकरी घरातली माणसं, शेतकरी सांगतो की बाबा रे, आता तू 25 वर्षाचा झालाय, तू आता शेती बघायची, मी तुला सल्ला देईन.
In a farmer's family as well. We come from farmer's family. After a
पद्धत आहे.
young person becomes 25, we say, go ahead, you take care now of the
आता जो
land.
काही हट्ट, मी सुप्रियाशी बोललो.
I've spoken to Supriya.
आपण एका घरातली एका कुटुंबातली आहोत,
We are
लहानाची
from
मोठी
one
झालो.
family. We
काहीतरी
grew up
सांग.
together.
ते हट्टी आहेत, ते ऐकत नाहीत कुणाचं.
Speak to him,
असा
he's
कसला
stubborn.
हट्ट आहे?
What is this
हा
stubbornness?
आमचा आदर आहे, मी म्हणतो खरंच आदर आहे, पण हे
I am
कुठंतरी
truthful. There is
महाराष्ट्रातल्या
a lot
जनतेला
of
पण कळलं पाहिजे.
respect.
आता सांगितलं की काही काही आमदारांना बोलून घेतलं जातं, ते भेटले नाही तर त्यांच्या पत्नीला फोन केला जातो, त्यांना भावनिक बनवलं जातं. मी नाव घेत नाही, पण वरिष्ठ नेत्यांनी एकदा एका आमदाराला समजून सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. तो म्हणला, आम्ही दादांना शब्द दिले, आता दादांच्या बरोबर आम्ही राहणार आहे. कारण अनेकदा हे सगळे
MLAs are
आमदार
being
म्हणायचे की
called,
दादा
their
काहीतरी
wives are
करा,
being
काहीतरी
called.
करा. 2019 ला केलं ते आम्हाला माहिती नव्हतं. तुम्ही आता जर काही केलं तर आम्ही तुमच्या पाठीमागे ताकदीशी उभं राहू, हे सगळ्यांनी सांगितलं, वडीलधाऱ्यांनी सांगितलं.
MLAs are
आणि
saying we're
त्याच्यातनं
standing with Dada.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये नरेंद्र मोदी साहेबांच्या सारखं नेतृत्व देशामध्ये आहे, त्यांचा करिश्मा आहे. कुणी काही म्हणा, 14ला एकट्या नरेंद्र मोदींच्याकडे बघून कन्याकुमारी पासून काश्मीर पर्यंत भाजप सत्तेवर आलाय.
It is because of
मोदींच्या
Narendra
करिश्मामुळे
Modi's
आला.
charisma that BJP came to power in 2014.
पुलवामा आणि काही गोष्टी घडल्या, लोकांना त्यांचा 5 वर्षाचा कारभार पटला.
Again,
2019
in 2019, people were satisfied with his past 5-year tenure,
राजीव गांधी ज्यावेळेस 1984 ला
brought him to power.
पंतप्रधान झाले तेव्हा बहुमत कसं मिळालं, तेव्हा जास्त मिळालं, पण त्याच्यानंतर पहिल्यांदाच हे दोन्ही बहुमत मिळालं. परदेशात गेल्यानंतर परदेशी लोक आणि तिथले भारतीय पण त्यांचं उत्साहाने स्वागत करतात. जर आज देशामध्ये त्यांच्याशिवाय पर्याय नसेल,
When he goes abroad,
तर आपण त्यांना
everyone
पाठिंबा द्यायला
welcomes
काय
him.
हरकत आहे?
If today there is no
त्याच्यामध्ये
alternative to Modi, then
विरोधी
what is the
पक्षाचं
problem if we
कडबोळं
support
बांधण्याचं
him?
काम चाललंय, ज्याचा उल्लेख पटेल साहेबांनी केला. माझ्या पण तुमच्या सगळ्यांच्यामुळं काही काही विरोधी पक्षाच्या नेत्यांची ओळखी आहेत. मी त्यांना म्हणलं काय झालं पाटण्याच्या सभेत, ते म्हणले
I asked some of these leaders what happened in Patna.
परंतु काहीतरी घडलं. केजरीवाल ज्यांच्या ताब्यामध्ये दिल्ली आणि पंजाब आहे, दोन्ही मुख्यमंत्री तिथे बसले होते, काहीतरी त्यांचं फिसकटलं, दोघेही बाहेर निघून गेले. ट्वीट
Something happened over there. Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann walked out.
झालं, तिथंच फुसकाबार निघाला. त्याच्यानंतर
We saw the tweet as well.
स्टॅलिन जेवायला
Then
पण थांबले
Stalin,
नाही.
he didn't wait for
जेवले,
lunch.
पत्रकार परिषदेला थांबले नाही, ते निघून गेले. मित्रांनो,
Apparently he
असं सगळ्यांचं
probably did
कडवं
eat
घेऊन
lunch, but he was not there at the press
देश चालू
briefing.
शकत नाही.
This is
एकदा
not how a
बघितलं
country
जनता
will
पक्षाच्या
work.
काळामध्ये देश नाही चालला. मोरारजींना, इतर नेत्यांना मी त्यांचा अनादर करत नाही.
I'm not
पण त्या
disrespecting
नेत्यांना
anyone. Morarji Desai or
त्याच्यामध्ये
others.
5 वर्ष काढता आली नाही.
They couldn't
अनेक दिग्गज
sustain
नेते,
for 5 years like
विश्वनाथ
that.
प्रताप सिंग असतील, त्याच्यामध्ये खूप जण पंतप्रधान होऊन गेले, परंतु दुर्दैवानी नाही संधी मिळाली. मी मित्रांनो आपल्याला सगळ्यांना सांगतो की आता आम्हाला अनेक बैठकामध्ये या सगळ्या पहिल्या राजनीतिज्ञांना विचारा, आमच्या वरिष्ठांनी सांगितलं
In many meetings, many senior leaders,
देखील मोदी साहेबच येणार. सांगितलं की
we
नाही?
were told in
खोटं नाही बोलणार बाबा.
2024,
मला काय मिळवायचं
Modi will come back to
खूप काही
power.
तुम्ही प्रेम
Ask
दिलं.
this first rung of senior
खूप काही
leaders seated over here.
4 वेळेला का 5
Why would I lie about it?
मुख्यमंत्री झालो, माझं तर रेकॉर्ड झालंय. पण तिथंच गाडी थांबते, पुढे काही जाईल. मला मनापासून वाटतं की मी राज्याचा प्रमुख व्हावं.
I also would want to believe that I want to be the head of state.
त्या राबवायचं म्हटलं तर प्रमुख पद लागतं. मित्रांनो, ह्याच्यामध्ये मी तुम्हाला ह्या सभेच्या निमित्तानं माझ्या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेला एक विश्वास देतो की आज राष्ट्रवादी
Tell the people
आम्हाला
of
सगळ्यांना
Maharashtra,
मिळून आपल्याला पुढे न्यायची आहे.
we have to take
चिन्हही
NCP
आपल्याकडे
forward.
राहायचंय,
Symbol
पक्षही
has to stay with
आपल्याकडे
us.
राहायचा आहे.
Party has to stay
त्याला
with us.
कुठेही दृष्ट लागून द्यायची नाही. आणि हे सगळं करत असताना आजपर्यंत राष्ट्रवादीची स्थापना झाली, आता 25वं वर्ष सुरू झालंय.
It is the 25th year of
राष्ट्रीय पक्ष
NCP.
आता राज्याचा पक्ष झालाय.
Now,
राष्ट्रीयत्वाची मान्यता
National
आपली
Party has
रद्द
become
झाली.
state party. It has lost its national party
ती परत
status.
आपल्याला मिळवायची आहे.
We have to ensure
मी
we get it
तुम्हाला
back.
सांगतो, हे जे काही तुमच्या सगळ्यांच्या मदतीनं मी केलंय, नेत्यांच्या मदतीनं केलंय,
What I've done with your support
2024ला ज्या निवडणुका होतील ना,
in 2024
त्यामध्ये
elections,
राष्ट्रवादीचा जो जास्तीत जास्त 71चा आकडा 2004चा आहे, तो आकडा कुठल्याही परिस्थितीत पुढे घेऊन आम्ही जाणारच.
we will better NCP's record of 2004.
मराठवाडा, विदर्भ, उत्तर महाराष्ट्र, कोकण, पश्चिम महाराष्ट्र,
Be it Western Maharashtra, Vidarbha, Konkad,
पायाला भिंगरी बांधल्यासारखं फिरू.
we will
माझी अजूनही-
work like we've got wheels under
माझ्या
our feet.
दैवताला विनंती आहे,
I still
आमच्या वरिष्ठांना
request
विनंती आहे की अजून पण
my deity,
आशीर्वाद त्या
my
ठिकाणी
senior leader,
पांडुरंगाने
please
आम्हाला
do
विठ्ठलाने
give us your
आम्हाला
blessings.
त्यामध्ये तुम्ही आता आम्हाला सांगितलं जातं की आता सभा सुरू होणार आहे. पहिली सभा दिलीप वळसे पाटलांच्या आंबेगावमध्ये. अरे काय दिलीपरावांनी चूक केली? मतदारसंघ बांधलाय.
Rallies are to start.
उद्याच्याला
Dilip Valse Patil
आम्हाला
will
पण-
be
मलाही
holding
थोडं
a
बोलता
public
येतं,
meeting.
भाषण
Of
करता
course, he
येतं.
has to go back to his
लोकं माझं
constituency.
ऐकतात.
He's built that constituency.
त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये उद्या जर दौरा त्यांनी सुरू केला तर मला पण 7 दिवसांनी तिथे सभा घ्यावी लागेल, मला उत्तर द्यावं लागेल. मी
Even
जर
I'll have
गप्प
to go to the
बसलो,
people,
तर जनता म्हणेल हा काहीतरी
answer them.
खोट आहे. परंतु
If
मित्रांनो,
I stay silent, people will believe that I'm wrong.
त्यामुळं माझी तुम्हाला विनंती आहे की कुणी आमदारांनी, एका तर आमदाराला मी मगाशी सांगितलं की नाही, तो राहिलं सांगायचं, समजून सांगितलं वरिष्ठांनी, तो म्हणणार नाही हो, मला नाही, आता मला आमदारकी नाही मिळाली तरी चालेल. नाही, ते सांगत होते. शेवटी वरिष्ठांनी काय शब्द वापरला, तू निवडूनच कसा येतो ते बघतो. अरे तुमची मुलं ना ती साथ दिली, ही भाषा
Senior
दैवताने
leadership
करायची.
said, we'll see how they get
वरिष्ठांनी
elected.
करायची.
Is this
आणि
the right kind
त्याच्यामध्ये
of language?
तो आमदार शेवटी
They
म्हणतो,
are your
मला नको
children.
आमदारकी, मी गरीब असतो. साधी काय कार्यकर्ते, साधे सहकारी आहेत. आम्ही वेगवेगळ्या लोकांना वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी, सुनील शेळकेला मावळात शोधला, निलेश लंकेला पारनेरला शोधला, त्या डॉक्टर लामटेला अकोल्यात शोधला, अशा अनेकांना आपण शोधलं आणि आमदारकीची तिकीट दिली.
You found all of these individuals and gave them tickets.
खूप जणांची नावं घेता येतील, मी सगळ्यांची नावं घेऊन तुमचा वेळ घेत नाही. परंतु मित्रांनो, माझ्या कार्यकर्त्यांनो, माझ्या वडीलधाऱ्यांनो, माझ्या महिला भगिनींनो, आमच्या मुलांनो, मला एक सांगा की आपण हे सगळं करतोय हे राज्याच्या भल्याकरता करतोय. केंद्र सरकार
We're doing this for the betterment of the state.
केंद्राचा निधी येईल, योजना आणता येतील,
Central budget will be allocated for us.
आज कितीतरी जणांचे साखर कारखाने अडचणीत आहेत, जिल्हा बँका अडचणीत आहेत.
How many of your businesses are in trouble today? Your sugar factories. We have to fix everything.
बऱ्याचशा मालाला भाव नाही. माझे नाशिकचे कांदा उत्पादक इथं आहेत, माझे केळी उत्पादक जळगावचे इथं आहेत, माझे वेगवेगळ्या भागातनं कार्यकर्ते आलेले आहेत. कुणाचा ऊसाचा प्रश्न आहे.
People are coming to me with various questions. Onion farmers, many from across the state. There are so many questions.
पीक विम्याचे प्रश्न आहेत. काही मागे आम्ही शब्द
about their crops.
ठाकरे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली कर्जमाफीचे दिलेले होते.
We had given some farm loan waivers during Uddhav Thackeray's regime.
50,000 रुपये द्यायचं काम चाललंय. मागची कर्जमाफी झाली, 2 लाखाच्या वरची देखील राहिलेली आहे. त्याच्यात एकनाथ शिंदे आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीसांना सांगून मार्ग काढायचा आहे.
There is still a lot of loan. We will of course try to find a way with Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde.
भडकवण्याचं काम केलं जातो. मी तुम्हाला शब्द देतो की कुठल्याही प्रकारे जोपर्यंत अजित पवार त्या मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये तुम्हाला अडचण येऊन देणार नाही.
I promise you, until Ajit Pawar is in that state cabinet, you will not face any problem.
खंडप्राय देश आहे. शेवटी शिवाजी महाराजांनी पण 18 पगड जातीला 12 बलुतेदारांना बरोबर घेऊन हिंदवी स्वराज्य स्थापन केलं आणि राज्याला पुढे नेलं. मित्रांनो, माझी तुम्हाला विनंती आहे,
I only have a request
विनंती आहे की त्यांनी
from our senior leadership.
आराम करावा.
Please
एवढा
take some rest.
हट्टीपणा करू नये.
Don't be
त्या
so stubborn.
संदर्भामध्ये मी आज तर थोडंच बोललेलो आहे, परंतु उद्याच्याला सभा जर व्हायला लागल्या तर मला वस्तुस्थिती देखील लोकांना सांगावी
In
लागेल.
that respect, I've spoken very little today. From tomorrow onwards, when public meetings start, obviously I'll have to tell the people the truth.
त्याच्यामध्ये अंतर पडू नये. परंतु या सगळ्याची नोंद माझ्या कार्यकर्त्यांना तुम्ही सगळ्यांनी घ्यावी. मला या सभेच्या निमित्तानं महाराष्ट्रातल्या सर्व जनतेला आणि माझ्या शेवटपर्यंतच्या कार्यकर्त्याला
I want to
विश्वास
tell
द्यायचा आहे
the
की
people of
आपल्याला
Maharashtra and the
कधीच
last party worker.
अजित पवारांच्या जीवात जीव असेपर्यंत मी अंतर देणार नाही. आपल्याला
I will keep working until there's life
तरी मी
inside me.
वाऱ्यावर सोडणार नाही. राज्यातल्या जनतेला महत्व देतच एकनाथराव शिंदे, देवेंद्र फडणवीस आणि मी या सगळ्या सहकार्यांना घेऊन त्या राज्याचे प्रश्न मगाशी
I will work with Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde to resolve the questions of the state.
माझ्या आदिवासींचे प्रश्न आहेत, आदिवासींना काही आरक्षणाचे प्रश्न आहेत, काही वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे अनेक प्रकारचे
There
प्रश्न
are many questions, including that of reservation.
आदर आजही करतो, उद्याही करत
I
राहील.
respect
परंतु
all
हे
of you.
सगळं करत असताना कुठंतरी वरिष्ठांनी थांबलं पाहिजे. वरिष्ठ
But the senior leadership
आशीर्वाद दिले
should
पाहिजे.
understand,
जर
right?
चुकलं तर कानाला धरा ना आणि सांगा ना इथं चुकलं.
If I'm
समजून घे.
making a mistake, pull me up by the ear.
पण ह्या
Tell me that.
पद्धतीनं कुठंतरी वेगळ्या प्रकारचं राजकारण हे मी पण कधी करणार नाही.
But I'm not going to do any different kind of politics.
देशाला मी आजही सांगतो, त्यांनी आम्हाला 10 सांगितलं, नरेंद्र मोदी साहेबांच्या शिवाय 2024 मध्ये
I want to tell the country there is no alternative to Narendra Modi in 2024. This is the reality.
आपल्या या सगळ्या जागा आहेत. आपल्याला आपले 54 आमदार त्या जागा आपल्याला मिळणारच आहेत. त्याच्यापेक्षा जास्त जागा काँग्रेसच्या ज्या आहेत त्याही आपल्याला मिळणार आहेत. त्याच्यामुळे जागा जवळपास 90 विधानसभेच्या जागा आपण लढवणार आहोत. लोकसभेच्या
We will ensure that we fight close to about 90 assembly seats.
भारतीय जनता पक्ष, शिवसेना,
We
शिंदे
will of course get our 54 seats to contest from, but we'll try 90.
समोर वंचित आघाडी आहे, ते एकत्र येण्याची शक्यता दाट आहे. अजून पण 900 गवशे उभे राहणारच आहेत. त्याच्यामध्ये हे जे काही काँग्रेस आणि शिवसेनेची आघाडी ती तर कशी होणार आहे मला माहिती नाही, कारण त्याच्यात पण बऱ्याच खाचा खोचा आहेत.
I don't know how Shiv Sena and Congress will form any agadi. There are many differences.
मी कुणाचाही अपमान केला नाही. मी
I have not disrespected anybody.
30 वर्षाच्या राजकीय जीवनात
In about 30 years of my political career, I have suffered a lot.
माघार घेतली, अनेकदा मी
I've stepped backwards many times, taken a few steps back.
आमच्यावर गुगली टाकली तरी मी सहन केली. अनेकदा
Googlies were thrown at me and I suffered that.
आणि निर्णय मात्र झाला एक, अशा पद्धतीने झालं. मी रोख बोलणारा कार्यकर्ता आहे.
I
मी जर
always
एखादं काम होणार असेल तर हो म्हणून सांगतो, नसेल तर नाही म्हणून सांगतो. इथं आता नाना
If something can happen, I say if yes, if not no.
बाबा दादा असं करायचं, मला पटलं तर मी म्हणाल हो करू, आणि नाही पटलं तर सांगेल नाना हे करायचं नाही. शेवटी आपणच आपल्या कार्यकर्त्यांना, आपल्या घरच्या माणसांना कशा करता खेळवायचं, कशा करता बनवायचं, कशा करता बदनामी करून द्यायची.
Why should you defame your own karyakarta, your own family, people from your family?
त्यांच्या हॉलमध्ये लोकांनी मलाच विलन केलं. मला सांगितलं होतं मी करू काय, की बाबा मी सांगितलं सोनिया गांधी जसं वर बसल्यात आणि खरगे अध्यक्ष आहेत तशा पद्धतीनं साहेब मार्गदर्शन करतील, वरिष्ठ नेते मार्गदर्शन करतील, दुसरं त्यांच्या डोळ्यासमोर तयार होईल. काय चुकलं माझं? मला
I
सांगितलं
said
होतं मी
the way Sonia Gandhi sits at the top and Kharge runs the party, Sahib will in fact just direct us and guide us. What's wrong in that?
युपीआयच्या प्रमुख सोनिया गांधीच काम करतायत.
Even Sonia Gandhi is working as UPA chairperson.
हे जे काही वेगवेगळ्या पद्धतीनं चाललेलं आहे मित्रांनो, यावेळेस मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये पहिल्या टप्प्यात भाजपच्या वरिष्ठांनी सांगितलं की 9 जागा मिळतील. आधी वेगळं ठरलं होतं पण ते म्हणले दादा आता 9 घ्या. नंतर
BJP said you're going to get 9 ministerial berths. Earlier it was a little different, but we settled for 9.
एकामध्ये मागासवर्गीय समाजाला प्रतिनिधित्व दिलं कॅबिनेट.
We ensured that every community got equal representation in that.
50% महिला आहेत. आपण महिलेला एकाला संधी दिली, तिथं प्रतिनिधित्व दिलं. आपण त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये अल्पसंख्याक समाज आहे, आपण अल्पसंख्याक समाजाला प्रतिनिधित्व दिलं.
Be it minorities, be it women, OBC.
आपण त्या समाजाला 2 प्रतिनिधित्व दिलं. भटका समाज आहे त्याला पण प्रतिनिधित्व दिलं. अजूनही माझे जीवा भावाचे काही सहकारी आहेत. महामंडळ उद्याच्याला आपल्याला मिळणार आहेत. अजून काही मंत्री राज्यमंत्री पद आपल्याला मिळणार आहेत.
We'll still get more ministerial berths.
तुमच्यासारख्या कार्यकर्त्यांना, काही जिल्ह्याच्या अध्यक्षांना, अनेक जिल्ह्याचे अध्यक्ष इथं उपस्थित आहेत. वेगवेगळ्या सेलमध्ये आता रुपाली चाकणकरांच्यावर महिलांची जबाबदारी टाकलेली आहे, युवकची सूरजवर टाकलेली आहे, प्रांताध्यक्ष म्हणून तटकरे साहेबांनी जबाबदारी घेतलेली आहे. इतर पण वेगवेगळ्या जबाबदाऱ्या त्या ठिकाणी दिल्या जातील. परंतु एकटा अजित पवार आणि एकट्या स्टेजवरचे हे सगळे हे तर काम करतीलच करतील, परंतु तुम्हाला पण आपल्या आपल्या भागामध्ये जाऊन काम करावं लागेल.
You'll also have to go back to your own regions and districts and
दादा करेल
work.
असं नाही, मी तर करेलच. रात्रीचा दिवस
It can't be that Dada has said and he's going to do all this work.
या आमदारांच्या
Of course I'll
तुमच्या
work.
मतदारसंघातली कामं पण त्या ठिकाणी करेन.
I'll do everything for you.
भाजप आणि शिवसेना शिंदे गट यांच्याही आमदारांना कुठं नाराज होतील अशा पद्धतीचं काम माझ्याकडनं होणार नाही.
I won't do anything that would upset even BJP and Eknath Shinde faction Shiv Sena
आणि
MLAs.
हे आमदारांना तर ज्या काही विकासाच्या बाबतीमध्ये राहिलेल्या 1.5 वर्षामध्ये जे 1 वर्ष बॅकलॉग पडलाय तो
backlog of the last 1 year.
जनतेचा विकासाचा भरून काढण्याचा शब्द आज मी तुमच्या सगळ्यांच्या साक्षीने या ठिकाणी
I
देतो.
will ensure that we fulfill all of those developmental works.
शेवटी ते आपले दैवतच आहेत, परंतु त्यांनी जसं प्रफुल्लबाईंनी विनंती केली,
At the end of the day, he still
त्यांनी विनंती केली,
our
मी
deity.
साष्टांग नमस्कार करून विनंती करतो की अजून
I genuflect before
त्या
him.
संदर्भामध्ये मार्ग काढावा. काही आमदारांची
And please
ससे उलपट होती, इकडं आड तिकडं वीर.
find a way.
काही आमदार म्हणतात की दादा
Some MLAs are telling us,
ठरवा, आणि काही तर असे
please find a resolution.
की त्या लोक त्या संबंधात त्या एकंदरीत संघटनेचं वाटोळ करतील. तुम्ही म्हणाल कोण? उदाहरण देतो, ठाण्याचा पठ्या. आता त्या ठाण्याचा त्यांच्यामुळं गणेश नाईक आपला पक्ष सोडून गेले, संदीप नाईक पक्ष सोडून गेले, सुभाष भोईर पक्ष सोडून गेले, निरंजन डावखरे पक्ष सोडून गेले. वसंतराव डावखरे वयस्कर असताना मला म्हणायचे, दादा साहेब काय त्याला मोठं करतात. त्याच्यामध्ये सांगितलं गणेश नाईक. त्याच्यामध्ये अनेक जण मला आता ते भेटतात सगळे. मला वाटतं किसन कथोरे गेले, खूप जण गेली. अहो आपल्या मध्ये जीवाभावाचे कार्यकर्ते असे असले पाहिजेत की त्यांनी स्वतः तर तिथं नेतृत्व केलंच पाहिजे, परंतु बेरजेचं राजकारण केलं पाहिजे. एकेका मंत्र्यांनी 4-4 आमदार तरी निवडून आणा. मी या 9 लोकांना सांगितलं तुम्ही 4-4
Each minister should ensure that at least 4 MLAs are elected.
पुढचे मंत्री होणार आहेत त्यांनी पण तसं करावं. परंतु तिथं तर आपले आमदार घालवणाऱ्यालाच नेता केले. आता जसं काही स्पोक्समन त्या ठिकाणी बोलून सांगल्याचं वजवाटोळ करतात, तशा पद्धतीचं काम ती व्यक्ती त्या ठिकाणी केल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही, असं माझं ठाम मत आहे. माझी तुम्हाला विनंती आहे, मी शपथ घेतल्यापासून ज्या उत्साही कार्यकर्ते येत आहेत, फोन येत आहेत, ट्विट करतायत, SMS येत आहेत,
I'm getting SMSs, tweets, phones, phone calls.
सगळ्यांना मला संपर्क साधता आला नाही, सगळ्यांशी मला बोलता आलं नाही.
I've not been able to speak everyone.
मला त्या ठिकाणी निरोप पाठवता आले नाही. परंतु मित्रांनो, कार्यकर्त्यांनो, महिला भगिनींनो, तरुणांनो, मी इथून पुढच्या काळामध्ये राज्यामध्ये सगळीकडे फिरेन. त्या संदर्भामध्ये
I'm telling you that I'm going to tour the entire state and I will clarify our position.
म्हणजे माझ्यासारखा 10 वर्ष तरी काम करू शकतो. त्याच्यामुळं 2024 ची निवडणूक असेल, 2029 ची निवडणूक असेल, नवीन कार्यकर्त्यांना आपल्याला पुढे आणायचंय.
We have to bring new karyakartas into the party.
ठिकाणी करायचे.
I can at least work for 10 years, so I will be ensuring that.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाची मजबूत टीम
We
आपल्याला त्या
have to
ठिकाणी
form a
करायची.
strong NCP
आणि
team.
त्याच्यामध्ये सर्व जाती धर्माच्या
And
लोकांना
that should have representation from all religions and communities.
न्याय देण्याचं काम करायचंय. त्याच्यामध्ये प्रश्नाची उकल करून न्याय देण्याचं काम करायचंय. त्याच्यामध्ये
We have to ensure justice for the people.
ती जबाबदारी पार पाडण्याच्या करता
I will
अजित पवार
ensure that I fulfill the responsibility you've given me.
विश्वास आणि शब्द तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना देतो. तुम्ही सगळ्यांनी आम्हाला आशीर्वाद द्या.
Please just give us your blessings.
निश्चितपणे मी जागा राहील अशा प्रकारची खात्री देतो आणि मी आपल्या
I will
सगळ्यांची रजा
stand
घेतो.
true
जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
to those blessings.
सर्वांनी जाग्यावरती उभं राहायचंय. समारोप राष्ट्रगीतानं होणार आहे. सर्वांना विनंती आहे की जाग्यावरती उभं राहायचंय.
All right, viewers, huge news points coming in from what Ajit Pawar just said. A little over 30 minutes, and this is a no-holds bar attack. Okay, that's the national anthem which is playing right now.
द्राविड उच्चल वंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलगित रंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाए तब जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 भारत माता की राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस.
All right, so that's the big news coming in. Let's take you through on the big pointers there of the Ajit Pawar speech, viewers. A complete takedown of his uncle, at the same time asking for his uncle's blessings. Let me take you through one by one. Number one, quotes other parties, says this is the age that leaders retire. Practically warns Sharad Pawar, saying hand over the reins. Now you are 83. It's time for you to rest. On the other account, very, very interesting, where he says, is it because I'm not your son? Taking a jibe at possibly Pawar looking at succession from the lens of Parivarwad or dynasty politics, where clearly Sharad Pawar looking at Supriya Sule and of course then his nephew Rohit Pawar as his two inheritors. On the other account, slamming Sharad Pawar, making it personal, making it about the party, making it about propriety, saying that Sharad Pawar not just insinuating, if leaders before insinuated like Praful Patel, like Chhagan Bhujbal, insinuating Sharad Pawar's role in getting into an alliance or maybe at the back end speaking of an alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party, talking of why Ajit Pawar actually went ahead and took oath early in the morning with Devendra Fadnavis, all of that in play, insinuating that Pawar knew very well what was going on. Ajit Pawar came and broke it down step by step, saying very clearly, not just insinuating, detailing at that Sharad Pawar was always in the know of what has gone down. Also, this time around, viewers, making it personal, attacking him in terms of his age, saying it's time for you to now rest, retire, be the guiding light, be a part of the Margdarshak Mandal, let go of active politics, gave the opinion, gave the example of Sonia Gandhi, not in active politics, but still the guiding light. Lots of big news points that have that have come up in all of this, but one thing is clear, it's an all gloves off relationship from here on. We are expecting any time now Supriya Sule, Sharad Pawar to also speak. There will be a counter, mind you. Let's cut across right now immediately to our Mumbai Bureau Chief Sahil Joshi joining us live with the very latest. Polumi Saha also joins us from the newsroom. Sahil, all right, Supriya Sule speaking. Let's cut across to that first, then we go to Sahil.
एक मिनट दादा, एक मिनट 15 वर्षापूर्वी दासू वैद्यांनी माझ्यासाठी एक कविता लिहिली होती. मी स्त्री भ्रूण हत्येच्या विरोधात लढत होते आणि दासू वैद्यांनी माझ्यासाठी लिहिलेली
on infant mortality because I was working on it.
श्रमलेल्या बापासाठी, श्रमलेल्या बापासाठी लेक नारळाचं पाणी, लढणाऱ्या लेकीसाठी माझा बाप माझी बुलंद कहाणी.
My father is my strength and my story.
हा बाप माझ्या एकटीचा नाहीये, माझ्यापेक्षा तुमचा जास्त आहे तो.
He is not only my father, he is everyone's.
बापाच्या आणि आईच्या बाबतीत नाद करायचा नाही. बाकी कुणाबद्दलही बोला, कुणाबद्दलही.
Speak about anybody.
काही करा.
Speak about me.
बापाचा नाद नाही करायचा.
Don't talk about the father.
बाकी काही ऐकून घेऊ, काहीही ऐकून घेऊ.
We will listen to anything you have to say.
महिला आहे मी. छोटंसं बोलला ना तर टचकन डोळ्यात पाणी येतं. पण जेव्हा संघर्षाची वेळ येते तेव्हा पदर खोचून तीच अहिल्या होते, तीच ताराराणी होते आणि तीच जिजाऊ होते.
When the matter is of struggle, she is the one who turns into Ahilya.
आज आपल्या सगळ्यांवर आली आहे आणि ही लढाई एका व्यक्तीच्या विरोधात नाहीये.
This fight is not against one individual.
प्रवृत्तीच्या विरोधात आपल्याला लढायचं.
It is against BJP's thinking and their behavior.
4-5 वर्षापूर्वी अजून मन थोडंसं हळू होतं, आता जरा घट्ट झाले. त्याच्यामुळे ज्यांनी घट्ट केलंय त्यांचे मनापासून आभार मानते. नॅशनलिस्ट काँग्रेस पार्टी NCP ला काय म्हणायचे? नॅचरली करप्ट पार्टी. नॅचरली करप्ट पार्टी.
Nationalist Congress Party. They say naturally corrupt party.
दूंगा.
Don't they say ना खाऊंगा, ना खाने दूंगा?
वही नॅचरली कॉर्पोरेट पार्टी का पूरा खा जाऊंगा. त्याच्यामुळे माझा आज आरोप आहे भारतीय जनता पक्षावर.
My allegation against the BJP today is
सगळ्यात करप्ट पार्टी कुठली असेल
If there is one corrupt party in the country, the most corrupt, which one is it?
भारतीय जनता पक्ष या देशातला सगळ्या, आणि मी आरोप नाही केलेले, आरोप बीजेपी केलेत. काल मी टीव्हीवर बघितलं ते बिचारे समरजीत, आता खरं खोटं मला माहिती नाही, पण समरजीत आज काल भेटले होते वाटतं यांच्या देवेंद्रजींबरोबर. यांच्या म्हणजे त्यांनी बऱ्याच वेळा नाव घेतलं म्हणून खडसे साहेबांनी त्यांचं प्रेमाने नाव घेतलं. 1 तास समरजीत काय म्हणत होते, आता खरं खोटं मला माहिती नाही, मी आरोप करतच नाही यांच्यासारखे, पण 3 आरोप परवा केले माननीय प्रधानमंत्र्यांनी. 70,000 कोटी रुपयाचा घोटाळा, बँकेचा घोटाळा आणि कडे नाही कुठला घोटाळा ते झालं. एक आठवड्यात झालं
corruption of 70,000 crore.
कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस का आइस हो गया. मतलब आइस हो गया मतलब क्या हो गया?
NCP
आइस म्हणजे ICE, आइस म्हणजे इंग्रजीत बर्फ, पण आइस म्हणजे बर्फ नाही. आय म्हणजे इन्कम टॅक्स, सी म्हणजे ई म्हणजे हे मी म्हणत नाही, हे टीव्ही वाले आणि वर्तमानपत्रवाले म्हणतात, असं लोक म्हणतात. त्याच्यामुळे बरेच लोक
NCP
टीव्ही
has been iced. Income tax, CBI, ED.
कधी करणारी नाही. माझ्या
It's not what I'm saying.
आणि ऐकण्यात आता आलं की काही लोकांचं म्हणणं आहे की काही लोकांचं वय झालंय, त्याच्यामुळे
some people say some people have aged.
का बरं आशीर्वाद द्यावे?
Why should he
रतन
bless
टाटा
you?
साहेबांपेक्षा 3 वर्षांनी मोठे आहेत. आजही टाटा
is 3 years older than
लढतात आणि सगळ्यात मोठा कुठला ग्रुप आहे
Sharad Pawar.
टाटा ग्रुप
And is steering the Tata
टाटांचं वय
Group,
काय?
which is the biggest conglomerate in the country today, Tata Group.
त्याच्यानंतर सीरम
What is
इन्स्टिट्यूट
his age? Ratan Tata's age. You heard of Serum Institute?
काय?
What is Cyrus Poonawala's age?
साहेबांचे पाटील काकांचे वयाचे आहेत. एका
Same age as Mr. Pawar, right?
84.
84.
त्याच्यानंतर अमिताभ बच्चन.
What about Amitabh Bachchan?
किती वय? 82.
82 years old.
कुठली जाहिरात लागताना सगळ्यात पॉप्युलर नाम कोण आहे?
When it comes to cinema, who's the most popular name? Amitabh Bachchan.
82.
And his age? 82.
माहितीये वॉरेन बफेट. अरे
What about Warren Buffett?
फारुख अब्दुल्ला.
Farooq Abdullah.
3 वर्षांनी मोठे आहेत. मला
Older than Saib by 3 years.
एनसीपी में मतलब अंकल ऐसे हो रहा है. अरे लड़ मैं तो शरद से 3 साल बड़ा हूँ, मैं लड़ रहा हूँ शरद को बोल मेरे तरह तू भी लड़ ले.
Farooq Abdullah called me and said, "What's happening?" He said, "Fight it out."
आशीर्वाद तर आहेतच, पण
Of course there are
आपल्या
blessings.
वडिलांना म्हणायचं की तुम्ही घरी बसा आणि आशीर्वाद घ्या.
To tell your father, sit at home
परवडल्या हो.
and just bless us.
घरामध्ये विचार करून बघा. मी महिला आहे म्हणून म्हणत नाही, तुम्ही सगळे
What about
पुरुषांबद्दल
us
काही
daughters?
बोलत नाही, तुम्ही पण आई वडिलांना
We're on the
करता.
side somewhere.
इथे एवढ्या मोठ्या संख्येने महिला आहे. वडील किंवा आई आजारी पडते तेव्हा हॉस्पिटलमध्ये कोण नेतं वडिलांना?
Ask the women over here.
बरोबर?
When your father falls
मुली
sick,
करतात
your
की
mother
नाही
falls
पोरी
sick,
तुमच्या?
who's the one standing in the hospital?
वाईट
Isn't it your
वाटतं,
daughter?
तेव्हा कोण येतं हात धरायला? आणि आई
comes to
वडिलांना
hold your
म्हणायला,
hand?
पोरी लहान लहान असतील तरी काय म्हणते, बाबा नको रे, चांगलं सगळं बरं होईल. ह्याच लेकी आहेत. आणि तुम्ही विचार करा की जेव्हा जेव्हा घरावर अडचण येते तेव्हा ती लेक उभी राहते वडिलांबरोबर. हा महाराष्ट्राच्या तुमच्याही लेकी तशा आहेत, बहिणी पण तशा आहेत. त्याच्यामुळे ह्या सगळ्या या परिस्थितीमध्ये काय हालून जायचं नाही. अरे पक्ष बांधू, आमदार आहेत,
Don't worry,
आनंद
we
आहे.
will rebuild the
जे
party.
गेलेत त्यांना शुभेच्छा आहेत, कारण का 2019
gone,
मी विसरलेले नाही, ते
all
विसरले
good wishes
असतील.
for them.
कुणालाही वाटत असेल की ते कुणामुळे सर्वे मी पाहिलाय. 2019 मध्ये 11 सीट राष्ट्रवादीला दिल्या होत्या. हाच 80 वर्षाचा योद्धा लढला आणि या देशाचा जेव्हा जेव्हा
I've seen the survey. They'd given us 11 seats in 2019. This old man fought it out and brought us to 53.
फोटो मलाही गंमत वाटली. सगळे हताश झाले होते. अरे बापरे, शपथविधी त्याला काय होणार, काय होणार.
Everyone got disappointed, dejected when they saw the swearing in.
पत्रकार परिषद झाली आणि एका पत्रकारांनी पुण्याला विचारलं की राष्ट्रवादीचा अक्षरशः चेहरा कोण? शरद पवार.
A media person asked Sharad Pawar, who's the reliable face of the NCP? He held up his hand and said Sharad Pawar.
त्या बॅनरवर पण शरद पवारच आहे.
Strangely, their banner too has Sharad Pawar.
सगळ्या गोष्टी होत राहतील, आपण त्यांच्याबद्दल काही बोलायचं नाही.
We're not going to speak much about them.
तुम्हाला लख लाभो. पण आज नंतर संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्रात या भारतीय जनता पक्षाच्या खोटारडेपणासाठी आजपासून लढायचं. आई म्हणतात ना, ना खाऊंगा
we are going to start our fight against BJP from today across the state of Maharashtra.
और के आज के बाद तुमको महाराष्ट्र में खाने नहीं दूंगी. हा माझा महाराष्ट्र आहे, आपला महाराष्ट्र आहे.
This is my Maharashtra.
ताकदीने आता याच्या विरोधात लढायचंय. आणि
we are going to fight it with full might and strength. What did BJP give?
तुमच्या आयुष्यात 9 वर्षात काय केलं? सिलेंडरचा भाव सांगा महिलांनो, काय सिलेंडरचा भाव?
What is the price of the gas cylinder today?
आणि 50 खोकेवाल्यांचं तर विसरूनच गेले. जे 50
Don't forget about the 50 खोका party.
थांबा. कोण आहे? हरकत नाही. खाली घेऊन जा. एक मिनिट. पाणी द्या. पाणी
ठीक आहे बाहेर बसा.
हा, बाहेर जाऊ. पाणी द्या. काळजी करू नका, इज ओके. माझी एवढीच सगळ्या कार्यकर्त्यांना विनंती आहे, पूर्ण ताकदीने रस्त्यावर उतरा. भारतीय जनता पक्षाच्या विरोधात बोलत आलेलो आहे, अजूनही बोलत राहू.
अगेन्स्ट द बीजेपी
जो काय कार्यक्रम करायचा आहे दिल्लीत, तो मी, अमोल दादा आणि फैजल हा करू. आणि एक गोष्ट मी तुम्हाला अभिमानाने सांगते, आज इथे माननीय अनिल देशमुख आहेत आणि फैजल आहे, यांच्यासाठी आपण खरंच जोरदार टाळ्या वाजवल्या पाहिजेत. याचं कारण असं,
bring your hands together today for Anil Deshmukh and Faisal.
रेड झाली आहे म्हणून मी फैजल
last week
विचारलं, फैजल भाई
Faisal was raided by the ED.
पता है तेरे को दिक्कत है? ए ताई, ऐसा नहीं बोलने का. तू मेरी बहन है और साहब मेरे फादर है. मैं मेरे फादर के साथ खड़ा रहा. ईडी वीडी से नहीं डरता मैं. आणि अनिल देशमुख परवा आले तेव्हा एका व्यक्तीने मला फोन करून सांगितलं, अनिल देशमुख का आले माहिती का तुमच्याकडे? म्हटलं का? नाही, त्यांना मंत्रिपद दिलं नाही. म्हटलं अच्छा, मंत्रिपद नाही दिलं, पण केसेस नाही आहे. केसेस त्यांनीच केलेले आहेत. मी देशमुख साहेबांना एवढं पण म्हणाले परवा. म्हटलं अहो देशमुख साहेब, तुम्ही येताय पण तुम्हाला अडचण होईल. तर म्हटले अजून काय अडचण होईल, जे करायचं ते केले, लढलेंगे. म्हणजे मी सांगितलं,
I told Anil Deshmukh that you're going to face more problem because you're coming with us. He said, well, haven't I faced enough?
जाते हो, सत्तेने सुख मिळत नाही असं तुम्हाला वाटत
Power
असेल ना,
comes and goes.
तर हा भ्रम आहे. कारण का मी जेवढी जवळ,
If you live under that delusion, then that's it. That's what it is.
अनिल बाबू करेक्ट, ते काय लढलेत, त्याच्यामुळे ही संघर्ष होईल.
This will be a struggle. This will be a fight.
8-9 खुर्च्या मोकळ्या झाल्या आहेत. त्याच्यात 8-9 खुर्च्यांवर नवीन लोकांना बसायला मोठी संधी.
There might be 8 to 9 empty seats here, but that would mean
आदरणीय पवार साहेब,
new people will get the opportunity to sit in them. And I will request Pawar Sahib from here.
नवीन उमेदीने पक्ष आज सुरू होणार आहे. का नाही तुम्ही स्वतःहून या इलेक्शनमध्ये 33% आरक्षण महिलांना पक्षातून का नाही देत तुम्ही?
Pawar Sahib, why don't you give 33% women's reservation in this election to women?
मधून पण लढतील.
We are 50%, right?
पण
we will fight it out.
उमेदीने पक्षाला कामाला लागू.
We have to work with a new
विश्वास आहे की पुढच्या कालावधीमध्ये
sense of belief.
बाकीचे काय करतील माहिती नाही, पण या महाराष्ट्राची जनता ह्याच योद्ध्याचा मागे उभे राहील. हे अनेक वेळा
I am assured that the people of Maharashtra will stand behind this warrior.
आणि पुन्हा एकदा ओरिजिनल राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचा झेंडा हा ओरिजिनल कडेच राहील.
The original NCP flag will stay with the original.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचा एकच शिक्का आहे आणि त्या शिक्क्याचं नाव
There's only one coin that works in the NCP and that coin is called Sharad Pawar.
यानंतर राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे प्रांताध्यक्ष माजी मंत्री आमदार जयंतराव पाटील साहेब, राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचा.
Chavan Patil being called up to speak right now. But taking you through with what Supriya Sule said, paying back Ajit Pawar, saying that you still need Sharad Pawar's picture on your ticket and yet you're asking him to retire. All right, Chavan Patil speaking.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय पवार साहेब, व्यासपीठावरील सर्व खासदार, आमदार, सर्व मान्यवर पक्षाचे नेते आणि बंधू भगिनींनो, मी सगळ्यांची नावं घेतली असती पण वेळ बराच झाला. हे स्क्रीनवर बघा, स्क्रीनवर तिथं जागा नाहीये, इथं हेच व्यवस्थित आहे. आणि म्हणून आपल्या सर्वांचं स्वागत करताना तुमची किती अडचण झाली आहे याची मला आणि आम्हा सगळ्यांना जाणीव आहे. या ठिकाणी बसायला जागा नाहीये, इथले वरांडे भरलेले आहेत.
To sit, it's all occupied on the outside as well.
भरलेला आहे.
The hall on the outside is completely full.
रस्त्यावर माणसं आहेत.
People are on the streets outside.
फार मोठ्या प्रमाणात आहेत. रस्त्या बिल्डिंगच्या दोन्ही बाजूला आपल्या सगळ्यांची अडचण झालेली आहे.
I get it, you're inconvenienced.
ही मीटिंग घ्यायची होती,
but we had to hold this meeting at short notice.
आमची भूमिका होती, पण षण्मुखानंद हॉल 11-12 पर्यंत उपलब्ध नव्हता तारखेपर्यंत, आणि म्हणून आपल्याला तातडीनं सगळ्यांना एकत्रित करण्यासाठी आज थोडीशी तुमची सगळ्यांची अडचण झाली. मी तुम्हा सगळ्यांचं कौतुक करावं तेवढं पहिल्यांदा थोडं आहे. पक्षाकडून एक साधा निरोप गेला.
I have to appreciate you.
कुणाला मी देखील फोन केले नाही.
A simple communication went out to all of you.
साहेबांनी मीटिंग बोलवलेली आहे.
That Mr. Pawar has called for a meeting.
SMS ला, WhatsApp ला, एका छोट्याशा फोनला तुम्ही सगळ्यांनी एवढी किंमत दिली.
You
कुणावरही इथं फोर्स नाहीये.
respected just that simple message and came here.
कुणाला बांधून ठेवून इथं आणलेलं नाही.
We didn't tie you up and bring you here. We didn't force you to come here.
गाड्या देऊन वाहतुकीची व्यवस्था करून आम्ही कुणाला इथं बोलवलेलं नाही.
We didn't send out vehicles and make arrangements to bring you here.
खिशाला तोशीस देऊन इथपर्यंत गडचिरोलीहून, भंडारा गोंदियाहून आणि नंदुरबार पासून इथपर्यंत आलेला आहे.
People have come from as far back as Gadchiroli.
तुम्ही पवार साहेबांच्या प्रेमासाठी इथं आला म्हणून
You've
तुमचं सगळ्यांचं अभिनंदन.
come here because of your affection for Pawar Sahib.
आपल्या सगळ्यांना आयुष्यामध्ये अनेक प्रसंगाला पवार साहेबांनी तोंड दिलेलं आपण पाहिलंय.
You've seen how Pawar Sahib has faced several struggles in his life. Many such
तरी
circumstances.
पवार साहेबांनी विचलित न होता त्या सगळ्यांचा सामना दिला आणि प्रत्येकातून बाजी पलटवण्याचं काम पवार
But he was never shaken and he always turned the tables.
10 जून 1999 ला आपला प्रवास राष्ट्रवादीचा सुरू झाला. 24 वर्षाचा आपला कार्यक्रम षण्मुखानंद हॉलमध्ये झाला. कदाचित आपल्यातले बहुसंख्य त्यावेळी उपस्थित असतील नसतील.
We held our 24 years
प्रचंड मोठ्या
program
प्रमाणात आपला तो कार्यक्रम आपण केला.
at Shanmukhananda Hall. Many of you were there.
पदार्पण करतोय. 25 वर्ष या पक्षाला झालेली आहेत किंवा होत आहेत. 25व्या वर्षी आम्ही पाऊल ठेवलेलं आहे.
We're stepping foot into our 25th year now.
अनेक वेळा 25 वर्षात प्रयत्न केला. हे मित्रांनो आपल्या लक्षात आलं पाहिजे. कधीच त्यांना कुणीच दाद दिली नाही.
Many attempts have been
कधी
made.
कुणीही या पक्षाचं पवार साहेबांच्या पासून बाजूला गेलं नाही.
Nobody left Pawar Sahib's side
काही
in
लोक
these
बाजूला
25
गेली.
years.
याचं दुर्दैवानं आम्हा सगळ्यांना शल्य आहे. या व्यासपीठावर पवार साहेबांच्या डावीकडे आणि उजवीकडे बसणारे सगळे आज इथं नाहीत. याचं दुःख आणि शल्य हे आमच्या मनाला आहे.
Yes, we are sad that people who usually sat on Pawar Sahib's left side and right hand side are not here today.
आणि शल्य हे आमच्या मनाला आहे. ते का गेले याची विवंचना विवेचन झालेलं आहे. त्याच्यावर मी भाष्य करत नाही.
I'm not trying to talk to you here about why they left.
प्रश्न असतील, कोणावर काही प्रसंग आले असतील.
They must have their reasons. Maybe they were facing certain circumstances, certain situations.
एकदा नाही अनेक वेळा केलं. ज्याचं अनिल देशमुख साहेब मूर्तिमंत उदाहरण आहेत. त्यांच्या मागे निश्चितपणानं आज सगळे उभे आहेत.
See the struggles Anil Deshmukh faced, and we're standing here with him.
मुंबई शहराचा अध्यक्ष नेमलेला नाही. का नेमला नाही? बैठकीत चर्चा झाली नवाबभाई मलिक आपल्या पक्षाचे अध्यक्ष आहेत. त्यांना फक्त तुरुंगवास झाला म्हणून त्यांना काढणं योग्य नाही. 2 कार्याध्यक्ष नेमू आपण आणि नवाबभाईंना अध्यक्ष म्हणून आपण
They
मानू.
said, why no president for Mumbai? We said Nawab Malik is in jail. We stand with him.
राणे या दोघांची
We ensured that 2 working presidents were elected.
मुंबई प्रदेशच्या नेमणुका जयंत पाटील करत नाही. मुंबई प्रदेशच्या नेमणुका ह्या राष्ट्रीय स्तरावर होतात कारण स्वतंत्र ते युनिट आहे.
Mumbai unit president is not elected by Jayant Patil. It happens at the national level because that's a separate unit altogether.
मलाही माहित होत. 5 वर्ष 1 महिना झाला. काही विधानं झाल्यानंतर 30 तारखेला इथंच वर साहेबांना येऊन भेटलो. साहेबांना म्हटलं साहेब 5 वर्ष कधीच सुट्टी घेतली नाही. आता सुट्टीचा टाइम आलेला आहे. तुम्ही जो निर्णय घ्याल तो मला मान्य आहे. मीही
I said I've worked for 5 years. I told Saib I want to take your leave. Whatever you decide, I'll
6
accept it.
तारखेला साहेबांनी मीटिंग घेतली. 7 तारखेला 8 तारखेला त्यामुळं 5 वर्ष मी पक्षाचा अध्यक्ष म्हणून राहिलो. मी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये अनेक वेळा अनेक तालुक्यात जिथं विधानसभेला आमदार उभे राहत नाहीत, आपले सीटा उभ्या करत नाहीत, तिथल्याही कार्यकर्त्यांना जाऊन त्यांच्या पाठीवर हात ठेवून त्यांना तिथं शरद पवार साहेबांच्या त्या आमगावला गेलो. आमगावला रात्री 1 वाजता माझ्यासाठी माणसं थांबलेली. ती माझ्यासाठी नव्हती थांबली, शरद पवार साहेबांच्यासाठी थांबलेली होती. त्यांना तिथं कधी आम्ही निवडणुका लढवल्या नाहीत पण कार्यकर्ते तिथं थांबलेले होते. अशा
As
महाराष्ट्रात
president, when I toured the state and I went to constituencies, people would wait there for me, not for me, but for Sharad Pawar.
कुठल्याही कार्यकर्त्यांना जाऊन भेटण्याचं काम महाराष्ट्राचा प्रदेश अध्यक्ष म्हणून माझं कर्तव्य होतं. मी मुंबईत बसून सहजपणाने ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी केल्या असत्या. मंत्री असताना
It was my job to go ahead and meet every karyakarta. I could have easily just sat in Mumbai and played the role of Maharashtra state president.
पक्षाचा अध्यक्ष या नात्याने गेलो, मंत्री म्हणून नाही मी कुठे गेलो.
I never went as minister to any of these places. I went always as state president of NCP.
अनेक लोक होती. पवार साहेबांनी अनेकांना मोठमोठ्या संध्या दिल्या. पण आता
Pawar Sahib gave opportunity to many people.
ते आम्हाला भेटून देत नाहीत असं आता सांगायला लागलं. पवार साहेब 2 वर्षाचा तुरुंगवास भोगून पुण्याला त्यांचं आगमन झालं. त्यावेळी त्यांच्या डोक्यावर फुले पगडी तुम्ही ठेवलेली होती, आठवतं का बघा. महात्मा फुलेंच्या विचाराची ती पगडी त्यांच्या डोक्यावर ठेवली. त्यावेळी बडवे आडवे नाही आले. त्या फुलेंच्या पगडीच्या खाली तुमच्या डोक्यातनं ज्योतिराव फुलेंचा विचार निघून गेला. तुम्ही त्या डोक्यातला विचार फुलेंचा काढून टाकला आणि ज्यांनी ज्योतिराव फुले आणि सावित्रीदेवी फुले यांची चेष्टा केली त्यांच्या मांडीला मांडी लावून जाऊन बसायला लागला. हा महाराष्ट्राला तुम्ही काय उत्तर
You
देणार
forgot
मला सांगा.
what Jyotiba Phule, what Savitribai Phule did.
कशाचा काही लॉजिक आहे? कशा पद्धतीने चालले?
What is going on?
बडवे जर आडवे येत होते तर शिवाजी महाराजांच्या साक्षीनं शिवतीर्थावर 2019ला सरकार स्थापन झाल्यावर पहिली शपथ शिवतीर्थावर लाखो लोकांच्या साथीनं उद्धव ठाकरेंच्या मंत्रिमंडळात घेताना इथंच वर पवार साहेबांना मी म्हटलं, उद्धव ठाकरेजी मला विचारतायत तुमची 2 नावं द्या. साहेब कोणती नावं देऊ? साहेबांनी पहिलं नाव छगन भुजबळांचं घेतलं. त्यावेळी बडवे आडवे नाही आले.
When Uddhav Thackeray asked us, give us 2 names.
बऱ्याच गोष्टी
I asked Pawar Sahib, sir, which are the 2 names to be given when the government was to be sworn in? The first name he said was Chhagan Bhujbal.
समज नसावा म्हणून हा खुलासा मी फक्त केलेला आहे.
So that the people of Maharashtra are not deceived, I am actually revealing these pieces of information.
म्हणून हा खुलासा मी फक्त केलेला आहे. आणि त्यामुळं आज देशामध्ये काय चालू आहे?
What's going on in the country
चोरी
today?
करणाऱ्या लोकांचा एक थैथयाट चालू.
There seems to be
एका
a
पक्षाची चोरी
program
झाली.
to steal parties.
जे आडवा येतो, जो प्रश्न विचारतो, तो आम्हाला आवडत नाही, त्याचा
Whoever
पक्षच काढून घ्यायची तयारी आम्ही करतो.
comes in our way, ask questions of us,
शिवसेनेच्या बाबतीत जे झालं तेच आज
we steal them
राष्ट्रवादीच्या
away.
बाबतीत करण्याचा मानस काही लोक ठेवून काम करायला लागले आहेत. आणि राष्ट्रवादी इथं बसलेल्या सगळ्यांची आणि तिथं जे गेलेले आहेत त्या सगळ्यांनी या ठिकाणी या पक्षात काम केलेलं आहे. आपल्या सगळ्यांची राष्ट्रवादी नामशेष करावी, महाराष्ट्राच्या राजकीय पटलावरून राष्ट्रवादी संपली पाहिजे, ही भूमिका ठेवून जर कोणी पावलं टाकत असेल तर माझं आजही सगळ्यांना आव्हान आहे, सगळ्यांनी एकदा विचार करा. अजूनही वेळ
If
गेलेली
anyone
नाही.
is moving forward in the direction of destroying the NCP, wiping out NCP from Maharashtra,
काय परिस्थिती होईल याची छोटीशी चुणूक सातारा आणि कराडला आपण सगळ्यांनी बघितलेली आहे. आणि म्हणून वय
Think about
कितीही
it.
झालं तरी या नेत्याचा, या योद्ध्याचा भारतात दरार आहे.
this leader, this warrior is respected across the country.
आमची चूक आहे, आमची चूक आहे. पवार साहेबांच्या शब्दाच्या पलीकडे आम्ही जात नाही, एवढीच माझी चूक आहे. माझी त्याच्यापेक्षा काय चूक आहे?
What is our mistake? That we do not step away from Pawar Sahib's word.
आमच्या कोल्हे साहेबांची परवा मी एक क्लिप बघितली. कोल्हे साहेबांची एक क्लिप बघितली. त्यात त्यांनी सांगितलं बापाला कधी विसरायचं नसतं, बापाच्या चेहऱ्यावरच्या सुरकुत्या.
Kole Sahib, I saw a clip of yours the other day where you said
पाहायचं
a father should never be forgotten.
आपल्या वृद्ध बापाच्या चेहऱ्यावरच्या सुरकुत्या या त्याच्या कष्टामुळे निर्माण झालेल्या आहेत. एवढी तर मनात ठेवा काहीतरी.
The wrinkles on his face, that's because of the struggles he's faced. Don't forget that.
त्यांच्या त्याच क्लिप मध्ये उल्लेख आहे, साहेब म्हणतील ते तोरण, बांधतील ते तोरण आणि म्हणतील ते धोरण. माझा मोह आहे पक्षात चर्चा केल्याशिवाय करणं बरोबर नाही, पण आता जरा गर्दी पक्षातली कमी झालेली आहे. त्यामुळे मला जो काही थोडा बहुत अधिकार आहे, कोल्हे साहेब तुम्ही.
All right, dramatic developments coming in from both the camps, but it's centered around, at least with what we are seeing, the attack and the counter-attack, especially the counter-attack mounted on Sharad Pawar's age being mocked by Ajit Pawar. Ajit Pawar made very, very strong statements where Sharad Pawar was concerned. It's become personal views, it's become about the party, it's become about propriety, and all gloves are off. You had Supriya Sule a short while back retorting to Ajit Pawar on number one, saying, do not insult my father. And he is not just my father, but the father of the entire NCP. She also responded to a jibe which was made by Ajit Pawar, where he said that maybe it's because I am not his son. Supriya Sule says, what's wrong with the daughter? Because of course there is a sense within the NCP and outside that Sharad Pawar making his succession line clear, and at the back of it, what has happened. On the issue of propriety, you had Ajit Pawar tear into Sharad Pawar, saying that he has been cahoots in bed with the BJP so many times and played politics over it, mocking the meet which happened in Patna. But it comes down to, viewers, where the Sharad Pawar camp is concerned, they have made it about insulting Sharad Pawar's age, saying that you don't ask a parent to retire or to sit down. All of that coming up on the other side, expecting Sharad Pawar to speak shortly, but allegations, counter-allegations. But till now, if there were niceties, all of that is off. It's all-out attack from both sides of the faction. A quick break, back with the latest.
You are watching India Today.
tell us what the brand means for India, sir. The premium motorcycling, and of course for Hero MotoCorp, entering from an Aam Aadmi segment to a premium motorcycle, that to a super luxury premium motorcycling, sir. How does it feel as a brand, sir?
Well, the brand Harley-Davidson, of course, is already present in India, now being distributed by Hero very successfully. There has been a very successful transition from Harley's earlier business model to the current business model of distribution. So the brand is very well known, very popular here. There is a large set of customers who were wanting the Harley-Davidson brand, but it was out of reach for them. Now, with the introduction and the launch of the Harley-Davidson X440 this evening, booking starting tomorrow, Harley-Davidson brand is going to become in the reach and affordable for many, many more consumers who would want a Harley-Davidson, which is exactly what we are wanting to do.
So how excited are you when it comes to, tying up with Hero MotoCorp, one of the largest motorcycling companies in the world? Harley-Davidson also one of the biggest names in the super premium luxury segment of motorcycling. How does it feel to tie up with Hero and eventually trying to get a good market share in India?
Well, very excited. First of all, we never left India. Yeah. I changed the business model to be more successful than we have been in the past by truly partnering with one of the leaders in India in terms of manufacturing and engineering. It's a perfect 1+1=3 scenario. As you know, Hero took over our distribution for Harley-Davidson when we in 2020 when we started our new hardwire strategy, which also included a key pillar to selectively expand into new business segments. And that was one segment that Dr. Munjal and I decided back then in 2020 could be a great opportunity. Ever since then, it's actually become a very fast-growing premium segment in India, and to be able to launch a bike that was originated in 2020, that is designed, that is engineered and has the look, sound and feel of a true Harley-Davidson, manufactured in India is a very special day for us.
And how many motorcycles are you planning to get into India through Hero? And how much investment, Pavanji, also I'll take some numbers out there. How much investment is the company undertaking from either a Harley or your internal investments? How is the numbers matching up there, sir?
Well, Niranjan, in his earlier discussion interviews with you all, has already spoken about the investments that Hero is making now and going forward, both in the premium segment and electrification. Hero's focus is huge right now on electrification and the premium segment strategy. So he's already given those numbers to over 1,500 crores every year going forward. The rest of the question, I think, was...
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Payments at petrol pumps have fallen significantly from 40% to 10%. Expand on that. People are just coming in and buying petrol and exhausting their supply of 2,000 notes?
Yes. So basically this is an consumption boost. So whatever you are paying to if somebody is going and spending at the petrol pump, so that amount of money will now be deposited by the petrol pump owners maybe in their current account. So that will give a boost to the low-cost deposit account of the bank. So basically that will also lead to an improvement in CASA. But the second corollary of this, that a part of this is also getting withdrawn. We have seen that there has been an increase in ATM transaction also in the last couple of fortnight. after this note was discontinued. So that means that a part of the money, and we estimate that around 60% of that, a part of the money in savings account is being withdrawn for lower denomination notes. So
has it been possible for you to determine how much, because you've also said that cash on delivery, e-commerce has also seen a uptick and increase. Have you been able to quantify how much that kind of sales and purchase have increased by?
See, it's difficult to quantify those numbers, but obviously this will be a part of that 55,000 crore consumption boost, which we are estimating is happening purely because of this withdrawal of the note. 55,000 crore, we can actually get a consumption multiplier of 1.8 trillion. So, which is not a small number. And this number, if it is added to the private fund consumption expenditure for Q1, you can actually have a GDP growth rate which could be in excess of 8%, which the RBI is projecting for FY24.
While the whole world is still undergoing a lot of volatility, inflation pressures in the developed economies, what does this broadly mean for the entire financial year, Mr. Ghosh? Because like you've been pointing out, there is a front loading of consumption, but it would also mean that once people sort of are through with this cycle of replacement exchange of 2,000 rupee notes, there will be a dip as well.
Let me answer your question in a different manner. So right now we are seeing that 60% of his amount is being withdrawn from the banks. So over a point of time, as people deposit more and more 2,000 rupee notes into the system, this 60% number could actually go up, because so from that point of view, of course, this impact could get a little bit diminished over a point of time, but it could be also possible that this ratio of withdrawal to the total deposit number could also go up. So on the net basis, it is difficult to say, but obviously the maximum impact on consumption will be at least till September, or if till September in terms of a boost to the overall growth. And I think that's good for us also, because the way the markets have been moving from April to June this year, the total amount of portfolio capital inflows which has come into in the April to June is at least US 8.5 billion. So that means at least 50,000 crores of money has flown into the stock market.
You are watching India Today.
All right, let's take you now to the latest news break that is coming in from the state of Madhya Pradesh. Remember, viewers, yesterday we'd broken the despicable news of a BJP youth wing leader, Parvesh Shukla, who urinated on a Dalit labourer. The latest that is coming in on that, bulldozers will now roll on accused Parvesh Shukla's house. The BJP youth wing worker caught on video urinating on Dalit man, and now the Shivraj Chauhan government will use the bulldozer justice formula on him. NSA has been slapped already. The accused's property has been razed. These are visuals that are filtering in from Siddhi, Madhya Pradesh. That is where he resides. He's already been taken under arrest, and now borrowed from Uttar Pradesh's law book. You have bulldozers rolling over this man's residence in Siddhi, Madhya Pradesh. Parvesh Shukla has since been arrested. NSA slapped on him. Cutting across to my colleague Hemendra Sharma, joining us with the latest. Hemendra, bulldozer justice being meted out where this man in question, Parvesh Shukla, is concerned, slapped with the NSA, already arrested.
Well, Preeti, the impact of the story, the way this man, the BJYM office bearer, he was urinating on a tribal is such that the BJP has been forced to take this action. And this is not action in real terms. This is a semblance of that action. If you see the JCB machine that has been used for demolishing the portion of his house, they have just used it on one side of the retaining wall, and there is a small shed that has been brought down. compare it with other bulldozer actions of the Madhya Pradesh government in the recent past. Very recently, there were houses of tribals on.
All right, coming right back to you. Let's cut across right now back to Maharashtra, Mumbai, and Sharad Pawar all ready to speak at the YB Chavan Centre in South Delhi. That is Sharad Pawar, the podium being brought to him, and you can already hear chants of Sharad Pawar's name being raised. Preceding him were his daughter Supriya Sule, Jayant Patil. Both of them attacked Ajit Pawar on mocking Sharad Pawar's age. How well that goes down with the cadre is another story, but an all-out attack by Ajit Pawar, questioning Sharad Pawar's propriety as a political leader, questioning his age, also stating that maybe because Ajit Pawar is not his son, what's happened, happened. Let's listen in to Sharad Pawar.
पक्षाचे महाराष्ट्र सांसद राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे महाराष्ट्राचे अध्यक्ष जयंत पाटील व्यासपीठाचे बसा खाली प्रांताध्यक्ष जयंत पाटील व्यासपीठाचे संसद विधिमंडळ अन्य सगळ्या संघटनेचे पदाधिकारी जिल्हा तालुका पक्षाचे पदाधिकारी जे आपले सगळे विभाग आहेत महिला सेवादल अल्पसंख्याक मागासवर्गीय या सगळ्यांचे पदाधिकारी बंधू भगिनींनो, आजची ही बैठक एक प्रकारची ऐतिहासिक बैठक आहे.
This is a historic meeting.
या बैठकीकडे संबंध देशात चर्चा आहे.
In the entire country, there's a discussion. They're watching us.
या मुंबई शहरामध्ये तुम्हा सगळ्यांच्या उपस्थितीत राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचा जन्म झाला. शनिवारमध्ये बैठक झाली आणि संध्याकाळी शिवाजी पार्कवर लाखोची सभा झाली. पक्षाची स्थापना आपण केली. आज 24 वर्ष झाली.
24 years ago, we formed this party.
या 24 वर्षामध्ये
in these 24 years,
महाराष्ट्राच्या कानाकोपऱ्यामध्ये नेतृत्वाची फळी उभी करण्यासाठी राष्ट्रवादीला यश आलं.
we tried to build the party.
अनेक कार्यकर्ते विधिमंडळात आले, कुणी आमदार झालं, कुणी खासदार झालं, कुणी मंत्री झालं.
In fact, entered the assembly, some became MPs.
संधी मिळाली आणि सामान्य कुटुंबातला कार्यकर्ता सुद्धा राज्य सकट चालू शकतो हे राष्ट्रवादीच्या सहकार्याने देशाला दाखवलं. अनेक नवीन नेते तयार केले.
Many new leaders emerged.
मनामध्ये एकच भाव होती की या महाराष्ट्राचा चेहरा बदलायचा.
They had only one emotion working, which was to change the face of Maharashtra.
प्रकाश कसा येईल याची काळजी घ्यायची. आणि त्या कामामध्ये तुमच्या कष्टानं आपण यशस्वी झालो.
We became successful because of your struggle and your hard work.
आपल्याला आणखीन पुढे जायचं. संकट खूप आहेत. ती संकट ज्यांची वैचारिक भूमिका देशाच्या हिताची नाही अशांच्या हातामध्ये देशाची सूत्र आहेत. ज्यांच्या हातामध्ये सूत्र आहेत
Power is in the hands of those who are not working in the nation's interest.
त्यांच्या सहकार्यांना सुद्धा त्यांच्या मनात असलेल्या कल्पना मानण्याच्या संबंधीच्या मर्यादा आहेत. केंद्र सरकारमध्ये मी अनेकदा काम केलं.
I've worked many times in the center.
मनमोहन सिंगांच्यावर काम केलं.
Along with Manmohan Singh.
त्याच्या आधीच्या रावसाहेबांच्या मंत्रिमंडळात काम केलं.
P.V. Narasimha Rao.
विरोधी पक्ष नेता म्हणून दिल्लीत काम केलं. या सगळ्यांची कामाची पद्धत बघितली. एखादी गोष्ट योग्य नसेल, जनतेची भावना वेगळी असेल तर त्या संबंधीचा सुसंवाद साधणं, त्याचा मार्ग काढणं हे सूत्र या देशामध्ये अनेक वर्षापासून चालू होते. आज चित्र बदलले. संवाद संपलाय. लोकशाहीमध्ये विरोधक असोत, सहकारी असोत, याच्यात सुसंवाद पाहिजे.
There has to be discussion in a democracy.
महाराष्ट्राचा मुख्यमंत्री होतो. 4 वेळेला मुख्यमंत्री होतो. माझी पद्धत असायची, एखादा महत्त्वाचा निर्णय आपण घेतला तर त्या निर्णयाच्या संबंधी सामान्य माणसात काय प्रतिक्रिया आहे ही जर जाणून घ्यायची असेल तर संवाद ठेवावा लागतो, लोकांशी बोलावं लागतं, लोकांचं.
When I was Maharashtra CM, if we took important decisions, we would seek the feedback of the people.
करण्याच्या संबंधीची मानसिकता ठेवायला. आज देशामध्ये हा संवाद नाही.
No discussion. There is no discussion now in the country.
सत्ताधारी पक्षात नाही आहोत, पण लोकांच्या मध्ये आहोत. आणि त्यामुळं कधी काही जी सामान्य माणसाची दुःखाची स्थिती समजते, त्याचा मार्ग काढण्याची इच्छा असते, पण संवाद जर नसेल राज्यकर्त्यांचा आणि सहकार्यांचा तर या सगळ्या गोष्टी मर्यादा असतात. आणि तेच करून आज देशाच्या सगळ्या राज्याच्या जनतेच्यामध्ये एक प्रकारची अस्वस्थता आहे. एका बाजूने हे चित्र आहे आणि दुसऱ्या बाजूनं आम्ही लोकांनी प्रयत्न सुरू केले.
We started the effort
लोकशाही टिकवायची असेल,
that if democracy is to be saved,
शक्ती द्यायची असेल,
if protocol and procedure has to be maintained,
प्रयत्न केला पाहिजे.
then discussion and conversation has to be on.
आम्ही सत्ताधारी पक्षात जे नाही त्या सगळ्यांना संघटित करायला सुरुवात केली.
Those who were not part of the ruling party came together. There were meetings.
अनेक पक्षांचे नेते जमले.
Leadership of these parties met.
बंगलोरला पुन्हा एकदा आम्ही सगळे एकत्र येतो, देशाच्या प्रश्नाची चर्चा करतो. व्यक्तिगत विषय त्या ठिकाणी मांडत नाही.
About the
हे
country.
जसं करायला लागलं तशी ज्यांच्या हातात सत्ता आहे त्यांच्यात अस्वस्थता निर्माण व्हायला लागली.
This mistrust
देशाच्या प्रधानमंत्र्यांनी
in
8
the
दिवसाच्या पूर्वी
ruling camp,
एक भाषण
the PM
केलं. मला तो
made a speech in Bhopal,
प्रदेशमध्ये आणि त्यांनी सांगितलं
and he said,
काँग्रेस पक्षाने इतक्या कळाकृतीचा भ्रष्टाचार.
That Congress did so many lakhs crores of corruption.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाने
NCP
70 लाख कोटीचा भ्रष्टाचार, 70,000.
70 lakh
सांगत असताना
crores of scams.
राज्य सरकारी बँक आणि इथं फार भंडारे खातं याचा उल्लेख केला. प्रधानमंत्र्यांनी किंवा राज्याच्या मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी कुठलीही विधानं आदर नसताना कधी हे शहाणपणाचं लक्षण पण विधानं केली. या प्रधानमंत्र्यांचं एक वैशिष्ट्य आहे. एकदा ते बारामतीला आले आणि बारामतीच्या सभेत त्यांनी सांगितलं की देश कसा चालवायचा, प्रशासन कसं चालवायचं हे पवारसाहेबांचं बोल धरून मी शिकलो. त्याच्यानंतर निवडणुकीच्या काळात आले, प्रचंड शिवीगाळ केली. जे देशाचं नेतृत्व करतात या सगळ्यांनी बोलण्याच्या संबंधीची काही काळजी घ्यावी लागते. आरोप करायचे तर नुसते आरोप करून चालणार नाही. खरं जर तुमचं चुकीचं काम केलं असेल त्याच्या संघटनेची कारवाई केली पाहिजे.
If at all there has been any corruption,
जे सांगतो ते
investigate it.
पण ती त्याच्यामध्ये तेवढी धमक त्यांनी दाखवली नाही. आणि त्याचं कारण हे की आपण देशाचे नेते आहोत, राजकीय पक्षाचे नेते आहेत. पण ज्यावेळेस देशाचा नेता होणार आपण जनमानसाच्या समोर बोलतो त्यावेळेस त्या प्रकारची सभ्यता आणि मर्यादा या पाळल्या पाहिजे. आणि त्या पाळल्या जात
They won't follow procedure.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षावर तर राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष इतका व्यस्त आहे असं तुम्हाला वाटत असेल तर कालच्या शपथविधीमध्ये राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाला का घेतलं बरोबर?
If NCP is as corrupt,
काय सांगायचं या समोर?
then why are they part of your government now?
हे राज्यकर्ते पाहिजे ते बोलतात, आधार नसलेल्या गोष्टी बोलतात आणि एक प्रकारचं जनमानसामध्ये वेगळं वातावरण तयार करायचा प्रयत्न करत असतात.
They're trying to deceive the people.
विधिमंडळाचे सभासद, सत्ताधारी पक्षाचे आमदार खासदार अनेकदा आम्हाला खाजगीत सांगतात की असं चर्चा का करत नाही विचारलं नाही ते शक्य नाही. मी बघितले इंदिरा गांधी प्रधानमंत्री असताना बघितलं, नंतरच्या काळामध्ये राजीव गांधींच्या काळात बघितलं, नरसिंहरावच्या काळामध्ये बघितलं, मनमोहन सिंगांच्या काळामध्ये बघितलं. साधारणतः दर मंगळवारी पार्लमेंट सुरू असताना खासदारांची बैठक व्हायची आणि मुक्तपणानं खासदार आपल्या भागातल्या प्रश्नाची किंवा प्रशासनाच्या चुकीची वक्तव्य त्या ठिकाणी करत असत त्याबद्दलचा कुणी गैरसमज करायचा नाही. पण आज संवाद सापडा, बोलायची छाती नाही आणि त्याचा परिणाम हे राज्य हा देश आपल्या मुठीत ठेवून चालू शकतो ही स्थिती आज देशात निर्माण झालेली आहे. आमदारांना दम येते, नवी फेरी तयार करण्याच्यासाठी कुणी प्रयत्न केले तर त्याच्यामध्ये अडथळे अनेक गोष्टी सांगता येतील. साध्या गोष्टी आहेत. महाराष्ट्रामध्ये काही लोकांनी बाजूला जायची भूमिका घेतली.
Some people have decided to split away.
दुःख आहे.
I'm sad.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाच्या कार्यकर्त्यांनी त्यांना विधिमंडळामध्ये आणण्याच्यासाठी मेहनत केली.
Because
काम करा.
the Karyakarta of the party worked hard to bring them into the legislative assembly.
संधी मिळाली विधिमंडळात जायची आणि
They got the opportunity to enter the assembly.
कसं करून ही चांगले दिवस आणले त्यांना विश्वासात न घेता, पक्षाला विश्वासात न घेता वेगळी भूमिका घ्यायची आणि जो राजकीय विचार आपल्याला मान्य नाही हे आपण लोकांच्या समोर कालच्या निवडणुकीत मांडलं, त्याच्यात लोकांची संमती घेतली, त्या विचाराच्या पंक्तीला जाऊन बसणं.
They did not take those very same Karyakartas into confidence when taking a different decision.
राज्य नाही त्याच्याबद्दल मला काही बोलायचं नाही, पण दिसतंय काय पक्षाच्या ऑफिसमध्ये काहीतरी गडबड केली गेली, काही लोकांनी ताबा घेतला. ऑफिस कोणाचं? राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचं. तुम्ही राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षात आहात का? तुम्ही सांगतो आम्हीच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस, आम्हीच सांगितलं. आता हे कसं म्हणता येईल? उद्या कुणी उठलं आणि मी काँग्रेस पक्ष सांगायला गेलं, मी शिवसेना सांगायला गेलं, मी भाजप सांगायला गेलं, याला काही अर्थ आहे? आणि त्यामुळे अशा प्रकारचं मत सांगून भूमिका मांडून ताबा घेणं ही गोष्ट लोकशाहीमध्ये योग्य आहे, पण ती झाली. माझं उदाहरण सांगतो. काँग्रेसमध्ये आम्ही लोक होतो. मी टिळक भवन ते आमच्याकडे होतं बसले सहकारी, आणि त्याच्यानंतर नवीन पक्ष काढायचा निर्णय आम्ही घेतला. टिळक भवन सोडून दिलं. त्यांची प्रॉपर्टी काँग्रेस पक्षाची होती, ती आम्ही हिसकून घ्यायची वेळ आवश्यकता नव्हती, आमच्या हातात होती. आणि काय झालं काय नाशिकला पक्षाची प्रॉपर्टी, काही लोक येतात, पोलिसांची मदत घेतात आणि त्या ठिकाणी ताब्यात घेतात आणि सांगतात या पक्ष आमचा.
What happened in Nasik? Some people use the strength of the police and say, this is us. This is our party.
शिकून पुन्हा दिली हे सगळ्या देशाला माहिती. आणि मी तुमच्यासाठी सांगतो, खून कुठं जाणार नाही ही गोष्ट आहे, पण खून हे देशाचं राजकारण करत नाही. माझ्या व्यक्तिगत जीवनामध्ये मी अनेक निवडणुका लढलो.
I've fought many elections.
67 साली पहिली निवडणूक मी केली तर माझी खून वैध होती. तुम्हाला आठवतं एकेकाळी काँग्रेसची खून वैध होती. त्यानंतर काँग्रेसमध्ये दोन भाग झाले, इंदिरा काँग्रेस, स्वर्णसिंग काँग्रेस. त्याच्यामध्ये आमची खून गेली, वैध दोघांची गेली. मग आमची खून आली गाय वासू. कदाचित काही लोकांना माहीत असेल गाय वासू. तर ते गेलं नका विसरू. त्याच्यानंतरच्या काळामध्ये सरकार आणि त्याच्यानंतरच्या काळामध्ये हात आला पंजा, आणि त्याच्यानंतर घड्याळ आला. आता आम्ही असतात घड्याळावर लढलो, हातावर लढलो, चरख्यावर लढलो.
Sharad Pawar, they're speaking about the various election symbols, in fact, this party and the formation has fought over.
की चिन्ह आम्ही घेऊन जाऊ, चिन्ह जाणार नाही, जाऊन देणार नाही.
And then they come and say that we're going to take away the symbol. The symbol is not going anywhere. Be assured.
सामान्य माणसाच्या जोपर्यंत सामान्य माणसाच्या अंतःकरणामध्ये त्या पक्षाचा विचार आणि कार्यकर्त्याची भूमिका सखोल आहे, तोपर्यंत काही चिंता करण्याचं कारण नाही. या ठिकाणी
Until the people are with us and the Karyakarta's confidence is with us, you don't have to worry about anything.
आज अनेक गोष्टी सांगता येतील. मी काही मित्रांना त्यांच्याबद्दल काही भाष्य करू इच्छित नाही. आज काही लोकांनी भाषणं केली, माझ्याबद्दलही काय बोलले.
Some people made speeches today, spoke about me as well.
ते आमचे गुरु आहेत. तुम्ही आज जर आमच्या काही मित्रांचं एक वेगळं काही बैठक झाली, मेळावा झाला, त्या सगळ्याच्या पाठीमागचे फोटो बघितले.
Did you see that photograph behind at the meeting? My photograph.
आज मुंबईमध्ये सुद्धा अनेक ठिकाणी पोस्टर लावली, त्याचा फोटो माझा.
Many posters across Mumbai.
त्यांना
Photograph
माहिती आहे
mine.
की आपलं नाणं चालणार नाही. त्यामुळे जे नाणं चालेल
They know
ते
it won't
चालणारं
work
नाणं
otherwise.
घेतलं पाहिजे. कारण त्यांचं नाणं खरं नाही आहे, खणखणं वाजत नाही आहे, हे नाही लोक ओळखतील. त्यामुळे नको की अडचण लावून टाकायच्या ठिकाणी फोटो दाखवा पाहिजे. अनेकांनी सांगितलं, काही लोकांनी भाषणं केली. याचा उल्लेख या ठिकाणी आत्ता केला जयंतरावनी. पांडुरंग वेगळे येऊन दिसत नाही. कसे वेगळे, कसं काय? पांडुरंगाच्या दर्शनाला या देशात, या राज्यात कुणी थांबवू शकत नाही. त्याला पंढरपूरला जावं लागतं असं नाही. आज महाराष्ट्राच्या कानाकोपऱ्यामध्ये वाडीमध्ये लोक जातात, उन्हातान्हात जातात, दगडात धोंड्यातनं जात असतात. अंतःकरणामध्ये एकच भावना असते की पांडुरंगाचं दर्शन घ्यावं. आणि पंढरीला पोचल्याच्या नंतर मंदिरात सुद्धा जाता येत नाही. बाहेरून वर कळसाला नमस्कार करतात आणि आनंदाने परत जातात. आणि त्यामुळे ही अवस्था आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर आहे. आणि त्यामुळे पांडुरंग म्हणायचं, आणखीन काय काय म्हणायचं, गुरु म्हणायचं आणि आमच्याकडे दुर्लक्ष झालं असं सांगायचं. तुझी गमतीची गोष्ट मला आठवत आहे. असेच एक नेते दुर्दैवानं तुरुंगात गेले. राहिले तिथं काहीतरी वर्ष 6 महिने. जे काही प्रयत्न करायचे होते ते प्रयत्न झाले, सुटका झाली, निवडणुका आल्या. मला काही लोकांनी सांगितलं की 1.5-2 वर्ष तुरुंगात राहिले, अजून खटला संपला नाही, त्यांना संधी देऊ नका, निकाल लागे होईल. नाही म्हणजे हे चालणार नाही. त्यांचा अन्याय झाला असं आम्हाला वाटतं आणि त्या अन्यायामुळे त्यांना आज बसावं लागलं. अशा वेळेला कार्यकर्त्याला, सहकार्याला मी तोंडशी फसवून देणार नाही. माझा पक्ष त्याच्या मागं उभा राहील. पुन्हा तिकीट दिलं, सरकार आलं आणि मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये शिवाजी पार्कला शपथ घेताना पक्षाच्या वतीनं 2 लोकांची नावं द्यायची होती. पहिलं नाव त्यांचं दिलं. ही भूमिका आपण घेतली. आणि आज मला आठवतं 3 दिवसाच्या पूर्वी सकाळी मला फोन आला.
3 days ago I got a phone call.
चाललंय, काय चाललंय सगळं? मलाही माहिती नाही काय चाललंय, काहीतरी चाललंय. जातो, बघतो, बोलतो आणि तुम्हाला कळवतो. जातो आणि 3 वाजता का 2 वाजता मी पाहिलं त्यांनी शपथच घेऊन टाकली. माझी माणसं आहे.
So, they've been sworn in.
बघून येतो. त्यामुळे इथं पुढं बघून येतो हे सांगितलं तर जरा झोपून. पण काही कधी याचा नेम नाही. हा अनुभव त्या ठिकाणी राज्यकर्ते, कमीत कमी राज्यकर्ते असे असले पाहिजेत, हे राज्य तरी एकत्र ठेवायचं. आज राज्याचे एक उपमुख्यमंत्री आहेत, भाजपाचे आहेत. अनेक वेळेस भाषणं केली, हे राज्य चोरलं पाहिजे, वेगळा विदर्भ केला पाहिजे, वेगळा विदर्भ केल्याशिवाय मी असं करणार नाही, तसं करणार नाही. आणि आज काय झालं, विदर्भाच्या प्रश्नामध्ये सुद्धा हे लोक किती लक्ष घालतात याची खात्री देता येत नाही. दिलेला शब्द कोणी पाळला नाही आणि कारण नसताना आज एक प्रकारचं राज्याच्या ऐक्याला सोडून जाण्याची भाषा या लोकांनी कधी काही बोलली. कसं राज्य चालले? आज आपले काही सहकारी गेले, अस्वस्थ होत आपण. 8 दिवसापूर्वी 10 दिवसापूर्वी त्यांचं भाषण ऐकलं की महाराष्ट्राच्या इतिहासामध्ये असला मुख्यमंत्री आला नाही. हे भाषण आता असल्या मुख्यमंत्र्याच्या बरोबर आज नमस्कार म्हणून काम करायचं. काय सांगायचं याच्या संबंधी आणि कुणावर काम करतो आपण असं सांगितलं गेलं की शरद पवारांनी सुद्धा खुलं सरकार बनवलं होतं. हो, बनवलं होतं. आणीबाणीच्या नंतर हा निकाल सगळ्यांनी मिळून घेतला. काँग्रेसच्या नेत्यांनी घेतला, सरकारच्यांनी घेतला आणि सगळ्यांनी मिळून मला सांगितलं याचं नेतृत्व तुम्ही करा. पण त्या ठिकाणी जो पक्ष होता तो भाजप नव्हता. त्या पक्षाचं नाव जनता पक्ष होतं. जयप्रकाश नारायणच्या विचारातून एक सवन देशात पक्ष जन्माला आले, बाकीचे सगळे पक्ष विसर्जित केले आणि त्यानंतर एक पक्ष केला तो भाजप नव्हता, तो जनता पक्ष होता. आणि त्यांच्या मदतीनं हे सरकार इथेच नव्हे तर देश पातळीवर मोरारजी देसाईंच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आणि देशाच्या 75% राज्यामध्ये अनेक मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली त्या ठिकाणी हा पक्ष केलेला.
Sharad Pawar is speaking about how when the government in fact under Morarji Desai was formed, it was the Janata Dal and not BJP.
सांगितलं की नागालँडमध्ये तुम्ही परवानगी दिली. खरं आहे, नागालँडमध्ये राष्ट्रवादीचे 7 आमदार निवडून आले. एक गोष्ट लक्षात ठेवा, नागालँड असेल, मणिपूर असेल, तो संबंध भाग आहे, तो एक तर शेजारचे देश, प्रामुख्यानं 2, एक चीन आणि दुसरं पाकिस्तान. चीन आणि पाकिस्तानच्या सीमेवर जी छोटी छोटी राज्य आहेत त्या राज्यांच्या संबंधी अतिशय बारकाईनं विचार करून निर्णय घ्यावे लागतात. तिथं उद्रेक झाला आणि शेजारचा जो देश आहे त्यांनी त्याचा गैरफायदा घेतला तर त्याची किंमत सर्व देशाला द्यावी लागते. आणि त्यामुळे त्या ठिकाणी आपण बाहेरून पाठिंबा दिला, आपण काही सरकारमध्ये दिला नाही. इथं काय घडलं, इथं आज जाऊन बसले आणि एक उदाहरण त्या ठिकाणी देतात. माझ्या मते हे उदाहरण ठीक नाही. आज असं सांगितलं जातं की संघटनेची जबाबदारी ज्याचा उल्लेख या ठिकाणी केला म्हणून मी काही सांगू जास्त बोलू इच्छित नाही. पण भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या बरोबर आम्ही गेलो याच्यात काही चूक नाही.
There is no truth that we went with BJP.
भाजपबरोबर गेले त्या प्रत्येकाचा इतिहास असतो. पंजाबमध्ये अकाली दल आणि भाजप यांचं सरकार बनलं. उद्या ते सरकार चाललं नाही. अकाली दलाला तिथे मोडतोड करायचा निर्णय तिथल्या लोकांनी केला. पंजाबमध्ये भाजप यांचं सरकार होतं. त्या ठिकाणी त्या पक्षात अनेक वर्षाची एकजूट होती, ती एकजूट उद्ध्वस्त करण्याचं काम केलं गेलं. आज तेलंगणा त्या ठिकाणी ते झालं, शेजारच्या राज्यात तेच झालं, आंध्रमध्ये झालं, बिहारमध्ये नितीश कुमार त्यांच्याबरोबर होता. नितीश कुमारला निकाल घ्यावा लागला, भाजपला सोडून राज्य केल्याशिवाय गत्यंतर नाही.
Sharad Pawar is now speaking about political parties that had joined hands with the BJP but then stepped away, like the Escalates, like Chandrababu Naidu,
सहभागी झाले,
like Nitish Kumar.
काही महिने ठीक चालतं आणि त्यानंतर जो सहकारी आहे तो उद्ध्वस्त करणं, त्याची मोडतोड करणं, त्याच्यात फूट कशी याचं बघणं हे सूत्र भाजपचं आहे. आणि त्यामुळं आज कुणी जायचा निकाल घेतला असेल तर तो निकाल ते घेऊ शकतात. लोकसभेमध्ये पक्षात बसून चर्चा करून घेतला असता तर अधिक चांगलं झालं असतं. पण तरी मी काही त्या संबंधीचं बोलू इच्छित नाही. पण ही गोष्ट लक्षात ठेवा की देशाच्या बाकीच्या सगळ्या राज्यांच्यामध्ये जे घडलं त्यापेक्षा वेगळं या ठिकाणी काही घडणार नाही. आज असं सांगितलं
If you wanted to go with the BJP, you could have discussed it. Well, you've taken your decision, but Sharad Pawar now reminds the other faction that remember what happened in the other states. It's not like it's going to be any different in Maharashtra.
त्यावेळेला सबन देशामध्ये इंदिरा गांधींच्या विरुद्ध देशात वातावरण होतं आणि त्यावेळेला बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंनी स्टेटमेंट काढलं की देशाच्या एकीच्यासाठी इंदिरा गांधींना या संकटात मदत केली पाहिजे, त्यांना पाठिंबा दिला, त्यांना सहकार्य करायचं आणि सहकार्य इथपर्यंत केलं की विधानसभेची निवडणूक या राज्यात आली, शिवसेनेनं एक सुद्धा उमेदवार उभा केला नाही आणि काँग्रेसला पाठिंबा दिला. का?
When Bala Sahib extended his support to Indira Gandhi, he did not have any Shiv Sainik contest the election and gave complete support to the Congress.
यासाठी ठाकरेंनी हा निकाल घेतलेला होता. फक्त मनोज जोशी आणि आणखी 2 लोकांना विधिमंडळात जागा दिली, बाकी काही केलेलं नव्हतं. आणि इंदिरा गांधींच्या काळात सुद्धा शिवसेनेला काँग्रेसने पाठिंबा दिला आणि आज असं सांगितलं जातं की तुम्ही शिवसेनेबरोबर गेला.
Now it's being said
तुम्ही भाजपबरोबर गेलात.
you went with Shiv Sena.
शिवसेनेचं हिंदुत्व आहे, ते लपवून ठेवत नाही, पण ते हिंदुत्व अथाभगत जातीच्या लोकांना घेऊन जाणार आहे, हे हिंदुत्व आहे. आणि भाजपचं जे हिंदुत्व आहे ते विभाजनवादी, विषारी, मनोवादी आणि विघातक.
But Shiv Sena's Hindutva is to take everyone together and move forward. But BJP's is to divide. Their Hindutva is to divide.
मधल्या काळामध्ये आपल्या राज्यात काही दंगली झाल्या. कुठं झाली? कोल्हापूरला झाली. शाहू महाराजांचं कोल्हापूर आम्ही म्हणतो, तिथं दंगल झाली. दंगल अकोल्याला झाली, दंगल नांदेडला झाली, आणखी काही ठिकाणी दंगली झाली. आणि या दंगलीमध्ये कोण होतं हे सगळ्या देशाला माहिती आहे, जगाला माहिती आहे. जाणीवपूर्वक या दंगली केल्या. जिथं आपली सत्ता नाही त्या ठिकाणी समाजामध्ये विद्वेष वाढवायचा, वातावरण विरायचं आणि त्याचा राजकीय फायदा हा काही घेता येईल का, या संबंधीची भूमिका आज त्यांनी त्या ठिकाणी केली. आणि जो समाजातल्या ऐक्याला तडा लावतो, जाती आणि धर्माच्या मध्ये अंतर वाढवतो, तो राष्ट्रप्रेमी असू शकत नाही.
Those trying to divide society, create friction in society, they can't go with NCP.
संबंधीची भूमिका घेणार नाही. या सगळ्या परिस्थितीमध्ये माझ्या दृष्टीनं अनेक प्रश्न महत्त्वाचे आहेत. आज महागाईचा प्रश्न आहे.
There are many important questions concerning unemployment, inflation,
हल्ले हा एक प्रश्न आहे.
atrocities against women.
सांगितलं होतं केंद्र सरकारने माहिती काय मागवली, एक तर महाराष्ट्रामध्ये मुली फळवणं या संबंधीची जी आकडेवारी आली ती 6 महिन्याच्या काळामध्ये 4000च्या पेक्षा जास्त मुली फळवल्या गेल्या, त्यांचा पत्ता लागत नाही. ज्या राजवटीमध्ये राज्यामध्ये महिलांना संरक्षण मिळत नाही, मुलींना संरक्षण मिळत नाही, त्यांच्याबद्दल काय त्यांना अधिकार आहे राज्य चालवण्याचं? हे राज्य शिवाजी महाराजांच्या विचारानं चालणार आहे. काय या संबंधीचा आदर्श छत्रपतींनी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर ठेवलेला आहे. आणि त्यामुळं या लोकांच्या भरोसा ठेवणं योग्य नाही. त्यांना सत्तेच्या पासून बाजूला करणं आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष शक्तिशाली करणं हा एकमेव आपल्या सगळ्यांना करेल. आज
These people can't be trusted. He's referring to the BJP.
गेलं नाही. आमदार येतात, आमदार आणता येतात. मला आठवतं आहे की 1980 साली आमचे आमदार निवडून आले होते काहीतरी 69-68 आणि 68 आमदार निवडून आले. मी विरोधी पक्षाचा नेता होतो. काही कामासाठी इंग्लंडला गेले, 10 दिवसासाठी परत आलो. त्या 68मध्ये 62 लोक गेले आणि मी 6चा नेता राहिलो. सगळे लोक म्हणजे खतम झालं, काही नाही झालं म्हणजे काय काळजी करू नका. 6 लोकांचा नेता, त्याचा एक मी म्हणजे 5. आणि 4 वर्षात महाराष्ट्राच्या कानाकोपऱ्यात दौरे केले, महाराष्ट्र फिरजून काढला. जे वाचत गेले त्यातले 4 सोडून सगळे पडले, एकही निवडून आला नाही. आणि पुन्हा दुसरा चौक नवीन निवडून आले, नवीन चेहरे आले, तरुण लोक त्या ठिकाणी आले. आणि त्यामुळं कुणी गेलं त्याची चिंता करू नका.
Don't worry about those who've left us.
त्यांना सुखाने त्या ठिकाणी राहून द्या.
Let them go, let them be happy.
काही तक्रार नाही. जोपर्यंत आपण एकत्र आहोत, आपल्या सामूहिक शक्तीतून
We don't have to say anything to them. We're not angry as long as we're together.
कर्तृत्वान अशा सहकार्यांची पिढी, नेतृत्वाची पिढी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये निर्माण करू एवढंच.
We will form a young, more efficient, more energized party.
उसे काल होता होता काल रात्र झाली, अजय पुन्हा आयुष्याच्या तेतवा मशाली. जय हिंद.
धन्यवाद साहेब. सर्वांना विनंती आहे, कुणीही व्यासपीठाकडे यायचं नाहीये. ऑलरेडी इथं खूप मोठी गर्दी आहे, त्यामुळे आपल्याला विनंती आहे कुणीही व्यासपीठाकडे यायचं नाही. दुसरी विनंती आहे की बाहेर विरंगुळा
सगळ्यांना विनंती आहे की जाताना बाहेर काही ठिकाणी स्टॉल्स आहेत त्या ठिकाणी.
All right, that was Sharad Pawar, the known supremo of the NCP so long, 25 years that he has headed the party, formed the party himself, headed it for this long until his nephew, according to Sharad Pawar himself, ditched him, betrayed him, and have now broken ranks with the original NCP faction, joined hands with the BJP and the Eknath Shinde camp. He says that he was not in the know. This was a complete backstabbing act by his own nephew, Ajit Pawar. He says that they have absolutely no standing, which is why they're using his image, his photograph at their meeting that's happening parallelly. But very strategic move by Sharad Pawar, as we see both camps had held meetings simultaneously on both ends, one in Bandra, the other at the Chavan Auditorium. We see Sharad Pawar now, right after Ajit Pawar speaks, after making that public speech, Sharad Pawar now, right after that, takes on point-by-point rebuttal as he fires at Ajit Pawar, his own nephew, for breaking away in a fashion like this. He hits out at the Ajit faction, claiming that they have absolutely no standing to claim that they are the real NCP. Forget about the symbol or the party name. There's no way that they will part with it. In fact, Sharad Pawar there very clearly stating that we are the real NCP. We will now form the party in a much better way, make it much stronger, and this gives us great impetus to do better work for Maharashtra. Sharad Pawar has just spoken right after his nephew Ajit Pawar, point-by-point rebuttal by Sharad Pawar. We're going to take you through a lot more on that. A quick break. We'll be right back.
You are watching India Today.
Bangor in South 24 Parganas, the epicenter of political violence in Bengal over the last few weeks. 3 people lost their lives in the clashes between the cadres of the Indian Secular Front and the Trinamool Congress as they battled to file nominations for the Panchayat elections.
We from India Today arrived at South 24 Parganas' Bangor, and we met these people who have claimed that they are not being able to return to their houses. They claim that they are afraid until the elections are done and done peacefully only, they may not be able to return to their houses.
ISF member Asma Khatun managed to file her papers on June 12th under police protection given by the Calcutta High Court. Asma, a high school history teacher from Kochua, claims she has not returned home since then. The ISF candidate is now staying at a location which she does not want to reveal, citing threats to her life.
নতুন করে একটা আমাকে মানে মেসেজ পাঠালো লোক মাধ্যমে যে ওকে খুন করা হবে, তবে গুলি করে খুন করলে এই মুহূর্তে ভাইরাল হয়ে গেছে, ওটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন হবে বা ওদের উপরে খুনের একটা দায় আসবে, তো ওকে ও যখন রাস্তা দিয়ে যাবে ওকে অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট দেখানো হবে, ও মার্ডারটাকে ওকে মার্ডার করবে অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হিসাবে, মানে গাড়ির তলায় দিয়ে ওকে পিষে দেওয়া হবে, এইরকম একটা থ্রেট।
Asma accuses the state police of being hand in glove with the ruling TMC.
আমার 2 নম্বর ব্লকে আমি যখন ডিসিআরটা কাটছিলাম কাউন্টারে, সেই সময় আরাবুল ইসলাম মানে ভাঙড়ের প্রাক্তন এমএলএ আরাবুল ইসলাম, ওনার দলবল, ওনার সঙ্গে অনেকজন মানে এই 1-200 মতন লোক ছিল, তাদেরকে নিয়ে নিচে নেমে আসলেন এবং আমার দিকে খুব মানে বড় বড় চোখ করে তাকাচ্ছে এবং ওনার সঙ্গে জাজগার মোল্লা ছিল বা আরও ছেলেরা ছিল, তারা আমাকে খুনের হুমকি দিয়েছে, তুই বাইরে বেরো, তোকে দেখে নেবো, তোকে মার্ডার করে দেবো, এই বলে আমাকে হুমকি দিল। আমি সেটাকে ওখানে একজন পুলিশ ছিল, আমি ওনাকে জানালাম যে আপনার সামনে আমাকে হুমকি দিচ্ছে, আপনি কিছু বলছেন না? বললো না, আমার কাজ হচ্ছে লাইন সোজা করা, আমি এগুলোর মধ্যে নেই।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Amid mega bid for opposition unity and the feel-good factor for opposition with Congress win in Karnataka, came a bolt from blue for the opposition. The mega NCP coup in Maharashtra by Ajit Pawar, the Pawar play, came as a massive dampener, exposing the chunk in opposition camp. Ajit Pawar dumped Uncle Sharad Pawar right after attending mega opposition meet in Patna. To make matters worse for opposition, estranged NDA allies like Om Prakash Rajbhar's SBSP have started making a beeline to join the Modi bandwagon for 2024 polls.
सपा के कई विधायक सरकार में शामिल होने के लिए परेशान हैं। कई विधायक टिकट लोकसभा का चाहते हैं, अपने परिवार को दिलाना चाहते हैं। कई लोग तो हमारे यहाँ संपर्क में खुद हैं कि कोई जुगाड़ बना दीजिए, कोई रास्ता बता दीजिए। उनके भी रास्ता तो बगल में सीएम है, चले जाइए।
In Karnataka, BJP leader Yediyurappa said BJP will come together with HD Kumaraswamy's JDS on key issues.
Kumaraswamy and we together will fight in future.
Kumaraswamy on his part predicted an Ajit Pawar-like coup in Karnataka and implosion of Sidhu Sarkar.
Here also, Ajit Pawar type of person may emerge in future days. For that, actually, we have to wait and watch.
The tremors of opposition quake were even felt in Bihar, where BJP claimed that several leaders from Nitish Kumar's JDU were willing to defect.
कार्यकर्ता ज्यादा दुखी हैं कि क्या क्या कर रहे हैं नीतीश बाबू। 18 साल हो गए, जो बच्चा जन्म लिया था वो अब बालिग हो गया। नीतीश बाबू क्या कर रहे हैं?
In Punjab, there is big buzz about Akali Dal's return to the NDA fold. If it gets the seat share deal it is angling for. A resurgent BJP termed this only the beginning and predicted a massive rush from opposition camp to join the NDA.
2024 की दृष्टि से भी इन दलों का साथ में जुड़ना और कई और दलों का भारत के विकास के लिए एक मजबूत, निरंतर और स्थिर सरकार भारत के हित में देखते हैं तो लोगों का जुड़ना स्वाभाविक है।
Amid all the political dangle, who will have the last laugh? Bureau Report, India Today.
Watching India Today.
Let me cut across to Sharad Pawar and what he says. His nephew Ajit Pawar and says, let them go, let them be happy. No way that they can steal. There's no question of that. We will build a much stronger. Speaking right after Ajit Pawar and retorting, reacting, with Sharad Pawar claiming that there is no way that he will allow the party symbol and the party's name to be snatched away by the breakaway faction, by Ajit Pawar. Let me cut across quickly to exactly what Sharad Pawar said and also what Ajit Pawar said a little earlier.
या पक्ष आमचा ही गजाची खून आमची आहे. ठीक आहे, तुम्ही म्हणू शकता की निवडणूक आयोगानं गजाची खून कुणाला दिली हे सगळ्या देशाला माहिती. आणि मी तुमच्यासाठी सांगतो, खून कुठं जाणार नाही ही गोष्ट खरी आहे, पण खून हे देशाचं राजकारण करत नाही. त्यामुळे कोणी सांगत असेल की चिन्ह आम्ही घेऊन जाऊ, चिन्ह जाणार नाही, जाऊन देणार नाही. आता राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष इतका भ्रष्ट आहे असं तुम्हाला वाटत असेल तर कालच्या शपथविधीमध्ये राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाला का घेतलं बरोबर? तुमचं मंत्रिमंडळ कसं आहे, काय सांगायचं या संबंधीचं? याचा अर्थ असा आहे की हे राज्यकर्ते पाहिजे ते बोलतात, आधार नसलेल्या गोष्टी बोलतात आणि एक प्रकारचं जनमानसामध्ये वेगळं वातावरण तयार करायचा प्रयत्न करत असतात.
100% पवार साहब ने बोला है कि पार्टी चिन्ह भी उन्हीं का है और पार्टी भी उन्हीं की है. साथ ही रहेंगी और जो सिंबल
All right, that was Anil Deshmukh, who's just spoken a moment. Sharad Pawar in camp. I'm going to quickly cut across. Give us an understanding on Sharad Pawar's emotion while he spoke. A very sentimental appeal to the people of Maharashtra, especially his core voters, claiming that he is very much present. He is still very much the leader and the face of the NCP. Also suggests that Ajit Pawar has absolutely no standing, which is why, out of desperation, the breakaway faction has used his photograph to gain some kind of sympathy. But the number speaks for itself. You really look at Ajit Pawar, the support that he has is of at least 31 MLAs, while Sharad Pawar barely 10. So tell us what the standing is at this moment, the next plan of action for Sharad Pawar.
Nabila, I think as far as the politicians are concerned, they are masters in making emotional stories and giving emotional speeches. And that's exactly what has been done today, not just by Sharad Pawar, but by Ajit Pawar as well. But the fact remains, we will keep a firm eye on the numbers, because politics, after all, is a number game. Ajit Pawar, who had been claiming that he has the support of more than 40 MLAs, it turns out in reality he had the support of 31 MLAs, which is not enough for Ajit Pawar. You know, he needs to get at least 36 out of 53. And if that has to happen, since I've been saying since the morning, do not be surprised in the days to come, there is some back and forth by some of the MLAs. There is quite a possibility that some of the MLAs who are on the Sharad Pawar camp right now might just switch over to the Ajit Pawar camp and vice versa. As I said, both the leaders made a great emotional speech, realizing
Ajit Pawar
that
has the majority of them.
Crisis.
Ajit Pawar has the majority of them. He barely needs 5. And looking at the pattern over the last year, at least with the mirror image of what happened with Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray, the Shiv Sena itself, the ruling party somehow manages to pull the numbers in compared to the opposition. So if BJP and the Eknath Shinde camp have invited Ajit Pawar into government, they've given 8 of them, including Ajit Pawar cabinet ministries, it's not very difficult to get 5 more MLAs. It's hardly a matter of time. Is it true that there are some of the MLAs who are being taken to a resort on the Ajit Pawar side? Is there any buzz around that?
Well, all the MLAs, all the Ajit Pawar camp MLAs right now are here at a 5-star hotel in suburban Mumbai. It's not clear whether they are here just for mere lunch or to chalk out for the policies that the Ajit Pawar camp needs to take, because, as I said, they are not completely out of the woods right now. You know, they need the support of at least 4 to 5 more MLAs, you know, before they can really say that they are the representative of the NCP, they are the real party, and most of them had been claiming. And now, but the fact remains, they'll have to fight it out legally. Both the factions have approached the Election Commission of India, and that's where the number game is going to come in after all. Because here, at this point of time, when the monsoon session is also going to start, the Speaker Nabila is also going to play a very crucial role. Here's a scenario when there are some members who are a part of the government. The Speaker might say that there are some members who are part of the opposition as well. There are both factions claiming the representation of this political party. There are 2 factions who've announced the name of the whip as well. So confusion reigns supreme right now.
Absolutely.
And it really depends on the speaker, how he distinguishes the 2 parties.
Rahul Narvekar, Pankaj, Rahul Narvekar is yet to decide on the pending petition for almost a year now of the Shiv Sena's MLAs who have defected to Eknath Shinde's camp. Many of their fate is still to be decided 1 year later. So, of course, the responsibility now rests with the Speaker, Rahul Narvekar, whether he's going to hold up or take up the petition filed by Sharad Pawar for disqualifying at least 9 of his MLAs. Thank you very much, Pankaj Upadhyay, for joining us. We're going to cut across to some big breaking news coming in from Madhya Pradesh. All right, a big move and a punishment. Bulldozers have now rolled on accused Parvesh Shukla's house. Parvesh Shukla, a BJP youth worker, caught in a video urinating on a Dalit man. This now has gone immensely viral. Shivraj Chauhan's government now running those bulldozers right on his house. NSA has also been slapped on the accused. His property has been razed. Those are visuals coming in of Parvesh Shukla, the accused here, the man you see on your screens urinating on that Dalit man. His house now is being bulldozed. Those are images of the bulldozer razing down the house, and also NSA being slapped, multiple sections of the IPC that have been registered against Parvesh Shukla, the BJP Yuva Neta, who was caught urinating on this Dalit man in an inebriated state. These are images of those bulldozers rolling on accused Parvesh Shukla's home. Absolutely shameful act that was caught on camera and quite brazen. The man that you see on your screens here is a BJP youth worker, Parvesh Shukla, who was seen urinating on a Dalit man. The police quickly swung into action, post the video going viral. FIRs under sections 294, 504 of the IPC and the SC/ST Act has been slapped against him. And now what we hear is NSA has also been slapped on this accused, as well as the bulldozers running over his home. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the Chief Minister, taking tough action, ensuring that he is punished in the best possible way. Hemendra Sharma joining us live, our correspondent from Bhopal. Hemendra, we see the most, a strong punishment given out by Shivraj Singh Chauhan, as we see bulldozers now running on top of his house. They're razing down the house. Is there any illegalities in the way the house has been built? Is there any case of encroachment on this land or this home? Or is it just plain and simple punishment for this ghastly act that he carried out?
Well, the Congress Party was taunting the BJP and Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan since yesterday, ever since this video came into light. They were saying that Shivraj Singh Chauhan's bulldozers are meant only for the minority community and not for people belonging to his own party. So Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan was being taunted because this man was a tribal who was the victim in this particular case, and elections are there by the end of this year. In Madhya Pradesh, tribals play a very important role. Close to 47 seats are impacted by tribal population in Madhya Pradesh. So the Chief Minister, knowing this very well, keeping that vote bank in mind, was forced into action. And despite the fact that this man is from his own party, a Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha office bearer and also a representative of a member of his own party, a MLA of his own party. So they have taken some action, taken down JCB machines to the village of Parvesh Shukla. There's a portion of his house, his family house, has been demolished, and according to the Home Minister, the demolition is done as per law, as in there were some irregularities in the way in which this house was constructed. But as you said, that these illegalities are seen only once they decide to take action. Otherwise, all these houses remain illegal and no action is taken against them.
All right, Hemendra, thank you very much for joining us on that. But a quick look at this very video here. The man you see on your screens here is Parvesh Shukla, who's known to be BJP Yuva Neta in the state of Madhya Pradesh. This man urinating on a Dalit person, the video of which has now gone immensely viral. It shows how, in an inebriated state, this Parvesh Shukla, the accused, has urinated on this tribal labourer. The video has drawn sharp reactions from the opposition parties, quite naturally, after the accused was identified as a Yuva Morcha member linked to the BJP MLA Kedar Shukla. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, vowing to impose NSA against this accused, has also promised to take tough action against him and now runs bulldozers on his home. He was booked also by the police under sections 294, Obscene Acts, 504, Intentional Insult to Provoke Breach of Peace, and under Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes Act.
अब आप जाने आप दिखाई लें तब न जाने लाहें नियम का जाने का हो अल्लाह है अब गलत काम होएगा तब यह नहीं चाहिए लाहें
क्या चाह रहे हैं
हाँ कि अब गलती मेरे काहे करें कई हमका नहीं बताएं बतावा
दीनदयाल साहू जिसको वो बता रहा है और मृत्युंजय प्रसाद गौतम ये प्रीति मोबाइल और ये डिजिटल का काम करते हैं दोनों और ये इस तरह से बना के वीडियो सर किए हैं उसकी जांच की जाए अगर सत्यता है तो उसको फांसी दे दी जाए हम पितृमोह में नहीं है कि अगर हमारा लड़का ऐसा किया है लेकिन जांच होनी चाहिए उस वीडियो की बारीकी से जांच होनी चाहिए
मानवता को उसने कलंकित किया है घोर अमानवीय कृत्य किया है ऐसा अपराध जिसके लिए कठोरतम सजा कठोरतम शब्द भी कम पड़ता है, लेकिन मैंने निर्देश दिए हैं कि कठोरतम सजा दी जाए, कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाए। ऐसी कार्रवाई जो उदाहरण बने, हम उसको किसी भी कीमत पर छोड़ेंगे नहीं। अपराधी की ना तो कोई जाति होती है, ना कोई धर्म होता है और ना कोई पार्टी होती है। अपराधी केवल अपराधी है, उसे सजा भुगतनी पड़ेगी।
रात को ही उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया था। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने तत्काल ही एनएसए की कार्रवाई उस पर करने का बोल दिया है। घटना घृणित है, मानवता को शर्मसार करने वाली घटना है और इसलिए तत्काल कार्रवाई उस पर कर दी है।
एक सवाल बार बार उठ रहा है कि क्या इस पर भी बुलडोजर चलेगा?
अतिक्रमण होगा तो बुलडोजर चलेगा, बुलडोजर क्यों नहीं चलेगा? अगर कोई भी इस तरह का विषय आता है तो कार्रवाई तो पुलिस करती है। ये शिवराज सिंह जी की सरकार है या कानून का राज है।
एक नैरेटिव बन जाता है कि मध्य प्रदेश में शिवराज सरकार का बुलडोजर जो है वो धर्म विशेष पे पहले जल्दी चल जाता है, दूसरों पे नहीं। इस पे क्या?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। आप देखें ना, इसमें ये नैरेटिव है वो अपने आप टूट जाएगा। अभी इंदौर में चला है, वो क्या नैरेटिव उस पर था क्या? ऐसा नहीं है।
आपका प्रतिनिधि है या नहीं प्रवेश शुक्ला?
नहीं है, नहीं है।
लेकिन सोशल मीडिया पर ये पोस्टर है, इस पोस्टर पे वो साफ कह रहा है कि वो आपका
सोशल
प्रतिनिधि है।
मीडिया पर किसी ने डाल दिया, सारी सोशल मीडिया का खंडन संभव नहीं होता, सबका मेरे द्वारा देखना संभव नहीं होता, लेकिन वह मेरा प्रतिनिधि। देखिए, एक विधायक को 3 प्रतिनिधि नियुक्त करने के अधिकार है। जिला पंचायत में हमारे सुमंत द्विवेदी प्रतिनिधि हैं, जनपद पंचायत में उमाशंकर यादव हमारे प्रतिनिधि हैं और नगर पालिका में दिनेश गुप्ता हमारे प्रतिनिधि हैं। इसके अलावा मेरा कोई प्रतिनिधि नहीं।
आप करेंगे शिकायत?
हाँ, बिल्कुल करेंगे।
आपसे इसका कोई संबंध नहीं है?
नहीं, संबंध देखिए, मैं उस क्षेत्र का विधायक हूँ
जी।
उस क्षेत्र के सभी मतदाताओं से मेरा संपर्क है
जी,
सभी से संबंध है। लेकिन इस तरह की घटना की मैं निंदा करता हूँ, यह घटना शर्मसार करने वाली है, ये घटना गलत है जी।
All right, that's it for me, Nabila Jamal. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for a lot more. Do stay tuned. Coming up on the other side, Shivarur, with all that political upheaval that plays out in Maharashtra. Every detail on 5 Live.
You are watching India Today.
I was just having a conversation with a very old-timer fund manager, mutual fund manager, and he said that the macro story for India is great, but valuations are still not compelling and not challenging, and quite challenging. Would you agree with that, or would you say that it's a good entry point for India now?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, you actually are absolutely right. I would kind of echo the sentiments. I do believe that the macro story is looking very compelling for sure. Quite confident about 15% plus earnings growth, which is like one of the highest that we've seen, that we will be seeing in any of the major markets globally. So yeah, all that is looking quite well. But yeah, but valuations is definitely sticking out. When the markets corrected earlier in February or so, when the Nifty was at around 17,000, it was looking pretty interesting, but the markets have moved up pretty quickly, up about 10% or so from there. And yes, many stocks and sectors are looking expensive at this point in time. Yeah.
There is a fear in certain quarters in the market that during the course of this year, we'll get another spike in volatility, and you may even get the market back to the kind of levels which you found interesting. Do you expect something like that? I know it cannot be predicted, events cannot be predicted, but is it a likelihood in your eyes?
I think the event that will probably create volatility in the Indian markets will probably have to be a global event or an international event. I do not foresee too many negative or let's say big negative events for the Indian markets which will be domestically caused. My sense is that you will probably see, or you could probably see some volatility created by either some unexpected change, say in the Fed policy, or some other kind of dislocation that might happen in the capital markets globally, or something like that. But as far as the developments domestically go, to me it looks unlikely.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
You briefly touched upon the debt reduction plans. Provide some more color as to how much has been reduced, what is left, and 1,500 crores of cash that you said. Am I to assume that therefore that is post the debt reduction?
Absolutely. So if I look at the debt reduction, once again, during the COVID time, we had a very high debt of almost 2,400 crores, which was a difficult time when the retail stores were shut. Right at that point of time, we were very clear that we will continue to deleverage our balance sheet. And in the journey, from the cash flows of the business and tight working capital management, cost reduction, and good profitability growth in the last 3 years, we could reduce from a 2,400 crore to a 700 crore debt reduction. So that means 1,700 crore, we have taken out the debt from the cash flow from operations. Now, once this 2,800 crore, we have sold the business, after paying tax and such things, we will be left with 2,200 crores of cash. So therefore, this 700 crore will be repaid, and we will be sitting on net cash available for the growth of the business of 1,500 crore. So as we speak today, we have already received the money from Godrej. As we speak today, we are already sitting with a positive cash of 1,500 crores. So all the debt of the group has been repaid. There is zero debt, rather sitting on the cash.
Okay, that's an important point. Also tell our viewers about your plans, and these have been disclosed, of raising around 2,200 crore through NCDs. What's the progress on that front?
Sure. So look, this is an NCD. What happened, as I mentioned, that the lifestyle business of Raymond Limited is getting demerged into Raymond Consumer Care. And since Raymond Consumer Care sold its business on a slump sale basis, therefore the cash has come into the Raymond Consumer Care. Now this cash we wanted to use in the Raymond Limited debt, external debt repayment. That is why NCDs are being issued by Raymond Limited to Raymond Consumer Care, and Raymond Consumer Care will give the cash to Raymond Limited to repay the debt. And upon demerger, what will happen is these debts will cancel each other. One will have the debt receivable, another will be a debt payable. So the two will cross each other, eliminate each other, and we will be a net debt free company. So that NCD is only an internal NCD, the way to get the money so that we can reduce the external borrowings on an immediate basis.
forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ। एयरटेल 5G प्लस।
What an incredible Maharashtra blockbuster day it has turned out to be. Viewer, thanks once again for making us the most watched channel on any big news day. And in Maharashtra, it's off the charts. The Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar fight over the NCP has reached fever pitch. Very personal things have been said. A Lakshman Rekha of sorts has been crossed by Ajit Pawar, and now there's a great deal of suspense over kaun banega NCP ka asli dada. Is it going to be the uncle, the patriarch Sharad Pawar, or is it going to be the nephew Ajit Pawar, who's now in a dalliance with the NDA BJP Sarkar in Maharashtra? I'm going to take you through the very latest that's happening on what has been a nail-biting day in Mumbai. Thanks as always for tuning in. I'm Shiv. These are the headlines. Big show strength by Ajit Pawar and Uncle Sharad Pawar factions. 31 MLAs back the Ajit Pawar faction. 14 so far with Sharad Pawar. The senior Pawar roars, NCB symbol will not go anywhere. Ajit Pawar trains his guns at Uncle Sharad, crosses a Lakshman Rekha, says Pawar Senior is 83 and should resign, exposes Sharad Pawar's flip-flop by joining hands with the Shiv Sena.
आता जर वय जास्त झालं, 82 झालं, 83 झालं, तुम्ही कधी थांबणार आहात का नाही? विद्यमान सर.
Big claim by NCP leader Mahesh Tapase, says revolt brewing in the Shinde camp as well. Claims Eknath Shinde's MLAs are upset over this new tryst with the NCP rebels. Bulldozer justice in Madhya Pradesh. House of BJP youth workers seen urinating on Dalit man has been razed to the ground. NSA slapped on accused thug Pravesh Shukla. Countdown begins to launch of Chandrayaan 3. ISRO puts out video of moon landers assembly. 13th of July is when the launch takes place. The Pawar versus Pawar fight has escalated beyond the point of any return, with Ajit Pawar filing a plea now before the Election Commission, claiming to be the real leader of the NCP and the owner of the real NCP symbol. India Today has now accessed details of Ajit Pawar's petition before the Election Commission. Ajit Pawar's faction has claimed that the national executive of the NCP met in Mumbai on the 30th of June and elected Ajit Pawar as national president of the party. This, even as Sharad Pawar has just declared that the party name and symbol are not going anywhere and that there is no question of anyone other than the Sharad Pawar faction being the true owners and operators of the NCP legacy, the NCP symbol and the NCP name. The fight now shifting to the Election Commission. Take a look.
या पक्षा आमचा ही गजाची खून आमची आहे. ठीक आहे, तुम्ही म्हणू शकता की निवडणूक आयोगानं गजाची खून कुणाला दिली हे सगळ्या देशाला माहिती. आणि मी तुमच्यासाठी सांगतो, खून कुठं जाणार नाही ही गोष्ट खरी आहे. पण खून हे देशाचं राजकारण करत नाही. त्यामुळे कोणी सांगत असेल की चिन्ह आम्ही घेऊन जाऊ, चिन्ह जाणार नाही, जाऊन देणार नाही.
Let's go straight across to India today. It's Rajdeep Sardesai who's on the ground. He's been tracking all these rapid developments over the Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar fight over the NCP. Rajdeep, the Election Commission is, perhaps the next battlefield where things are now going to be fought. The Ajit Pawar faction has apparently taken things to that battlefield now. How do you see this play out? In today's number flex, it's a 31 versus 14 sort of situation as things stand right now. We understand that the Ajit Pawar faction have been bundled off to a hotel for lunch. Where do things stand according to you, Rajdeep?
Shiv, this is a numbers game at one level, and if it was just a numbers game, then clearly this round has been won by Ajit Pawar. But in this instance, it's not just about numbers, because the Maharashtra elections are what? Lok Sabha less than 12 months away, Maharashtra 12 to 15 months away. Belief in Mumbai that maybe Maharashtra and Lok Sabha could be held together. So therefore, the real battle in a way, Shiv, is going to the people and winning the hearts and minds of the people. I'm here at the YB Chavan Centre, and the sense you get is that Mr. Pawar still has the goodwill of a majority of the Karyakartas or the workers. So while Ajit Pawar has successfully shown that a majority of the MLAs are with him, you get a sense that many of the district level leaders, the Karyakartas as of now, are with Mr. Sharad Pawar. It's a very interesting fight because, they're not directly targeting each other in the manner that Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray did 1 year ago, but they're making it very clear that they believe they are the real NCP. Ajit Pawar has made it clear he's the real NCP, and Sharad Pawar made that clear when he said the symbol is with us. So it's a battle now that will have to be fought in the elections of Maharashtra, and I think that's what is Mr. Pawar's last hope. He will hope that at the age of 83, he can create some kind of sympathy for himself and use that perhaps to garner votes and ensure that the MBA is in with a chance. Until then, I think Ajit Pawar for now has shown that he has power on his side. And this is a party that is inured to power. 18 of the 24 years of the NCP, it's been on the right side of power.
And Rajdeep, speaking about perception, has Ajit Pawar, in some of the things that he said today in that speech, handed Sharad Pawar, a sympathy weapon? He took him on very personally, talked about his age, asking him why he's taken a U-turn on his retirement. Do you think that was crossing a Lakshman Rekha of sorts?
You're probably right. I just interviewed Jitendra Awad, who for now is the leader of the opposition, and you can play that interview in a bit, where Mr. Awad simply said this: do you allow your father to simply retire, or tell your father to retire? And I think, yes, Mr. Pawar will be astute enough to play that card, saying, look, at the age of 83, the people who I sort of built up are the ones who betrayed me. He hasn't said it yet, but in the heat and dust of an election campaign, he may well say that. I think Ajit Pawar, that was the one wrong note that he struck. Because I don't think you focus on age of a leader in Indian politics, that can backfire. As you can see, many of these supporters of Mr. Pawar have been with him for 30, 40 years, and they're not going anywhere. And if he's attacked by, targeting him on the age factor, it may well rebound for him.
Okay, it may well rebound for him. Rajdeep, thanks very much for joining me on that. I also want to bring in Sahil Joshi, who's been tracking all of these developments from the two camps. and everything in between as well. Because remember, both sides have been talking about being in touch with MLAs on the other side as well. I'll go to Sahil in just a moment, but the last big development after the big meeting in Bandra by the Ajit Pawar camp is that all of those MLAs, and they claim to have 31 MLAs. Ajit Pawar, of course, claimed to have 40 MLAs, and they're in touch with people on the other side in the Sharad Pawar faction and vice versa. But, they are currently at the Taj Lands End Hotel in Mumbai for lunch, but it could be something else as well. Sahil is with me live. Sahil Joshi is with me live on this latest development. Sahil, the Election Commission is where a plea has been filed by the Ajit Pawar camp. What happens next? We've seen all the muscle flexing taking place right now. Sharad Pawar has said the NCP name and symbol is not going to go anywhere. What happens next now with the Election Commission and elsewhere, Sahil?
Well, the petition which has been filed to the Election Commission by the Ajit Pawar faction, it clearly shows that what happened is not a sudden move. Of course, it is quite a planned move. On 30th of June, the petition says that Praful Patel, who is the working president of the party, had called for a national executive meeting in Mumbai, and in that meeting, the resolution was passed that the party is moving away from its objectives, and that is the reason why they have removed Sharad Pawar as the party's national president and have appointed Ajit Pawar as the national president of the party. And then swiftly they moved further. They have submitted a resolution to the speaker as well. But that means now the fight is going to go with in the election commission, where both the factions will now have to prove that they have the majority of the MLAs, the MPs, elected members are with their side, and accordingly, finally, the election commission will have to take a call. Election commission always applies triple test. The first test is with respect to that which party is following the objectives. The second test is with respect to on whose side the party's machinery, the party's administration is, the party's office bearers are, and the third test is with respect to the elected members.
Yeah.
In the case of Shinde Sena, the election commission, said that they are unable to decide that which faction is actually following the objectives of the party. Nobody who is deviating from the objectives of the party. So that test has been dropped. The second option with respect to the office bearers and the party workers, party functionaries, lakhs of affidavits were filed with the election commission.
Okay.
The election commission took a view that they don't have a machinery to check the validity of those affidavits. So that test was also dropped. And finally, they decided to give the symbol and the name to Eknath Shinde on the basis of number of elected MLAs and MPs on Eknath Shinde's side. So similar fraction might be applied, a similar test will be applied in the NCP's case, and while doing so, Ajit Pawar has taken the legal course of before actually taking the oath on Sunday, just days before this particular national executive meeting was called and this particular resolution was passed. Now everything will move to the election commission. There finally the fight will happen with respect to on who maximum number of MLAs are.
Okay, Sahil, thanks very much for that, and we'll try and, when we get Sahil back, we'll fix that audio. Apologize for the quality of that sound, but I want to also bring in all of our reporters. Remember, India Today has been covering this story at every single location where, where this drama has been playing out. Mustafa Sheikh is live with me from the YB Chavan Centre, which is where the Sharad Pawar, camp held that big meeting and that big speech happened. Pankaj Upadhyay is at Ajit Pawar's residence. Ritvik Bhalekar is at at the hotel where the Ajit Pawar camp, is having lunch. We're going to go. Very interesting to see how, things are playing out over there. We'll go to my three colleagues in just a moment. I just want to quickly recap for our viewers the top developments. Things are moving so quickly, so rapidly. I want to quickly just tell you that the Maharashtra crisis is continuing to, continuing to escalate. Now the suspense has actually increased. The NCP's original patriarch Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar, has hit out at the Ajit Pawar faction, mocking him and them for still using his picture in their posters. Sharad Pawar said that the Ajit Pawar camp knows that they cannot survive without him and his image. Sharad Pawar has also asserted that the party symbol is not going anywhere. Well, after Ajit Pawar's jibe at Sharad Pawar's age, the Sharad Pawar faction has launched a counter-attack. Sharad Pawar's daughter and Lok Sabha MP Supriya Sule slammed Ajit Pawar for mocking Pawar's age, adding that the party's original symbol is with the Sharad Pawar faction. and it will not go anywhere. Supriya Sule also launched a scathing attack on the BJP, calling the BJP the most corrupt party. Supriya accused the Saffron Party of doing politics of convenience. Well, after the big show of strength, NCP leaders of the Ajit Pawar faction have, like I said, just been taken to the Land's End hotel in Mumbai for lunch. Earlier, a huge show of strength was held by the Ajit Pawar camp at the Mumbai Education Trust College in Bandra, where at least 31 MLAs did appear to show up. Well, amidst this crucial number game that continues, the Ajit camp, like I said, has moved the Election Commission to stake claim to the party name, the NCP, and the party symbol, which is the clock. Sharad Pawar's camp has, however, filed a caveat in the EC, urging the poll panel to listen to them as well before reaching any decision. Let's go straight across now to our reporters. Ritvik Bhalekar is at the Taj Land's End, where that big lunch is taking place with all those MLAs. Ritvik, what's the latest there? Lunch by all the Ajit Pawar camp MLAs. What are you hearing?
See, right after the meeting which was held at MET College premises, all the MLAs were put into one bus, and that bus is now been taken at Taj Lands in Bandra, where there will be a lunch. And the lunch is going on right behind me on the second floor of this hotel. And what we are sensing is that Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel will also be addressing a meeting after the lunch to all the MLAs who have gathered for this meeting. The official number has not yet been declared, but the numbers which we could get from the present MLAs out there were somewhere around 31 MLAs were present, and not more than 4 MLCs were present for this meeting. So Ajit Pawar seems to be still short of numbers which is required to prove his majority, and also to circumvent the anti-defection law. So he has to gather and garner support of more than 36 MLAs. So we need to see that our other MLAs are also going to join him in the due course of time. But right now what we can gather is he's trying to consolidate all of them at one place. There is no information if they are going to stay here or they'll be contained here for how long. But just for sure, they'll be having this lunch today, and after that they'll be addressing a meeting.
Okay, very interesting, because so we don't know if it's just lunch or they're also going to get rooms and stay there, which would give this entire drama a completely different kind of picture. Because as we know, both camps have been talking about being in touch with MLAs on the other side. Pankaj, Ajit Pawar, big speech, in many ways crossing some Lakshman Rekhas in terms of taking direct pot shots at his uncle as well. What are you hearing from within the camp now? What is their next step? They've taken the battle to the Election Commission, but in terms of just perception and politics, Ajit Pawar has the numbers. What about perception?
Look, Shiv, elections are around the corner, and both Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar clearly realize the seriousness of the situation, and that's precisely the reason why both the Pawars made that emotional speech in front of the cadres today. It is also very clear that neither Sharad Pawar nor Ajit Pawar are willing to give up at this point of time. Also, it is this, the present times are very critical for Ajit Pawar. One, he is a part of the Fadnavis Shinde government, and they are demanding lucrative positions, especially finance, energy, power, housing, social security. And they've been clearly told by the Bharatiya Janata Party that you need to sort out your mess and you need to prove your numbers. Because Shinde faction is also building pressure on the Bharatiya Janata Party that you cannot be giving finance and other lucrative posts to the NCP. It was because of them that they had to leave the Mahavikas Aghadi, and it is going to be great injustice if NCP is given such lucrative postings. So unless, of course, Ajit Pawar is able to bring forth the numbers, which clearly he does not have right now. Even though Shiv, he was claiming that he has 40 plus numbers, on ground zero, he had only 31. Though he was very clear on the stage when he said that there are many MLAs he's still in touch with, many could not be present, some are in hospital as well. The fact remains, in politics, numbers play the most important role, and he has to gather those numbers. 31 is not good. he has to get at least 36, because he also realizes that in some time the monsoon session is also going to start. Then the ball is going to be the speaker's court. Here are two leaders who've said they represent the political party. They've announced their whips as well. It's going to be difficult. He does not have the numbers. It might turn out to be a big embarrassment yet again. But also remember, lastly, I would like to say, Shiv, he's the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra now, along with Devendra Fadnavis. You know, age is by his side. And most importantly, he has crucial members, the senior members, the close aides of Sharad Pawar in his gang now, especially Dilip Walse Patil, Chhagan Bhujbal and Praful Patel as well. So if he's just 5 or 6 short, do not be surprised in the days to come. There might be some who might jump ship. But as the fact remains, as many political pundits also point out, that Sharad Pawar might just pull in a ace at the last moment, as he has done many times in the past as well. So we won't be surprised if some from the Ajit camp go back to the Sharad Pawar camp as well. So if situation is very fluid, I'm right outside this 5-star hotel Taj Lands End in Bandra in the suburban Mumbai, where all these MLAs have gathered. They are saying right now they have gathered for a lunch. After that show of strength, they all combined in a bus, and in a bus they came here. A sign of solidarity. After that, as my colleague Ritvik was also pointing out, that the senior leaders, especially Praful Patel, is going to gather his troops, take a meeting, and he's going to give calls to rest of the members and urge them to join this brigade, saying that, look, we have we could be getting the lucrative postings. That's what you all wanted. You want the development of the NCP, not just in the state. You want the NCP to become a national party as well. For that, you have to join the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Ajit Pawar today clearly said that there is no option to Narendra Modi in 2024 as well. So Ajit Pawar clearly has his eyes on the assembly elections and the national elections as well. So let's see what happens in the hours to come.
So perceptionally also, it looks like it's advantage, for now it's advantage Ajit Pawar just by strength of those numbers. Mustafa is at the YB Chavan Centre, which is where the Sharad Pawar faction had its big meeting. You saw Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar both make very big, very emotional speeches. Mustafa, the numbers not quite adding up as far as the Sharad Pawar faction is concerned. They filed an appeal with the Election Commission saying you can't take any decision without listening to us as well. But what is the strategy now? The political strategy by the Sharad Pawar camp? They must be dialing the numbers of all those MLAs who didn't show up.
Well, yes, that seems to be the case. It's advantage nephew as of now, and somewhat it seems that Sharad Pawar and beat Supriya Sule, which we are seeing she is meeting the party workers after this event. They have accepted the fact that they have to go to elections and then decide it. The way Ajit Pawar has been confident about election commission hearing since day one says something about what we have seen in the Shiv Sena. The other thing is that in the press conference he said that national president of the party is Sharad Pawar, while in his petition in the election commission he's saying that on 30th June itself the parliamentary board of NCP has appointed Ajit Pawar as the national president. So, and he has also approached election commission. So he has made all his moves and it doesn't look like he's backing off, and at this point it seems clear for the NCP that it's Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar. They will have to go to elections. But in case of member of parliament, interestingly, Shiv, it is not like what happened to Uddhav Thackeray, because Sharad Pawar's MPs were elected in 2019 even against the Modi wave. So whether those member of parliaments will leave Sharad Pawar and go to Ajit Pawar's side, that is one thing, because in the case of Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray, MPs and MLAs strength were more with Eknath Shinde, and hence the election commission had given the symbol and party name to him. We'll have to wait and see what happens in the case of NCP, but it is somewhat clear to and similar to what happened in the case of Shiv Sena, and things have already started to begin. Back to you.
Well, thanks very much for that. And we're also hearing now that Sharad Pawar will be headed to Delhi tomorrow. We'll have more details on what that's about, whether it's just a routine travel now that the big meetings in Mumbai are over. But our rolling coverage continues on the other side. I'm also going to get a little deeper into Sharad Pawar's political journey and his past, because he's one of India's most well-known politicians, but his journey is one of the most intriguing. And there could be many clues in Sharad Pawar's saga as to what is going to unfold before Maharashtra at this time. That's how we're going to take it forward right after this break. Stay with India Today's most watched coverage of the big Bombay blockbuster.
I am diabetic. Should I stop consuming artificial sweeteners? I am non-diabetic, but I don't like to consume sugar. I'm okay with my stevia. Should I continue? Can I replace my sugar with honey? Are dates healthy? Are these questions on top of your mind? Has the WHO guideline on artificial sweeteners confused you? Then listen in to what experts say. Substitute for diabetes. What substitute you think a diabetic person should use for sugar? Different sugar alternatives may be healthy for different people. Natural sweeteners are generally a good choice for seniors who don't have diabetes. But artificial sweeteners do have unexpected health risks depending on someone's current health concerns and comorbidities. Natural substitutes like honey and dates can be alternatives to refined sugar. However, it is important to be mindful of portion sizes.
Good research, which is randomized controlled trials with dates, have shown that they do not have much effect as far as sugars are concerned in short term and in intermediate term, 3 to 6 months time. So a limited amount of dates is as a breakfast or as a snack we can allow in a patient who's has a good control of diabetes and patient who's not very obese, and we will tell them that if you restrict to this particular quantity, nothing will happen to your sugar, and that probably nothing will happen to your weight as well.
How I can limit my sugar and what alternatives we have. How safe are natural substitutes of sugar? Natural substitutes like honey and dates can be alternatives to refined sugar and are often considered healthier options due to their natural composition and potential additional nutritional benefits. But can honey and dates manage blood sugar levels and replace artificial sweeteners?
Tell us how you feel and the few reasons that came into your mind to shift this most important futures instrument from Singapore to India.
Any IFSC, the fulcrum always is a stock exchange where a lot of trading happens, and that's what India's main asset class, which is the index. Nifty index is the largest traded index in the world, and it also is the largest traded instruments in the world today. Some portion of it for offshore part was getting traded in SGX, that is Singapore Exchange, for over 20 years now, and that's where it was decided between two exchanges and two governments in around 2017-18 that the orders being placed on Singapore Exchange would come to the gift city, and they will be matched here along with the orders coming out of gift city itself. And that's where the project started in around 2017-18, and today it has culminated into complete transfer of all the orders coming out of Singapore from wherever in the world. When people place orders on Nifty index onto Singapore Exchange, they get transferred onto GIFT City transparently without even the user coming to know of it, and they get matched against the orders coming from GIFT City or other orders from SGX itself. And that is a first time in the world collaboration between two countries trying to compete but also collaborate, and the settlement will continue to take place with the Singapore customers as if they are trading in Singapore, but actually the trading is happening in GIFT City.
How, according to you, will traders in India, this is an increasing demographic profile, we've seen young people come into trading, and all of us without fail start our day in the morning by looking at the SGX Nifty quote, which gives an indicator of how the Indian markets open. About 21 hours will be available for Indian traders to hedge their positions after the main markets close at 3:30 p.m. Apart from that, what all will change for Indian traders since SGX now starts trading out of Ahmedabad and not Singapore? Let's take it for traders first.
Traders who are trading in India usually would not be coming into the GIFT City because GIFT IFSC is actually an offshore jurisdiction as far as India is concerned. It trades in dollars, and normal Indian entities are not allowed to trade here except when they transfer using a liberalized remittance scheme of RBI up to $250,000 per year. So in a way, this is for the high-end traders or high-end investors across the world who have interest in the Indian markets. But naturally that flow which is available to trade on the GIFT Nifty would also somewhere through other means, when the FPIs have the registration in both Singapore as well as the domestic Indian markets, then they may be able to arbitrage between the two markets, and that's where the Indian markets will also become more deeper. But the other side, there are around 60 brokers of Indian origin who have now set up shops in GIFT City, which is actually a separate jurisdiction, and 40 more are in pipeline. So those people will be getting their customers from across the world to come here and place more orders, and that's where I believe it's going to be a more intense competition for liquidity, and also it will create a much larger pool of liquidity into the GIFT IFSC.
By attacking Sharad Pawar directly today, Ajit Pawar has marked a major milestone, not just in the NCP, but in Indian politics. I'll explain how. Because even the Prime Minister, when labelling the NCP as corrupt recently, never took Sharad Pawar's name directly. Now, none of this stalwart politician's many rivals and detractors have so far ventured to take him on at a personal level. But that's what his own nephew, Ajit Pawar, has done today. By alluding to his uncle's age, asking why Sharad Pawar keeps changing his mind about retirement, Ajit Pawar has ventured where no Pawar beta over decades has dared to go before. Ajit Pawar may have the numbers in this ongoing MLA bean count, but he may have just handed one of India's most wily politicians a big fat weapon to take to the people of Maharashtra. Because Sharad Pawar, 82 years old, is still part of the star cast of Indian politics, nowhere near being relegated to any Margdarshak Mandal. As someone who has dominated Maharashtra politics for decades now, Sharad Pawar is now a non-negotiable part of the national political canvas, a stalwart whose experience and command is depended on by a whole host of parties to rally a united opposition to mount a fight against the Modi Sarkar next year. As you watch this nail-biting dynastic battle break out between the Pawars today, it's useful to look at Sharad Pawar's journey so far, because in that path lie many clues to what has happened today and why Pawar continues to trudge on regardless. Born in 1940, Sharad Pawar became secretary of the Maharashtra Youth Congress at the young age of 24, and then at the age of 27 became an MLA for the first time from Baramati on a Congress party ticket. At 32, Sharad Pawar became a minister for the first time in 1972. 6 years later, he rebelled against his boss, Chief Minister Vasant Dada Patil, toppled that government and became Maharashtra's youngest ever chief minister at the age of 38. 2 years later, Indira Gandhi famously dismissed the Sharad Pawar government in 1980. Biding his time, Sharad Pawar fought and won his first Lok Sabha election from Baramati in 1984. In 1986, he returned to the Congress and became the Maharashtra chief minister for the second time in his career. Then in 1990, despite falling short of a majority, Pawar managed to secure the support of a dozen independent MLAs and stormed back to the chief minister's chair for the record third time. By this time, Pawar had also begun to nurse very real prime ministerial ambitions. But his quest to storm the Delhi throne failed, only allowing him to secure the post of defence minister in the then P.V. Narasimha Rao government in 1991. Missing his chance to be Prime Minister, something he wanted very, very badly, Sharad Pawar still wanted to be some kind of a boss, and being Defence Minister simply didn't cut it. And so in 1993, he returned to Maharashtra as Chief Minister for a record fourth time in the wake of the Bombay riots after the Babri Masjid demolition. But 2 years later, the Congress lost power on Sharad Pawar's watch. Then in 1999, Pawar made his second big exit from the Congress party, this time on the issue of then President Sonia Gandhi's foreign origins issue, and floated what we now know as the NCP, the very party that is now being torn apart from within. For a decade between 2004 and 2014, Sharad Pawar was the UPA's agriculture minister. In 2014, losing power both at the centre and in Maharashtra, Sharad Pawar began a brief dalliance with the BJP, something he has been accused of doing for a whole decade now. Remember, a very cordial personal relationship with Prime Minister Modi has only added to the intrigue over Sharad Pawar's intentions. In 2019, Pawar, at the age of 79, led a spirited fight back against the BJP Shiv Sena, ensuring that the NCP and the Congress performed well enough to create a famous stalemate. Everyone remembers what happened, because after several twists and turns in that saga, including nephew Ajit Pawar's unsuccessful attempt to form a government with the BJP at that time, the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi, or the MVA, came to power under Shiv Sena President Uddhav Thackeray, with Pawar, Sharad Pawar, as the glue of that big rainbow coalition. And this year, Sharad Pawar dramatically announced his resignation as the NCP chief amidst a lot of buzz that his nephew Ajit Pawar was considering breaking the party and joining the hands with the BJP, a suspicion that has proven painfully true for the NCP today. Those who know Sharad Pawar know that it is virtually impossible that he wasn't aware of the big rebellion and his nephew's plans. Many wonder if all that's happening is part of some much bigger game that only Sharad Govindrao Pawar actually understand. Now, a track record of shrewd movements and strategic thinking is possibly to blame for the perception that Sharad Pawar ko sab kuch pata hai, and Sharad Pawar will still have the last laugh. For a politician at 82, a Rajya Sabha MP and a patriarch of a dynasty, Sharad Pawar has his hands more full than most. Remember, apart from keeping his house in order in Maharashtra, a constellation of parties spread all across the country look up to Sharad Pawar literally now to be the rallying point for opposition unity ahead of 2024. When it comes to netas like Sharad Pawar, they say the past does not pass. 44 years after he became Maharashtra Chief Minister for the first time, trust Sharad Pawar to continue being the lead actor in Bombay's latest blockbuster. And the man who has actually crossed that famous Lakshman Rekha, dared to go where no other detractor has gone before, is none other, ironically, than someone from within the dynasty. The man at the center of this Maharashtra drama and political quake is Ajit Anantrao Pawar, the nephew. In national politics, he's known as the nephew of Sharad Pawar, but in Western Maharashtra, he is the dada that everyone depends on and obeys. He's the man with the rising moon at this moment. But for how long is the question.
The fortune wheel has turned in Ajit Anantrao Pawar's favor on his birth month. Come 22nd July, the nephew of the Maharashtra satrap Sharad Pawar will turn 64 years. It's been a long, winding journey for Ajit Pawar. Despite being the son of the elder brother, he waited in the wings for nearly 5 decades since his political debut in 1982. Ajit Pawar's father worked with V. Shantaram's Raj Kamal Studios, but he died at an early age. Ajit Pawar gave up his studies to fill in his father's shoes. Then, Sharad Pawar was the rising star of Congress Party in Maharashtra. The nephew started with the Sugar Factory Cooperative and then District Cooperative Bank before becoming the MP from Baramati. He's been mentored by Sharad Pawar, the Machiavelli of regional politics in India. Despite being in numerous controversies, the 7-term MLA learned the value of grassroots politics very well. Today, he enjoys a significant following among legislators and cadre alike. An expert in electoral management and a resourceful leader, he groomed many MLAs and even helped them get elected. It ensured that he remained number 2 in his uncle's party even after the arrival of his cousin and Sharad Pawar's daughter, Supriya Sule. But he'd waited for his turn in the sun for too long, and he was becoming impatient. Ajit became Deputy Chief Minister in November 2010 for the first time after flexing his muscle and thwarting his uncle's plan to again give the position to the party's heavyweight Chhagan Bhujbal. In a surprise move, he resigned in September 2012 following allegations against him in an irrigation scam. But 3 months later, he came back after obtaining a clean sheet for himself from the then Congress NCP government. Ajit Pawar's ambition has always been the post of Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He was close to the post in 2004 when the NCP won 2 seats more than the Congress. But Sharad Pawar conceded the post to the Congress in exchange for more cabinet berths. A determined Ajit ensured support among the MLAs and arm-twisted his uncle to make him Deputy Chief Minister in 2010. Since then, he's taken oath as Deputy CM 4 more times. Till now, he's been the real strongman for Congress NCP borough of Western Maharashtra. Ajit Pawar not only enjoys a good following there, but knows the in and out of the powerful cooperation sector, which is the backbone of the region's economy. BJP is desperate to make inroads into the sector. Now with Ajit Pawar on board, it will be easier for it to vie for the 11 Lok Sabha and over 60 assembly seats in Western Maharashtra. In fact, even Supriya Sule's Lok Sabha seat of Baramati could be in danger. Because truly speaking, it was Ajit who handled affairs in Pawar family's pocket borough of Baramati. But when Sharad Pawar wanted to resign in the beginning of May, the power tussle and Cold War between the nephew and uncle reached a tipping point. Sharad Pawar made his daughter Supriya Sule NCP president, and the plot to 2nd July, Ajit Pawar's mutiny, was written then and there. Bureau Report, India Today.
And amidst all this pandemonium between the Pawars, Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar, you're probably wondering, how does Chief Minister Eknath Shinde of the Shiv Sena look at all of these developments? Because it is his government to which this rebel faction of the NCP has now been added, with Ajit Pawar being inducted as a Deputy Chief Minister. Well, the short answer to that question is all is not well in the Shinde Sena following the entry of Ajit Pawar and 8 other rebel NCP MLAs into the Maharashtra government cabinet. Chief Minister Shinde looks like he's on damage control mode after several of his MLAs are known to have expressed concern and disappointment about having to work with their long-standing rivals, the NCP. Take a look.
All is not well in the ruling alliance in Maharashtra. The induction of 9 NCP MLAs led by Ajit Pawar has sparked a rift in Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's party. Several Shiv Sena MLAs are now upset over their long-standing political rivals NCP joining them. The divide forced Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to cancel his trip to Nagpur to welcome President Draupadi Murmu and call a party meeting at his official residence instead. With the NCP joining the ruling coalition, Shiv Sena MLAs fear losing out on key portfolios and later even election tickets to Ajit Pawar's group.
ये गुट आने से कुछ हमारी जो सत्ता है, सत्ता में उनको हिस्सेदारी देना जरूरी हुआ था। जब उनको सत्ता में हिस्सेदारी दी तो बट नेचुरल है कि कुछ हमारे लोगों के जो पद मिलने वाले थे वो कम हुए, इसलिए थोड़ी नाराजगी है, ये मैं मानता हूँ। ये कोई झूठ या छुपाने वाली बात नहीं। नहीं वो आ गए, हम बहुत खुश है, ऐसा नहीं है।
The Shiv Sena and the BJP have 10 ministers each in the present Maharashtra cabinet. With Sunday's inclusion of 9 NCP MLAs, the number of ministers has now risen to 29. The state can have a total of 43 ministers as per constitutional limit. The remaining 14 posts will have to be divided between 3 parties now, with the BJP likely to take the lion's share. Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena has gone on the offensive. They claim the balance of power in the Maharashtra ruling alliance has shifted from Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to the new Deputy Chief Minister, Ajit Pawar. The Sena UBT has approached the Supreme Court seeking a decision by the Speaker on their pending disqualification petition against the Shinde Sena MLAs.
बात ऐसी है कि एक प्रेज है, एक फुल दो हाफ। कभी कभी आप मजाक में ले लेते हैं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ 2 हाफ है, 2 डिप्टी सीएम, और एक फुल नहीं है, वो भी डाउटफुल है। मुख्यमंत्री वो कभी भी जा सकते हैं। जिस तरह से अजीत पवार को लाया गया है, कोई ज़रूरत नहीं थी। आने वाले दिनों में मुख्यमंत्री बदल सकता है, मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ।
जो एकनाथ शिंदे हैं, जो मुख्यमंत्री बने हुए हैं, 2 पहिए को साथ में लेकर चल रहे हैं, 3 पहिया सरकार हो गई है। क्या वो इस बात से इत्तेफाक रखते हैं कि जो बीजेपी कर रही है, जिनसे इनको सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत थी, अजीत पवार से सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत थी कि वो तकलीफ देते थे जब महाविकास आघाड़ी में थे, अब उनके साथ बैठे हैं।
While Chief Minister Eknath Shinde may be able to buy peace for a little while longer, elections are now fast approaching. Some of his party members are surely getting restless. He certainly has a tough job of keeping his flock together, and that certainly is priority number 1 for him. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we started with this, but it is the big development today. Ajit Pawar crossing a Lakshman Rekha, slamming his uncle like no detractor, certainly no family member, has ever done before. From backing Modi in 2024 to hitting out at him over his alliance with the NCP to slamming opposition parties meeting in Patna. This was an Ajit Pawar who was on fire. It was an hour-long speech. He didn't mince any words. Sharad Pawar, his daughter, named and shamed him in full view in response. Take a look.
A show of strength, a poster war, and a family feud. The Nationalist Congress Party split wide open, and it's no holds barred. The breakaway NCP groups, Sharad Pawar camp and Ajit Pawar camp, held separate meetings in Mumbai enlisting support of MLAs and party office bearers. Ajit Pawar, whose posters across Mumbai incidentally carried photos of his uncle, spewed fire against Sharad Pawar from the podium.
एखादा माणूस नोकरीमध्ये लागला तर महाराष्ट्र सरकारमध्ये 58व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतो, तर भाजपमध्ये 75 वर्षांनंतर रिटायर केलं जातं. आता जर वय जास्त झालं, 82 झालं, 83 झालं, तुम्ही कधी थांबणार आहात का नाही?
From backing Narendra Modi to hitting out at Pawar over Mahagathbandhan meetings, Ajit Pawar pulled no punches. Of all the blows, the one on Pawar's age was the unkindest. Sharad Pawar's daughter and MP Supriya Sule hit back at her cousin.
Naturally corrupt party. माझ्या वाचनात आणि ऐकण्यात आता आलं की काही लोकांचं म्हणणं आहे की काही लोकांचं वय झालंय, त्याच्यामुळे त्यांनी फक्त आशीर्वाद द्यावे. का बरं आशीर्वाद द्यावे? अरे सबसे देखो तो फारूक अब्दुल्ला, साहेबांपेक्षा 3 वर्षांनी मोठे आहेत. अरे लड़ले, मैं तो शरद से 3 साल बड़ा हूँ, मैं लड़ रहा हूँ शरद को बोल, मेरे तरह तू भी लड़ ले.
NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar tore into his political rivals when he took stage at the YB Chavan Memorial. The battle of Pawars has entered the next round. The Ajit Pawar faction has moved the election commission, staking claim to party name and symbol, while Sharad Pawar camp has moved a caveat, urging the EC to listen to their side as well before passing an order. With Sahil Joshi in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the decision of the Maharashtra political spectrum now lies in the hands of the Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar. In an exclusive interview to India Today, Narvekar made it clear that there are no two factions. The NCP will be treated as one party, but which camp becomes that asli NCP? Watch what Rahul Narvekar, the Assembly Speaker of Maharashtra, tells India Today.
A party and a family divided. NCP's warring camps led by Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar called separate meetings on Wednesday to show their strength. To bolster the claim on party and symbol, both camps took affidavits from MLAs in their support. As the two factions claimed support of legislators, the role of Maharashtra Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar becomes critical. In an exclusive interview to India Today, Narvekar said he is yet to ascertain where the real NCP stands.
किसी भी गुट ने मेरे पास ऐसा निवेदन नहीं दिया है कि पार्टी में किसी प्रकार की फूट पड़ी है, और इसीलिए आज मेरे सामने राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी जो है वो अभी तक एक गुट के तरीके से मैं उसको देख रहा हूं.
Among the many crucial decisions for Narvekar will be picking the NCP whip. While Ajit Pawar has appointed Anil Patil as whip, the Sharad Pawar camp has named Jitendra Awad the NCP whip. Rahul Narvekar says neither of the two factions of the NCP have given him a letter notifying him of a split in the party.
पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के लीडरशिप के बारे में विवाद है, तो हमें निर्णय लेते समय हम किस रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को अधिकृत पार्टी का रिप्रेजेंटेटिव मानते हैं वो हमें तय करना है, और वो तय करने के बाद हम इस निष्कर्ष पे आ सकेंगे कि उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या है, डिजायर क्या है, कौन विप बनना चाहिए, कौन गठनेता बनना चाहिए, और उसे रिकॉग्निशन दिया जाएगा.
Narvekar will also decide on the disqualification petition filed by Sharad Pawar camp against 9 MLAs, including Ajit Pawar. But this might take time. The Speaker has not given his ruling on the disqualification petitions filed by Uddhav Thackeray's Sena against Eknath Shinde and 15 other MLAs more than a year ago. Even if the Speaker takes his time on deciding disqualification pleas, a final call will come from the Election Commission. Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar will be moving the Election Commission, staking claim to the party and symbol. With Rajdeep Sardesai and Sahil Joshi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Political strategy, moving, shaking. What comes next is one thing, but finally, in the immediate future, it all boils down to the numbers over who's going to be the Dada of the NCP. Akshita brings you those numbers, breaks them down, and explains to you why Ajit Pawar at this point of time seems to have the advantage over his uncle. The big numbers fight in the NCP coming up next.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO, called Indian Women Impact, has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families, she offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to government school and they come here for study. To get extra knowledge, my parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with a world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
Amit, what is the amount of money that you have sort of put into the entire business? How large is it today? And what is the inventory that you have that is to be sold?
So look, as I said, we have contributed the historical land, so to speak, because as I have maintained all along, and even in that article, that we have been sitting right there during the COVID time, cash flow positive on this project. Even we took a debt on the second project, but even there also the cash flow generation has been far higher. If you are selling the building to the tune of 80%, your ability is always a milestone collection, and our collection milestones are achieving quite quickly. So we do not see a challenge of getting the money back from the customers. So when we get the money from the customers, it enables a cash flow positive. So therefore, what our contribution is primarily on the land, and initially we have put some small money. However, now inventory, when we talk about, in the first two projects, as I mentioned, 80% is sold, so only 20% is left. On the third project, as we speak today, I think close to 30% has been sold, and we are looking anything between in the next 2 years to sell another 30-40% of that. So now practically we are already sold out for the various projects. Now we have already signed a joint development agreement in Bandra, which we should be launching over the next.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshrita Nandagopal, and you're joining us for our rolling coverage on all that's playing out in Maharashtra. Two important meets, out of which there's been one big takeaway. What do the numbers look like? And that's what you see on your screens right now. On one hand, you've got Ajit Pawar's faction with 31 MLAs, including him, and 14 on the other, on Sharad Pawar's side. So if you look at the numbers, it's definitely in Ajit Pawar's favour. He needs, however, 36 to evade the anti-defection law. And Ajit at this point is saying that it's not 31, but way more. He has 42 on his side. These numbers will decide the fate of the NCP, who it will go to, Ajit Pawar or to Sharad Pawar. And that's what we'll be tracking and getting you the latest on. First, as always, the headlines. Mega show of strength by Ajit and Sharad Pawar factions. 31 MLAs back Ajit camp, 14 with Sharad Pawar. Senior Pawar roars that the NCP symbol won't go anywhere. Ajit Pawar doesn't hold back, trains guns at Uncle Sharad Pawar, says Pawar Senior is 83 years old and should step down, should retire. Exposes Sharad Pawar's flip-flop by joining hands with Shinde Sena and claims there was a meeting with the BJP. Supriya Sule responds to cousin Ajit Pawar's age taunt at her father, says Sharad senior most and is steering the NCP ship. Roars the fight is against BJP's behaviour. Is there trouble in the Shinde Sena? Big claim by NCP leader Mahesh Tapse, who says revolt is brewing in Shinde camp. Claims Shinde MLAs are upset over the Ajit Pawar faction union. The other stories we're tracking this evening. Bulldozer justice in Madhya Pradesh. House of BJP youth workers seen urinating on a Dalit man raised down. NSA slapped on accused Pravesh Shukla. And countdown begins to the launch of Chandrayaan 3. ISRO puts out video of moonlanders assembly now. And let's begin by getting you the latest updates coming in from Maharashtra. It looks like the action could move from Maharashtra to the national capital. We're hearing that tomorrow Sharad Pawar is going to be making his way to Delhi, and he's going to be holding a national executive meet tomorrow in the national capital at 3 p.m. This comes after all of the rebels, all of whom are backing Ajit Pawar, came together and declared that Ajit Pawar is the NCP chief. And even as you've got both factions now taking organizational decisions, trying to claim they're the real NCP, Sharad Pawar is going to be holding a national executive meeting in Delhi tomorrow, perhaps to strategize how to respond to Ajit Pawar declaring himself as the national president, and also to counter the EC steps that have been taken so far. Ritvik Balekar is joining us with more details on this. So Ritvik, Sharad Pawar now heading to the national capital. Tomorrow morning we're hearing he'll be catching a flight, and tomorrow afternoon that crucial national executive meet will happen. Is there going to be a resolution officially passed against Ajit Pawar once again?
Yes, absolutely. The meeting in Delhi on 6th of July, that is tomorrow, was pre-planned. It was announced a week before. But before that, we saw how Ajit Pawar took a meeting in a hurried way at his official residence in Mumbai at Devgiri Bungalow, and all the MLAs starting pouring in, and how they garnered support. And at that moment, after that meeting, they went to Raj Bhavan and directly took the oath. So the meeting, the national executive meeting of Sharad Pawar was pre-scheduled on 6th of July tomorrow. So tomorrow that will be taking place. Sharad Pawar will be going to Delhi today evening after this meeting, which was held in YB Chavan Centre. And it is being said and told by sources that in national executive meeting, again a resolution will be passed where Sharad Pawar, as a national president of his party NCP, will be declared with the majority of the party workers, the party national executive members, and also Supriya Sure, who is a newly appointed working president of the party, will be re-elected. But we need to see that will Praful Patel, who is second working president of the party, will be re-elected or he'll be removed from that post. We need to see that, yes.
Okay, Ritvik, just stay on with me. For all the viewers who are joining us on this broadcast now, let's round up all the latest updates that have come in on the story. In the last few hours, you've seen these big show of strength by both Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar. But what's the result of that? Let's break down for you all the latest updates.
Thank you. The 7 p.m. show.
NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar hit out at the Ajit Pawar faction, mocking them for still using his pictures in their posters. Sharad Pawar said that the Ajit camp knows they cannot survive without him. He also asserted that the party symbol isn't going anywhere. Now, a comment that the Sharad Pawar faction has taken serious offense to is Ajit Pawar's taunt over Pawar Senior's age. Supriya Sule has slammed Ajit Pawar for mocking Sharad Pawar's age. She added that the party's original symbol is with them. In fact, through the meeting called by Sharad Pawar, the leaders went on to target BJP repeatedly. Supriya Sule accused the Saffron Party of doing politics of convenience, repeating what Prime Minister Modi called the NCP, of calling them the National Corrupt Party. After the big show of strength that happened earlier today, NCP leaders who are part of the Ajit Pawar faction were taken to Taj Lands End Hotel for lunch. There have been questions about whether this will trigger resort politics, but for now, we're hearing that's not the case. The fight has already moved to the Election Commission. The Ajit camp has moved EC to stake claim of the party name and symbol. Sharad Pawar's camp, however, has filed a caveat in the Election Commission, urging the poll panel to listen to them as well before taking any sort of decision. So let's get you all the updates on the ground. After that show of strength, what is Ajit Pawar up to? What's his next step going to be? Pankaj Upadhyay is joining us live from Ajit Pawar's residence. We also have Mustafa Sheikh who's joining us from the YB Chavan Centre. That's where Sharad Pawar's faction held their meeting. Pankaj, if I can come across to you first. Sharad Pawar has called a national executive meet. This was in the offing. It was planned all along. But there's no doubt that largely the discussions and the agenda will be to take on Ajit Pawar. So what will really be the counter? What is the strategy as far as the Ajit camp is concerned?
Well, definitely this is an identity crisis for the NCP at this point of time. But the Ajit Pawar camp clearly realizes that they have to act, and they have to act smart and fast as well, clearly realizing that they have got a counter petition with the Election Commission of India. Though all along, Ajit Pawar has been claiming that he has the numbers. Till this morning, they were maintaining that they have the support of 40 plus MLAs, but as it turns out, on ground zero, their support is of 31 MLAs. And Ajit Pawar clearly realizes this number is not enough. And that is the reason why currently a meeting is underway of the NCP leaders here at the 5-star hotel in suburban Mumbai. And in fact, Praful Patel and Dilip Walse Patil, the two senior leaders of the NCP, have already left this 5-star hotel. But what we are learning is that the meeting is currently underway. and Ajit Pawar is trying to get in touch with more MLAs. In fact, he was very vocal about this in his speech as well this noontime, when he clearly said that he has not been able to get in touch with all the MLAs. Some are in the hospital, some have not been in touch with him, some have not come to the place. And Ajit realizes that unless, of course, he gets the majority of the MLAs with him, the fight with Sharad Pawar, with his uncle, is going to get really very close. Because even though Ajit Pawar has said at the age of 83, now Sharad Pawar should give up and give him blessing, clearly Sharad Pawar is not giving up.
Pankaj, is there a possibility?
Is there
a possibility of the same old rigmarole of resort politics kicking off? Are the MLAs going to be gathered at the hotel where, in fact, Ajit Pawar took them for lunch? Are they going to be made to stay there till there's some concrete idea of where things stand?
See, I think irrespective of whether there is a resort politics or not, there is no guarantee whether the MLAs are going to stay either with the Ajit Pawar camp or the Sharad Pawar camp. You know, this jumping ships from one camp to another is bound to happen, as we saw happened with the Shiv Sena faction as well. When there was a vertical split in the Shiv Sena, and for the many weeks, many MLAs jumped ships. So it is bound to happen. But here, Ajit Pawar seems to have a clear edge because he is in power now. He is the Deputy Chief Minister of the state along with Devendra Fadnavis, and he has the close aides of Sharad Pawar, that is Dilip Walse Patil, Chhagan Bhujbal, Praful Patel with him, and they have tremendous influence on most of the MLAs as well. So if he has reached the number 31, for him getting to number 36 should not be all that difficult, but that will require effort.
You know, they've got 31. Yes, they've got bigger numbers, larger numbers. You would say that majority support is for Ajit Pawar when compared to Sharad Pawar, but it's clearly not enough, and that's why there were repeated guarantees from the Ajit faction when they spoke, when several leaders including Ajit Pawar spoke, saying more MLAs are joining us, they're on their way, they're coming in from different parts of Maharashtra. Pankaj, stay with me. Let's round up all the in fact comments made by Ajit Pawar, because besides the reassurances that we have all the necessary support, we have the numbers, what stood out was how Ajit Pawar didn't shy away from repeatedly, constantly targeting Sharad Pawar, even over his age, saying it's time for you to retire.
A show of strength, a poster war, and a family feud. The Nationalist Congress Party split wide open, and it's no holds barred. The breakaway NCP groups, Sharad Pawar camp and Ajit Pawar camp, held separate meetings in Mumbai enlisting support of MLAs and party office bearers. Ajit Pawar, whose posters across Mumbai incidentally carried photos of his uncle, spewed fire against Sharad Pawar from the podium.
एखादा माणूस नोकरीमध्ये लागला तर महाराष्ट्र सरकारमध्ये 58व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतो, तर भाजपमध्ये 75 वर्षांनंतर रिटायर केलं जातं. आता जर वय जास्त झालं, 82 झालं, 83 झालं, तुम्ही कधी थांबणार आहात का नाही?
From backing Narendra Modi to hitting out at Pawar over Mahagathbandhan meetings, Ajit Pawar pulled no punches. Of all the blows, the one on Pawar's age was the unkindest. Sharad Pawar's daughter and MP Supriya Sule hit back at her cousin.
Naturally corrupt party. माझ्या वाचनात आणि ऐकण्यात आता आलं की काही लोकांचं म्हणणं आहे की काही लोकांचं वय झालंय, त्याच्यामुळे त्यांनी फक्त आशीर्वाद द्यावे. का बरं आशीर्वाद द्यावे? अरे सबसे देखो तो फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहिबांपेक्षा 3 वर्षांनी मोठे आहेत. अरे लड़ले, मैं तो शरद से 3 साल बड़ा हूं, मैं लड़ रहा हूं शरद को बोल मेरे तरह तू भी लड़ ले.
NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar tore into his political rivals when he took stage at the YB Chavan Memorial. The battle of Pawars has entered the next round. The Ajit Pawar faction has moved the election commission, staking claim to party name and symbol, while Sharad Pawar camp has moved a caveat urging the EC to listen to their side as well before passing an order. With Sahil Joshi in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
And get set for the legal fight to now kick off. The Election Commission now has confirmed that they've received documents from both factions as far as the NCP party name and symbol is concerned. The EC has got an affidavit from both sides. Sources in the Election Commission have told India Today that the poll panel has asked both sides, the Ajit Pawar faction and Sharad Pawar faction, to submit their documents soon. The legal department of the Election Commission is working on the affidavits of both parties. A sense of deja vu, because this is exactly what played out in the Shiv Sena fight as well, between the Uddhav Sena and the Shinde Sena. Now, Ajit and Sharad Pawar will have to prove their case legally as well. Beyond the numbers, they will have to also give all possible details to prove that they have the power to make organizational changes, and most importantly, to ensure that they get the party name and the party symbol. Both sides have made it very clear that they're not going to back down without a fight. In the meetings that happened today, both publicly declared that they are the real NCP, that the party symbol belongs to them. So it'll be interesting to see what really happens with the Election Commission right now. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining us with more details on this. Aishwarya, what are you picking up from your sources in the Election Commission? How will this now move forward?
Well, let me tell you, the Election Commission, in fact, has got all the documents from both the factions, from Sharad Pawar's faction as well as from Ajit Pawar's faction. Now, at the moment, Ajit Pawar is claiming he has the support of 40 MLAs. Now, let me tell you, the two-third rule clearly states, if he has more than 35, then there will be no defection law. But as far as the Election Commission is concerned, the Commission will have to go to the grass level, Akshata, and then see who are the people who are standing with Ajit Pawar's NCP faction. The other thing, that the Election Commission will do is that making sure that, they get the affidavits, and that's exactly what happened in the Shiv Sena case too. In fact, let me tell you, they received around, what they received was close to 4 lakh, truckloads of documents. So that's something which we are expecting will take place at the moment. The Commission is saying in the next upcoming days, we could see, Akshata, as soon as 24 to 48 hours is when the Election Commission will write to both the factions, asking them to give them the required documents.
Aishwarya, thanks for the moment for joining us with all of those details. So we'll track this angle as well very closely on how the Election Commission plans really to take this case forward, and has taken note of both the affidavits submitted by both the Ajit faction and the Sharad Pawar faction. We've spoken in great detail about Ajit Pawar's strategy, what he's up to. Let's talk about Sharad Pawar now. And Mustafa Sheikh is joining us live right now from the YB Chavan Centre, which is where you had that event where Sharad Pawar spoke earlier as well. Mustafa, you had Ajit Pawar this afternoon very clearly taking on Sharad Pawar, not holding back, targeting him over his age, targeting him over his political strategies, saying he's met with the BJP repeatedly. Sharad Pawar, interestingly, in his speech, chose not to really target Ajit Pawar repeatedly. Instead, he spoke about his political journey, he spoke about his milestones, his achievements, the party's achievements as well.
Well, Akshata, that's true, because Sharad Pawar also knows what he's against, because last year everybody has seen what happened in the case was in Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena, and Ajit Pawar has clearly said that he has very much confidence in the Election Commission, and we see Election Commission progressing in this matter and issuing notices and acting promptly. So it clearly they know what against them, and hence it looks like the NCP at Sharad Pawar faction has that started morally and mentally preparing their cadre for 2024 elections, and they are also believing that as the most number of MLAs are with Ajit Pawar, it's likely that he will make it to that 2/3 mark. But Ajit Pawar is not only making scathing attacks on Sharad Pawar, he is also moving very swiftly to take on the entire party. He has not only gone to Election Commission, he has said in the Election Commission's petition that the constitution of the NCP was not followed, these appointments were illegal, and hence now with favorable majority in the party, Ajit Pawar has taken over as the national president of the NCP. So Sharad Pawar is very well having a meeting of the national executive tomorrow in Delhi, but Ajit Pawar is very moving fast in the legal aspects of it, to show that somewhere something is going to happen more in Maharashtra politics, because he has clearly come out, Ajit Pawar has come out in his speech and said that he wants to be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Remember, it's the BJP which has 105 MLAs in the Maharashtra Assembly. He has just joined the government and he's making his aspirations very much clear. So this seems that there is more happening in Maharashtra's politics which meets more than it meets the eyes, and something is going to happen again in the next few days. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, thank you for joining us with that update. We'll keep coming across to you over the next 45 minutes. I'm slipping into a very short break, but on the other side, as we focus on all that's playing out in Maharashtra, we also recap for you the political journey of Ajit Pawar. How has he reached this stature today that he is taking on his own uncle, the man who essentially built him in the NCP? We'll talk about that in just a bit.
It's one policy short circuit the fledgling electric two-wheeler industry could have done without. A huge slash in subsidies given to EV manufacturers from the 1st of June resulted in a massive hike in prices of e-scooters, and the result is for all to see. Sales of e-scooters plunged in June, with the two-wheelers no more an attractive proposition as they were earlier. The red-hot sector, which has seen massive investments in the past few years, had a bitter reality check in June. E-scooter sales jumped 115% in January, with healthy growth being registered all the way till April. Sales in May zoomed 148% on year, with customers advancing their purchases before the subsidies were slashed. In June, sales were down a massive 57% on month. In comparison, the electric four-wheeler market, which was untouched by the subsidy cut, saw a huge 88% rise in June, even though sales fell sequentially. The sales shock for e-scooters is a result of a huge hike in prices announced by EV manufacturers last month. The companies were forced to raise prices after the government slashed subsidies introduced under the FAME 2 scheme to popularize electric mobility. The biggest player in the e-scooter market, Ola, reported a 39% drop in month-on-month sales in June. It had hiked prices by up to 15,000 rupees last month. TVS Motor saw its e-scooter sales plunge by 62% to just 7,791 units. The company had raised prices by up to 22,000 rupees. Ather sales plunged 49%. The company raised its prices by up to 30,285 rupees in June. Bajaj Auto's Chetak e-scooter saw its sales dip 54%. It had raised prices by 22,000 rupees last month. Okinawa was the only outlier in the list, with sales up 2% to 2,615 units. Analysts, though, are treating this fall in sales as a blip in the long-term EV story, while the cut in subsidies is a big stumbling block. Experts believe the government is still intent on pushing the electric vehicle industry and shifting away from fossil fuels. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Welcome back. This evening, as we track all the latest updates coming in from Maharashtra, let's go back in time and talk about Ajit Pawar's political journey. How is it that he's reached this particular level today, where he's trying to carve a political niche for himself, where he's trying to carve his own political identity, and that means even taking on his own uncle, NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar. Ajit Pawar has faced a lot of controversies, a lot of scams, but he's also served as Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra several times in the recent past. The fortune wheel has turned in Ajit Anantrao Pawar's favour on his birth month. Come 22nd July, the nephew of the Maharashtra satrap Sharad Pawar will turn 64 years. It's been a long, winding journey for Ajit Pawar. Despite being the son of the elder brother, he waited in the wings for nearly 5 decades since his political debut in 1982. Ajit Pawar's father worked with V. Shantaram's Raj Kamal Studios, but he died at an early age. Ajit Pawar gave up his studies to fill in his father's shoes. Then, Sharad Pawar was the rising star of Congress Party in Maharashtra. The nephew started with a sugar factory cooperative and then district cooperative bank before becoming the MP from Baramati. He's been mentored by Sharad Pawar, the Machiavelli of regional politics in India. Despite being in numerous controversies, the 7-term MLA learned the value of grassroots politics very well. Today, he enjoys a significant following among legislators and cadre alike. An expert in electoral management and a resourceful leader, he groomed many MLAs and even helped them get elected. It ensured that he remained number 2 in his uncle's party even after the arrival of his cousin and Sharad Pawar's daughter, Supriya Sule. But he'd waited for his turn in the sun for too long, and he was becoming impatient. Ajit became Deputy Chief Minister in November 2010 for the first time after flexing his muscle and thwarting his uncle's plan to again give the position to the party's heavyweight Chhagan Bhujbal. In a surprise move, he resigned in September 2012 following allegations against him in an irrigation scam. But 3 months later, he came back after obtaining a clean sheet for himself from the then Congress NCP government. Ajit Pawar's ambition has always been the post of Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He was close to the post in 2004 when the NCP won 2 seats more than the Congress. But Sharad Pawar conceded the post to the Congress in exchange for more cabinet berths. A determined Ajit ensured support among the MLAs and arm-twisted his uncle to make him Deputy Chief Minister in 2010. Since then, he's taken oath as Deputy CM 4 more times. Till now, he's been the real strongman for Congress NCP Bureau of Western Maharashtra. Ajit Pawar not only enjoys a good following there, but knows the in and out of the powerful cooperation sector, which is the backbone of the region's economy. BJP is desperate to make inroads into the sector. Now with Ajit Pawar on board, it will be easier for it to vie for the 11 Lok Sabha and over 60 assembly seats in Western Maharashtra. In fact, even Supriya Sule's Lok Sabha seat of Baramati could be in danger.
Because truly speaking, it was Ajit who handled affairs in Pawar family's pocket borough of Baramati. But when Sharad Pawar wanted to resign in the beginning of May, the power tussle and Cold War between the nephew and uncle reached a tipping point. Sharad Pawar made his daughter Supriya Sule NCP president, and the plot to 2nd July. Ajit Pawar's mutiny was written then and there. Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that report, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be talking about another aspect in Maharashtra. Is there trouble brewing for Eknath Shinde as a result of the tie-up with Ajit Pawar's faction? We'll talk about that and a meeting that's slated to happen in just about 30 minutes from now. We'll get you those details.
Very interesting because I'm about to do aerial bungee jumping. Anushka is an expert at that. She's going to teach me and Nitika how to do this. It combines dance, acrobatics and lets you achieve your overall fitness goal.
These workouts help you defy gravity and make you use body weights to propel movements. You are strapped to a harness, a bungee cord that is secured to the ceiling. This form of workout has been around for many years, but only just recently picking momentum in India, quite literally.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Here you can see Nitika and me having a lot of fun. A dance-like routine, lunges, jumps, and Peter Pan-like movement. How does this even help?
You burn your beautiful calories in a beautiful way.
Yeah.
Second, you sweat. Because you sweat, your pores get open and activated.
Yeah.
Because of your heart pumping, there's so much of blood rush, your blockages get open.
Yeah.
Then you have knees functioning.
Yeah.
So the function of your knee, because the format in such a way that is a low impact.
These exercises are extremely nice. They are basically taking off the weight from your joints. There are certain injuries that you're still predisposed to, especially if you are a person who has low back pain involvement of any kind. So if you're an osteoporotic person, bungee jumping may not be, or the bungee exercises may not be the best workout for you.
Aerial bungee fitness has a lot of benefits. Not only is it a full body workout, it's also low impact exercise, making it suitable for anyone susceptible to injuries. It will give you core strength and stability and enhanced flexibility. It also helps with stress relief and mood enhancement, which is a given with any workout.
They're jumping up in the air and giving each other high five, and guess what? They're burning a lot of calories while doing it. Why would you not go in for an exercise which is so much fun? Now, just to give you a download, one session can cost you anything between 800 to 1000 rupees, and you should ideally do it thrice a week to maintain that continuity. I've had a great session with you doing this workout. Tell me a little bit about who should not do this, because it involves a lot of movement.
Okay, so talking about who should not do this, because it's definitely very hard on your heart. So anybody with heart diseases will not perform bungee. Second, pregnant ladies, anybody with knee injuries, any fracture which has not been healed cannot perform this.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Welcome back. As the Pawars continue to fight it out for the NCP, is there trouble brewing as a direct result of Ajit Pawar's move for the Shinde Sena, for Eknath Shinde? Well, between portfolio fights of finance and planning, because Shinde Sena reportedly wants these portfolios and the Ajit faction is also fighting it out. There's also talk about MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde voicing their anger, their dissatisfaction over the fact that they're now back to square one, that they're allying with the NCP. Let's get your details of that story.
All is not well in the ruling alliance in Maharashtra. The induction of 9 NCP MLAs led by Ajit Pawar has sparked a rift in Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's party. Several Shiv Sena MLAs are now upset over their long-standing political rivals NCP joining them. The divide forced Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to cancel his trip to Nagpur to welcome President Draupadi Murmu and call a party meeting at his official residence instead. With the NCP joining the ruling coalition, Shiv Sena MLAs fear losing out on key portfolios and later even election tickets to Ajit Pawar's group.
ये गुट आने से कुछ हमारी जो सत्ता है, सत्ता में उनको हिस्सेदारी देना जरूरी हुआ था। जब उनको सत्ता में हिस्सेदारी दी तो बट नेचुरल है कि कुछ हमारे लोगों के जो पद मिलने वाले थे वो कम हुए, इसलिए थोड़ी नाराजगी है, ये मैं मानता हूँ। ये कोई झूठ या छुपाने वाली बात नहीं। नहीं वो आ गए, हम बहुत खुश है, ऐसा नहीं है।
The Shiv Sena and the BJP have 10 ministers each in the present Maharashtra cabinet. With Sunday's inclusion of 9 NCP MLAs, the number of ministers has now risen to 29. The state can have a total of 43 ministers as per constitutional limit. The remaining 14 posts will have to be divided between 3 parties now, with the BJP likely to take the lion's share. Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena has gone on the offensive. They claim the balance of power in the Maharashtra ruling alliance has shifted from Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to the new Deputy Chief Minister, Ajit Pawar. The Sena UBT has approached the Supreme Court seeking a decision by the Speaker on their pending disqualification petition against the Shinde Sena MLAs.
बात ऐसी है कि एक फ्रेज है, एक फुल दो हाफ, कभी कभी आप मजाक में ले लेते हैं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ 2 हाफ है, 2 डिप्टी सीएम, और एक फुल नहीं है, वो भी डाउटफुल है। मुख्यमंत्री वो कभी भी जा सकते हैं। जिस तरह से अजीत पवार को लाया गया है, कोई ज़रूरत नहीं थी। आने वाले दिनों में मुख्यमंत्री बदल सकता है, मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ।
जो एकनाथ शिंदे हैं, जो मुख्यमंत्री बने हुए हैं, 2 पहिए को साथ में लेकर चल रहे हैं, 3 पहिया सरकार हो गई है। क्या वो इस बात से इत्तेफाक रखते हैं कि जो बीजेपी कर रही है, जिनसे इनको सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत थी, अजीत पवार से सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत थी कि वो तकलीफ देते थे जब महाविकास आघाड़ी में थे, अब उनके साथ बैठे हैं।
While Chief Minister Eknath Shinde may be able to buy peace for a little while longer, elections are now fast approaching. Some of his party members are surely getting restless. He certainly has a tough job of keeping his flock together, and that certainly is priority number 1 for him. Bureau Report, India Today.
Vidya is joining us live from Mumbai with more details on that. Vidya, good evening. In less than 30 minutes from now, there's going to be a meeting of the Shinde Sena faction. Is there any truth to all of these reports and the NCP's claims that there's disgruntlement within the Shinde Sena camp?
Well, it's not just the the NCP claim. It is actually very true that for the sheer fact that these people have been waiting. Remember, there were more than 40 of them who had gone over with Eknath Shinde, but only a handful of them had got some of the portfolios, and rest of them were still waiting. They had been told that there would be an expansion, but when the expansion did happen, it took they actually took NCP people instead of taking their own, and which has been a concern for the rest of the Eknath Shinde camp members, and that is one of the reasons why this meeting is being held by Eknath Shinde and other leaders, to make sure that their feelings are assuaged. They are assured that there will be something further for them, and it's not just instruction that will be given. They will also take a feedback on what the rest of the people really want, and then they will decide chart the next course of action. But all this certainly the entire part.
All right, Vidya, thank you for those updates. We'll keep coming across to you. 7 p.m. is when the meeting will be taking place. I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. We will, of course, continue getting you every single update coming in from Maharashtra. This is going to play out for the next many days at least, the fight for NCP. On the other side of a short break, we're shifting focus to that big meeting between Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy and Prime Minister Modi. We're getting you the inside track of that meeting. Was there a discussion on the Andhra election schedule? More on that coming your way in just a bit. Breathe.
A stronger core, a toned figure, classical yoga. Add some anti-gravity into the mix, and you have this fun, elegant and rather exciting aerial yoga practice going for you. Celebrities all over are obsessed with this Instagrammable yoga. They've been hanging upside down like owls of the aerial silks suspended from the ceiling. The acrobatic aspect makes it a lot of fun and rather very clickable. Shilpa Shetty, Alia Bhatt, Jackie Fernandez, Kareena Kapoor Khan, Ananya Pandey, Malaika Arora and so many more have shown us how they look after their bodies and tone those abs for a beautifully strong core that makes age look like just another number. Aerial yoga is a hybrid one. Developed by Michelle Dortignac in 2006, it involves dancing, Pilates, yoga poses and tons of acrobatic moves.
You have to add on to other ways of format as well if you want to see yourself into a progress to aerial. So either you do your body weight workouts, either you do yoga, either you do ashtanga, anything that has to be, alternate.
If you get bored going to the gym every day or running or walking does not cut it for you, give this a shot. This anti-gravity yoga as a lifestyle change. It will help you maintain great fitness, help with flexibility and balance. Just remember to check with your doctor first. Yes, doctor, because it is so dynamic that there are some who should not do it. Pregnant women, people with migraines, or anyone who is not allowed to hang upside down for medical reasons, people with blood pressure issues. Your doctor can decide if you are suited for it or not. With that clearance, get set and go.
Heart patients, people with cataract eyes, eye operations, people with high fluctuating BPs, definitely they cannot perform aerial yoga. Rest, everybody, depending on their strength, depending on the progression towards flexibility, can perform aerial yoga.
We get it if normal yoga is boring for you, and hence look at how the aerial one works.
Keep breathing, do not hold your breath.
One session can cost you approximately 800 rupees depending on where you go. You require a minimum of 2 to 3 sessions a week for 3 months to learn this properly. And while it looks far more exciting than regular yoga, it has benefits aplenty. It enhances flexibility, boosts your mental health. It can boost spiritual well-being. It could help strengthen your core, help tone the body, help you achieve overall fitness goals. Indeed, this practice is picturesque and looks too tough for beginners. But with the right instructor, it is super simple for most who are into fitness already, with an additional benefit of leaving you feeling super zen. In New Delhi with Nitika Gandhi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible disease donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की उस डिजीज की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉइड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's get you a big political news break coming in from Andhra Pradesh. Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy is currently in the national capital. Just wrapped up a meeting with Prime Minister Modi, and we're hearing on India Today that there was a detailed discussion about Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy's plans to prepone the Andhra Pradesh elections, which usually happens in sync with the 2024 general elections. But this time, reportedly, Jagan Mohan Reddy is contemplating dissolving the assembly earlier and ensuring that the elections take place at the end of this year, when the Telangana elections take place, along with several other states as well. Abdul Bashir is joining us with more details on this. Abdul, what are you picking up on the meeting that transpired between Prime Minister Modi and the Andhra Chief Minister? A lot of buzz that Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy was essentially seeking the Prime Minister's opinion on preponing elections in the state.
Yes, see, today's meeting of YB Chavan Mohan Reddy with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and also Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has indicated that firstly, there had been discussions about the bifurcation funds to errors from the center that has to be given to the state. Apart from that, a special status to the state. Now here, the sources from the party has also indicated that YB Chavan Mohan Reddy is set to be contemplating dissolution of the assembly and go for an early elections. Now here, the reason is said to be given, but there is consultation with the Prime Minister, Union Home Minister Amit Shah in this regard, is what we are getting to know. There was a 45-minute meeting with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah that was held today, in which all these issues are said to be discussed. But officially, a stand from the party, the detailed information is yet to be known.
Okay, Abdul, thanks for getting us those details. We'll track what really comes out in the communication from the CMO on that meeting. Let's also get you a quick update on the Uniform Civil Code. Remember that the Law Commission has sought opinion from several religious groups. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board has sent across their opinion to, in fact, the Law Commission, questioning the UCC. And as we, in fact, go through the 3-page document that we've accessed here on India Today, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has said that the UCC will lead to Muslims losing their identity. So they've made it very clear that they're against one nation, one law. They've also said that UCC will infringe on Muslims' religious beliefs, highlighting a number of issues that they have with UCC, which they say the central government hasn't given any clarification on, which is why they believe that the Uniform Civil Code will lead to Muslims losing their identity. And with that news break, I'm wrapping up this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Stay tuned to India Today. Coming up on the other side is Mission 2024 with Preeti Chaudhary, where she breaks down for you all the latest coming in from Maharashtra and how the numbers are stacked up as far as the Ajit Pawar versus Sharad Pawar fight is concerned.
I was just having a conversation with a very old-timer fund manager, mutual fund manager, and he said that the macro story for India is great, but valuations are still not compelling and not challenging, and quite challenging. Would you agree with that, or would you say that it's a good entry point for India now?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, you actually are absolutely right. I would kind of echo the sentiments. I do believe that the macro story is looking very compelling for sure. Quite confident about 15% plus earnings growth, which is like one of the highest that we've seen, that we will be seeing in any of the major markets globally. So yeah, all that is looking quite well. But yeah, but valuations is definitely sticking out. When the markets corrected earlier in February or so, when the Nifty was at around 17,000, it was looking pretty interesting, but the markets have moved up pretty quickly, up about 10% or so from there. And yes, many stocks and sectors are looking expensive at this point in time. Yeah.
There is a fear in certain quarters in the market that during the course of this year, we'll get another spike in volatility, and you may even get the market back to the kind of levels which you found interesting. Do you expect something like that? I know it cannot be predicted, events cannot be predicted, but is it a likelihood in your eyes?
I think the event that will probably create volatility in the Indian markets will probably have to be a global event or an international event. I do not foresee too many negative or let's say big negative events for the Indian markets, which will be domestically caused. My sense is that you will probably see, or you could probably see some volatility created by either some unexpected change, say in the Fed policy, or some other kind of dislocation that might happen in the capital markets globally, or something like that. But as far as the developments domestically go, to me it looks unlikely.
You briefly touched upon the debt reduction plans. Provide some more color as to how much has been reduced, what is left, and 1,500 crores of cash that you said. Am I to assume that therefore that is post the debt reduction?
Absolutely. So if I look at the debt reduction, once again, during the COVID time, we had a very high debt of almost 2,400 crores, which was a difficult time when the retail stores were shut. Right at that point of time, we were very clear that we will continue to deleverage our balance sheet. And in that journey, from the cash flows of the business and tight working capital management, cost reduction, and good profitability, growth in the last 3 years, we could reduce from a 2400 crore to a 700 crore debt reduction. So that means 1700 crore, we have taken out the debt from the cash flow from operations. Now, once this 2800 crore, we have sold the business, after paying tax and such things, we will be left with 2200 crores of cash. So therefore, this 700 crore will be repaid and we will be sitting on net cash available for the growth of the business of 1500 crore. So as we speak today, we have already received the money from Godrej. As we speak today, we are already sitting with a positive cash of 1500 crores. So all the debt of the group has been repaid. There is zero debt, rather sitting on the cash.
Okay, that's an important point. Also tell our viewers about your plans, and these have been disclosed, of raising around 2200 crore through NCDs. What's the progress on that front?
Sure. So look, this is an NCD. What happened, as I mentioned, that the lifestyle business of Raymond Limited is getting demerged into Raymond Consumer Care. And since Raymond Consumer Care sold its business on a slump sale basis, therefore the cash has come into the Raymond Consumer Care. Now this cash we wanted to use at the Raymond Limited debt, external debt repayment. That is why NCDs are being issued by Raymond Limited to Raymond Consumer Care, and Raymond Consumer Care will give the cash to Raymond Limited to repay the debt. And upon demerger, what will happen is these debts will cancel each other. One will have the debt receivable, another will be a debt payable. So the two will cross each other, eliminate each other, and we will be a net debt free company. So that NCD is only an internal NCD, the way to get the money so that we can reduce the external borrowings on an immediate basis.
Pokerbazi, you hold the cards.
अजीत दादा संघर्ष करो, अजीत दादा संघर्ष करो.
While NCP implodes, Shinde faction in deep crisis. Ajit Pawar defects, Shinde faces the heat. Maha CM cancels tour to douse in-house fire. Shinde's men demand their share of portfolios.
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. We're going to cut across for the latest coming in from the state of Maharashtra. Many twists and turns that are taking place as the NCP is imploding. Viewers, the spotlight also on the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena. The Maharashtra Chief Minister was in Nagpur for an official tour. He was to receive the President, Ms. Draupadi Murmu. However, he cut short his tour. He did not receive the President, rushed back to Mumbai. The reason why? Because his share of his leaders that he had taken, his MLAs from the erstwhile Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray and joined the BJP, they are now extremely uncomfortable with what has gone down since the last 3 days, which is 9 of the NCP leaders joining ranks with the government. In turn, the Shinde faction feels, what about them? Because they were the ones who needed to be accommodated in that cabinet. So Eknath Shinde under immense pressure in Mumbai to douse that fire. Meanwhile, mega show of strength, all of that coming in. Let me quickly take you through the headlines. Mega show of strength by Ajit and Sharad Pawar factions. 31 MLAs back Ajit camp, 14 with Sharad Pawar. Senior Pawar roars, NCP symbol will go nowhere and stay with him. Ajit Pawar trains guns at Uncle Sharad Pawar, says Pawar Senior is 83 and should resign. Exposes Sharad Pawar's flip-flops by joining hands with Shinde Sena. Sule responds to cousin Ajit Pawar age taunt at father, says Sharad Senior most and steering NCP shift. Roars the fight is against BJP's behavior. Big claim by NCP leader Mahesh Tapse, says revolt brewing in the Shinde camp. Claim Shinde MLAs upset over NCP union. Bulldozer justice in Madhya Pradesh. House of BJP youth workers seen urinating on Dalit man raised down. NSA slapped on accused Parvesh Shukla. And the countdown to launch of Chandrayaan 3. ISRO puts out video of moon landers assembly. All right, the Pawar versus Pawar escalates, the biggest hit by now, other than, of course, with the kind of language used by Ajit Pawar at the meeting earlier, mocking Sharad Pawar's age. But this is tangible drawing of blood, or political blood, if one might say. Now, rebels also have declared Ajit Pawar as NCP national president. All of this in midst of the ongoing face-off between the Pawars as well as NCP versus the NCP. Sharad Pawar will head to Delhi tomorrow morning is what we are given to understand. Sharad Pawar has called the NCP National Executive meet in Delhi tomorrow. Something that would definitely will be countered by the Ajit Pawar faction. Lots going on. While I speak, Eknath Shinde himself firefighting with his leaders now, not happy with the NCB faction joining in the government, wanting their own pound of flesh, very vocal at that. But the latest that has come in, what happened exactly 3 days ago, viewers, when Ajit Pawar had said that he was joining the government, took oath as deputy CM. At that point of time, when asked who's the president of the NCP, he'd said, do you not know Sharad Pawar? Lots has gone down over the course of 3 days. The rebel faction now has decided Ajit Pawar is their president and he faces off with the original NCP, and the president of that is Mr. Sharad Pawar. Cutting across, Rajdeep Sardesai as well as Rahul Srivastav, both of them join us on this news break. Rajdeep, national executive call by Sharad Pawar tomorrow, something which will be contested and countered by the Ajit Pawar faction. What are you picking up, especially in the kind of language that was used by Ajit Pawar this afternoon? Mocking Sharad Pawar's age, telling him that you're 83, time for you to hang up your boots, pass the rein. Also seeming to suggest that Mr. Pawar taking the dynast route where he says, you're doing this maybe because I'm not your son.
Look, we're here at Sharad Pawar's residence in Mumbai, and as you can see, slowly the darkness is falling. Has the darkness fallen over one of the longest surviving politicians of Indian politics, someone who started his political career way back in 1967? That's not clear. We spoke a short while ago to Mr. Pawar. He too said, I hadn't heard of any such meeting that had been called of the working committee by Ajit Pawar on the 30th of June, where I have been suddenly replaced as party president. So he seems to suggest, and he's been speaking and calling up his lawyers here, seems to suggest that this is completely an afterthought. That after you've been sworn in the government, you're now suddenly saying that we called a meeting on the 30th where we decided that Ajit Pawar will be the president of the NCP. No notice for any such meeting was given, and therefore they believe that such a meeting is prima facie, according to the Sharad Pawar camp, prima facie illegal. Mr. Pawar, as you rightly said, is now flying to Delhi tomorrow morning. There will be a national executive meeting of the NCP where most of the supporters of Mr. Sharad Pawar will gather, the likes of PC Chako, another former congressman who heads the Kerala unit of the NCP. So they will gather there and they are expected to pass a resolution expressing full faith in Sharad Pawar. What it appears, therefore, is that you've got a prolonged legal battle that's going to take place over symbol, over just who is the real NCP, that will take place before the Election Commission. And Mr. Pawar and Supriya Sule, we are told, are already on the phone speaking to the likes of Abhishek Manu Singhvi. The real battle, though, is not so much legal. It is actually for the hearts and minds of the people of Maharashtra, because the sense that one gets is that there are 9-12 months at best to Lok Sabha election, 9 months to Maharashtra election, just over a year. So Mr. Pawar has realized that his best hope is now not in being able to capture or bring back MLAs. Those MLAs, as of now, 31 of them with Ajit Pawar. Therefore, the majority of MLAs clearly with the Ajit Pawar camp. They have the arithmetic with them. Mr. Pawar is now banking on chemistry. He told us that he intends now to travel across Maharashtra over the next few months, that he will go district by district, rebuilding the party. The big question, of course, Preeti, is can you do that at the age of 83? Mr. Pawar will turn 83 in December. It was one thing to do that 25 years ago when he broke away from the Congress. Can he do that at the age of 83? This really, in a sense, therefore, is Mr. Pawar's big challenge. Does he have the stamina at this age to be able to rebuild the party and take it into that election next year? His hope is there is enough goodwill out there. There is anger, he claims, against the manner in which Ajit Pawar has betrayed him, that he hopes to capitalize upon. But Ajit Pawar is no pushover, as he's proved today. He does have the support of MLAs. He's built his own fortress there in western Maharashtra and places like Baramati. He will make it difficult for a Supriya Sule, for example, to get re-elected if Ajit Pawar is with the BJP. So, picture abhi baki hai. Maharashtra is the picture to watch, in my view, in the next 12 months. There's a huge prize on offer, 48 Lok Sabha seats and the commercial capital of the country. But Mr. Pawar is at the moment inside plotting his way to how does he emerge out of this with a few of his core supporters.
Rajdi, before I let you go, clearly the arithmetic right now in favor of the Ajit Pawar camp, as you pointed out as well. Sharad Pawar hoping to bank on chemistry. Something that was invoked today was the age of Sharad Pawar. You also touched on that. He's going to be 83. Does he have it in him for his last battle in his sunset political years of his life? The question is, Rajdi, what's your understanding? Because Ajit Pawar made a very direct personal attack on Sharad Pawar as well, where he talked about his age a number of times, asking him to hang up his boots, pass over the rain. Do you think, where the cadre of NCP is concerned, where the core voter of the NCP is concerned, will it invoke sympathy for Sharad Pawar or possible allegiance for Ajit Pawar as well?
Look, as a political observer and particularly an observer of this state, I think that's the one mistake Ajit Pawar made today. You don't attack in states like Maharashtra, possibly anywhere in the country, someone on the age factor. Many people don't like it. I think there is a generational shift in the NCP, so the younger generation may well gravitate towards the likes of Ajit Pawar and some of the younger MLAs around him. But at the same time, at the YB Chavan Centre, it was interesting. The core groups of people who I saw there, Dalits, Muslims and women in large numbers. Supriya Sule has headed the NCP's women wing, and I think a number of women would gravitate towards her possibly. Dalits and Muslims are the two groupings who seem to be seeing this as some kind of an ideological fight against the BJP. And Mr. Pawar, as you saw in that press conference, is positioning it as that. He is determined now to say this is not a family battle, I'm fighting the BJP. That's his way of also reaching out to the Mahagathbandhan and the Congress. Let's fight this election together against the BJP. I keep repeating, there is in a way a proxy battle going on between Sharad Pawar here and Amit Shah in Delhi. Amit Shah lost round one when Sharad Pawar formed the Mahavikas Aghadi in 2019. Amit Shah won round 2 when he broke the Shiv Sena, and he's repeated that by breaking the NCP. But what happens in round 4 and 5 is critical. How far can you go in pushing someone or pushing, or in breaking parties? There is a core of the NCP faithful who do have a certain allegiance to Mr. Pawar. Will they go after power that Ajit Pawar is offering, or will they go after legacy, which in a way Sharad Pawar is offering?
Rajdeep, as I bring in Rahul Srivastava, one quick question on the sidelines of this all, while we have our cameras trained on the NCP Faction 1, Faction 2, there's something entirely different going on with the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde, the chief minister, had to rush back from Nagpur. He was to receive the president. He didn't even do that, rushed back because he needed to douse his own fire in his own backyard at the back of NCP Ajit Pawar faction joining the government.
As I said, picture abhi baki hai. That could well be the next story. Eknath Shinde is now having to firefight, because I can tell you there are at least 8 Sena MLAs who left the Uddhav Sena, as it's now called, to join Eknath Shinde, who have made overtures to the Uddhav Sena in the last 48 hours, because they claim that we left because one of the people that we didn't want to work with was Ajit Pawar, who likes to monopolize power. They, in fact, are worried that Ajit Pawar will eye for the finance portfolio. He even is eyeing the chief minister's chair. Now, how do you pacify these restive MLAs? Eknath Shinde has a challenge on hand. Is he being used, and is he to be thrown away soon? Is the buzz across Mumbai? Or can the BJP really afford to do that and virtually drive even a greater section of the Shiv Sena back into the arms of Uddhav Sena? You see, politics is about arithmetic, but it's also about chemistry, Preeti. The arithmetic clearly at the moment is with Ajit Pawar, Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. But the chemistry, we don't know how this is going to play out. And that's where I think many of these Sena MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde are getting restive. Humko kab mantri banaoge? What happened to our Lal Batti? And that, my friend, is where the picture could still develop. That could be the next story after this NCP breakup.
Well, we are moving on to the next story. Thank you, Rajdeep. I want to quickly bring in Rahul Srivastava as we go into the next news break, which is coming in, which is the discontent which is brewing, Rahul Srivastava, in the Shinde Sena camp. The Shinde Sena, which is now the official Shiv Sena, extremely angry, miffed at union with Ajit NCP faction. What we are given to understand is that there is a meeting anytime right now at the Chief Minister's residence, where all the leaders, very, very angry, are going to meet Eknath Shinde, Rahul Srivastava. Something which was so urgent that the Chief Minister had to cancel his Nagpur tour, where he was to receive Draupadi Murmu, the President of the country, didn't do so, rushed back. Because while the NCP was clearly imploding, he had his own fire in his own backyard.
I don't have the luxury of being outside Sharad Pawar's house, but the fact is that I'm looking at a lot of developments which are taking place in Mumbai, and let me tell you, one of the very interesting development that I found was that after returning to Mumbai, Mr. Eknath Shinde had a long snooze. He took a 1.5 hour long nap, and then he emerged for the meeting. Now, I am told that the Eknath Shinde faction is actually not really in a mood to go out, because there is a general anticipation as far as Eknath Shinde and his MLAs is concerned, that if they go back to Uddhav Thackeray does not have much to offer, whereas still being part of the ruling dispensation can be beneficial. This is what I'm hearing from the Eknath Shinde faction. But Eknath Shinde, it seems, has indicated to his MLAs there are some steam releases or pressure releases leaders in the system who have been asked to make these certain noises and to keep up a front that there is a certain sense of discomfort. Why is the Shinde camp slightly breathing easy compared to yesterday or the day before or the July 2nd? There are certain reasons. The word coming from the Ajit Pawar camp, the indication first, is not really very good. Why I say that? The first sign that there are certain degree of nerves is the shifting of the NCP breakaway faction MLAs to Taj Lands in Mumbai, the hotel in Mumbai.
They've left right now.
That is one sign
Rahul, they've
that
left.
somewhere there are worries about the numbers. What Rajdeep was explaining to you, that it is a Sharad Pawar versus Amit Shah battle, but that is the larger battle. I think now Sharad Pawar has pitted himself totally against his nephew, Ajit Pawar. He is taking him on. And if you see that one very critical line in that meeting at the Yashwantrao Bhavan today, in which he said that there is no, I have fought on many symbols, but symbols don't really matter. It is my face which is larger on every poster, every banner and every hoarding. Now, since Sharad Pawar is flexing his muscle, there is a number game worry coming in as far as the Ajit Pawar faction is concerned. 29 to 35 is the claim. Not many sure. We are hearing only 29. Those names have been given. There are 4 MLCs who have turned up. Devendra Bhuye and one Ashok Pawar, MLAs loyal to Mr. Ajit Pawar, who were there even at the swearing-in ceremony on the 2nd of July, have gone to the meeting called by Mr. Sharad Pawar. There are very clear signs that the number game, which the Ajit Pawar faction was anticipating, that there will be a flood, that is not happening. Though only 14 to 16 MLAs were there for Sharad Pawar's meeting. The sign that Sharad Pawar is bringing all his MLAs to Delhi is also to keep the flock together. But the fact is that he's going to display the might of Sharad Pawar, his acceptability. You may have Congress and other leaders meeting him. So he will try to show that somewhere Sharad Pawar is the magnet, the one who can actually pull the force and the weight. I think somewhere in the Ajit Pawar camp, though they have submitted a list of 40 MLAs and MPs together, I think the number game is not really working out as on today.
Well, all right, we still don't know that really, but yes, they say they have 32 were present there. We'll only know when the time comes, but let's cut across to the latest news break that we are getting in, and that comes in from Varsha, the Chief Minister's residence in the state of Maharashtra, and all not well what's going on inside. Listen into this reaction, and we cut across to Saurabh Bhaktania joining us right outside Varsha.
देखिए, ये गुट आने से कुछ हमारी जो सत्ता है, सत्ता में उनको हिस्सेदारी देना जरूरी हुआ था। जब उनको सत्ता में हिस्सेदारी दी तो बट नेचुरल है कि कुछ हमारे ही लोगों के जो पद मिलने वाले थे वो कम हुए, इसलिए थोड़ी नाराजगी है, ये मैं मानता हूँ। ये कोई झूठ या छुपाने वाली बात नहीं। नहीं, वो आ गए, हम बहुत खुश है, ऐसा नहीं है। तो ये तो होता है, लेकिन इसका अभी जो तोड़ है, इसके ऊपर सोल्यूशन जो है वो सीएम ने, अब डिप्टी सीएम ने निकालना चाहिए। नहीं तो ये नाराजगी बढ़ना ये अपने लिए भी ठीक नहीं है।
Saurabh Bhaktania joins us right outside the residence of the Chief Minister, where the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Saurabh, had to rush back. Rahul Srivastava feels, they've still been placated. What is the scenario as per your sources inside? Because they've been very vocal through the course of this morning, saying, "Humko satta mein hissedari chahiye."
Well, absolutely, Preeti. They are very much unhappy. They are actually disappointed by the inclusion of NCP in the government. Now, very interestingly, let me tell you that India's president is in Maharashtra by protocol. Eknath Shinde, the Maharashtra chief minister, had to be in Nagpur, but he has cut short his schedule, and right now he is at his residence in Varsha. This is the bungalow of Maharashtra chief minister's Eknath Shinde residence, Varsha, and what we have been told just half an hour from now, Preeti, the meeting of all his sides MLA is going to take place. Now, very importantly, what has happened is the Shinde group MLAs feel that now only 10 places are remaining, or 14 places are remaining. So what they thought earlier is that they will get good amount of portfolios, but now with the inclusion of NCP in the government, those portfolio will have to be divided. Maharashtra has the capacity of 43 ministries. Now, from these 43 ministries, 10 and 9 are right now distributed among NCP, BJP and the Shinde Sena. Now the remaining 14, what the Shinde group feels that many were expecting those portfolio, Preeti, because the portfolio distribution has not yet taken place. So 14 ministry has to be distributed, and before that only, now the inclusion of NCP, most of the MLAs feel that they are not going to get their desired portfolios. Now, first thing is this. Second thing is, Preeti, when the Shinde group had parted ways away from the Uddhav Thackeray camp. What the main reason was given at that particular time is that the NCP, the inclusion of NCP in the MVA, they felt that Ajit Pawar was not giving importance to the Shiv Sena. That was Uddhav Thackeray in the MVA. So when Shinde was asked about why they have come out of the MVA and they have come out from the Shiv Sena, which is of Uddhav Thackeray, they clearly had said that Ajit Pawar and his camp did not allow them to work. They were not giving them importance.
So not
their
happy.
funds were not been
Net, not
allocated,
happy.
and
Just
they were
coming
not
in,
giving
we're being joined by certain guests, Saurabh. So number one, not happy with working with Ajit Pawar, but most importantly, not happy because they haven't got what they said that they were promised, which is cabinet berths. Because, of course, they have 8 new ministers now to contend with, and they come in from the new faction, Ajit Pawar of the NCP. Cutting across to Mr. Vijay Lakshmi Khopre, advocate NCP. He comes in from the Pawar faction as well as Rajpunj supporter, the Shinde faction. Mr. Punj, what is going on where the Shinde faction is concerned? क्या हो रहा है exactly वहाँ पर? क्योंकि एक बात तो तय है, जो सुबह से जो टिप्पणी हो रही है शिंदे सेना की तरफ से कि सत्ता में भागीदारी चाहिए।
जी, प्रीति जी देखिए, when you're driving a car, जब आप एक कार चला रहे हो तो उसमें 5 जने होते हैं, तो डेफिनेटली जब आपको कोई रिक्वेस्ट करता है आपका एक फ्रेंड की मुझे भी ले चलो साथ, जब उसको आप उसमें एडजस्ट करते हैं तो डेफिनेटली थोड़ा बहुत तो इश्यूज आते ही हैं उसमें। तो इट्स द सेम लाइक दिस। तो यहाँ पे भी ऐसा ही कुछ हो रहा है, बट डेफिनेटली इसका कुछ ना कुछ रिजल्ट जरूर निकलेगा। मे बी विद इन 1 or 2 days डेफिनेटली इसमें रिजल्ट आएगा ही आएगा सबके सामने, बिकॉज शिंदे साहब इसी पे ही बिल्कुल उन्होंने ही, क्योंकि ये नहीं कि उनके बिना ऐसा किया गया है, उनके बिल्कुल उनको इसमें पता है, उन्होंने इस पे बिल्कुल उनकी नजर है, डेफिनेटली नोज ईच एंड एवरीथिंग अबाउट द सिचुएशन इन महाराष्ट्र। बट एनी हाउ वट एवर द सिचुएशन राइट नाउ, अभी जो भी अभी सिचुएशन है इस पे जरूर कुछ ना कुछ सामने जरूर आएगा।
Advocate Vijay Lakshmi, you are a part of the Pawar faction.
Yes.
One thing is very clear. Just about an hour ago, you have the Ajit Pawar faction, where at least for the first time, other than the talk, they've drawn blood in terms of political blood by stating very clearly that their president is Ajit Pawar. While you have Mr. Sharad Pawar on one end, who's called a national executive. Are you looking at a long protracted battle? But even then, the numbers per se, you have 32 MLAs sitting besides Mr. Ajit Pawar this afternoon.
See, as far as this current act of dissent is concerned, it's an absolute mockery of our political institutions. And somehow the voters are feeling betrayed by it. Now, what Mr. Pawar Sahib has done is that he has made a stand absolutely clear that forget legal battle, forget everything else. As far as the dissenting members of the party are concerned, process against them have already been issued. Secondly, Pawar Sahib has now gone back to the people. And this in some way has will reinstate the people's faith in the entire system as such. I am an absolute firm believer of that.
All right. So, the chemistry is what we were discussing about. That is what at least Sharad Pawar and the Sharad Pawar faction would like to bank on. I'm going to go into a quick break. When we return, Rahul Srivastav gets back and we talk of what is really going on. Can Dada actually replace Sahib? Can Ajit Pawar replace Sharad Pawar? All that went down through the course of the day. A quick break. Stay with us.
Tell us how you feel and the few reasons that came into your mind to shift this most important futures instrument from Singapore to India.
Any IFSC, the fulcrum always is a stock exchange where a lot of trading happens, and that's what India's main asset class, which is the index. Nifty index is the largest traded index in the world, and it also is the largest traded instruments in the world today. Some portion of it for offshore part was getting traded in SGX, that is Singapore Exchange, for over 20 years now, and that's where it was decided between 2 exchanges and 2 governments in around 2017-18 that the orders being placed on Singapore exchange would come to the GIFT City, and they will be matched here along with the orders coming out of GIFT City itself. And that's where the project started in around 2017-18, and today it has culminated into complete transfer of all the orders coming out of Singapore from wherever in the world. When people place orders on Nifty index onto Singapore exchange, they get transferred onto GIFT City transparently without even the user coming to know of it, and they get matched against the orders coming from GIFT City or other orders from SGX itself. And that is a first time in the world collaboration between two countries trying to compete but also collaborate, and the settlement will continue to take place with the Singapore customers as if they are trading in Singapore, but actually the trading is happening in GIFT City.
How, according to you, will traders in India, this is an increasing demographic profile, we've seen young people come into trading, and all of us without fail start our day in the morning by looking at the SGX Nifty quote, which gives an indicator of how the Indian markets open. About 21 hours will be available for Indian traders to hedge their positions after the main markets close at 3:30 p.m. Apart from that, what all will change for Indian traders since SGX now starts trading out of Ahmedabad and not Singapore? Let's take it for traders first.
Traders who are trading in India usually would not be coming into the GIFT City because GIFT IFSC is actually an offshore jurisdiction as far as India is concerned. It trades in dollars, and normal Indian entities are not allowed to trade here except when they transfer using a liberalized remittance scheme of RBI up to $250,000 per year. So in a way, this is for the high-end traders or high-end investors across the world who have interest in the Indian markets. But naturally that flow which is available to trade on the GIFT Nifty would also somewhere through other means, when the FPIs have the registration in both Singapore as well as the domestic Indian markets, then they may be able to arbitrage between the two markets, and that's where the Indian markets will also become more deeper. But the other side, there are around 60 brokers of Indian origin who have now set up shops in GIFT City, which is actually a separate jurisdiction, and 40 more are in pipeline. So those people will be getting their customers from across the world to come here and place more orders, and that's where I believe it's going to be a more intense competition for liquidity, and also it will create a much larger pool of liquidity into the GIFT IFSC.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
What if I told you 3 hours of a workout can be packed in just 20 minutes? I'm not even kidding. Sounds too good to be true. It actually is, because what I'm doing right now and about to learn from Dr. Garima Gaur is EMS training, where EMS is used along with my exercises to make sure that the 3-hour workshop fits into exactly 20 minutes. So all you lazy bees out there who say we don't have time for a workout, you cannot complain anymore, because EMS training is here. So you don't need hours in the gym now to get yourself the best body that you aspire for. You can do it in just 20 minutes through this electromagnetic stimulation training. I'm exactly here to tell you how to do it. So Nitika and I will get it done now, tell you how it feels as well. There's nothing to be scared of. It's beautiful. It's a lot of fun, and my review is going to follow.
Come on, come on, come on. Faster, 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 faster.
We will perform jumping jacks in the next 3 seconds. So 3, 2, 1, go. 3, 4, 5, amazing. 6, 7, brilliant. 8, 9.
It's like this electric energy passing through my body, like the TENS machine and the EMS machine. You really do not require any kind of workout gear for this. Whenever you go to the center to do your EMS training with your doctor who is going to be guiding you, they give you the gear and they do it strictly under medical supervision. So we just finished 20 minutes of an EMS training session, which is equivalent to 2 to 3 hours of a workout depending on what is the intensity of the electromagnetic pulses. Wanda, I'm feeling so tired, but what is the science behind this? Why do you say that I did 4 hours of workout? Because I actually did 20 minutes of a workout.
So the science behind it is basically the dual firing of a muscle fiber. In a conventional workout, only 30% of the muscle fibers are being activated. However, with the EMS training suit, we ensure that there's an external stimulation also. This means that instead of just 30%, you will have 95% of your muscle fibers being stimulated and working out all at once.
Like I usually work out, but the time the stimulation went up, I could actually feel that, there is some extra effort I have to put in that workout. Those stimulations, which, I was like, oops, it's getting into me now. So at some point it was uncomfortable, but while working out, it was really nice.
We're doing this at the wellness company, and over here it costs 5,500 rupees thereabout plus taxes, but on an average you'll spend anywhere between 5,000 to 6,000 rupees depending on which center and which city you're going to. What's important to note is that you do not have to go overboard with this. The dosage of the electrical impulses are going to be tailored just for you. So don't try to do this at home. Do it strictly and strictly under doctor's supervision only.
Without getting your muscles contracted with weights, it is sending direct electrical signals in that muscles. It is a very advanced tool that helps in getting better contraction, resulting in a better workout. There are no side effects as such because it's just improving the quality of your workout.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today.
Co-powered by
The world comes together at Sharda University.
SBI Mutual Fund, a partner for life.
UBI, Achhe Log Achha Bank.
Mahapolitical fireworks. NCP crisis deepens. NCP versus NCP. Pawar versus Pawar. Will Dada replace Sahib? Will mutiny invoke sympathy for Sharad Pawar?
Ajit Dada संघर्ष करो! Ajit Dada संघर्ष करो!
Or allegiance for nephew Ajit Pawar?
Oh, viewers, what a day it's been in the state of Maharashtra, and there's more coming, we promise you. There's a meeting of Eknath Shinde, Shiv Sena taking place, but the news coming in right now. It's a Pawar versus Pawar battle which has only escalated after President post now fight over National Executive. Sharad Pawar has called the National Executive meet in Delhi tomorrow. He's going to be taking the morning flight. What we are given to understand, Sharad Pawar has said Ajit's camp National Executive meet invalid. Sharad Pawar, PC Chako, Jayant Patil, Supriya Sule, Fauzia Khan, many of the members of the committee were not informed. No notice was issued for the meeting. There is so much going on where the dynamics of what has transpired through the course of the last few days is concerned, viewers. I want to quickly cut across to break this news down. Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai Bureau Chief, joining us. Rahul Srivastav also with us. Sahil, coming to you first. Sahil, do we have Sahil? Sahil, breaking this news on in... All right, we're going to cut across to Sahil in just about a minute. But Rahul, pulling you into this conversation, it's only going to get with what's happening on the sidelines with the Eknath Shinde Shinde Sena, more interesting in days to come. Tomorrow morning, Sharad Pawar flies to Delhi for the National Executive, already calling the Ajit Pawar faction National Executive illegal.
See, Preeti, what the Ajit Pawar faction was hoping that it could make it Ajit Pawar versus Supriya Sule battle. What it seems that it's now turning out to be a classic number crunching battle. And in the number crunching battle, what the indication from today afternoon has been that Sharad Pawar is going to fight every inch of it and is not going to allow any space or any elbow room to his nephew Ajit Pawar. And the biggest indication, as I said earlier, was when Sharad Pawar said that I have fought on many symbols. Symbols don't really matter. Look at every poster. It is my face which is the largest on every poster, hoarding and bunting. That is the clearest sign that Sharad Pawar is now neck deep as far as the battle against his nephew is concerned. The other clear indication is that bringing his MLAs under the garb of a conclave in Delhi to have a kind of a show of strength in which he will have whatever limited number, but they will remain insulated from attempts by the Ajit Pawar faction. Also, he can put up at the grand display of being the national level leader who leads the NCP, and while Ajit Pawar and others are state level players, and that's the might and deep pockets and deep political cunning of Sharad Pawar. I think one of the first signs where a faltering I have seen in the last 2-3 days, that 129 MLAs turning up with 4 MLCs as far as the Ajit Pawar meeting is concerned, but they're claiming in an affidavit to the Election Commission they have 40 MPs and MLAs. But the MLA is being shifted to a safe home in form of the Taj Lands in Mumbai. That's
Rahul,
clear sign.
Right, but they've been, those MLAs which were at Taj Lands, they've all left, so that meeting is over. It's not that they are being holed up or they are staying put at the Taj Lands End. That's what we've been given to understand. I also just want to quickly pull in Sahil Joshi, Mumbai Bureau Chief, also breaking the news on India Today. Sahil, it's never a dull moment. About an hour ago, news broke, Ajit Pawar, by the Ajit Pawar faction, appointed as president. 3 days ago, he was the same man who said Sharad Pawar is our president. There's a lot going down, minute by minute developments taking place.
Well, now Pawar camp is clearly saying that this meeting, which is supposed to be a working committee meeting called by Praful Patel, the working president of the party, on 30th of June, that means it happened just 2 days before, finally Ajit Pawar took oath along with 9 members, and on that particular day, everybody is saying that Sharad Pawar still is a national president. And they have, their working committee had decided that Sharad Pawar is no more a president, whereas they have appointed Ajit Pawar as a president. So either they were lying or they wanted to hide this fact from the people. But that's a different sort. In politics, such kind of moves needs to be done. The secrecy needed to be kept when you have to usurp the whole party, the name and the authority of the party as well. So that happens always. Now, most importantly, one thing is very clear, that Ajit Pawar had made up his mind. It's not going to be something like that, after a few months there will be some kind of a reconciliation. Ajit Pawar has made up his mind very clear. In today's speech, he has made up his mind very clear that he is going to take control of the party. Now nobody can stop him. He has decided that the party's control will be taken by him. Now what Sharad Pawar is saying, today I met him, what he is trying to say is that 30th June working committee meeting is an illegal meeting because there was no notice issued for that. That's a followed procedure by the constitution of the party. Majority of the members, including Supriya Sule, Fauzia Khan, PC Chako and Jayant Patil were not present. They were not even in the know of this particular meeting, and Sharad Pawar himself, of course, did not know about this meeting. So that meeting is not right. The fight will happen in Election Commission. But let me tell you one thing. I would just want to add to what Rahul Srivastav was saying a while back. we are looking at this battle only as a political battle. But when we had seen such kind of battle last year when Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray were fighting them, it was also kind of a bitter battle. But this is also a battle within the family. Finally, Ajit Pawar got maximum clapping from his supporters when he said that if he is lying, he should not be called Pawar, is what he said, and then his supporters started clapping aloud. So basically, this is going to be a more ugly battle than what we have seen last year, because this is happening within the family. It's a nephew versus uncle, it's a nephew versus it's brother versus sister. So this is going to get ugly when more and more he has almost threatened Sharad Pawar that if you go to people and start talking against us, we are going to reply with the same bitterness. We have more secrets about you, because if you are in the family, you of course have more secrets than the people around. What we saw between Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray, the similar situation we are going to see in Maharashtra.
But Sahil, how much more bitter will it also get? Of course, secrets, I'm sure in politics there are plenty, but the sheer fact of exposing propriety as an NCP president, saying that, the googlies he spoke of in 2019, clearly indicating Sharad Pawar knew what happened in 2019. Before that, stating he was the one who pushed them to keep hobnobbing with the BJP behind the curtain of what was going on. Not just that, the personal commentary, Sahil, mocking Sharad Pawar's age, saying that maybe, he's not picking Ajit Pawar because he's not the son, that it's time to give up, he's 83, time to now relax and rest. All of that aside, Sahil, will it actually, the personal attacks in particular, will it create sympathy for Sharad Pawar, or will it create allegiance for Ajit Pawar is a question. Also touch on a little what's happening on the sidelines. How big is our Eknath Shinde factor with what's going on, the kind of discontent brewing there? Is it something to really worry about where Maharashtra political dynamics are concerned?
Well, Preeti, your question is absolutely like the way Maharashtra politics is playing. There are various angles to your questions. So let me just give it one by one. The first about what Ajit Pawar said today. As I said before, this is going to be a really ugly fight. And Ajit Pawar, it seems, he has written a script of Subhash Ghai movie. Something from this particular film, some portion is from some other script. He's also trying to play around that this is not a dynasty. Ajit Pawar finally is a product of a dynasty. If he wouldn't have been Pawar, would he have been so much successful is the people ask. That's what the BJP used to claim, that Bhai Bhatije wali party, ya Beti Bhatije wali party used to be claimed by the BJP earlier. So he wants to distance from that dynastic politics which the BJP or the Prime Minister always talks about. So what he said, that I'm not the real blood, I'm not the son, and that's why I didn't get the chance. A similar line was taken by Raj Thackeray when he split himself from Uncle Balasaheb Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray. So so that kind of line also has been taken. Secondly, he is trying to play now the victim card. I had all the possibilities to become the chief minister, but I was denied my right. That's what is the victim card he's trying to play. Secondly, what Sharad Pawar is looking at, he's a very clever politician. He's seeing writing on the wall. He knows what happened with the Shiv Sena. The script is ready. He knows that the central government has immense of power. The party's name and the symbol will be snatched from him. That reality he knows for a fact. The day Ajit Pawar took oath, the way things are coming out now one by one, that just 2 days before Ajit Pawar had called a meeting along with Praful Patel, and whatever happened, what we saw, and they had a meeting, removed Sharad Pawar from the position and all that stuff. That means they were prepared for the legal battle. They had already taken all the legal precautions with respect to that. That's why Sharad Pawar also in his meeting specifically mentioned that in his life he had fought on 4 different symbols, and despite that he got elected. So he is preparing himself and his people that be ready. What happened with Uddhav Thackeray is going to happen to us. The election commission is going to go against us. But we will do all the legal possible options. But eventually, we may lose the symbol and the name. But we have to be ready to fight against Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel and Chhagan Bhujbal and the people around. Lastly, about your question about Eknath Shinde. See, right now they don't have any option. Did Eknath Shinde know about this? Of course he knew about it. He's the chief minister, and the BJP has taken care of it, that he was kept in the loop. He knew that Ajit Pawar is in touch with the BJP and etc. But his people didn't know about it. They were guessing it. There was an open discussion in the media that this is going to happen. So they were discussing it. They knew it. Did they know it? No. His supporters didn't know it. And that is the reason why this meeting has been called. There will be a lot of complications in various areas. The reason behind Eknath Shinde coming out of the MVA and joining hands with the BJP, one of the reason, I'm not saying that that is the only reason, but one of the reason was the internal fights with the NCP leaders, say in the district like Raigad, Jalgaon or some other district. And now you have to work together with them. That is going to be the problem. So Eknath Shinde has a bigger task in front of him to re-explain his people that, okay, we did this, now we have to continue doing this. And lastly, you know, Ajit Pawar said one thing today in his speech, that there will be equal distribution when it comes to the seat distribution. That means everybody will have to give up their seats, and who is going to benefit in the end is the NCP. That is what he was trying to tell his supporters. Will Shiv Sena accept this?
I just
is
want to
the
bring
$1 million question. We will come
all
to
right,
that.
Sahil, appreciate you joining us, giving us perspective once again. Quickly pulling back Rahul Srivastav and getting in Faizan Mirza, spokesperson NCP. Rahul, you've seen many seasons of the NCP and the man that we speak of, Sharad Pawar. You know, he's in his sunset years of his political career. Can he, possibly his last big political battle?
I think Sharad Pawar is one politician who, as I said earlier, has deep pockets and very deep cunning, that political cunning. This is a very tough situation. I think Sharad Pawar for the last few years was postponing the inevitable. He had to go in for a dynastic transition to his daughter Supriya Sule, but there was Ajit Pawar running the party, fixing candidates and doing whole lot of bread and butter jobs as far as the party is concerned. And he knew that Ajit Pawar had the control of the party. But this is a moment which will test even Sharad Pawar, primarily because, as I've been saying, NCP is not really a classic political party of ideologically tied or otherwise. It is a party which has leaders who are individual satraps. Somebody controls Pune, somebody controls some other region, Goindi and others. And that is why if you lose that leader, you lose that region. And how Sharad Pawar was the unifying factor. He was the big face. But how Sharad Pawar will be able to convince the MLAs that with Ajit Pawar, they don't stand to benefit as much as they stand to benefit with Sharad Pawar electorally. And second, with Ajit Pawar, they stand to benefit if they are part of the government. I think that's where lies the problem. Otherwise, if I see the Eknath Shinde and the equation, the BJP definitely should be worried today. I think the number game is not really working out. It is gone.
Rahul, just going to quickly bring in Faizan Mirza, spokesperson NCP, Sharad Pawar faction into this conversation. Faizan Mirza, what can we expect tomorrow? You have a national executive which has been called. You've called Ajit Pawar's national executive illegal. There is going to be a counter coming for you on that.
One thing I have to clear that NCP is only of Sharad Pawar side. पूरा सिंबल भी हमारा है, कैडर भी हमारा है, हर चीज हमारी है. MP MLAs के जाने से ये नहीं होता है. और अभी तक के MLAs अजीत दादा के पास में कितने हैं ये फिगर ही क्लियर नहीं हुआ है, तो इस पर कोई सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता कि NCP किसकी है. So I am not from Pawar faction. I am only from NCP. ये मैं क्लियर कर रहा हूँ. I am from NCP.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
All right. But that has been your party line, Faizan Mirza. I appreciate you joining us only from the NCP. Well, a different line coming in where the Ajit Pawar faction is concerned, because they are saying they are the real NCP. They had 32 today on the dais of the 53 MLAs where the NCP represents, where the Vidhan Sabha is concerned. But fireworks for sure. We don't know what's going to happen in the days to come, especially where you talk about arithmetic, chemistry, the old cliches of Indian politics. Right now, at least on paper, where that affidavit is concerned, arithmetic lies with the Ajit Pawar camp. Does the chemistry lie with Sharad Pawar? We don't know. But this is going to be the fight or his final fight in what is the sunset political years of his life. Sharad Pawar, will he be able to pull out another one? Many suggest if there is somebody who can, it's him. A quick break. Stay with us. Continuous coverage on the other side. Rahul Kamal joins us.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO called Indian Women Impact has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families. She offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to a government school and they come here for study to get extra knowledge. My parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with a world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur for India Today.
Artificial intelligence, AI, an ever-evolving field is transforming the world we live in, unleashing wonders that were once unimaginable. Now, artificial intelligence is transforming lives in Lucknow in the field of medical science. This is an ortho-robo performing a knee replacement surgery, all made possible courtesy AI. And this is a game changer in Uttar Pradesh, as this AI-powered robo will now perform more ortho procedure in Lucknow's Apollo Medics.
This is a most advanced active robotic system. Active means कि हम इसमें सर्जिकल प्लानिंग करते हैं और वो सर्जिकल प्लानिंग सर्जन अपने एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से पेशेंट की बॉडी के हिसाब से करता है, तब उस सॉफ्टवेयर को सेव करके और रोबोट में कनेक्ट कर दिया जाता है.
So how does this work? All the information is fed into the robo and then it works on its own, performing the surgery directly.
0.1 मिलीमीटर तक एक्यूरेट होता है. और अगर आप मैनुअल सर्जरी और रोबोटिक सर्जरी की बात करें तो मैनुअल सर्जरी 70% एक्यूरेट, तो दिस इज 95% एक्यूरेट.
From revolutionizing industries to enhancing everyday life, AI has proven to be a catalyst for progress and innovation. Bureau Report, India Today.
Amit, what is the amount of money that you have sort of put into the entire business? How large is it today? And what is the inventory that you have that is to be sold?
So look, as I said,
we have contributed the historical land, so to speak. Because as I have maintained all along, and even in that article, that we have been sitting right there during the COVID time, cash flow positive on this project. Even we took a debt on the second project, but even there also the cash flow generation has been far higher. If you are selling the building to the tune of 80%, your ability is always a milestone collection, and our collection milestones are achieving very quickly. So we do not see a challenge of getting the money back from the customers. So when we get the money from the customers, it enables a cash flow positive. So therefore, what our contribution is primarily on the land, and initially we have put some small money. However, now inventory, when we talk about, in the first two projects, as I mentioned, 80% is sold, so only 20% is left. On the third project, as we speak today, I think close to 30% has been sold, and we are looking anything between in the next 2 years to sell another 30-40% of that. So now practically we are already sold out for the various projects. Now we have already signed a joint development agreement in Bandra, which we should be launching over the next few months. Now the whole growth story for the real estate business, because Thane is still an finite land. We have 60 acres to more, but you need to expand. And real estate is not a business only to monetize land. It is a business, core business for us. And that is why we did the demerger. So you will have a real estate pure play and you have a lifestyle pure play. Now in real estate, we are partnering with various people, as our board has taken two primary decisions. One, we will not put money behind the land. We will not buy land at all. And we will not move out of MMR, because it is much better to stay in this region. You have a better grip, you can monitor closely and manage things better. So now we are getting enough and more JDA projects. One is already signed, and I think few are on an advanced stage of discussion, and that will give us a good opportunity.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies.
Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar. Co-presented by
Macho Hand, Bade Aaram Se.
Powered by NECC, Sunday Hoya Monday, Rose Khao Monday.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. In the capital, there is massive buzz about an impending reshuffle. Supposed to happen soon. And in Mumbai, the two Pawar camps are going head to head. Politics in India is heating up, and we are giving you a ringside view right here on the news track.
Nail-biting Maha-blockbuster. Both NCPs flex.
जिंदा संघर्ष करो महाराष्ट्र आपला आवाज
True Dadagiri Maharashtra style.
महाराष्ट्राचा एकच वादा
Number suspense at fever pitch. Sharad Ajit, who has the Pawar? Big focus on Newstrack.
Who has the real Pawar? That's the question in Mumbai. In Delhi, everyone on the edge of their seats wondering who will stay on as minister, who will be sent back to the party, and who may be unceremoniously dumped. Those questions being asked, the answers still being formulated. We'll get you insights into what's in the air. Here's a look at the headlines we're tracking. Both NCP factions flex their muscle in Mumbai. Ajit Pawar has 31 MLAs, 14 are with Sharad Pawar. The Ajit camp approaches the poll panel, claims to be the real NCP. Unease in the Shinde camp over the inclusion of Ajit Pawar in the Maharashtra cabinet. Maharashtra Chief Minister is meeting his MLAs to resolve the crisis. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister meets the Prime Minister in Delhi. Sources tell India Today Jagan Reddy would like to dissolve the assembly earlier than time and go for elections in Andhra Pradesh along with elections in Telangana. Bulldozer justice in Madhya Pradesh. House of BJP youth worker Parvesh Shukla, who urinated on a Dalit man, is demolished. Countdown begins to the launch of Chandrayaan 3. ISRO puts out video of the moon landers assembly. It was a day of the Maha-Mumbai MLA muscle flex. 53 MLAs, 2 NCP camps, 2 big meetings. One led by Sharad Pawar, the other by his nephew Ajit. Both uncle and nephew are breathing fire at each other. But with 31 MLAs with him, Ajit Pawar seems to have his nose in front in this big battle with his uncle.
A show of strength, a poster war, and a family feud. The Nationalist Congress Party split wide open and it's no holds barred. The breakaway NCP groups, Sharad Pawar camp and Ajit Pawar camp, held separate meetings in Mumbai enlisting support of MLAs and party office bearers. Ajit Pawar, whose posters across Mumbai incidentally carried photos of his uncle, spewed fire against Sharad Pawar from the podium.
एखादा माणूस नोकरीमध्ये लागला तर महाराष्ट्र सरकारमध्ये 58व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतो. तर भाजपमध्ये 75 वर्षांनंतर रिटायर केलं जातं. आता जर वय जास्त झालं, 82 झालं, 83 झालं, तुम्ही कधी थांबणार आहात का नाही?
From backing Narendra Modi to hitting out at Pawar over Mahagathbandhan meetings, Ajit Pawar pulled no punches. Of all the blows, the one on Pawar's age was the unkindest. Sharad Pawar's daughter and MP Supriya Sule hit back at her cousin.
Naturally corrupt party. माझ्या वाचनात आणि ऐकण्यात आता आलं की काही लोकांचं म्हणणं आहे की काही लोकांचं वय झालंय, त्याच्यामुळे त्यांनी फक्त आशीर्वाद द्यावे. का बरं आशीर्वाद द्यावे? अरे सबसे देखो तो फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहेबांपेक्षा 3 वर्षांनी मोठे आहेत. अरे लड़ले, मैं तो शरद से 3 साल बड़ा हूं, मैं लड़ रहा हूं शरद को बोल मेरे तरह तू भी लड़ ले.
NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar tore into his political rivals when he took stage at the YB Chavan Memorial. The battle of Pawars has entered the next round. The Ajit Pawar faction has moved the election commission's taking claim to party name and symbol, while Sharad Pawar camp has moved a caveat urging the EC to listen to their side as well before passing an order. With Sahil Joshi in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, all is not well in the Shinde camp. The entry of Ajit Pawar and his MLAs into the Maharashtra cabinet seems to be giving Shinde's MLAs a lot of heartburn. The Maharashtra Chief Minister at this moment is meeting his MLAs to try and resolve the crisis. But the Shinde Sena is claiming that many of these rebels now want to do a ghar wapsi.
Ajit dada sangharsh karo.
All is not well in the ruling alliance in Maharashtra. The induction of 9 NCP MLAs led by Ajit Pawar has sparked a rift in Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's party. Several Shiv Sena MLAs are now upset over their long-standing political rivals NCP joining them. The divide forced Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to cancel his trip to Nagpur to welcome President Draupadi Murmu and call a party meeting at his official residence instead. With the NCP joining the ruling coalition, Shiv Sena MLAs fear losing out on key portfolios and later even election tickets to Ajit Pawar's group.
ये गुट आने से कुछ हमारी जो सत्ता है, सत्ता में उनको हिस्सेदारी देना जरूरी हुआ था. जब उनको सत्ता में हिस्सेदारी दी, तो बट नेचुरल है कि कुछ हमारे लोगों के जो पद मिलने वाले थे वो कम हुए. इसलिए थोड़ी नाराजगी है, ये मैं मानता हूँ. ये कोई झूठ या छुपाने वाली बात नहीं. नहीं वो आ गए, हम बहुत खुश है, ऐसा नहीं है.
The Shiv Sena and the BJP have 10 ministers each in the present Maharashtra cabinet. With Sunday's inclusion of 9 NCP MLAs, the number of ministers has now risen to 29. The state can have a total of 43 ministers as per constitutional limit. The remaining 14 posts will have to be divided between 3 parties now, with the BJP likely to take the lion's share. Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena has gone on the offensive. They claim the balance of power in the Maharashtra ruling alliance has shifted from Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to the new Deputy Chief Minister, Ajit Pawar. The Sena UBT has approached the Supreme Court seeking a decision by the Speaker on their pending disqualification petition against the Shinde Sena MLAs.
बात ऐसी है कि एक फ्रेज है, एक फुल दो हाफ. कभी कभी आप मजाक में ले लेते हैं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ 2 हाफ है, 2 डिप्टी सीएम, और एक फुल नहीं है, वो भी डाउटफुल है. मुख्यमंत्री वो कभी भी जा सकते हैं. जिस तरह से अजीत पवार को लाया गया है, कोई ज़रूरत नहीं थी. आने वाले दिनों में मुख्यमंत्री बदल सकता है, मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ.
जो एकनाथ शिंदे हैं, जो मुख्यमंत्री बने हुए हैं, 2 पहिए को साथ में लेकर चल रहे हैं, 3 पहिया सरकार हो गई है. क्या वो इस बात से इत्तेफाक रखते हैं कि जो बीजेपी कर रही है, जिनसे इनको सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत थी, अजीत पवार से सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत थी कि वो तकलीफ देते थे जब महाविकास आघाड़ी में थे, अब उनके साथ बैठे हैं.
While Chief Minister Eknath Shinde may be able to buy peace for a little while longer, elections are now fast approaching. Some of his party members are surely getting restless. He certainly has a tough job of keeping his flock together, and that certainly is priority number 1 for him. Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to go across live to Mumbai to the city's #1 political reporter, Maharashtra Bureau Chief Sahil Joshi now joins me live on the news track. Sahil, you saw these 2 meetings. Who did you come away with more impressed? Ajit Pawar with the numbers, Sharad Pawar playing the sympathy card. At this moment, who's winning this wrestling bout?
Well, it looks like that the meeting, out of both the meetings, Ajit Pawar's meeting was more revealing, because Ajit Pawar for the first time spoke about all the things which used to be talked within the corridor of power in Maharashtra in a very hush-hush tone, that, it's not actually Ajit Pawar the fall guy. He was doing all the things what he was doing, and he got a flag for, at the behest of his uncle Sharad Pawar. And that's what he actually tried to speak about in the rally. Actually, he's the one who played the victim card, but very smartly he also distanced himself from this pitch of the BJP of dynasty rule. He said that he is not the son, and that is the reason why maybe he did not get a chance to lead the party to become the chief minister when the NCP had a chance. So basically he is trying to make a pitch to the people that he is being wronged by his uncle, and the time has come that his uncle should retire at this point of time. On the other hand, what Sharad Pawar was trying to do is to tell his people that he never went with the BJP, and he was trying to make an anti-BJP pitch there. But he definitely said to the people that despite everything, the other fraction still need to use his picture to fool the people that he is with them. So it's a allegation versus counter allegation. But right now, what we are seeing is that the fight is going to get ugly, because this is not going to be a fight, a political fight, what we saw last year between Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde, but this is also going to be a fight within the Pawar family, a nephew versus uncle, nephew, brother versus sister. That is what is the fight which is going to blow up in the future. In the last, Ajit Pawar almost warned Sharad Pawar that if you continue talking about us, we will be forced to expose you in front of people, and that's what it looks like that we are going to see in next few months in Maharashtra.
If there's a big political story developing in Maharashtra, there's no way Rajdeep Sardesai is going to stay in Delhi. So he was bang in the middle of all the action through the morning. Rajdeep, you saw the two camps duke it out. Who do you think at this point is going to prevail in the end?
Rahul, thank you very much. I think if it comes to arithmetic, as Ajit Pawar has shown today by having a majority of the MLAs with him, he has the arithmetic. This is a party that works on the power principle, and power at the moment seems to be with Ajit Pawar. The fact that he's tied up with the BJP, which is as of now party number one in Maharashtra, and therefore a number of the NCP MLAs who are connected to Ajit Pawar through business relationships, through the wider cooperative network, especially the sugar cooperatives. Some of them have serious ED inquiries against them. All of them have gravitated towards Ajit Pawar and the BJP. To that extent, the arithmetic is against Mr. Sharad Pawar. So in a way, Mr. Pawar is now relying on Rahul, on goodwill, on legacy, and hoping to build some kind of a wider coalition ahead of the 2024 elections. It's almost as if Sharad Pawar has said, look, I can't take on Ajit Pawar at the moment in terms of MLAs. I will therefore go to the people, as he says, and I will hope that before the 2024 elections, I can stitch together a wider coalition that includes the Uddhav Sena and the Congress, but also in terms of caste composition, reach out to Dalits, reach out to Muslims and women. These were the large three groupings I saw today at the YB Chavan Centre.
But what's your sense of who has the larger support amongst voters? I mean, it's impossible to answer empirically, but broadly with your experience, who do you think would carry more voters, Rajdeep, at this moment?
You know, there is an old friend of mine in Mumbai who I turn to at times, and I asked him precisely the question you did this afternoon. And he said, Rajdeep, if an election is held today, it would be advantage Maha Vikas Agadi over the Maha Yuti. I.e. Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Sena, Congress would have an advantage. He believes, because he feels the chemistry is very much at the moment with the Maha Vikas Agadi. However, a year is a long time in politics, and I think in the next year we'll have a Lok Sabha election. There'll be the Modi factor playing out in particular in that election. We don't know how much more the Pawar faction could erode. On the other hand, while we are speaking, Eknath Shinde is battling to keep his flock together amidst reports that at least 7 to 8 of his MLAs are willing to switch back to the Uddhav Sena. So Maharashtra politics, Rahul, will go through a lot of flux in the next 1 year. But if you held an election today, simply because Mr. Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray are seen at the moment to carry, in a sense, the inheritance, Mr. Pawar, of course, being the founder and Uddhav Thackeray being the son of Balasaheb Thackeray, I would think that if an election was held today, slight advantage to the MVA, but in a Lok Sabha election, it might well be closer given the fact that you have to factor in the Modi factor there.
Sahil, at this moment there's a meeting taking place where Eknath Shinde is trying to assuage his MLAs. How serious are these MLAs when they say, if Uddhav Thackeray's Sena was to make an overture, we are willing for a ghar wapsi? Your best sense of how many MLAs may be willing to do a somersault at this moment?
Well, the somersault at this moment is very difficult. Please remember, Eknath Shinde had said that Mahashakti is behind them. And till the time Mahashakti is behind them, it will be difficult for them to switch over to the other side. They may try to, arm twist Eknath Shinde that, you promised us something else, but we are seeing something else. Because obviously, Eknath Shinde was in know that Ajit Pawar was in touch with the BJP, and that is a possibility. But his MLAs, the people around him, did not have a clear idea about what is happening, and they were also taken by a shock when suddenly on Sunday this news got broken that Ajit Pawar along with his 9 supporters are taking oath at the swearing-in ceremony in Raj Bhavan. So they were also taken aback. There will be recombination of lot of things because most of these MLAs had complained to Eknath Shinde before. Eknath Shinde, if you remember in the interview to us in India Today Conclave for the first time, had made it very clear that his MLAs were constantly complaining that how Ajit Pawar is trying to push them to the corner. A lot of places where they had a fight with the NCP people there, and those people are now in the government with them. So that is going to create another problem. Most importantly, today while speaking at MET, Ajit Pawar said it very clear that he does have ambitions to become the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Now, Eknath Shinde has been, the people around Eknath Shinde has been telling that he has been promised that he will be the Chief Minister till 2024. There is a possibility that he may even continue later. If that is the case, now Ajit Pawar coming in saying that he also have the ambition of becoming the Chief Minister. Just imagine a scenario that 3-party alliance going for assembly elections. The thing is very clear that whoever gets the maximum number of seats will lead the coalition government. In that sense, if NCP gets more, is he losing his chance? That is what is the fear.
No, there's a big conspiracy theory doing the rounds that Eknath Shinde may be asked to step down, that Ajit Pawar may become Chief Minister. That may help pull the other Sharad Pawar MLAs away. Is that all hawa mein? Is that a castle in the air? Could there be some dum in this theory?
Well, Rahul, looking at the way things are happening, anything is possible at this point of time. The way people have been dropped, the way people have been chosen, the enemies have the foes have become friends. What you said 10 days before has been completely reversed after 10 days. Everything is possible there since 2019. So that's very clear. There was no need for, if you look at arithmetic, there was no need for Ajit Pawar to be part of this government. But Ajit Pawar being brought in the government clearly shows that the importance of Eknath Shinde and his people has been cut down to the size. Now the BJP solely doesn't depend on Eknath Shinde. There is a third partner, so they have this room to breathe. Otherwise, Eknath Shinde was asserting himself, his people were asserting themselves that because of them, this government could come into place. Otherwise, the BJP had no chance to come to power at least till 2024 because MVA was going solid. Now that Ajit Pawar is also there in the basket, there is going to be a problem for sure, and that's why these rumors are coming forward. Now it's entirely up to the BJP High Command whether to drop Eknath Shinde at this point of time and make the predictions of Uddhav Thackeray camp true, that finally Eknath Shinde will be dropped once his use is over.
Is that possible, Rajdeep, according to you?
Then it's a different issue.
Because they're not dependent so much on him, because he overpromised, under-delivered, couldn't carry the Sena vote, or at least that seems to be the calculation emerging from the polls that are being done, that they may make Ajit Pawar Chief Minister because that strengthens him and pulls away those MLAs who are still with Sharad Pawar? Or is everyone now, because they're treating it like a Game of Thrones, overthinking the situation?
Look, anything is possible in Maharashtra. Kuch bhi ho sakta hai. This has become a kuch bhi ho sakta hai state. But my sense is that everyone is
here's
playing
the thing,
for next
Rajdeep,
year's
we've got
Vidhan
these
Sabha.
crack political journalists. On the issue of the reshuffle, everyone knows what's happening, but nobody wants to commit. And on this issue as well, everyone has a broad sense of what may happen, but nobody wants to put his neck on the chopping line. But go on.
No, look, to some extent, we actually had predicted, a couple of months ago, in fact, that Ajit Pawar was being targeted. In fact, in April, when we'd had a Mumbai conclave, that was a central piece of what we asked several of the politicians. When will, it was not a question of if, but when. There was a feeling it would happen before Diwali because the BJP needed enough time to ensure that this triple engine that they are calling it has at least 6 to 9 months before the Vidhan Sabha election for its impact to go down to the voter. Look, Maharashtra, the other buzz in the air is, could you have Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha elections together? Now, I don't think Mr. Modi is in favor of that. If you've looked at Mr. Modi's politics, he tends to avoid that. He wants the focus on himself. He doesn't want to localize the election as the opposition would. But that was one buzz I heard today. You asked me about whether Ajit Pawar would take over as Chief Minister a month from now. I would be surprised. I think what you will have is this triple engine going in some form into the next election. For Ajit Pawar to suddenly become Chief Minister, remove Eknath Shinde, while it might weaken Sharad Pawar by bringing some more NCP MLAs into Mr. Ajit Pawar's flock, it could also strengthen the Shiv Sena, that is the Uddhav Sena, who will say, look, the BJP is a use and throw party. They've used Eknath Shinde and then they've cast him aside. I don't think the BJP has a tough task. This is not a three-wheeler. This is not a triple engine as much as a three-wheeler. And a three-wheeler is a dangerous vehicle. You know, suddenly one partner decides to go in one direction and it can go awry. So I think the BJP is at the moment just hoping that at least in Lok Sabha elections, which will be March, April, May next year, we can hold this alliance together. The sheer arithmetic of it now, they hope, will offset any chemistry advantage that Uddhav Thackeray and
Stay with me, Sahil and Rajdeep.
But, you know, anything can happen.
For a moment, because Sudhir Suryavanshi is a well-known political analyst in Maharashtra. He tweeted a short while ago to say, brace up. I mean, this is what he's saying. Brace yourself for another big political earthquake in Maharashtra. The heart patient should take care not to read more political news. The big in capital political development can happen anytime soon in Maharashtra. Sahil and Rajdeep are listening live. What do you know that they're not willing to say, Sudhir? Sudhir?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I was quoting your tweet. I was quoting your tweet back to you where you say, brace yourself for another big political earthquake in Maharashtra. The heart patients should take care not to read more political news. The big political development can happen anytime soon. What are you alluding to?
If Rahul, if you are tracking the Maharashtra political development, minutely, then you will come to know whom exactly I am mentioning, because the things are in the making. So therefore, I didn't mention exact name of the person where the. Remember, back in on 17 April 2023, I have done the story where Ajit Pawar will join the BJP and the Shinde may ask to go. That time nobody, people believe it, but later on it come to be true. If you see the, today's development, Ajit Pawar has said that he was Deputy Chief Minister for 6 times and he no more wants to be DCM of Maharashtra. His son also was, Papa, how many times you should be DCM of Maharashtra? That is the one thing. Second thing, Maharashtra CM, he was scheduled to be in Chandrapur today, but he was rushed back to the Bombay again. That is the second thing. Third thing, Ajit Pawar will not join the hand with the BJP just for the DCM post, because he was DCM for the 6 times in his career. So he will not join for the DCM post. There is a big promise given to him, and that promise, quote unquote, Chief Minister, the coveted post, that he has been waiting from long period. He could not fulfill that promise, that dream under his uncle leadership. So now that he has got a promise to get that coveted post under the leadership of Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. And I think Ajit Pawar is going to complete his dream. That is the one thing. Second thing, when only he get the Chief Minister post, then only the rest of the MLAs who are with Sharad Pawar, they may switch the side. That is another important thing. So to empower Ajit Pawar.
Are you suggesting that this may happen in your view, Sudhir, in the immediate short term? Could it happen in the medium term, or you're talking about a post next assembly election scenario? Abhi hoga ki baad mein hoga?
No, it will happen, today night also it may happen tomorrow, but it will happen soon. It will not be a midterm poll or something like that. that is not the scenario.
Then how will
You
Eknath
can-
Shinde react in your view? He'll be hopping mad. His MLA is already threatening to go back and do a ghar wapsi.
Can you ask me again, Rahul? Pardon.
How do you think Eknath Shinde may react? Many of his MLAs already threatening to do a ghar wapsi.
So, if you remember when the Eknath Shinde joined the hand with the BJP, that time only 16 MLAs of Shiv Sena were with him. The Devendra Fadnavis and BJP has played the major role to bring back remaining MLAs with the Eknath Shinde. Even Shinde's MLAs are threatening. There are many MLAs who are with the BJP and some of them are with Ajit Pawar also. So their threatening has no value at this moment. But because the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NCP combined together has the majority also. And this MLA, what pace they will take to go back to Uddhav Thackeray and their constituency people. So that is not the issue, I think. The MLA may threaten, but they don't have any option at this juncture.
Rajdeep, do you see any meat in this theory that this could happen soon, a big political earthquake? Are you planning to come back to Delhi or stay in Mumbai for a while?
No, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Look, I agree with Sudhir that Ajit Pawar hasn't joined this government to become Deputy Chief Minister once again. The only rider to it is making Ajit Pawar the Chief Minister of Maharashtra comes with a number of risks. It means that the BJP will simply not be able to use the anti-corruption plan, not just in Maharashtra but across the state. For Devendra Fadnavis in particular, as someone who was at the heart of the attack on Ajit Pawar, saying I will do chakki pissing, he's the key accused in the irrigation scam, in the cooperative scam, to now the BJP making him the Chief Minister, it's possible. But it comes with a huge risk. It would suggest that they have decided that Eknath Shinde is simply not working for them at the moment. They would rather, therefore, invest their energies in breaking Sharad Pawar's party completely, and thereby they could make him Chief Minister. If he is to be made, he has to be made. I'm told, in fact, someone was telling me his lucky date is August 11th. But, that's what, just over a month away. So are we saying that in the next 1 month Ajit Pawar becomes Chief Minister in Maharashtra? As I said, kuch bhi ho sakta hai, but BJP would be taking a huge gamble by making Ajit Pawar the Chief Minister.
Especially since the Prime Minister's big plank has been na khaunga na khane dunga, and the prime target of your attack suddenly becomes your Chief Minister. That's something that you're really pushing your luck with the voters. I've just received breaking news. Quickly, Rajdeep.
Because it's very interesting, Rahul. Have you
Rahul,
seen? Normally,
thing.
when someone joins a BJP government, the Prime Minister, JP Nadda, Amit Shah tweet about it immediately. Welcome, all of that. We haven't got a single tweet yet. Not one from JP Nadda, not one from Narendra Modi, not one from Amit Shah yet. I'm not saying they
I've
won't.
just received breaking news
They
that
want to see the
Devender
situation
Bhayur,
settle down.
Rajdeep, Devender Bhayur, who's an MLA who attended the meeting at the Sharad Pawar camp this morning, has switched over to the Ajit Pawar camp. Sahil Joshi has more details. Tell us more about Devender Bhayur. He seems to be the first of those who were originally on Sharad Pawar's side who now seem to have jumped over.
Well, I think he must have read Sudhir Suryavansh's tweet that there is another earthquake going to happen. So maybe he must have decided that, okay, if he's going to become the Chief Minister, it's better to go right away rather than going after he becoming a Chief Minister, because knowing Ajit Pawar, he may, take his case that, why didn't you come to me before? Now it is useless. So anyway, the point is, Devendra Bhayur has joined Ajit Pawar. So Ajit Pawar camp is claiming that now they have 35 with them, and slowly other people will also join in, because obviously the MLAs first think about where is the power. If there is a power on one side and if there is a fight over other side, a ground fight over other side, then obviously any MLA would choose to go along with the power and at least try to cash in on the power equation, so that they can at least get some funds for their constituency, and which ensures them to get elected. That's what must have happened with Devendra Bhayur. He has gone to meet Ajit Pawar and now has joined. As far as what Sudhir is saying, why it becomes believable is because it's a similar modus operandi. Last year, if we saw exactly the similar way Eknath Shinde arranged a meeting with the executive committee of Shiv Sena, removed Uddhav Thackeray from presidentship, appointed himself as a Mukhya Neta of the party and informed the election commission, and eventually he took over the symbol and the name of the party. Then he was, it was not revealed that he will be the chief minister, but he was announced the chief minister, and after that his party became stronger with respect to the MLAs, and also some of the MPs shifted later on his side, which helped him to get the symbol
no, but the risk in
the name of the party.
The risk in what Sudhir Suryavanshi is saying, if that happens and Ajit Pawar is made chief minister, it's a big if, but if it happens, many of these Eknath Shinde MLAs could go back. That then,
not only that, Rahul, but also why the BJP has done it. I want to take you back to our survey of mood of the nation. We were absolutely correct in that particular mood of the nation survey, and that is the reason why this is happening. We have been saying this since last 3 months in all our chats, that finally the NDA, the BJP will need third partner in Maharashtra. Otherwise, the Lok Sabha elections are going to be difficult for them in Maharashtra specifically, and that's why the third partner has been called in to join. And this particular try has been. Praful Patel also said it, that when Eknath Shinde was doing it, even then they were inclined to go with the BJP, and they wanted to talk with the BJP, but Sharad Pawar didn't allow it. Now, the biggest problem what the BJP may face with this is that BJP want to take over the 20% of the vote share of the Shiv Sena, which is also predominantly a Hindutva vote share. If they take down Eknath Shinde, that is the vote base which which will be affected more, and Uddhav Thackeray will be more than happy
it's a mess.
To hear this particular story.
They can do an OTT serial. I think they can do an OTT serial. All of Bollywood and this OTT industry is in Mumbai. They can get the talent, and our netas can do a good job of acting in it, and they can play it out, and they can make it up along the way. They can have twist A, twist B, twist C, all happening at the same time. There's also a lot of buzz in Delhi about the prospect of a reshuffle. Lots happening in the political scene. Jagan Reddy meeting with the Prime Minister. Word emerging from the BJP that with the TDP an alliance is unlikely because it's not working out. Jagan Reddy is a backup plan B. Word also that the Akalis and the BJP are going to join us very soon as part of the NDA, that deal has been formalized. A meeting has been called tomorrow, take an official decision on this. Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, is tracking all of this and more. Give us the answer to that one question everybody wants to know. When is this reshuffle happening? Rahul.
Rahul, you can make what is happening in Delhi a sequel to that Maharashtra OTT thing you were saying. But I would like to bring in what Rajdeep said. Rajdeep said that three-wheelers are very difficult to manage. Now, that's a very interesting theory because I don't think that the MVA is actually a 4-axle 14-wheel vehicle. It is also a three-wheeler. The point here is that the basic theory is that if the BJP wants to do better, then it brought in Shinde to get the Hindu vote, and Mr. Pawar's party was split to damage the MVA. At a time, if you are looking at that, if you think that the BJP may do something like that, go dump Shinde, go with Pawar. We are also saying that it is talking to the Akali Dal, the TDP, and several other political parties for future alliances. Do you think they will ill-treat an alliance partner at a time when they are trying to win over more allies? That will be the worst calling card a national party can have for an alliance. So in that scenario, if the BJP is looking for an alliance partner, very difficult. I will like to tell you what Eknath Shinde group is telling me, that Mr. Shinde had an afternoon nap of 2 hours before he went in for a meeting, and he's actually allowing a lot of his players to release the steam, make the certain correct noises. But yes, Delhi is agog as usual with news about a cabinet change and a lot of organizational changes in the BJP party. State unit presidents were announced yesterday, and more are likely. What we are being told that Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, Gujarat, it can happen. Now, take for example Gujarat, somebody like Mr. C.R. Patil. Now, somebody who has done very well in the last elections, do you reward him? Now, what can that be? That reward be? Either he comes in as a party general secretary at the central level, or maybe he becomes a minister. Now, this, what I say is that there is so much of circumstantial evidence, and one does not know the mind of the Modi Shah duo, and in fact, hazardous to commit it on air. But say, for example, Kiran Reddy. If we talk about Kiran Reddy saying he has been made president of the state unit and he will eventually go and now release his ministerial berth. But it has happened in the BJP in the past that Mr. Mahendra Pandey was made the BJP president for Uttar Pradesh. He continued as a minister. Amit Shah, in fact, continued as home minister when he was president. So that could be one indication, but that may not be another indication. Interestingly, Mr. JP Nadda has been holding meetings with a lot of ministers. He has met Prahlad Patel, he has met Bhupendra Yadav.
What's happening in these meetings? What's he asking them? What's he asking them? What are they telling him? Because everyone's saying, "Kaun nikla meeting se." It's like, think of it as a corporate office. The moment an employee is called in to meet the boss, everybody's only wondering, is it the chitti, is it the appraisal everyone's waiting for?
See, now, the interesting is Jyotiraditya Scindia has been, Kiran Rijiju has been there. Nobody knows. But another person who has been there is Nirmala Sitharaman. Now, if you say that all these met because they are going to be either dropped or removed from the Council of Ministers, do you think there is going to be a change at the top of the Raisina Hill? Really doubtful, because Nirmala Sitharaman is one of the solid pillars as far as now this government is concerned. So, if I look at all the entire picture, say for example, Arun Singh is the in charge for Rajasthan. There is a buzz that he may be given some other state in charge, or Kailash Vijayvargiya does not want to take ministerial any other responsibility. He wants to stay in Madhya Pradesh because he thinks that's the place to be. Dilip Sethia. So there is a lot of talk, but there is not even a single top level confirmation. The only indication is we are playing by dates. 7th and 8th PM is busy. Nadda and others are meeting leaders in South on the 8th. So it could well be after 9th in the second week of July.
Okay.
But we'll have to wait and see. Does Mr. Narendra Modi surprise us? Or
Okay, Rahul Srivastava being a lot more calibrated and careful in the style of the India Today group than Sudhir Suryavanshi. Before this, he's batting with a straight bat. Sudhir hit one out of the park and thought, okay, let's hope it connects. Sardar RP Singh is with us. RP Singh, sir, the Akalis walked away. Now you're bringing them back, it seems. They don't like the UCC. You had problems with them on Farm Bill. Now you want to bring them back. There's talk that earlier BJP had 3 seats. Now you want 5. Give us the inside go.
Well, before that, the show, when I was watching Sudhir Suryavanshi and Rajiv Sardesai, they reminded me of Octopus Paul. Remember FIFA 2010?
Okay.
Trying to predict a lot of things.
So, but if you see what's happening, you can't take away the fact that there's so much surprise. How in India recently, politics has been a bit boring. It's been a bit staid because it's been one-way traffic. This makes it more exciting, doesn't it?
Yeah. So you can keep pitching on predictions, and you can get some other Jyotishis which come on your other Hindi channel at times to predict more about what's happening with whom and who will be dropped, who will be taken in, which partner will come in, which partner will go. See, these all are in the realm of the guess. I mean, we don't know. I mean, none of us know what's going to happen, what's not going to happen.
Acha, Akaliyo Dasuna, you're bringing them back. Tell us why you're doing that in Punjab.
Can I come? We have a new president in Punjab. Mr. Sunil Jakhar is a new president. And then let him decide. I mean, he's just taken over yesterday. So let him decide and let him take a call. And then it will be his call in consultation, if there is one, in consultation with the party high command, if it's required so. As on till date, there is no information on any sort of alliance with the Akalis. We are working on. And then give me a second. And Sunil Jakhar's statement, we are missing on. I mean, I expected my good friend Rahul to tell on the Sunil Jakhar statement. He is categorical that we are going to build a party in all 117 seats. Rahul should also miss on that.
Okay, RP Singh being very careful like the official spokesperson should. I bowled him a googly, he played with a straight bat, that's fine. Himanshu Mishra hopefully will offer us some more variety in his stroke play. Himanshu, you've been part of some key briefings today. Give us your sense, A, of the build up to the reshuffle, B, Akalis coming back, TDP not on board, Jagan possibly filling in Andhra Pradesh. Give us the full picture.
राहुल, सबसे पहली बड़ी बात यह है कि टीडीपी को लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मुलाकात जरूर हुई थी। अमित शाह ने जो है वो जाकर कहा था वाइजैक के अंदर कि ये सबसे करप्ट पार्टी है वाईएसआर की। जेपी नड्डा ने भी टारगेट किया, लेकिन उसके बाद जो है 10,000 करोड़ का पैकेज दे दिया गया। बीजेपी ने उसकी कोई भी एक तरीके से क्रेडिट नहीं लिया, उससे टीडीपी बहुत नाराज है। दूसरी तरफ जो उनकी धुर विरोधी है, उनकी परिवार से आती हैं, ही पुरंदेश्वरी, उनको पार्टी का अध्यक्ष बना दिया। अब टीडीपी इस बात को लेकर भी नाराज है और कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस बीजेपी अब ये देख रही है कि अगर आंध्रा के अंदर वाईएसआर जीतते हैं तो चुनाव बाद उनके साथ जाएंगे, अगर टीडीपी जीतती है तो हम उनके साथ चले जाएंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लगता है कि उनके हाथ में दोनों लड्डू हैं, कोई भी जीते वो चुनाव बाद उनके साथ जरूर आएगा और ऑन फ्लोर नहीं आए, सरकार में शामिल ना हो। तो जिस तरीके से आउटसाइड सपोर्ट वाईएसआर कई इश्यूज पे देता है, टीडीपी देता है, वो चलता रहेगा। और दूसरी तरफ अकाली दल को लेकर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, जो बात अभी कह रहे थे आरपी सिंह, वो बिल्कुल क्लियर ये है कि आरपी सिंह ने जो कहा है वो बिल्कुल मैं इस बात से सहमत हूँ। बीजेपी का एक बहुत बड़ा धाड़ा जो है वो ये मानता है कि अकाली दल के साथ हमको नहीं करना चाहिए अलायंस, क्योंकि वो एक डूबता हुआ जहाज है और इस डूबते हुए जहाज में हमें नहीं सवार होना चाहिए, क्योंकि अकाली दल कांग्रेस के तमाम बड़े नेता जो हैं वो 2022 के विधानसभा चुनाव के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ गए हैं। और मेरी अभी कुछ देर पहले कुछ लोगों से बात हुई, उन्होंने कहा कि बातचीत का क्रम जरूर चालू हुआ था, लेकिन पार्टी के अंदर एक तरीके से ये पूरा मत बन चुका है कि हमको जो है वो अकाली दल के साथ नहीं जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि अकाली दल के पास अब उस तरीके की ताकत नहीं है जो ताकत उनके पास 2017 तक थी। 17 में भी अकाली दल जो है वो नंबर 2 पे रहा था, लेकिन उसके बाद कहीं ना कहीं अकाली दल अब कमजोर होता चला गया है और वो पकड़ जनता में नहीं है जो पकड़ होनी चाहिए। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एक तरीके से ये कहा जा सकता है, आरपी सिंह उससे शायद नाराज भी हो जाए, कि अगर सत्ता आती है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास जिस तरीके से नेताओं की झड़ी लगती है चुनाव से पहले आने की, तो उसमें आने वाले दिनों में आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता भी शामिल होते नजर आएंगे पंजाब से। और इसी कारण जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी अब ये मानकर चल रही है कि आंध्रा में और पंजाब में उनका अलायंस ना हो तो बेहतर है।
Okay, and what about the reshuffle? We saw Sudhir Suryavanshi take a big punt and say that Ajit Pawar may be made chief minister. Will you bat like Rahul Dravid, or do you want to hit a flashy stroke like Suryakant Yadav? Himanshu? Himanshu has decided it's safest not to answer the question. That's fine too. That's one way of responding to it. Okay, I want to go across to Umesh Patil. Umesh Patil is the spokesperson for the Ajit Pawar camp. He's joining us from Mumbai. उमेश पाटिल जी, स्वागत है आपका। बड़ा शक्ति प्रदर्शन हुआ अजीत पवार कैंप का भी, शरद पवार कैंप का भी, लेकिन कुल मिला के तस्वीर यह है कि 31 पहले थे, अब एक ऐड हो गया तो 32 और 4 MLCs, 36 आपको चाहिए। अभी भी आप 4 MLAs शॉर्ट हो, तो क्या आपको लग रहा है कि हालांकि ज़्यादातर MLAs आपके साथ है, जो बाकी का गैप है वो भी आप फिल कर पाओगे या नहीं?
40 से ज़्यादा हमारी गिनती है, 40 से ज़्यादा है। आप बेफिक्र रहिए, और जो लीगली जितने चाहिए वो उनका सिग्नेचर आ चुका है पहले ही, सभी लोगों के एफिडेविट्स भी है। और फिर भी ये सब चीज़ें कब लगती है, जब गवर्नमेंट में हम है और वहाँ पे अगर मेजॉरिटी दिखानी है तो वो ज़रूरत है आंकड़े की। फिर भी अगर कोई न्यायिक बात आती है, कानूनी तौर पे अगर कुछ प्रूव करने की बात आती है, तो हमारे पास पर्याप्त आंकड़ा है, ये मैं आपको गारंटी के साथ कहता हूं।
एक तरफ अजीत पवार का शक्ति प्रदर्शन चल रहा था, दूसरी तरफ शरद पवार सिंपैथी कार्ड, विक्टिम कार्ड, बिट्रेयल कार्ड खेल रहे थे और लोगों की सहानुभूति को जीतने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। कह रहे थे कि अजीत पवार ने उनके साथ दगा किया है, आप लोग धोखेबाज हैं।
किसने दगाबाजी की है और क्या दगाबाजी की है? जब 2014 में बीजेपी को समर्थन दिया था तो उस वक्त किस आधार पे बीजेपी को समर्थन दिया था? बीजेपी तो कम्युनल पार्टी है ना, तो फिर उस 2014 में बीजेपी को समर्थन क्यों दिया गया? 2017 में भी बीजेपी को समर्थन देने की बात हुई थी और बीजेपी को समर्थन डिक्लेयर भी करने वाले थे, लेकिन बीजेपी के हाईकमांड ने कहा कि अगर शिवसेना के साथ रहोगे तभी आपको गवर्नमेंट में एंट्री मिलेगी। लेकिन उस वक्त शिवसेना के साथ हम नहीं जाना चाहते थे। उस वक्त बताया गया कि शिवसेना को अगर बाजू में रखेंगे तो ही हम आएंगे, शिवसेना जातीयवादी पार्टी है कहा गया। फिर 2019 में शिवसेना के साथ जाने का निर्णय लिया। तो ये यहाँ पे कोई विचारधारा की बात नहीं है, कोई आइडियोलॉजी की बात नहीं है। अभी अगर पार्टी के सभी विधायक दल और सभी लोगों ने अगर कोई प्रस्ताव रखा है तो किसी भी पार्टी में डेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से अगर कोई निर्णय होता है तो वो निर्णय हाईकमांड को भी लागू होता है।
नहीं, पर ऐसे
बनाया गया है।
अच्छा, आप कह रहे हैं कि दगा नहीं किया, पर ऐसी रिपोर्ट्स आ रही कि जब से बांद्रा में ये मीटिंग हुई उसके बाद आपके सारे अजीत पवार फैक्शन के एमएलएस को आपने एक होटल में बंद कर दिया। आप चाह रहे हैं कि वो होटल में रहे। कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं कि आपको डर है कि जो अंकल हैं आपके शरद पवार वो फिर से वही गेम कर देंगे कि लग रहा है शुरू में कि पहला घूसा हमारा अजीत पवार ने, लेकिन आखिरी घूसा पड़ा शरद पवार का, कहीं ये वापस तो नहीं चले जाएंगे आपके एमएलएस फिर से? इसका डर तो नहीं है आपको?
बात नहीं है, वो होटल में बंद नहीं किए गए। होटल में कार्यक्रम होने के बाद खाना खाने के लिए होटल में गए। कोई बंद करने के साथ सब अपने अपनी मर्जी से बैठे हैं, मर्जी से गए हैं।
शरद पवार जी को भी कॉन्फिडेंस है। सुप्रिया सुले भी कह रही हैं कि धोखा नहीं होगा, कि कोई भी पिता के साथ धोखा नहीं करता। इमोशनल कनेक्ट है, लंबा कनेक्ट है, पर्सनल बॉन्ड है कि ये जो लोग हैं जो भूले भटके एंड में ये वापस जरूर आएंगे, क्योंकि पिता का आखिर में हर आदमी सम्मान करता है।
नहीं, कोई दगाबाजी किसी ने नहीं की है। ये कोई फैमिली के राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी ये पूरा परिवार है, बहुत बड़ा परिवार है। इसमें हमारे मुखिया पवार साहब है, हम आज भी उनको ही मुखिया मानते हैं। पार्टी जो है उनको देख के ही बनाई गई है, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। देखिए, आज जो पार्टी डिसीजन को लेकर ये मत भिन्नता है, किसके क्या करे, पॉलिटिकल डिसीजन के बारे में मत भिन्नता है। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हमको किसी से अपरहेज है। पॉलिटिकल डिसीजन किसके साथ जाए, अपोजिशन में हम लोग बैठे या सत्ता पक्ष में जाके हमारे राष्ट्र के राज्य के हित में हम काम करें।
Okay.
सरकार में
Umesh Patil, for joining us, thank you very much. I want to go across to Mahesh Chavan, spokesperson of the Pawar camp. He's joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Chavan, it seems that the Ajit Pawar camp has more MLAs on their side. It was 31 earlier. It's 32 now, with word coming in that Devender Bhuyar has also now switched over. It seems for once the uncle will get outwitted by the nephew.
Rahul, though they are claiming 32, according to my knowledge or my information, there were 28 or 29. And even if they manage to get 50 out of 52, Rahul, we are not worried, because the what do you say, like your disqualification proceedings can be initiated, because under 10th schedule, the original political party has to merge. And the legislative party cannot be independent of a political party. So this show strain by Mr. Ajit Pawar will not impact the disqualification proceedings. This is what I feel.
No, but that's only on the side. As far as the numbers are concerned, they seem to have the majority of the numbers with them. That's the fact. Whether it's 32 or 28, 29, that's much more than 13 that you have.
Yes, but in this case, there are a few MLAs who are in touch with us, and as you said just now, they have kept them in the hotel. So why they have kept them in a hotel if they have come willingly? So that means they are worried. They have some concerns about it.
Okay, I'll leave it over there. Thank you very much for joining us. We had a Paw-Pack show, covered a lot of ground and had a lot of fun. Ultimately, this is what makes politics exciting. When there are things happening, when there are pieces moving on the chessboard, and unlike chess where you know which way a particular piece will move, in the chessboard of Maharashtra, a piece can move in any direction. You have no idea, no way of knowing which way the piece will move and why, which is why this Game of Thrones, I'm mixing analogies, but this Game of Thrones is as exciting as it is. And nothing excites us more than a juicy political story. I want to thank you for your time and your trust. We're slipping into a break. I have a little more for you, but we'll have a lot more at 9 p.m. with Rajdeep Sardis. I'm coming back on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us. Back in a moment.
I was just having a conversation with a
very old-timer fund manager, mutual fund manager, and he said that the macro story for India is great, but valuations are still not compelling and not challenging, and quite challenging. Would you agree with that, or would you say that it's a good entry point for India now?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, you actually are absolutely right. I would kind of echo the sentiments. I do believe that the macro story is looking very compelling for sure. Quite confident about 15% plus earnings growth, which is like one of the highest that we've seen, that we will be seeing in any of the major markets globally. So yeah, all that is looking quite well. But yeah, but valuations is definitely sticking out. When the markets corrected earlier in February or so, when the Nifty was at around 17,000, it was looking pretty interesting, but the markets have moved up pretty quickly, up about 10% or so from there. And yes, many stocks and sectors are looking expensive at this point in time. Yeah.
There is a fear in certain quarters in the market that during the course of this year, we'll get another spike in volatility, and you may even get the market back to the kind of levels which you found interesting. Do you expect something like that? I know it cannot be predicted, events cannot be predicted, but is it a likelihood in your eyes?
I think the event that will probably create volatility in the Indian markets will probably have to be a global event or an international event. I do not foresee too many negative or let's say big negative events for the Indian markets, which will be domestically caused. My sense is that you will probably see, or you could probably see some volatility created by either some unexpected change, say in the Fed policy, or some other kind of dislocation that might happen in the capital markets globally, or something like that. But as far as the developments domestically go, to me it looks unlikely.
The Indian Space Research Organization is planning to launch Chandrayaan-3 mission in July. And now the spacecraft has been integrated with the launch vehicle. The Chandrayaan-3 mission is slated to launch on the 13th of July to the moon as it looks to explore the geology of the only natural satellite of Earth.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
तो भाई और बहनों, नीतीश कुमार एंड बैंड की प्रस्तुति। आज मेरे यार की शादी है, फीचरिंग राहुल गांधी। रेडी 1 2 1 2 2 2 2। तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है। डोर थमा दी है, तुमने उम्मीद बढ़ा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है। लगता है गठबंधन को एक राह दिखा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है। वक्त की ये जरूरत, आएगा शुभ मुहूर्त, देखो सारे जमा है, ठाकरे शरद और राउत, ठाकरे शरद और राउत, खुशी से झूमे है मन, बना है ये गठबंधन, कैसे संजोग मिले हैं, सारे हम लोग मिले हैं, सारे हम लोग मिले हैं। इस गठबंधन ने मोदी सरकार हिला दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा 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 दी है।
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 26 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 20. Mumbai is at 26 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 39. Panji is at 27 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 20. Ahmedabad is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 62. Bhopal is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 62. Jaipur is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 102. Delhi is at 33 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 111. Srinagar is at 25 degrees Celsius with AQI being 35. Lucknow is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 60. Patna is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 101. Kolkata is at 31 degrees with an AQI of 32. Hyderabad is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 33. Bangalore is at 24 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 33. Chennai is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 25. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me, AI Sana, all through the day.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-presented by Hefler, let's reimagine. Powered by NECC, Sunday Hoya Monday, Rose Khaw Monday. Co-powered by Watcho OTT, Super App.
One hai to done hai.
Good evening, hello and welcome to this News Today special coming to you from Mumbai, where all the political drama has taken place over the last few days, and there are, I can promise you, more twists ahead. We'll tell you what they are in a moment. Who is winning the battle of the Pawars, of course, is our big focus. Has Ajit Pawar been able to match Sharad Pawar's popularity? Is the age factor now playing out in Pawar play? That's right, Power play is our focus tonight. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. It's battleground Mumbai as NCP factions go face to face in a trial of strength. Ajit Pawar camp takes the lead with 32 MLAs while 13 rally behind Sharad Pawar. Ajit Pawar now approaches Election Commission claiming to be the real NCP and its new president. But there could be a twist in the tale. Discontent brews in Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp over Ajit Pawar's and the NCP's inclusion in Maharashtra cabinet. Some of his MLAs are looking even to possibly return to the Shiv Sena Uddhav camp. As the fight for the real NCP escalates, a Sharad Pawar camp MLA, Devendra Bhuyar, has just switched sides to the Ajit Pawar faction. Will there be more such switches? Could Ajit Pawar become even Chief Minister of Maharashtra soon, as is now being speculated? It's bulldozer justice in Madhya Pradesh. House of a BJP youth worker, Parvesh Shukla, who urinated on a tribal man, is demolished. NSA is slapped against the accused. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy meets Prime Minister in Delhi. Sources say Jagan contemplating dissolution of assembly to go in for early elections along with Telangana. All India Muslim Personal Law Board objects to law panel's uniform civil code recommendation, says one nation, one law will lead Muslims to lose their identity. Supreme Court relief for activist Teesta Setalvad. Courts grant Teesta interim protection from arrest until further orders. Countdown begins for launch of Chandrayaan. ISRO puts out video of moon landers assembly. Monsoon mayhem wreaks havoc in Kerala and in Karnataka. Roads waterlogged. NDRF teams deployed. IMD issues orange alert for 12 districts and 3 states. But tonight, our big story once again comes from Maharashtra, where, trust me, there are many twists and turns still ahead in the Mahadrama. First, let me tell you what are the top developments and a recap of all that's transpired today. Maharashtra has witnessed a major political show of strength between the two Nationalist Congress Party groups, Ajit Pawar and his uncle Sharad Pawar. Ajit Pawar seems to have won round one with 31 MLAs of the 53-member NCP present at the meeting called by the Deputy Chief Minister, and only 13 arriving at Party Chief Sharad Pawar's venue. Meanwhile, just a short while ago, one of the MLAs who was with Mr. Pawar, Devendra Bhuyar, has now switched sides and joined the Ajit Pawar camp. A war of words is erupting between leaders of the two factions, with Ajit Pawar even taking a jibe at Mr. Pawar's age and asking why he had not retired. Hitting back, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has slammed the Ajit Pawar faction and mocked them for using his pictures even now in their posters. Sharad Pawar says that Ajit Pawar's camp knows they can't survive without him. The Election Commission of India has also confirmed it's received a petition from both factions of the NCP. While Ajit Pawar's petition claims to have unanimously elected him as president of the party, the email from the Sharad Pawar camp has informed it of disqualification petitions against the rebels. The Election Commission is now going to ask both factions to submit their documents. Amidst the ongoing family feud, NCP patriarch Mr. Pawar is now heading to Delhi tomorrow, holding a meeting of his national executive, hoping that they will repose faith in him after Ajit Pawar proved his strength in Mumbai. Meanwhile, Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is also meeting with all his MLAs at his residence. As per the sources, the Shinde group is unhappy over the inclusion of the NCP, and they also, some of them are reportedly in touch with the Uddhav Sena. Now, what does all of this mean? Mumbai is where I am at the moment, a city which has seen today not just heavy rains, but also a show of strength by Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar in two different parts of the city. It appeared, though, at the end of the day that the nephew had won this round, because the fight between the two could have just got bigger. They were now hurling charges at each other, Ajit Pawar even questioning if Sharad Pawar will ever retire. How is this all playing out and what lies ahead? I'll tell you that in a moment, but first, take a look at the top story.
The Pawars are at war, and there is no return from here. Ajit has won the first round, getting 31 of the NCP's 53 MLAs to attend his camp's meeting at the MET College in Mumbai. That gave a preview to what could be a long, bitter, bruising bout between the uncle and nephew. With Sharad Pawar's large photo behind him, and after making the customary remarks calling the senior Pawar his god, Ajit went on the offensive, landing punch after punch. The most hurtful one probably on his uncle's age.
एखादा माणूस नोकरीमध्ये लागला तर महाराष्ट्र सरकारमध्ये 58व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतो. तर भाजपमध्ये 75 वर्षांनंतर रिटायर केलं जातं. आता जर वय जास्त झालं, 82 झालं, 83 झालं, तुम्ही कधी थांबणार आहात का नाही?
प्रचंड गर्दी झालेली आहे.
Ajit Pawar's attack provoked almost an instant reaction from Supriya Sule, who was addressing a parallel NCP meeting 18 kilometers away at the Nariman point.
सगळ्यात पॉप्युलर नाम कोण आहे? अमिताभ बच्चन. वय किती? 82. त्याच्यानंतर इंग्रजीवाल्यांना माहिती आहे वॉरेन बफेट. अरे सबसे देखो तो फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहेबांपेक्षा 3 वर्षांनी मोठे आहेत. मला विचारलं अरे क्या हो रहा है एनसीपी में? मतलब अंकल ऐसे ऐसे हो रहा है. अरे लड़ ले, मैं तो शरद से 3 साल बड़ा हूँ, मैं लड़ रहा हूँ, शरद को बोल मेरे तरह तू भी लड़ ले.
उत्साह असतो, जोश असतो.
The fight got a bit personal too.
का अशा प्रकारचं चित्र राज्यामध्ये निर्माण केलं जातं? काय आम्ही कुणाच्या पोटी जन्माला आलो नाही, ही चूक आहे आमची.
आरएसएसच्या माणसाने फोडलेला आहे.
Sharad Pawar, a veteran of many battles, vowed to go to the people.
आज मुंबईमध्ये सुद्धा अनेक ठिकाणी पोस्टर लावली, त्याचा फोटो माझा. त्यांना माहिती आहे की आपलं नाणं चालणार नाही.
Ajit Pawar has moved the Election Commission, staking claim to the NCP and its symbol. The communication to EC says Sharad Pawar is sacked as the NCP president and Ajit Pawar has taken his place. The Sharad Pawar camp has also informed the EC about the disqualification notices issued to Ajit and 8 other MLAs. With Sahil Joshi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's look at what exactly happened on the ground, because I was at ground zero where Sharad Pawar was having his meeting, his show of strength. Now he has leaders and workers who are loyal to him. But the fact is, the MLAs at the moment seem to be moving towards the Ajit Pawar faction where power lies. So I asked the Sharad Pawar faction, is this end game for them? Listen into what they said. We are with the new leader of the opposition from the NCP, Jitendra Awad. Jitendra Awad, are you now still the leader of the opposition? Majority MLAs, more than 30, are with Ajit Pawar. Are you still leader of opposition?
If 30 MLAs are with him, he is into the ruling party. And 32 MLAs were seen. Rest all, it's all floating.
Are you saying that there are enough MLAs who are today with Ajit Pawar who will come back to you tomorrow?
This same happened when he first revolted.
But are you still confident that Sharad Pawar will be able to make a comeback in politics?
See,
he's 83 now almost.
You desire that he should retire and go away. So that only goes on to prove what love you have for him. We have also seen our father in old days, and we tell him, keep walking, keep working, keep yourself fit. We don't tell him, तुम्ही bedroom मध्ये किंवा hall मध्ये बसून राहा. We don't lock him when parties are going on. We give him every opportunity to behave as he thinks. They want to restrict him, and the only reason is they can't put limitations on him. That is their.
So is this breakup complete now?
Yeah, that is for them to decide whether.
But is this, I mean, what happens now? What is the next step now? Are you ready to go to the people and fight the election? Are you daring the Shinde government to call for elections?
Mr. Sharad Pawar has already started it. He went to Karhad, prayed at the Samadhi of Yeshwantrao Chavan, and started his tour. Yesterday night he called me up and said, on 8th I am going to Nasik. And from Nasik I will go to Dhulia. From Dhulia I will go to Jalgaon. So he has fixed up his plan.
Majority किसके पास है?
अभी नहीं पता चलेगा. उनका भी आंकड़ा जो है स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्डली दिख नहीं रहा. वो दिखेगा तब देखा जाएगा. बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है MLAs इम्पोर्टेंट है. लेकिन आगे वाला इलेक्शन सामने देखते हुए पवार साहब ने जो निर्णय लोगों में जाने का वो भी इम्पोर्टेंट है।
ये बताइए कि ये कहा जा रहा है कि प्रफुल्ल पटेल वगैरह कह रहे हैं पवार साहब अभी भी उनके गुरु हैं, अभी भी उनके पिक्चर लगे हैं, तो ये क्या वाकई स्प्लिट हो रहा है या एक परिवार में विवाद है जो सुलझ जाएगा?
देखो, उनको भी मालूम है पवार साहब का फोटो अगर नहीं दिखाएंगे, पवार साहब के बारे में नहीं बोलेंगे तो वो जीत नहीं सकते। अभी भी अगर आपने देखा मंत्रालय के पास आदिति तटकरे के पोस्टर्स है, वहाँ पे सिर्फ साहब का फोटो है और आदिति तटकरे का फोटो है, अजित दादा किसी और का फोटो नहीं है। तो टू सम एक्सटेंट सबको मालूम है जब कांग्रेस से राष्ट्रवादी अलग हुई थी तब सिंबल को किसी ने नहीं देखा था, साहब को देखा था। जब भी हमने भाषण किया, साहब के काम के बारे में बताया, मतदान लिया, हम सत्ते में आए, तो आज भी पवार साहब के बिना हम जीत नहीं सकते। हमको भी मालूम है, उनको भी मालूम है, इसीलिए शायद उनको ऑप्शन नहीं है।
देशमुख जी ये बताइए, 30 MLAs वहां थे, 9 मिनिस्टर भी हैं, उनका कहना है मेजॉरिटी उनके साथ है, आपके साथ माइनॉरिटी है, 13 ही MLA यहाँ थे, कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, शरद पवार साहब ने बोला था MLAs का नंबर हमारे लिए मायना नहीं रखता, हमारे साथ में जन सामान्य जनता जुड़ी है। परसों के दिन जब पवार साहब यशवंतराव चौहान के समाधि के ऊपर जब कराड़ में गए थे तो हजारों की तादाद में वहां लोग जमा हुए थे,
पर MLA उनके साथ है ना।
अभी 6-8 महीने में चुनाव होने वाले, तब देखना हमारे कितने विधायक चुन के आते हैं। और अभी जब पवार साहब जब बाहर महाराष्ट्र में दौरे के ऊपर निकलेंगे तो किस प्रकार से वहां पे उनके स्वागत के लिए भीड़ उमड़ेगी, ये भी आप देख लीजिए।
मैक्सिमम MLAs कहा जा रहा है अजीत पवार के साथ है, आप कैसे देखती है? क्या आप मानती हैं कि मैक्सिमम MLAs अजीत पवार के साथ है या नहीं, या कार्यकर्ता शरद पवार के साथ है? कौन किसके साथ है?
देखिए, जहां शरद पवार साहब खड़े होते हैं पार्टी वहीं से शुरू होती है, और जो MLA वहां गए हैं उनको मैं बता दूं, चुनौती दे दूं, तुम्हारी नैया डूबने वाली है, नैया में हम खुददार लोग बैठे हैं और पवार साहब की नैया पार करवा कर रहेंगे।
वहाँ वो ग्रुप कह रहा है कि अब वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश को एक स्टेबल सरकार दे रहे हैं, स्टेबल लीडरशिप दे रहे हैं, कैसे देखते हैं?
ये ईडी का धाक है, ये ईडी का प्रेशर है जिसकी वजह से उनको बोलना पड़ता है। देखिए, हमारी एक पुरानी कहावत है, एक पंछी रहता है, एक पोपट रहता है, उस पोपट को बोलना पड़ता है। ईडी एक पोपट है जो उनसे बुलवाता है कि तुम हमारे साथ आ जाओ, सब अच्छा हो जाएगा। एक वॉशिंग पाउडर है बीजेपी, ईडी का नाम बदलकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी रखो, हम धिक्कार करते हैं उनको।
डिवाइड एंड रूल, नरेंद्र मोदी
डिवाइड क्यों हो गई?
नरेंद्र मोदी का कंसेप्ट ही देश में ऐसा है, डिवाइड एंड रूल, वो कंसेप्ट हम चलने नहीं देंगे महाराष्ट्र।
लेकिन मैं आपको बता दूं, इस राज्य की जनता, राज्य का युवा एक बुजुर्ग के साथ, टाइगर के साथ, मैंने पिछली बार भी कहा था, टाइगर अभी जिंदा है, टाइगर अभी जिंदा है, और ये टाइगर और शरद पवार टाइगर, वो
अजीत पवार क्या है?
देखिए,
उनके कार्यकर्ता है,
पार्टी के मैनेजर थे, वो मैनेजर को लेकर ये मोदी जी गए, हमारे पास किंग है, पवार साहब हमारा किंग है, अजीत दादा मैनेजर थे, सिर्फ मैनेज करते थे, उनके साथ कोई नहीं है।
Sharad Pawar has been in some senses the ultimate survivor in Indian politics. Fought and won his first election in 1967. 56 years later, Mr. Pawar is now bracing for what many believe is a fight for his very political future and that of the party he created, the Nationalist Congress Party. He's now 83. And with his nephew and a significant section of the NCP MLAs withdrawing from Mr. Pawar, the big question is, can the grand young man, as he calls himself, of Maharashtra politics really take on Ajit Pawar and his flock? It is a challenge of a kind that Mr. Pawar will really have to summon all his political determination to try and win. He says he's going to travel and crisscross Maharashtra over the next 12 months leading up to the Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha elections. As of now, the arithmetic clearly appears to be with Ajit Pawar and team. But the chemistry? Can Mr. Pawar claim the inheritance of the NCP based on the goodwill that he's generated among his party faithful? That's going to be the big question that will be tested in Maharashtra, the big state to watch out for ahead of 2024. From Sharad Pawar's residence, this is Rajdeep Sardesai in Mumbai. So the big questions. Is Sharad Pawar now losing out in this battle to nephew Ajit Pawar? Could Ajit Pawar, as some speculate, now become the chief minister next? Is that the BJP's game? Will Eknath Shinde, the chief minister at the moment, be able to hold on to his own Shiv Sena party, many of whom seem disturbed? Is Maharashtra simply now the most crucial and turbulent state ahead of the battle for 2024? Those are some of the big questions that I will raise. Joining me now, Umesh Patil, spokesperson NCP Ajit Pawar camp, Faizan Mirza, leader NCP Sharad Pawar camp, Sanju Verma, BJP spokesperson, Ajoy Kumar, Congress spokesperson, and Sahil Joshi, our colleague here, our Mumbai bureau chief. First, before I come to the politicians, Sahil, picture abhi baki hai is a word I often use. What is the next scene likely to be in Maharashtra? There is some talk that Ajit Pawar could take over as chief minister possibly as early next month. Do you see that realistic? Is it possible now that Maharashtra could have a fourth chief minister in 4 years?
Well, Rajdeep, let me put this in a way. I mean, if that is supposed to happen, then what will be the possibilities? A, Shinde will have to resign and make way for Ajit Pawar to become the chief minister, at the instance of the BJP top leadership telling Shinde that you set aside and, Ajit Pawar will now be the chief minister, give him 1 year's time. That seems to be a little bit difficult because, to change the scenario will definitely affect the BJP's image as well. That, it's like a use and throw. They wanted to use Eknath Shinde to, take over the Shiv Sena party, and now once that is done, they have removed him once they have got the third partner. So that seems a little bit difficult. What is the next thing could happen is that...
But that's exactly what they're doing, Sahil. But Sahil, just a minute. Isn't that exactly what's happening? Use and throw is what the BJP has been doing.
Right now, they have not made Ajit Pawar the chief minister. Of course, what they have done is that they have pulled down a little bit of pressure from their chest, because right now, the Shinde camp MLAs were asserting their rights. The way that some of the Shiv Sena leaders were talking about it, that this government wouldn't have happened if Eknath Shinde and the people around him wouldn't have dared to get out of the MVA government and form this government. People like Gajanan Kirtikar asserting themselves that the 22 seats which Shiv Sena fought in 2019 in Lok Sabha should be given to the Shiv Sena. And most important, the advertisement which was released in the newspaper showing that Eknath Shinde has got better ratings than that of Devendra Fadnavis. All these things clubbed together, they were asserting themselves. Now there is a third partner. So obviously BJP gets more room for maneuvering. They don't have to just listen